Chapter 1395, Wind Rises. Even the power of a firefly would dare to compete with the bright moon. Wang Lin snorted, and his voice turned into ripples that collided with the mournful cries. Shortly after, black fog came out from the Devil Soul bottle. There were ancient Devil Souls struggling inside the black fog, and they immediately charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. As the Devil Souls rushed at him, he waved his hand and a gust of wind swept past the Devil Souls. They were all trapped in his hand. Dao spell fuse. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it contained a sense of coldness. As his words echoed, his eyes revealed a strange light, and he immediately used Dao Master Blue Dream's Dao spell. Popping sounds echoed and the Devil Souls began to let out mournful cries once more. They wanted to escape, but Wang Lin's hands were like a heavenly prison that they couldn't escape from. Wang Lin closed his eyes and focused his mind on fusing. Under the effects of the Dao spell, the countless devils were being fused together. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days went by. During these 7 days, Wang Lin had continuously used the Dao spell and didn't relax at all. On this day, the souls had fused together into a ball, and this ball gave off a ghostly light. This light got stronger and stronger until it lit up the whole cave. A violent aura came from the ball, and at the same time, a roar that sounded like sound of countless devils fused together echoed. You want to refine my ancient devil clan? Impossible. Blood refining. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened and he bit the tip of his tongue. He spat out blood, and it landed on the ball. This blood contained essence, and was also Wang Lin's ancient god heart blood. The moment the blood landed on the ball let out a miserable scream. The ball became chaotic, as if it would collapse at any time. The ghostly light dissipated almost completely and was replaced by blood light. The blood light slowly circulated through the entire ball. It didn't take long for the ball to become blood red. Wang Lin relaxed a bit, and his right hand reached out, grabbing the Devil Soul bottle. He spat out origin energy, and it entered the bottle. In an instant, large amounts of black fog flew out with countless Devil Souls. The moment they appeared, they were absorbed by the ball of blood. This ancient devil treasure contains 3,000 ancient Devil Souls. I'll fuse these 3,000 souls and form my ancient devil avatar. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and then the cave became filled with fog. The fog was filled with devilish energy. Time slowly passed as Wang Lin refined the Devil Souls. 1 month went by. It was less than 1 month away from the Fallen Elder selection. Wang Lin had been in closed-door cultivation for 2 months. During these 2 months, a major event had occurred in the Fallen Land. On the edge of the Fallen Land, on an abandoned planet, the entire planet burst into flames. The fire was blue, and it shrouded the entire abandoned planet. However, this fire didn't last for too long. It dissipated after 8 minutes, and then everything returned to normal. However, just these 8 minutes caused the skins of all the fire cultivators in the Fallen Land to crawl. It didn't matter what they were doing. The moment the planet burst into flames, they were all shocked. The fire inside their bodies flew out of their bodies without their control. Their fire began to move toward that abandoned planet, as if it were being summoned. This strange thing shocked all the fire cultivators. In particular, all the Fire Sparrow clan members felt a stronger sensation than the others. The elder that had traded with Wang Lin was cultivating when the fire in his body suddenly appeared and turned into a fire sparrow. It opened its wings and seemed like it was going to fly away, causing the elder's expression to change greatly. This matter caught the attention of the fire cultivators in the Fallen Land. The elder of the Fire Sparrow clan quickly left his closed-door cultivator and went to the abandoned planet with a few of his clan members. However, when he arrived, he didn't find anything no matter how much he searched. However, he did feel a hint of essence that was the same as the one from the pills. Also, during these days, an event that shocked the entire clan took place in the Fire Sparrow clan. The 3 people who had escorted the drop of blood back from the Fallen Land had handed over the drop of blood. Then they waited there to be summoned again. They were anxious as they didn't know if this would catch the attention of the clan. In the vast star domain occupied by the Fire Sparrow clan, on the main planet, there were giant Fire Sparrow statues scattered across the planet. There was also one that was almost as high as the sky. There was a hall under the statue, and at this moment, there was an old man sitting inside. The old man's face was red and covered in flames. He was the Fire Sparrow clan's patriarch. A drop of burning blood was floating before him. He stared at the blood with shock in his eyes. This is essence. The old man's eyes shined, and then he suddenly stood up, grabbing the blood. He took a step and disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was in the inner part of this cultivation planet. The inside of the planet had been hollowed out, and was filled with a sea of fire. Even fire cultivators would find it difficult to bear the heat. This old man quickly moved through the sea of fire and soon arrived in the depths of the planet. The fire here was dark purple and looked terrifying. There was a flashing formation at the center of the purple fire, and inside the formation sat a middle-aged man. His clothes were also purple, and as he cultivated, a shocking aura was slowly circulating through his body. The old man seemed to be afraid of the dark purple fire. He stayed at the outer edge and respectfully said, "Junior requests to see Ancestor." After the old man spoke, he remained motionless, waiting to be summoned. After a long time, the middle-aged man inside the sea of purple fire slowly opened his eyes. Each of his eyes contained a fire mark. Combined with the mark between his eyebrows, they formed a triangle. These were 3 fire marks, but the colors were all distinct. The fire mark between his eyebrows was purple, the fire mark in his right eye was blue, and the fire mark in his left eye was ethereal, as if it didn't exist. But if you looked closely, you would see traces of it. This ethereal fire seemed like it hadn't stabilized yet, and was blurry. However, it was this trace of ethereal fire that shocked the old man, causing him to lower his head and no longer dare to take a second look. "Even though you're the clan's patriarch, without my summon, you can't take half a step into the Holy Land. Did you forget?" The middle-aged man's voice was flat. The old man's face was covered in sweat as he licked his lips and whispered, "Ancestor, please don't be angry." Junior was anxious because some clan members found an extremely strange drop of blood, and I require Ancestor to examine it. The middle-aged man's expression remained the same, as if nothing could cause his expression to change. The indifference in his eyes remained, and this coldness created a startling contrast with the fire in his eyes. This made him look even more strange. "You even messed up a small matter like this. I'm not satisfied with a clan patriarch like you. Take out the blood and leave. Punish yourself according to the 3rd clan law." The old man's face immediately turned pale. He wanted to explain, but the moment he saw the Ancestor in the sea of purple fire, he nodded. He waved his right hand, and the drop of burning blood appeared. Then the old man lowered his head and left. The middle-aged man casually reached out and grabbed the drop of blood from the sea of purple fire. The drop of blood landed in his hand, and he casually took a glance at it. However, this casual glance shocked him greatly, and he stared wide-eyed at the drop of blood. This is, the calmness within the middle-aged man collapsed and was replaced by shock and disbelief. He quickly held the blood closer to his eyes, and his divine sense spread out. After scanning it hundreds of times, the shock in his eyes became even stronger. Vermillion bird blood. This is Vermillion bird blood. The middle-aged man suddenly stood up and held the blood next to his mouth. After licking it, his body trembled once more. That's right, the essence inside the blood can't be wrong. It is Vermillion bird blood. Vermillion bird. The middle-aged man was excited, and his left hand reached at the void. The Fire Sparrow Patriarch was about to leave the underground, his face full of remorse. He let out a sigh when a rumble suddenly came from behind him. He turned around, and his pupils shrank as a giant fire palm grabbed him. In a flash, the hand brought the old man back to the edge of the sea of purple flames. Before the old man could react, he heard the Ancestor's excited voice. "Where did you obtain this blood?" He froze for a moment. He had never seen the Ancestor so excited. He quickly said, "A clan member from the Fallen Land brought it back." After the middle-aged man heard this, he began to laugh. There was ecstasy in his eyes, and even the 3 flame marks began to burn wildly. Good. You're worthy of being chosen as the clan patriarch by me. Good job. Immediately send all clan members and find the source of this blood in the Fallen Land at all costs." The Fire Sparrow Patriarch quickly nodded and was about to leave. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he suppressed the excitement in his eyes. He said, "It's not convenient for me to go to the Fallen Land, so I'll be outside to pick you all up. Also, be careful when you're there, and check if this is a trap." Chapter 1396, Wave Surges. On this day, there were 6 more days until the Fallen Elder selection, and the devilish energy shrouding the planet began to change. The devilish energy rumbled loudly, and all began to condense toward one location. This sudden change caught the attention of the Dark Scorpion clan and the Cloud Escape clan. Just as they spread out their divine senses to observe, they noticed that the dense devilish energy was all gathering toward Wang Lin's cave. It was as if a vortex had appeared inside the cave and was attracting all the devilish energy. In just an instant, all the devilish energy disappeared, sucked into Wang Lin's cave. From afar, it looked like a giant vortex had appeared, and the center of the vortex was Wang Lin's cave. The vortex rotated rapidly and rapidly contracted. It was done in a flash, so fast that people couldn't react to it. As the devilish energy gathered in Wang Lin's cave, a thick layer of fog that divine sense couldn't penetrate formed. The fog was still rapidly condensing. Wang Lin was sitting inside this fog, and before him floated a small, red person. This small person was blurry and looked like an origin soul. It was more like a soul, and it looked extremely similar to Wang Lin, except it gave off an aura of madness, and it was ferocious. At this moment, the small person opened his mouth and began to devour the devilish fog. After a moment, all the fog was devoured by the little person. The little person's body turned a bit more solid, but it seemed unsatisfied. He had a ferocious expression as he stared at Wang Lin. He let out a roar before pouncing. He seemed to even want to devour Wang Lin. When it pounced, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a cold gaze. His gaze was like a bolt of thunder, and it collided with the gaze of the little person. Scram! With a cold snort, the little person let out a miserable scream, but Wang Lin didn't use any spell. He was thrown back and landed on the ground. I created you, so I can easily destroy you. Wang Lin stood up and reached out toward the little person. The little person revealed fear. When Wang Lin's right hand reached over, he trembled before collapsing into fog. The countless strands of fog escaped in all directions, and after escaping Wang Lin's grasp, it reformed outside the cave. As soon as it appeared, it turned into a cloud and escaped. It moved very fast and was about to disappear. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he revealed a sneer. His right hand formed a seal, and he blew out a breath. In an instant, a miserable scream echoed from the horizon. Shortly after, the little person flew back by himself and knelt down by himself. His body trembled and looked blurry, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he slowly said, I just need one breath to destroy you. The devil's soul little person trembled and quickly kowtowed as if it was begging for mercy. Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached at the void. The fog lance suddenly appeared and pointed at the devil's soul. The devil's soul and Wang Lin's mind were linked, and it revealed a look of hesitation. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. This devil's soul trembled and turned into a ray of black light. It shot toward the fog devil lance and integrated with it. The moment it entered it, the fog devil lance seemed to gain a soul and gave off a terrifying aura. It turned into a black python and flew out of the cave. It stretched itself in the sky and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The Dark Scorpion clan members were all gobsmacked as they stared at the black python that was giving off endless pressure. They were completely shaken. The Cloud Escape clan members were the same. They stared at the black python in the sky in terror. A sense of fear appeared in their hearts. The black python contained unimaginable tyranny and madness. Its powerful bloodlust made it feel like every living thing in the world was its enemy. Zhong Big Red swallowed and excitement filled his eyes. He was different from Suligua. The stronger Wang Lin was, the more glory he felt. He quickly knelt down and roared, Master's treasure is complete. He is invincible. As the black python in the sky dissipated, its body gradually dissipated. It turned into a ray of black light that entered Wang Lin's body and disappeared. An extra devil soul appeared next to Wang Lin's origin soul. Its eyes were closed, and it was completely suppressed by Wang Lin's origin soul. It couldn't resist or struggle at all. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but there was a hint of joy in his heart. The Devil Soul avatar wasn't complete, but it had taken shape. After refining it many more times, it could become a real avatar. I wonder if I can return to the true form of the ancient order once my ancient god, devil, and demon avatars fuse like I expect them to. Wang Lin licked his lips and waved his right hand. Two treasures immediately appeared before him, a yellow leaf and a sealed treeman. In the Fallen Land, the Fallen Elder selection was a holy event. All the small clans that were qualified to compete were preparing. The location of the event was the most mysterious planet in the Fallen Land, the Great Emperor planet. This planet was very famous in the ancient star system and was a focus of research of the Sovereign Council. The rumors of this planet spread far across the ancient star system. Anyone who personally saw the Great Emperor planet wouldn't forget such a shocking sight. It has to be said that most cultivation planets in the ancient star system were spherical. Even though some were irregularly shaped, they were mostly round. This was a very strange phenomenon, and a lot of powerful cultivators tried to discover why this was so. However, in the end, they had only found some clues and weren't able to find the truth. It wasn't until the Sovereign Council announced the result of their research. It was a new law called the Law of Rotation. They believed that all planets were constantly rotating, and due to this rotation, all irregularly shaped planets would become round after a long time. However, This law changed completely when it came to the Great Emperor planet. This planet was long, and from afar, it looked like the needle on a compass that was slowly rotating. No one knew why the Great Emperor planet was like this. This was the holy land of the Fallen Land, and where the Great Emperor's cave was. Normally, there was an unimaginable tearing and magnetic force around the planet. Cultivators would find that their treasures had become useless here, and even their cultivations would be suppressed. Only during the selection of fallen elders would these forces weaken greatly, and several tunnels to enter the planet would appear. Aside from the more than 300 clans participating in the fallen elder selection, there would also be people from the ancient star system. Most of them were invited by these clans and would sometimes help in battle. The Great Emperor never cared about this, and this gradually became an unspoken rule. However, someone who wasn't from one of the clans of the Fallen Land couldn't become an elder, or else they would die. Every fallen elder selection, the Sovereign Council would send people to observe as guests. This was to show their recognition of the Fallen Council and pay respects to the Great Emperor. They also came here to observe and even support certain clans. Aside from the Sovereign Council, the Fallen Council would also send out invitations to invite powerful people in the ancient star system. The Great Emperor ignored all of this. It was as if the Fallen Elder selection was merely a festivity. Wang Lin moved to the Great Emperor planet with the Dark Scorpion clan and the Cloud Escape clan. A woman with long hair was standing on a giant, octagonal compass outside of the Fallen Land. She was frowning, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Beside her was a middle-aged man. He was also looking ahead, and his expression was gloomy. Grandmaster Yun Luo, that Great Emperor killed my avatar. What is the Sovereign Council's stance on this? There will be compensation. The long-haired woman whispered as she looked at the Fallen Land. She thought in her heart, to be sheltered by the Great Emperor. Now I really want to see this person with my own eyes. I just don't know if he is the person mentioned in the Ancestor's prediction. In another part of the ancient star system, there was a soft, blue light. Dao Master Blue Dream was slowly walking with his hands behind his back. Li Qianmei silently followed behind him. Even further away, in a star domain where almost no one went to, there was a beast the size of a cultivation planet, slowly moving. This beast was the shape of an ellipses, and there were countless tentacles tens of thousands of feet long slowly, swaying throughout its body. Moongazer Serpent. There was an old man wearing a white robe. He had an extremely bizarre appearance, and half of his face was black. His face was like an yin and yang symbol. Behind him stood 3 people that looked like servants. If Wang Lin saw them, he would find them extremely familiar. Yi Muzi, Wudo Chan, and the already dead Ji Xiantian. 1. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 1. They were people who got sucked into the void with the Moongazer Serpent. Chapter 1397, Thump. The Great Emperor planet was surrounded by a layer of illusion, as if it was being hidden by a layer of fog. However, there were big spatial rifts that would devour everything inside this illusory fog. There were also waves of gray lines moving within the illusory fog. If you looked closely, you would find they weren't real, but gave off waves of magnetic force. Before Wang Lin even got close, he felt an extremely shocking force inside the illusory fog. This power was heaven-shattering. It could cause cultivators' spells to disintegrate and their treasures to collapse. This wasn't man-made or the power of a treasure, but something created by heaven. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He observed it for a long time as he floated outside the illusory fog. There was already a large amount of cultivators outside this illusory fog. There were hundreds of them scattered everywhere, and those that knew each other were chatting softly. Wang Lin's arrival drew some attention, and divine senses swept over. When they swept past the Dark Scorpion clan and the Escape Cloud clan, they all withdrew. As for Wang Lin, with his divine sense, very few people could see the real him. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, and he coldly stared ahead. Every single Fallen Elder selection is carried out at the Great Emperor planet, but it is normally not accessible. When everyone has been gathered, a tunnel opens from the inside to allow everyone in. We didn't come too late, so the tunnel should open soon. The Dark Scorpion Patriarch whispered to Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded, and his gaze swept by the cultivators gathered here. There was no less than 10,000 cultivators. Although there were a lot of people, it was still insignificant in this vast space. I didn't think the Cloud Escape clan would take an interest in the Dark Scorpion clan, which always likes to be underground, and be accepted as subordinates. Really interesting. A sharp voice came from the front. A middle-aged man in blue walked out from a group of nearly 1,000 cultivators. This man's appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were like venomous snakes. There was a coldness hidden in his eyes. There was a serpent mark between his eyebrows, making him look even more gloomy. His words were filled with ridicule, and he stopped moving when he spoke. His gaze swept past Wang Lin's group. The Dark Scorpion Patriarch's expression changed. He looked at the middle-aged man and let out a cold snort. The Dark Scorpion Patriarch whispered, "That is the Soul Serpent clan's head elder. During the last elder selection, they fought with the Cloud Escape clan. The result was a tie, and both were disqualified. They also had some friction in the past." The Cloud Escape Patriarch was naturally also standing next to Wang Lin. When he heard the Soul Serpent clan's head elder's words, he remained calm and silently kept his head down. The Soul Serpent clan's head elder smiled and slowly said, "Rumor has it that the Cloud Escape clan invited Greed as an honorary elder. With Greed, I presume the Cloud Escape clan will be set for a seat as a fallen elder. However, how come I don't see Senior Greed?" His voice wasn't loud, but it contained his cultivation, so it echoed. The 10,000 cultivators here were all from the clans in the Fallen Land. They had all come here to steal a spot in the Fallen Council, and it could be said that they were all enemies to each other. Obtaining more information would be a great help in obtaining an elder seat. After hearing the words of the Soul Serpent clan's head elder, everyone looked toward the Cloud Escape clan. The name of Greed was very famous. Him helping the Cloud Escape clan was enough to catch the attention of the other clans. This old man heard that fellow cultivator Greed had become an honorary elder of the Cloud Escape clan. Fellow cultivator Greed helped me once before, so I wanted to visit him. Master Yindun, why has fellow cultivator Greed not come? The person who spoke was an old man in a purple robe. His face was pale, but his voice was loud. There were 3 arcs on his forehead. It was a water wave-like mark. The Cloud Escape Patriarch raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. Then he said in a cold voice, "Senior Greed had to leave due to some urgent matter and won't be coming. There's no need for all of you to guess," and lowered his head. This scene was seen by the old man who had spoken, and his pupils shrank. A branch of the 5-element clan, the Patriarch of the River Creek clan. He is currently the 13th Fallen Elder. The Dark Scorpion Patriarch next to Wang Lin said softly. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and he nodded slightly. "Who is talking about this old man's name?" The River Creek Patriarch, the 13th Fallen Elder, said in a cold voice. His gaze was like lightning, and it fell on Wang Lin and the Dark Scorpion Patriarch. The River Creek Patriarch's eyes lit up, and he slowly said, "Little Scorpion, why haven't you come and kneeled after seeing this old man?" However, his gaze was locked onto Wang Lin. The expression of the Dark Scorpion Patriarch changed greatly. To demand him to kneel before all these people was a great insult. The commotion caught the attention of the surrounding cultivators. They all looked over with the intent of watching a show. The middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent clan smiled and shook his head. "Little Scorpion, even if you want to climb up, you should be careful of who you choose follow. However, I can't blame you. Scorpions that only know how to hide underground are short-sighted." "What? Still not coming over? That's good. You, come here and kneel." The 13th Fallen Elder, the River Creek Patriarch, pointed directly at Wang Lin. After he spoke, the Dark Scorpion Patriarch's expression recovered, and he revealed a hint of ridicule. Not only him, but the Cloud Escape Patriarch also raised his head. There was mockery in his eyes and a deep, hidden sense of pride. Wang Lin smiled as he looked at Old Man and slowly said, "What? We can't say your name." The 13th Fallen Elder's eyes lit up. He saw how the Cloud Escape Patriarch looked at Wang Lin, and from the way they were standing, this person seemed to be in charge. This was why he had spoken. As the 13th Fallen Elder, in order to get reselected, he needed to show a display of might. Although the Dark Scorpion clan was small, the Cloud Escape clan was not. With Greed's reputation, they were the best choice to use to show off his might. As far as the old man knew, Wang Lin was someone appointed by Greed, so using Wang Lin to show off his might was the same as using Greed. However, the mockery in the eyes of the Dark Scorpion Patriarch and the Cloud Escape Patriarch made him feel like something bad was coming. This person must have been appointed by Greed. Although Greed is strong, I'm a Fallen Elder, so there is nothing to fear. Thinking about this, the old man coldly snorted and said, "Only people that are qualified can say it. I just don't know if you have the qualifications." The elders and patriarchs were all old foxes, so they more or less guessed the situation. They had all come to the same conclusion that Wang Lin was someone appointed by Greed to come here. "You must not be from the Fallen Land. I advise you quickly kneel before me. Know that even your master, Greed, would have no choice but to kneel in this situation." The eyes of the head elder of the Soul Serpent clan lit up. It was he who had provoked this, and he was very happy to see the 13th Fallen Elder target the Cloud Escape clan. "Qualifications," Wang Lin smiled. "Who dares to say Senior doesn't have the qualifications?" A roar suddenly came from the distance. A burst of rumbles echoed and more than 1,000 rays of light rushed over here. The person at the lead was a young man, and beside him were elders who were at the Heaven's Blight stage. They came with a powerful momentum and stood beside Wang Lin's group. The young man quickly stepped toward Wang Lin and clasped his hands. He was extremely respectful and loudly said, "Junior Armored Dragon Patriarch greets Senior." Behind him, the more than 1,000 Armored Dragon cultivators all looked at Wang Lin with respect and a hint of fear. They clasped their hands and said, "Greetings, Senior." This scene caused the expressions of all the cultivators here to change. Armored Dragon Clan. The 9th Elder's Armored Dragon Clan. Rumor has it that the 9th Fallen Elder was stripped of his title a few months ago, and a new patriarch was chosen. This matter spread far and away. However, the reason for the removal of the 9th Elder was kept secret, so not many people know. Although the Armored Dragon Clan doesn't have many people, they are very powerful. They can be considered top 10 among the 372 clans in the Fallen Land. Who the hell is this person to make the Armored Dragon Clan greet him? Could it be he has nothing to do with greed? The middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent Clan was stunned, and his eyes lit up. The old man from the River Creek Clan became gloomy. He looked Wang Lin, and the fear in the eyes of the Armored Dragon Clan members. A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in his heart. This guess immediately made the old man feel like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him. His body trembled and his eyes were filled with terror and shock, along with a hint of disbelief. Impossible. I must be overthinking it. Just at this moment, the illusory fog formed by the magnetic force began to rumble. Then it began to expand and continue to spread. Then a passage was suddenly ripped open and revealed. Dozens of cold-looking cultivators came out of the passage. The person leading was the messenger that had appeared in the Armored Dragon Clan. He didn't even look at the surrounding people and flew toward Wang Lin. Seeing this, the 13th Fallen Elder felt his heart skip a beat. Chapter 1398, Cheeky Little Girl. Not only him, but the cultivators that came out of the passage quickly flew over as well. They also stopped 100 feet away and respectfully clasped their hands. "Greetings, young Emperor." The entire area became completely silent. The hundreds of clans and 10,000 cultivators were silent. Their expressions suddenly changed as they stared at Wang Lin with shock and disbelief in their eyes. Young Emperor was real. This matter had been announced by the Great Emperor a few months ago, but no one had seen him. This was the first time these cultivators had seen the young Emperor in person. Young Emperor. The middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent Clan turned pale and horror filled his eyes. His heart pounded rapidly, his mouth turned dry, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He stared at Wang Lin and was dumbfounded. There was also the 13th Fallen Elder. His expression changed greatly, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. His mind trembled and his eyes were filled with fear. He would never have expected his guess to be true. When I saw the Armored Dragon Clan, I should have realized it. The 9th Fallen Elder was stripped of his title due to offending this person. I tried to use him to show my might. The River Creek Patriarch trembled and licked his dried lips. He began to panic in his heart. The messenger began to respectfully explain, "I made young Emperor wait long. It takes a while to open this passage, so it took some time." After he spoke, the surrounding 10,000 cultivators reacted. The actual time to open the passage hadn't arrived. They should have had to wait a few more hours for it to open. To open the passage early, this young Emperor. In the Fallen Land, there have only been 2 young Emperor, and now a third one has appeared. This third young Emperor must be valued even more than the previous 2, or else the passage wouldn't be open early. This kind of thing has never happened before. The 13th Fallen Elder is really blind to provoke the young Emperor. I want to see how he intends to deal with this. There is also the Soul Serpent Clan's head elder. I fear he will also suffer. The words of the messenger had set off a huge wave in the hearts of the surrounding cultivators. Wang Lin calmly nodded at the cultivators before him. "Young Emperor, please enter the Great Emperor planet." The messenger respectfully stepped to the side and made way. Wang Lin slowly walked forward into the passage that had opened up, accompanied by the messenger. After seeing this, the 13th Fallen Elder relaxed. He felt that Wang Lin wasn't the vengeful type and wouldn't make it difficult on him. No matter what, he was still a Fallen Elder. Even if the other party was the young Emperor, he would still have to give a Fallen Elder some face. Maybe he could even use this method to earn a favor. This person is benevolent. Although he is the young Emperor, he is an easily bullied man. Just as he thought he was lucky, his pupils shrank. Just as Wang Lin took a few steps, he suddenly turned around and looked at the middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent Clan. Wang Lin's gaze was cold. The moment it landed on the middle-aged man, his body trembled and more cold sweat appeared. He felt as if Wang Lin's gaze could pierce through his mind and was filled with coldness. The messenger beside Wang Lin also stopped and revealed a hint of doubt. He also looked at the middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent clan, and his expression became gloomy. Capture him. The messenger's voice was cold. In an instant, the people around him rushed forward toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent clan revealed a look of despair. The expression of the Soul Serpent clan members behind him changed greatly, and they were filled with fear. His sin doesn't deserve death, but the Soul Serpent clan is stripped of their right to participate in the Fallen Elder selection. Wang Lin's voice was low, but it clearly echoed in the ears of the surrounding cultivators. The cultivators charging at the middle-aged man stopped and retreated behind Wang Lin without any hesitation. The middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent clan was pale, and when he heard Wang Lin's words, he trembled once more. Even more despair filled his eyes. Those words were several times worse than killing him. It has to be said that even if he died, it would just be one person. Although he was saved, he had become the sinner of the entire clan. The middle-aged man clasped his hands and bitterly smiled. Thank you, young emperor, for having mercy. Wang Lin's attention drifted away from him, and his gaze fell on the River Creek Patriarch, the 13th Fallen Elder. The 13th Fallen Elder's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned ashen. Wang Lin pointed at the 13th Fallen Elder and slowly said to the messenger, strip him of his Fallen Elder status, and make him kneel on the Dark Scorpion planet for 100 years. The messenger hesitated for a moment, but when he saw the coldness flashing through Wang Lin's eyes, he nodded. The River Creek clan loses their spot in the Fallen Elder selection. After Wang Lin finished speaking, he looked at the Cloud Escape Patriarch not far away and said, break one of your arms, and don't let it happen again. The Cloud Escape Patriarch felt cold sweat appear on his forehead. He knew that Wang Lin was powerful, and he had intentionally glanced at Wang Lin to make the 13th Fallen Elder provoke Wang Lin. He didn't expect Wang Lin to notice his intention. At this moment, he clenched his teeth, his right hand formed a sword, and he pointed at his left shoulder without hesitation. With a bang, all the meridians in his left arm were broken. The Cloud Escape Patriarch's face was deathly pale as he softly said, thank you, young emperor, for showing mercy. Junior knows his wrongdoing. Wang Lin turned around and calmly walked into the passage. The surroundings were even more silent. The gazes of the 10,000 cultivators gathered on Wang Lin, and their minds were shaken. However, some people felt disdain toward Wang Lin's behavior and felt that he was nothing without his backing. If this person wasn't the young emperor, he wouldn't be so arrogant. There isn't just one young emperor. He came to the Great Emperor planet to participate in the Young Emperor trial. Only by successfully passing it can he become a true young emperor. That's right, the Young Emperor trial is extremely difficult. Over the years, there were many qualified participants, and although they weren't appointed by the Great Emperor personally, none of them passed. Even though he was appointed personally by the Great Emperor, it will be difficult for him to pass. The duty of the young emperor is very important. They can even take over the place of the Great Emperor to rule the entire fallen land. Even though the Sovereign Council has to be respectful toward the young emperor. The messenger followed Wang Lin and gradually closed in on the passage. Just as he entered, he felt a tearing force come from the edge of the passage, and there was also a magnetic force. His origin soul loosened as if it was going to be sucked out from his body. However, the suction within the passage wasn't strong. If one was outside, the tearing magnetic force would be terrifying. However, just as Wang Lin moved 100 feet, his expression changed and he looked into the distance. A heaven-shaking rumble came from the distance. This roar was extremely shocking and immediately disrupted the silence outside. Even the expression of the messenger changed. An octagonal compass flew from the distance. This compass was about 1,000 feet wide and gave off glaring light. There was also a large amount of rune marks flashing, making it look even more imposing. The compass got closer and closer. It closed in on the Great Emperor planet in an instant. There were two people standing on it. The person in front was a long-haired woman. Her hair was like silk, and she was very beautiful. Her eyes were like moonlight and charmed all the surrounding cultivators. She stood there like a fairy, her clothes moving gently along with her hair. Beside her stood a middle-aged man. His expression was gloomy and he was like a mountain, with a pressure spreading out from his body. This pressure hit like a storm, causing the expressions of the surrounding cultivators to change, and they retreated. There was blurry smoke surrounding the man. The smoke contained distorted faces that gave off silent roars. There were more than 1 million different faces showing up. Joss flames. Third step cultivators. Some people immediately recognized what the smoke was, and their expressions changed greatly. This little girl is Yun Luo. I came to represent the Sovereign Council to greet the Great Emperor. I was invited by the head of the Fallen Council, and I greet all follow Fallen Land cultivators. Master Simo greets the Great Emperor. The man beside the woman looked at the Great Emperor planet with an indifferent gaze. However, his expression immediately changed and became filled with killing intent. He had spotted Wang Lin inside the passage to the Great Emperor planet. Wang Lin also saw Master Simo. Their gazes weren't distant, and they collided like two swords that could destroy the world. Little bastard. Master Simo's voice squeezed through his teeth, and it contained powerful killing intent. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly said, "Loser. You can only rely on words. What kind of third-step cultivator are you? Do you are to fight me?" The thing Master Simo hated the most was his avatar being killed. Now that Wang Lin had brought it up, his killing intent was monstrous. Wang Lin smiled. There was mockery in his eyes as he said, "Do you dare to enter this magnetic fog to destroy your cultivation until you fall down to fifth heaven's blight and battle me?" After he spoke, the surroundings went into an uproar. Master Simo was startled and was unable to say a word, but his expression was extremely gloomy. He didn't dare. "Fellow cultivator is very sharp. I just don't know what your name is. Could you tell Yin Luo?" The long-haired woman smiled, and her gaze was like moonlight as she looked at Wang Lin. However, to Wang Lin, that smile was Chapter 1399, Ancient Soul Restriction. This woman had asked Wang Lin's name twice and had already attracted Wang Lin's attention. Although he didn't know of any spells that used one's name, the Grand Master of the Sovereign Council had extremely strange and unfathomable spells. When he thought of how she could calculate where he was hiding as if she had seen it herself, Wang Lin couldn't help but remember another person he had a profound memory of, the All-Seer. In truth, in all his life as a cultivator, the All-Seer was the one person Wang Lin couldn't see through and dread the most. Not even Taoist water could create the same sense of dread. At this moment, Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his heart was vigilant. He looked at the woman and slowly said, "Su Mu." His name was no secret for those that wanted to know. However, Wang Lin vaguely felt that her finding out and him saying it himself were different. The woman's eyes lit up. After saying the name Su Mu 3 times in her heart, she made an almost indiscernible frown. "If this person doesn't personally say his real name, I can't use the name puppet spell on him." Wang Lin turned around. He didn't look back at the woman and Master Simo and went deeper into the tunnel. The messenger quickly followed, and the two disappeared into the distance. While moving forward, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. What he had done to the River Creek clan and the Soul Snake clan were done to test the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor was too mysterious and had suddenly given Wang Lin many benefits, so it couldn't be helped that he had become cautious. In order to know other parties' plot, he must test them. The matter with the Armored Dragon clan was the same, and the matter with the River Creek clan and the Soul Serpent clan was also the same. Only by constantly prodding could Wang Lin find the other party's bottom line. He stripped 2 fallen elders of their titles. He let me pick the Armored Dragon clan's patriarch, and he even let me revoke the rights of 2 clans to participate in the fallen elder selection. All of this is above his bottom line. Perhaps the Fallen Council means nothing to the Great Emperor. Wang Lin pondered a bit, and his eyes lit up. He suddenly said something to the messenger behind him. "The Dark Scorpion Patriarch is not bad. I intend for him to become a fallen elder." The messenger was startled and hesitated for a moment. Wang Lin's gaze swept by the messenger, and his pupils shrank. He vaguely felt like the messenger was using some special method to send a message to someone. After pondering for a bit, the messenger seemed to no longer hesitate and nodded. Since young emperor has personally appointed him, it is naturally not a problem. Wang Lin revealed a smile and continued to walk forward. However, his smile gradually disappeared after he turned around. I was right. The mysterious Great Emperor doesn't care about the Fallen Council at all. Who the hell is he? Wang Lin silently pondered as the two of them moved through the passage. Shortly after, they arrived at the Great Emperor planet. Seeing the planet up close, Wang Lin suppressed the shock and carefully looked at it. There was a powerful sense of majesty rotating around the planet. Wang Lin stepped into the planet under the guidance of the messenger. There is no atmosphere. As soon as he entered the planet, he noticed all the strange things about the planet. This was the first time he hadn't encountered an atmosphere when he entered a planet. There were no mountains on the entire Great Emperor planet. It was all plains, and there was a lot of strange vegetation growing. Many of them had leaves so big that several people could lie down on them without feeling crowded. At a glance, these plants were endless and seemed to cover the entire planet. Only in the northwest region did the vegetation lessen, revealing a gray-colored ground. There was also an open area about 500 kilometers wide, and there were countless restrictions placed there. Staring at the restrictions, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and a thought appeared in his mind. That is the location of the Fallen Elder selection. When the messenger saw Wang Lin's gaze lock onto the northwest region, he quickly explained. After explaining, the messenger clasped his hands and said, "Young master, this subordinate has been instructed to bring you here. I still have to go back to bring in the other cultivators. If young emperor has no other orders, then this subordinate will take his leave." Wang Lin didn't intend to keep this person here. He clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks." Wang Lin's personality had always been to treat others how they treated him. Since the messenger had been respectful to him both times they met, he would naturally not make any trouble for the messenger. Young emperor can first get familiar with the great emperor planet. When the Fallen Elder selection starts tomorrow, there will be someone sent to notify young emperor. The messenger bowed before disappearing into the distance. After this person left, it felt as if Wang Lin was the only person left on this large planet. His gaze lingered on the arena to the northwest before he withdrew it and disappeared. When he appeared, he was outside the arena. The 500-kilometer arena was unimaginably large to mortals. It would take a full day to cross it with fast horses. However, for cultivators, this arena was just alright. Outside the restrictions around the arena, Wang Lin raised his right hand pressed down. At this moment, a powerful force gathered from the void and rushed toward Wang Lin's hand. In an instant, a tortoise shell-like object formed before Wang Lin's right hand. There were endless swirls on the edge of the tortoise shell that continued to rapidly rotate. Wang Lin's right hand touched the shell, and he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from it. His right hand went numb, and he was pushed back 3 steps before he finally stopped. Wang Lin sensed the aura of an ancient soul inside that rebound force. What a powerful restriction! This isn't the annihilation restriction, life and death restriction, or time restriction. It looks like the rumored 4th great restriction that has been lost in time, the ancient soul restriction. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When the messenger was here, he had already noticed something strange about the restriction, so he had come here to check. Now that he had seen up close, he was surprised. Interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that people would be brought here by the messenger soon, so he didn't have time to waste. He flew up, and once he was in the air, thunder flashed in his right eye. His hand formed a seal, and the thunder tattoo in his right eye immediately flew out. A giant thunder tattoo formed before Wang Lin. The moment the thunder tattoo appeared, it attracted the endless thunder of the world, and the sky became gray. The entire planet became dim due to the appearance of the thunder clouds. Wang Lin pushed the thunder tattoo and moved like a meteor toward the arena. The thunder tattoo rumbled as it fell with Wang Lin toward the arena. Just as the thunder tattoo closed in on the arena emitted a flash of light. This gray light was like a cloud fog, and it appeared out of thin air. The light quickly condensed to form a tortoise shell. The side of the tortoise shell was several times larger than the one that had formed from Wang Lin's test before. It also contained swirls that were rapidly rotating on its edge. The thunder rumbled. Then Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the thunder tattoo closed in. At this moment, the tortoise shell rapidly expanded and covered the whole arena. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. What tortoise shell? This was obviously a giant tortoise, 500 kilometers large. There was a giant head under the shell to the west side of the arena. There were also the 4 feet that belonged to this tortoise, along with the tail on the east side of the arena. In this short period of time, a giant tortoise had appeared. An ancient aura spread out across the planet. The giant tortoise was gray and its eyes were clear. When Wang Lin closed in, it let out a roar. This roar was heaven shaking and twisted the space around it. The sky changed colors and endless sound waves echoed. This scene was extremely shocking. The giant tortoise was roaring at the sky, looking extremely ferocious. Its entire body gave off a gray glow as its 4 feet popped out. The sharp nails on its feet could rip open the sky. Several bumps appeared on its tail, and several green spikes poked out. They obviously contained very powerful poison. Then a horn pushed out of its head. An aura of water spread out from the giant tortoise and made Wang Lin have the illusion that he was looking at the ocean. It was as if this place had turned into a vast ocean. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the thunder tattoo returned to his right eye. He didn't intend to attack this arena. He had only used the thunder tattoo to force the restriction around the arena to activate completely. Now that he had achieved his purpose, Wang Lin quickly retreated, and his eyes revealed a strange light. It really is the ancient soul restriction. As Wang Lin retreated, the giant tortoise lowered its head, and its body slowly dissipated. A moment later, everything returned to normal. Among the 4 great restrictions, the ancient soul restriction was very mysterious and had been lost for many years. However, The remaining clues showed that the ancient soul restriction was related to beasts. It utilized the souls of beasts as the body of the restriction using special methods, and it was extremely powerful. Chapter 1400, Moon concealed at the heart of the lake. I didn't expect the Great Emperor planet to have the ancient soul restriction. Wang Lin took a deep breath. It took him a long time to suppress the excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but be excited. If he could learn all 4 great restrictions and fuse them, he would have a chance to comprehend the restriction essence. If he succeeded, then Wang Lin wouldn't just have 5 essence, but 6 essences. 6 essences. If this information spread out, it would shock all cultivators. Even third-step cultivators would be terrified. The more one understood about essences, the more they understood what having 6 essences meant. 5 essences was already extremely shocking. However, 1 more would be even more shocking. But similarly, having 6 essences would make completing them much more difficult. Wang Lin's breathing was rough, and he subconsciously licked his lips. I have obtained the annihilation restriction, the life and death restriction, and the time restriction. Although I haven't had too much time to study them, if I can learn the ancient soul restriction, I will have learned all 4 great restrictions. At that time, Wang Lin's heart pounded. This chance was too unexpected. It had appeared completely outside of Wang Lin's expectations. His eyes lit up, and after a long time, he suppressed his excitement completely. Who is this great emperor to use the ancient soul restriction on an arena? Wang Lin felt even more dread toward this mysterious great emperor. He let me come here early. Could it be that everything was within his expectations, and he expected me to be attracted by the restriction? Wang Lin silently pondered, and the more he analyzed the current situation, the faster the excitement in his heart dissipated. This great emperor planet is filled with strange things. There is no atmosphere. It's covered in strange vegetation, and it contains the ancient soul restriction. Wang Lin landed on the sparse land without vegetation on the northwest region. The ground was gray, and after landing, Wang Lin grabbed a handful of dirt. After taking a closer look, his expression darkened even more. Just at this moment, rumbles echoed across the sky. It was the messenger bringing more cultivators in. Wang Lin looked up, and with a step, he disappeared. He reappeared on the eastern side of the planet, an area filled with endless vegetation. Wang Lin sat there as he looked at the gray soil in his hand and frowned. This soil looks ordinary, but I feel like something is wrong with it. Wang Lin pondered and closed his eyes. The memory gradually appeared in his mind. It was when he took half a step into the gate in the heaven-defying bead. He had turned into chaos and then floated in the void before turning into a cultivation planet. Wang Lin had a powerful impression of this memory. It was that experience that allowed him to gain a vague understanding of many things. He clearly remembered that after he turned into a planet, countless years passed, and volcanoes erupted on the planet. The materials from the center of the planet escaped through the volcanoes and covered the planet's surface. These things dried out and gradually turned into soil. Some extremely primitive vegetation was born inside his soil. As the vegetation grew and died, vitality began to form in the soil, and it fused with the vitality of the entire planet. When a planet forms in the void, it has no soil. The soil is gradually generated. In other words, the age of the soil on a planet is uneven and should be younger than the planet itself. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a strange light as he stared at the soil. After a long time, he softly said, "Flowing time." The power of time spread out from his body and surrounded the soil in his hand. It seemed to be searching for when the soil was born. However, the soil was born too long ago, and it was impossible for Wang Lin to trace it back that far with his cultivation. However, he was still able to get a general idea. After a very long time, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the soil scattered. Then he arrived next to some vegetation, and after grabbing a handful, he used flowing time once more. After a moment, Wang Lin let go of the soil in his hand and let it fall. There was enlightenment in his eyes. If this soil was formed by nature, there would be an uneven age. However, the soil here seems to have been born at the same time. There are only 2 possible explanations. One is that shortly after the planet was born, all the volcanoes on it erupted at the same time. They were all destroyed and formed this soil. However, this is kind of unreasonable. After all, the primal vegetation that give this soil vitality can't all grow and die at the same time. If this isn't true, then there is only one explanation. Everything here is man-made. It was created by someone a long time ago with a powerful spell. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He was also a powerful cultivator now, so he could imagine someone creating a planet. The cultivation level required was unimaginable. While silently pondering, Wang Lin shook his head. He didn't even dare to believe it himself. He didn't know that if others knew of his speculation, it would shock many people. Few cultivators could figure out so many things through clues found from the soil. Even if they had the ability, unless they knew the life cycle of a planet, they wouldn't be able to come to this conclusion. Wang Lin was the first person to figure out the origin of this planet from the soil. If the mysterious Great Emperor knew of this, he would also be greatly shocked. It was even more shocking than the fact this was a man-made planet. Between cultivators, aside from the difference in cultivation level, there was also the understanding of Tao. Tao, in truth, was the understanding of how the world worked. Someone who understood how the world functioned and possessed a matching cultivation level could achieve unbelievable results. After scattering the soil, Wang Lin pondered for a bit before lying down on a leaf and looking at the gray sky, pondering. He was someone who liked to think. It was because of all this thinking that he was able to survive all the dangers in his life. Although Wang Lin was extremely arrogant to the Sovereign Council's Grandmaster Yun Luo and Master Simo, in truth, he was extremely cautious. Although he didn't know what the Great Emperor's intent was, it didn't prevent him from borrowing the Great Emperor's power for his own use. This method was very practical in this cruel cultivation world. Those that knew how to take advantage of the situation would be able to achieve their goal in the end. Rays of light continued to flash across the sky as more people entered the Great Emperor planet. Wang Lin lied on the leaf, looking at the people passing by, and slowly touched the giant leaf below him. Just at this moment, his expression suddenly changed and he touched his right hand. When he was touching the leaf with his right hand, he felt a faint trace of origin energy leaving his hand outside of his control and get absorbed by the leaf. However, when he looked closely, he found nothing, as if what he had just felt was an illusion. Wang Lin sat up, and his eyes lit up. Although he had found nothing, he had that shocking feeling in his mind. He flew into the air and looked down. The endless vegetation slowly swayed. This Great Emperor planet is extremely strange. Wang Lin no longer wanted to set foot on the vegetation. He began to fly around the Great Emperor planet and carefully observed his surroundings with his divine sense. The sky gradually darkened. The only source of light that remained were the rays of light flashing through the sky. Wang Lin wasn't moving fast, and around dusk, he saw a lake surrounded by endless vegetation, and beside it was an old man in white. The old man was sitting on the side of the lake with a fishing rod in his hand. He was currently fishing. There was also a wine jug beside him. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This was the first person he had seen aside from the messenger and the people flying across the sky. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin didn't leave, but slowly landed behind the old man. The old man ignored him and continued to look at the lake. Wang Lin sat down on the side and also didn't speak. The surroundings were completely quiet. The only sound was the sound of people breaking the sound barrier in the distance. However, that noise seemed to merge with the silence and didn't feel disruptive. The water was very clear. Although you couldn't see the bottom of the lake at a glance, you could clearly see that there were no fish in it. The young man and the old man sat there with the wine jug between them. Time slowly passed, and the sky gradually darkened, and the bright moon appeared above. The gentle wind blew by, causing the surrounding vegetation to rustle, but it didn't break the peace here. Gentle ripples set off on the surface of the lake due to the wind. The ripples seemed to pluck the moon from the sky and buried it deep within the lake. Looking at it now, one couldn't tell where the moon was. Was the moon hanging in the sky or buried deep in the lake? The serenity produced by this beautiful scene caused Wang Lin's tired heart to relax for the first time since he had come to the ancient star system. After an unknown amount of time, the old man's hoarse voice slowly echoed. Do you drink? Chapter 1401, Fishing Dragon. When he swallowed the wine, it turned into a spicy feeling that burned from his abdomen to his throat. It was as if he had swallowed a dragon. Drops of sweat appeared on his forehead and immediately turned into white gas. The feeling of burning didn't disappear, but became even stronger and filled his body. Wang Lin felt like his body was burning and the power of fire was going to erupt from his body. The heat cycled through his entire body. It was as if life had been injected into his origin energy. His origin energy seemed to come alive, and a moment later, Wang Lin noticed that his origin energy had increased a bit. Just as his origin energy increased a bit, the fire inside his body increased and surged through him. Even his body began to burn. Heat began to come out of his pores. It was an extremely shocking scene. This fire grew stronger and stronger, causing the vermilion bird mark to appear in his left eye. Blue fire erupted from his left eye and fused with the heat inside his body. The cry of a vermilion bird echoed as a blue vermilion bird flew out from his left eye. It coiled around Wang Lin, revealing a comfortable expression. It wasn't until 15 minutes later that the vermilion bird returned to Wang Lin's left eye and the heat in his body gradually disappeared. Wang Lin took a deep breath and said, "Good wine." The old man looked at Wang Lin with a kind smile, before turning back to face the surface of the lake. Not just anyone would dare to drink this wine. Even third-step cultivators would hesitate. Yet you went and downed a big gulp. What kind of wine is this? Wang Lin licked his lips. Just that mouthful had made the fire essence in his body stronger. What made him even more excited was that the wine had allowed his Vermillion bird move closer to the next awakening. This isn't wine, but blood. The old man's expression was extremely kind, and he smiled. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and at this moment, a violent ripple echoed from the lake. There was also a muffled roar coming from the bottom of the lake. The clear lake water became cloudy at this moment. Not even divine sense could extend more than half an inch inside. The old man laughed as his right hand held the fishing rod and jerked it backward. The fishing line shined silver under the moonlight and was immediately pulled straight. The roar from the bottom of the lake became even more intense and got closer and closer. Soon, as the fishing rod was being pulled, a head 1,000 feet large was pulled out from the lake. The head looked like a dragon. There was a bump on the head of the dragon. Its color was very dark, a brownish red. This old man wasn't fishing for fishes at all. He was fishing for a dragon. The dragon's head was extremely large, and it opened its mouth with the fishing line in its lip. The body that had extended out from the lake was more than 10,000 feet long. This sudden scene caused Wang Lin's expression to change, and shock to appear in his eyes. Before the dragon, Wang Lin was like an ant. The red dragon let out a roar and moved its body as if it were trying to break free from the fishing line. However, the fishing line was made of some unknown material and was extremely tough. No matter how much the dragon struggled, it couldn't break free. The old man smiled as he pulled the fishing rod once more, pulling the dragon out and causing it to roar even more intensely. All of this happened in a flash. It was fast beyond imagination. Just at this moment, the red dragon seemed to notice that it was hopeless to struggle to escape. It suddenly let out a roar and charged at the old man. Before it even got close, a fishy wind blew over. As the dragon closed in, an indescribable aura suddenly erupted from the dragon. It was extremely powerful. Wang Lin's expression turned pale when the pressure hit him, and terror appeared in his eyes. The dragon was like a grinder that could crush all living things. Wang Lin subconsciously retreated a few steps. Third step. He clearly felt that this pressure was no weaker than the feeling Taoist water had brought him back then. A powerful beast comparable to third-step cultivators. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. If the old man was just fishing for a dragon, it would have been fine, but he was fishing for a dragon that had the power of a third-step cultivator. The old man smiled as he flew into the air with the fishing rod in his right hand, and his left hand waved toward the dragon. Wang Lin immediately saw fire appear in the old man's left hand. This fire seemed illusory and was more like a fire mist. Then the old man waved his hand. It didn't look like he was using a spell, but there was a thunderous rumble. The dragon let out a miserable cry, and its head jerked back as if it had been hit by a powerful force. As it was pushed back, the fire mist spread across the dragon's body. The sound of flesh burning echoed across the world. The screams from the dragon became even more miserable, and it was about to go back into the lake. The old man waved the fishing rod in his hand and held the dragon in place. The dragon that was going to withdraw back into the lake let out another miserable scream and was pulled out a few hundred feet more out of the lake. "Damn it, you little fire dragon! How you dare to run from this old man!" The old man roared as he jumped into the air. He landed on the roaring dragon's head, and his hand mercilessly slammed down. The moment the old man raised his left hand, Wang Lin's mind rumbled and his pupils shrank from shock. He clearly saw something appear behind the old man at that moment. It was a giant vermilion bird. Its size was far larger than Wang Lin's vermilion bird, and it covered the sky. An ancient aura spread out from the giant vermilion bird, and an ethereal flame covered the entire vermilion bird. Ethereal fire. The moment the vermilion bird appeared, it let out a heaven-shaking cry. This scene shocked Wang Lin. The size of the vermilion bird, the amount of fire, and its power were far stronger than that of the old vermilion bird Divine Emperor. There was no comparison. It was like the difference between a young vermilion bird and its ancestor. The old man's left hand suddenly fell, and the moment it fell, the giant vermilion bird moved, fusing with his left hand. In an instant, the vermilion bird became one with the old man's left hand. From afar, one could no longer see the old man's left hand. They could only see the sharp beak of the vermilion bird. In the blink of an eye, the sharp break pierced through a bump on the dragon's head, and a jet of blood shot out. "What are you startled for? Quickly, pick up the jug." Do you think this old body can withstand all this for long? The old man looked up, and his roar echoed like thunder in Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin grabbed the wine jug without hesitation and immediately collected the blood inside. However, the jug had a limit and was soon full. Seeing how there was still some dragon blood left, Wang Lin immediately took out a bottle to hold it. However, the moment the bottle touched the blood, it melted. It wasn't able to hold the blood at all. All of this happened in an instant. Seeing how the blood couldn't be collected and was going to fall into the lake, Wang Lin charged forward. He knew it was precious, so he rushed toward the falling blood and inhaled. With this, he inhaled all the dragon blood that was going to fall into the lake into his mouth. This mouthful contained about as much blood as 3 big gulps from before. When the old man saw what Wang Lin had done, he smiled. He jumped off the dragon's head and took back the fishing rod. His right foot stomped down when he jumped off the dragon. The dragon was extremely angry, but it didn't dare to roar. Borrowing the force of the old man's stomp, it quickly drilled into the lake and disappeared without a trace. Good. You're indeed someone from my Vermillion bird clan, and you know that wasting is shameful. The old man smiled and landed beside Wang Lin. After Wang Lin devoured the dragon blood, the fire in his body became monstrous and his face turned red. He had no time to pay attention to the old man. He sat down and cycled his origin energy. The old man stood beside Wang Lin and scanned him. He revealed a satisfactory smile. I thought I'd never be able to see another junior again. This child's Vermillion bird awakening is only 1 step away from the ethereal fire. This child is not simple. He should be my clan's 6th generation Vermillion bird divine emperor. Not bad, not bad. The more the old man looked, the happier he became. He even crouched down and pinched Wang Lin's cheeks. Then he carefully patted Wang Lin's body. Yes, definitely a member of my Vermillion bird clan and not made by our enemy. However, this little fellow's body is actually an ancient god. Haha, not bad, not bad. There was excitement in the old man's eyes. The 4th generation Vermillion bird was too frivolous and couldn't cultivate my spell. The 6th generation seems pretty cold and should be able to. As the old man patted Wang Lin's body, he was startled. His origin soul's yang has been broken. The old man revealed hatred in his eyes. He stopped patting Wang Lin and sat down. Juniors nowadays. All of them. Alas. It's still this old man who has the willpower, and my origin soul's yang is still intact to this day. Chapter 1402, Vermillion Bird Ancestor. Since his origin soul's yang is broken, not only can't he cultivate this old man's spell, but it would be much more difficult for him to enter the realm of ethereal fire than those that have their yang intact. Unfortunate, unfortunate. The old man sighed as he looked at Wang Lin, who was cultivating. However, as he looked, his eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed, "Something is wrong. This little fellow's body. The old man's eyes widened and he walked next to Wang Lin. There was a hint of excitement and disbelief in his eyes. He decided to simply press his finger down on Wang Lin's forehead. He didn't hurt Wang Lin at all, but a mysterious force entered Wang Lin's body. When the old man withdrew his right hand, his eyes widened and he stared at Wang Lin's forehead. Just at this moment, an invisible fire flew out from Wang Lin's forehead. The moment the fire appeared, it filled the world. 4 essences. How did this child cultivate to have 4 essences? This is too per. The old man's pupils shrank again, and he stopped mid-sentence because there was another flash of light from Wang Lin's forehead. The light this time was extremely bizarre. It looked like it was there, but it wasn't there. It constantly alternated between true and false. Real and fake images began to appear, making it impossible for people to distinguish them at a glance. The old man stared at the 5 different essences floating above Wang Lin. He swallowed hard and didn't know what to say. It wasn't until all 5 essences had disappeared back into Wang Lin's body that he let out a long sigh. No more? That's good, that's good. The old man looked at Wang Lin as if he was looking at a monster. 5 essences. 5 essence. Damn it, this little fellow is more of a monster than the 4th generation Vermillion bird. How can such a monster appear in this world? Although the old man was saying this, the excitement in his eyes was indescribable. The moonlight was strong and the gentle wind continued blowing, causing the vegetation to rustle. The night gradually passed, and the run slowly rose, dispelling the darkness and coldness of the night. After a night of cultivation, the fire essence in Wang Lin's body had become a lot stronger. However, there was still a barrier to the 4th Vermillion bird awakening that Wang Lin couldn't break through. The Fallen Elder selection had already begun at dawn. It wasn't until the sun was high above the sky, almost at noon, that the dragon blood Wang Lin had devoured slowly dissipated. Wang Lin's face returned to normal, and he opened his eyes. Wang Lin let out a mouthful of foul air. This air was black, and when it fell on the ground, it created a cracking sound. It was like the ground was being baked. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, he saw Old Man. He pondered for a bit before getting up. He bowed and respectfully said, "Junior Wang Lin greets. 4th generation Ancestor." The old man looked at Wang Lin with a strange light in his eyes. He let out a dry cough, hid that strange light in his eyes, and smiled. This old man is not the 4th generation Vermillion bird. Wang Lin was startled for a moment as he looked at the old man. Then a thought appeared in his mind. Are you, the 1st generation Vermillion bird?" The old man laughed and shook his head. This old man is not the 1st generation Vermillion bird, but the 2nd. It has been a long time and things are complicated. The 4th generation Vermillion bird is also here. You're the 2nd clan member I've seen after him. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit and then asked with some hesitation, "Are you the great emperor?" "I'm the same as you, a young emperor." The old man smiled. When he saw Wang Lin pondering, he explained, "This old man and the little 4th generation fellow are both young emperors. As for the great emperor, it is a name only outsiders use. To the Vermillion bird clan, he only has one name. The 1st generation Vermillion bird Ancestor. He's also one of the 4 strongest generals under the ancient celestial emperor." Wang Lin's mind trembled, and he suddenly looked up. The old man smiled. "As for the details, once you have been through the Vermillion bird divine trial, you will know. This trial is something you must do, and for you, it might be a great fortune for you to break through to the ethereal fire realm. However, it is extremely hard, so you don't have to feel too much pressure." The old man looked to the northwest. After pondering for a bit, he said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Why didn't you agree to Master Simo's challenge? The people of my Vermillion bird clan aren't afraid of battles. After you attempt the trial, let loose and fight him. People who are invited here won't be able to cause any trouble here. The selection of the fallen elders is mere child's play. The main reason to invite so many third-step cultivators is to let them know that a new young emperor has appeared in the fallen land. You're a member of my Vermillion bird clan. It doesn't matter if you come from the inner realm or not. If you leave here, I can't protect you. But if you are here, I want to see who would dare to hurt you. Remember, my Vermillion bird clan must be tyrannical and biased. We must be tyrannical so that we can have a foothold in this chaotic old. Only by doing this can you make people dread the thought of moving against you. This is why instead of hiding, show off your might. That Master Simo is your target to show off your might. So what if he is a third-step cultivator? Use him to show your might." The old man's words were extremely tyrannical. Wang Lin pondered for a bit before nodding, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Seeing Wang Lin's expression, the old man was extremely satisfied. He looked at the lake and pondered for a bit. "Drink this dragon blood for the trial. You can't cultivate my cultivation method, but since we've met, I should give you something. Let's do this. This old man will pass you a secret spell of the clan." When the old man said the words secret spell, his expression was very strange. "Since you're a member of my clan, there is no problem in telling you. My Vermillion bird clan never had any so-called secret spells. This secret spells was, in fact, stolen from the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise clans when the old ancestor could still move. After he brought it back, he called it the clan's secret spell. Among the 3 clans, the Black Tortoise has the greatest strength. I checked your body before and found that you somehow became an ancient god. The power of the ancient gods should make this spell even stronger. This spell isn't a spell, but a method for using force. Observe carefully." After the old man finished speaking, he walked up to the lake. He raised his hand and waved at the lake. His palm caused the water to depress, but just as the depression appeared, the old man's palm smashed down at the surface of the water. Chapter 1403, Stepping into the Proper Tao of Power. The water level of the lake immediately dropped by 10 feet. This scene was very ordinary and didn't seem special at all. If it was a spell, even turning the entire lake to gas would be very simple. Forget this old man. Even Wang Lin had dozens of methods to deliver a blow that looked much stronger than this. Very ordinary, isn't it? The old man looked at Wang Lin with a profound smile. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the surface of the lake and recalled what he had just seen. He began to ponder as he stared at the lake. Seeing Wang Lin like this, the old man became even more happy and didn't disturb Wang Lin. He wanted to see how good Wang Lin's comprehension was, and whether Wang Lin could understand the meaning behind this technique. Back when I learned this from the Ancestor, I couldn't learn the meaning behind it by myself. Not even the amazing 4th generation Vermillion bird Jr. was able to understand the core, he could only grasp the edge. It wasn't until the Ancestor explained it that we suddenly realized the true meaning. Let's see how the 6th generation does. However, this child's talent can't compare to that of the 4th generation. His current cultivation level should be all from lucky encounters, or perhaps it was due to that disciple the 4th generation Vermillion bird once talked about. Otherwise, there would be no way for him to reach the terrifying cultivation level of reaching the edge of ethereal fire in just over 2,000 years of cultivation. Even the Ancestor couldn't have done this at this age. Just then, the old man suddenly thought about Wang Lin's 5 essences and paused for a moment. Maybe this guy will see through it. The old man was a bit gloomy as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned, and the scene from before kept replaying in his mind. The old man's palm looked very normal and had only shook the lake. The water droplets had flown up and collided with each other countless times before turning into water vapor. However, going by the old man's words, this spell contained a profound truth. While pondering, Wang Lin walked next to the lake and crouched down. He gently pressed his hand against the surface of the lake. He didn't use a spell, he simply touched the water like a mortal. The moment his hand descended toward the surface of the lake, Wang Lin felt a rebound force. This rebound force was extremely weak and almost imperceptible, like this was how it should be. Although the surface of the water was very soft, it could still allow leaves to float. When his palm pressed against it, he would naturally feel a rebound force. This matter would not have caught Wang Lin's attention in the past, and he previously wouldn't have considered why it was like this. However, right now, when this rebound force appeared, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Ripples echoed across the lake and more ripples spread out from his palm. The lake was like his heart, and a ripple had been set off in his heart. He was different from other people. Wang Lin was an ancient god. They didn't have many spells, but their bodies were extremely powerful. One punch was enough to annihilate a cultivation planet. This was the core of the ancient god's strength. It was because of this that Wang Lin's grasp of force greatly differed from that of cultivators that relied on spells or treasures. When I was reading books as a child, I heard of dripping water drilling into rock. Water may seem soft, but in truth, water is extremely tough. When it falls on the rock, it has to withstand the rebound force. The countless droplets create a rebound force that eventually allows the water to penetrate the rocks. Forget rocks. If an ancient god took the place of the rock, even they would be penetrated by water droplets after a long time. Enlightenment appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and he looked at the old man. The old man's expression became serious, also containing a trace of shock. He didn't expect Wang Lin to grasp the edge of this spell by himself. This child's talent can't compare to the 4th generation Vermillion bird. The difference is like heaven and earth. This enlightenment is too frightening, and he was able to use his comprehension to make up for his lack of talent to reach the same degree of understanding of this secret spell as the 4th generation Vermillion bird. No wonder he has 5 essences. It seems like it wasn't an accident. The old man took a deep breath and looked at Wang Lin with admiration. He was about to open his mouth to explain the rest. In his view, this was already Wang Lin's limit, and Wang Lin wouldn't be able to look deeper into this matter. However, before he could speak, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly said, "This is only secondary." The old man was startled. Water contains tenacity and softness, and after forming the lake, it also contains a rebound force. The more power contained in my palm, the more powerful the rebound force. The rebound force that appears the moment I throw the punch is no weaker than the punch itself. As a result, it is as if 2 types of forces suddenly cross and then create a powerful collision. When Senior's palm fell on the water droplets collided countless times, causing part of the lake to disintegrate. That disintegration was a change of state to change the water directly into water vapor. Although it looked simple, it contained a heaven-shaking force, the power to change the state of living things. As Wang Lin spoke, his eyes became brighter and his mind became more clear. Ideas poured into his mind, and he replayed what the old man had done tens of thousands of times. This should be it. Senior's palm contained that law. One punch could even cause a cultivation planet to collapse. Although there would still be a rebound force, by the time the rebound force appeared, the cultivation planet would already be destroyed. However, water is different. The toughness of water can't be underestimated. After enough water has gathered, the power it can withstand is shocking. If the same punch landed in the sea, the rebound force would be enough to cause a person to collapse. The old Vermillion bird stared at Wang Lin with wide eyes. The fright he had when he saw that Wang Lin had 5 essences reappeared. This comprehension of the heavens is something this old man has never seen before. This comprehension is more powerful than any kind of talent. It wasn't a fluke for this child to obtain essences. The old Vermillion bird took a deep breath, and his gaze toward Wang Lin became even stranger. At this moment, he didn't know that once Wang Lin learned the ancient soul restriction, he would have a chance to reach the peak of restrictions and achieve the void realm and obtain the void essence. Of course, this chance was low, but it existed. What Senior is trying to teach Junior is how to use this rebound force. Thus, when I throw a punch, I can borrow the rebound force to kill my enemy, as my power would increase greatly. It can even change the state of objects. Although it's not a spell, this method can be considered a spell. Senior wants Junior to learn this. Wang Lin's eyes were bright, and there was a flash of joy in his eyes. A normal battle between cultivators wouldn't involve punches and kicks. However, Wang Lin was an ancient god, so this was similar to a spell to him. In Wang Lin's ancient god memories, there was no such method of using force. This lesson from the second-generation Vermillion bird meant a lot to Wang Lin. When he thought of his battle with Tuasan, it was clear that Tuasan was much stronger. In their battle back then, it was like a child fighting an adult. It wasn't too much to say that he only knew how to use the raw strength of the ancient gods. The old Vermillion bird swallowed and sighed in his heart. He had lived for a long time and was an old monster, so it wasn't hard for him to put up an act. He slowly said, "Good. Everything you said were simple truths, exactly what I wanted to tell you." Although the old Vermillion bird had said this, he thought in his heart, "Damn it, I can't let this kid see through me. If he finds out that this old man couldn't even comprehend this back then, all my face as an elder will be lost. If I had known this, I would have passed him the White Tiger or Azure Dragon secret spells. Those things are not meant to be cultivated by humans. With this little monster's comprehension, he should go study those things." The old Vermillion bird quickly let out a dry cough to avoid the topic. His eyes widened, and he said, "Good. Now that you've learned the secret spell, follow me to the trial. Once you complete the trial, go use Master Simo to show off your might." After he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and they both turned into ethereal fire before flying to the northwest. Wang Lin carefully looked at the ethereal fire and was secretly shocked. Is this ethereal fire? There is no heat at all, but it gives the illusion that my soul is burning. With the old Vermillion bird's cultivation level, he immediately brought Wang Lin above the arena in the northwest region. Right now there were 2 cultivators fighting for the position of elder. There were 10,000 cultivators around the arena observing them, and there were several spots where no cultivators dared to approach. One of those locations was where Master Simo and Grandmaster Yin Luo were located. Another location, a father and daughter pair covered in blue light. In another place, there was only one person. He wore green and looked like a young man. He laid lazily on a cloud, looking at the 2 people fighting below. He yawned as he took out a peach and took a bite. There was a giant lizard coiled up in the last location. The beast was black and looked ferocious as it floated in the air. On its back sat an old man wearing animal skins. This old man's face was filled with holes and bumps, and there were fist-sized earrings on each of his ears. His lips had 4 red needles pierced through them, as if sealing his mouth. Just at this moment, the expressions of these people changed, and they all looked up. Chapter 1404, The Biased Old Vermillion Bird. A few old fellows came. Just as everyone looked up, the old Vermillion bird's voice echoed across the sky in a taunting manner. As he descended, the ethereal fire around him scattered and dissipated without a trace. This revealed Wang Lin's figure behind the old Vermillion bird. Just as Wang Lin appeared, a few gazes fell on him. The first gaze was from Master Simo. His gaze was cold and filled with killing intent. The second gaze was gentle. It contained a hint of confusion and reminiscence. It came from the daughter covered in blue light. The third gaze came from the handsome young man eating the peach. His eyes shined, and he revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as his gaze swept past the father and daughter covered in blue light. There was a hint of complication in his eyes, but that soon dissipated. Wang Lin clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Junior greets Senior, Dao Master Blue Dream." Dao Master Blue Dream smiled as he nodded and said, "I really did underestimate you before." The old Vermillion bird was shocked by the fact that Wang Lin knew Dao Master Blue Dream. Then his gaze swept by Li Qianmei, and he smiled mischievously before ignoring this matter. Then his gaze locked onto Master Simo. "Little kid, what are you looking at? Are you dissatisfied with this old man? Do you want to challenge this old man? Come and fight. This old man will play with you." The old Vermillion bird didn't have the grace of a senior as he stared at Master Simo and made a taunting gesture with his index finger. Master Simo's expression changed. He knew that the old man was the first young emperor of the Fallen Land. This was someone just below the great emperor, and he was very famous. The Sovereign Council was still doing research on this person, and this old fellow was not easy to deal with. The killing intent in Master Simo's eyes had disappeared. He clasped his hands and softly said, Senior's cultivation is heaven-piercing. Junior is no match. Oomph, you won't dare to fight this old man, but you want to provoke my junior. You deserve a beating. No matter how the old Vermillion bird looked at Master Simo, he found him to be an eyesore. He let out a cold snort and waved his right hand. No spell seemed to appear with that wave, but Grandmaster Yun Luo's expression changed greatly, and she retreated without hesitation. Master Simo's pupils also shrank, and he let out a roar as he began to form hand seal. However, before he could complete it, a thunderous rumble echoed. Master Simo quickly retreated from this rumble. His hand was trembling, and his face was pale. An ethereal fire was burning inside him, and it flashed 3 times. Every time it flashed, the burning power inside his body increased. After 3 flashes, Master Simo's body trembled violently, and he coughed out blood. His eyes were filled with terror. Senior is bullying a junior before everyone here. What is the meaning of this? Anger appeared on Master Simo's face, but the anger seemed to feed the ethereal fire around him, causing it to become even more powerful. Master Simo coughed out blood once more. At this moment, Grandmaster Yun Luo stepped up and pressed her hand against his back. She used some secret spell to make Master Simo's face look slightly better, but he was still deathly pale. The strong bullying the weak? Damn, you actually know what that means? After using your 3rd step cultivation to force a fight with my junior, you dare to say I'm bullying the weak? So what if I'm bullying the weak? The old Vermillion bird had cultivated for many years, and although he looked kind to Wang Lin, in truth, when he became famous, he had an explosive temper. After hearing Master Simo's words, his eyes widened, and he took a step forward. He was too fast. It was impossible for the eye or divine sense to keep up. He arrived before Master Simo and directly sent out a slap. With one slap, Master Simo let out a muffled groan and was pushed back several dozen feet. His face swelled up and became purplish-black. Grandmaster Yun Luo's face turned pale as she retreated and said, Senior, stop, the Sovereign Council. Before Grandmaster Yun Luo could finish speaking, the old Vermillion bird looked at her viciously. Little girl, shut up. If you don't stop, I'll slap you too. This old man is going to bully the weak today. This made Grandmaster Yun Luo bite her lower lip and stop talking. Master Simo had just stopped his body, and his vision had become blurry. Who are you to dare to call my junior a little bastard? You're a bastard. Your entire family are bastards. As the old Vermillion bird spoke, he closed in once more and sent out a slap with his left hand. Master Simo let out a muffled groan and coughed out blood. He was pushed back and anger filled his body. However, this anger increased the strength of the fire in his body. He let out a miserable scream and suppressed his anger. If my junior is a bastard, doesn't that make me a bastard as well? Damn it. You dare to scold this old man. The old man stared at Master Simo and gave chase. Junior didn't. Master Simo's mind trembled, and he was about to explain himself, but his words were obviously not as fast as the old Vermillion bird. The old Vermillion bird suddenly got close and sent out a slap with his right hand. Master Simo's already purplish-black face swelled even more, and he coughed out blood along with a few teeth. His body was thrown far away. Oomph, you dare to scold this old man. There was a hint of killing intent in the old Vermillion bird's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted Wang Lin to use Master Simo to show off, he wouldn't have just used 3 slaps. He would have instantly taken his life. The old Vermillion bird dared to fish for a dragon and had a terrifying cultivation level. Although Master Simo was a 3rd step cultivator, he had just entered the 3rd step. If it was someone other than the old Vermillion bird, they would have showed some hesitation. After all, the Sovereign Council stood behind Master Simo. However, the old Vermillion bird didn't consider any of this at all. He only had one thought. No one could provoke the Vermillion bird clan. Even if they had a higher cultivation level than him, he wouldn't care. The 1st generation Ancestor would deal with it. The Vermillion bird clan's bias was passed down from generation to generation. Wang Lin revealed a smile as he watched this. He found the shadow of Qing Shui and the 5th generation Vermillion bird Divine Emperor on the old Vermillion bird. Wang Lin's personality was sometimes very simple. Those who were good to him would be paid back several-fold. Like Situ Na, Qing Shui, the old Vermillion bird Divine Emperor, Dun Tian. The cultivators fighting for the Fallen Elder position all stopped and retreated. The 10,000 Fallen Land cultivators were all extremely respectful, and the 10 messengers also looked up at the sky respectfully. As for the rest of the people in the sky, they didn't say anything. After slapping Master Simo a few times, the old Vermillion bird withdrew his gaze and returned to Wang Lin's side. He completely ignored Master Simo, who was in a sorry state, and the gloomy Grandmaster Yun Luo. This old man is very happy that everyone could come here. Although there are still a few old fellows who are not here, it is fine. Since everyone is present, I want you all to witness the trial of my fallen land's third young emperor. If he succeeds in the trial, he will become a true young emperor. Making him your enemy is the same as making this old man your enemy, making the fallen land your enemy. The old Vermillion bird clasped his hands at everyone. He pulled Wang Lin and pointed at the handsome young man. Little fellow, you know Tao Master Blue Dream, so I won't introduce you. You see that young man eating the peach? Don't think he is young, he is actually an old monster. You might have heard of him before. He is one of the 5 masters, Tao Master Miaoyin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but his mind raced. He had heard of Tao Master Miaoyin before. He looked at the young man, but found no trace of cultivation, and Wang Lin clasped his hands as a greeting. The handsome young man laughed and nodded at Wang Lin. There is also this old fellow with the needle in his mouth. He is also someone you should know. Although he is not one of the 5 masters, his cultivation is not a bit weak. He is the self-proclaimed Esteemed Tai Huang. His poison cultivation made him famous. The old Vermillion bird pointed at the skinny elder sitting on the lizard. The old man's eyes lit up, and he let out a cold snort. His lips didn't move, but a voice came from his body. Old bird, this old man didn't come to witness anything. I'm here to fight you. However, this junior of yours is not bad, so I'll gift you this for protection. The old man raised his right hand and flicked. A piece of his fingernail from his index finger broke off and flew toward Wang Lin. There was a flash of light, and the piece of fingernail floated before Wang Lin. The old Vermillion bird's eyes widened after hearing the words, old bird, but when he saw the nail, he laughed. You little poison bug, you're pretty generous. Take it. That thing contains that little poison bug's poison. It is a powerful weapon to use against your enemies. As the old Vermillion bird spoke, he raised right hand and waved down at the arena. He shouted, the fallen elder's selection will be pushed back, and the young emperor trial will begin. His voice rumbled like thunder and echoed across the arena. The roar of a dragon tortoise echoed, and the giant tortoise shell that surrounded the arena appeared. The giant tortoise was extremely large and extremely ferocious. It was an unforgettable scene. A powerful force spread out, and the surrounding 10,000 cultivators revealed extreme reverence as they avoided this shockwave. The giant tortoise let out a roar. After it appeared, it looked up at the old Vermillion bird. Chapter 1405, Dreamlike Life. Start the blue incense. The old Vermillion bird waved his hand. The childishness from before disappeared, and he became serious. At this moment, a powerful might came from his body, along with a tyrannical feeling. It was as if whatever he said was law. As the rumble echoed, 3 giant incense sticks thousands of feet thick and tens of thousands of feet tall appeared on the back of the tortoise. These 3 incense sticks were dark blue and pierced into the sky. The giant tortoise seemed to have turned into an altar. The 3 incense sticks on its back were a shocking sight. The trial of my fallen land's young emperor is extremely simple. You must enter the 3 fantasy worlds of human, earth, and heaven and light up all 3 incense sticks. This trial has 2 key points. The first is that lighting the incense sticks is difficult. Second, once an incense stick is lit, although it is tens of thousands of feet tall, it burns very fast. You must use all your effort to slow down the burning so your soul can leave and return to your body. The old Vermillion bird's expression was very serious as he looked at Wang Lin. Every trial has danger. My fallen land's young emperor's trial is also the same. If you can't ignite it, there is no consequence. But if you ignite it and you can't get out, your soul will burn to death with it. With this old man here, you won't really die, but you will disappoint this old man. Since ancient times, only 2 people have succeeded. This old man was the first, and before you, there was another. That person is extremely gifted. He took 5 breaths for the first incense, 9 breaths for the second incense, and 14 breaths for the third. Even this old man is inferior to him. Do you dare to try? Answer me. The old man's eyes glowed like a torch as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's remained calm and slowly said, why would I not dare? Good. I expect you to surprise me a 3rd time. The old Vermillion bird laughed and waved his right hand. A gust of wind wrapped around Wang Lin, and he moved like a bolt of thunder toward the first incense stick. Master Simo's eyes contained a well-hidden, vicious gaze. His face was still purple, and it wouldn't heal in a short period of time with a spell. After all, the old Vermillion bird had done this on purpose to humiliate him. Right now, Master Simo didn't dare to be as arrogant as before, but his killing intent toward Wang Lin had become even stronger. Master Simo let out a cold snort. The Sovereign Council has studied the Fallen Lands trial deeply. This little bastard can't succeed with his cultivation level. Grandmaster Yin Luo beside him also had a gloomy expression. Her hand in her right sleeve casually formed a few seals as if she was trying to divinate some things, but her gaze swept toward Dao Master Miao Yin. As for Dao Master Miao Yin, he lied down on the cloud with his eyes squinted, revealing a strange light. This little fellow must be the Wang Lin that Taoist Water had sent information about. The Lord of the Sealed Realm is not dead. That Taoist Water wouldn't dare to lie, but I should be careful about this. I assent last time because the Sovereign gave me great benefits, but now, if they want me to act, it will depend on whether the Sovereign Council is willing to give the appropriate reward. Dao Master Blue Dream calmly looked at Wang Lin and sighed in his heart. In such short period of time, this child has managed to destroy the Scatter Thunder clan and also formed a deep relationship with the Fallen Land. I've really underestimated him. As one of the 5 masters, I have a responsibility to guard the ancient star system, but the matter between him and you heir. Dao Master Blue Dream looked at his daughter with a complicated gaze. I can ignore the Sovereign Council, and even if the Sovereign comes out of closed-door cultivation, I can refuse, but what if Ming Heir comes? What should I do? Thinking about his wife, Dao Master Blue Dream felt a sting in his heart. He could never forget that year when his wife seemed to have died and became a stranger. The old man wearing the beast skin closed his eyes and simply ignored it all. It was as if nothing in the world mattered aside from battling the old Vermillion bird. The giant lizard below him snorted 2 streams of hot air and closed its cold eyes. As the 10,000 cultivators around the giant tortoise all watched Wang Lin close in on the first incense stick, various thoughts appeared in their minds. This person is really lucky to have caught the eye of the first young emperor. However, this trial is extremely difficult. I'm certain he won't succeed. The Fallen Land's first elder didn't even dare to try to obtain the title of young emperor, even though he's at the 5th heaven's blight. Although this person has obtained the favor of the great emperor and the first young emperor, there is no way he can succeed. Wang Lin arrived next to the first incense stick under the gazes of the 10,000 cultivators around the arena and landed on the tortoise shell. Compared to the incense stick, Wang Lin's figure was truly insignificant. This giant incense stick was like a mountain. It released a faint fragrance, and when one smelled it, it would awaken their spirit. Wang Lin took a deep breath and placed his right hand on the giant incense stick. The moment he touched the incense stick, he closed his eyes and his body became motionless. His soul entered the incense stick. The first trial, the human phantom world. The sound of water was rushing across his ears. There were bustling sounds coming from the distance that became more and more clear until they suppressed the sound of water in Wang Lin's ears. The sky was blue, beautiful like a painting, with white clouds embellished on it. However, it looked a bit fake. Wang Lin was standing on a bridge with a river flowing below him. There were several boats floating down the river. On both sides of the bridge were noisy streets with many pedestrians, but it was impossible to see their faces. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the sky. He felt like he had entered a dream world. Everything was fake without any sense of it being real. Even this bridge was blurry in his eyes, as if it could disappear at any moment. It was as if everything in this world, aside from himself, was not real. This was a mortal city. This city wasn't big, but there were a lot of people living here. There were many stalls and shops along the street, and the sound of people shouting was constant. However, all of this was a blur and seemed separated from him. Is this the first trial? Wang Lin pondered, and then turned around to walk off the bridge when he suddenly looked at the river. There was a big boat slowly floating down the river, and there was a young man holding a cup of wine on it. There were a few female singers dancing on the deck and a few servants standing behind him. Among the laughter came these soft yet arrogant words. The world is an inn for all living things. Time is a guest of the ages. The difference between life and death is like being awakened from a dream. The young man held up the wine cup and took a gulp. After Wang Lin arrived here, everything beside himself has been blurry. However, at this moment, the young man's appearance became clear, and this created a clear contrast with the surroundings. This caused Wang Lin to be startled on the spot, and his mind rumbled as if the world was splitting apart. The appearance of the young man was very familiar. It was almost. Chapter 1406, like the soul of sadness. The youth that had recited that arrogant poem and was holding the cup of wine looked almost exactly the same as Wang Lin. The only difference was the trace of time. Although Wang Lin looked young, he had lived for over 2,000 years, so there were traces of time on his body. However, the youth drinking wine was filled with vitality and life. No matter how you looked at it, he was a mortal no more than 30 years old. Wang Lin was frozen at the spot as he looked at the boat approaching. He watched the youth put down the cup and wipe away the wine from the corner of his mouth. The servant behind the young man was in his 40s, and his head swayed as he said, "Good, the young master's poem is really extraordinary. To this little one's understanding, this poem means that what the heavens have is difficult for people to obtain." Good. The youth smiled as he picked up a fan and pointed at the servant. "Fart, this is clearly a poem left behind by ancient people. From what you say, it's as if I made it myself." The servant and smiled. He didn't seem to mind. He looked around and sighed. "Young master, we don't have a lot of silver left. Renting a boat in the river in the city of Su is not cheap. It has been 4 days. We should rush to the capital." The young man shook his head, and someone poured him another cup. He took a sip and was about to speak when his body trembled. His gaze fell on the bridge ahead of him. Wang Lin was standing on top of the bridge, and for an instant, their gazes met. The young man's body trembled, and his expression changed. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he put down his cup. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin, who was on the bridge, and said, "Brother, do you have the time to spare to come drink with me?" The tremble in Wang Lin's heart gradually calmed down, and his eyes revealed a strange light. He took a step forward and floated like a leaf before landing on the boat. The 4 servants next to the young man were all shocked. They stared at Wang Lin in disbelief. What surprised them was not Wang Lin's action, but the fact that Wang Lin looked exactly the same as their young master. Wang Lin didn't speak after landing on the boat, and he sat down across from the young man. The young man carefully looked at Wang Lin, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. This person simply looked too much like him. After hesitating for a bit, he ordered his servants to prepare another cup. Shortly after, the servant took out a clean cup and personally filled it. While he was pouring, he observed Wang Lin and was secretly shocked. "Brother looks extremely similar to me. I have seen many people while studying abroad, but I have never encountered anyone who looked so similar to me. May I ask what brother's name is?" the young man asked with curiosity and a smile on his face. Wang Lin didn't speak. He was still pondering. He picked up the wine cup and drank it alone. Seeing that Wang Lin didn't reply, the young man didn't mind. He personally picked up the wine jug and poured another cup for Wang Lin. The soft sound of water rushing by the boat echoed as the boat gradually passed under the bridge. The dancers and singers were still there, but the people watching were silently pondering. Wang Lin drank one cup after another. The contemplation in his mind made it so the wine he drank had no taste. What the hell is going on? Why would this person appear in the human trial? Not only does he look like me, but even his soul. Wang Lin frowned and drank another cup. The young man was still smiling and no longer spoke. However, the servant beside him was not happy and complained in his heart. "This is the city of Su's ancient flower wine. It is very expensive." Night gradually arrived, and a breeze that contained a chill flew by. The dancers and singers had already left, leaving only Wang Lin, the young man, and his servant. The moonlight gradually covered the earth and was reflected in the river. The breeze caused ripples to appear in the water. It was all very beautiful. The servant, already feeling impatient, looked up at the sky. Shortly after, he couldn't help but pull on the young man's cloth and winked. The young man smiled and shook his head. He ignored his servant. The servant bitterly smiled and whispered, "Young master, if we continue, we have to pay more for the boat. Also, there isn't much wine left. Drink with me." The contemplation in Wang Lin's eyes dissipated, and he waved his right hand to take out a wine jug. This wine was not the dragon blood, but it wasn't ordinary wine. If a mortal drank it, their lifespan and intelligence would increase. Seeing Wang Lin pull a wine jug out of nowhere, the servant's eyes widened. There was terror in his eyes, and he no longer dared to rush his master. After pouring a cup for himself, Wang Lin placed the jug at the center of the table. He drank the cup and looked up at the sky. He suddenly said, "This is the country of Zhao." The young man was also shocked by Wang Lin taking out the wine jug. After a long time, he took a deep breath and nodded. "Senior is an immortal?" Wang Lin held the cup and muttered to himself, "You grew up in a mountain village. Your father is Wang Tiansui, the second son in the family, and a carpenter. Your mother is Zhou Su, a member of the Zhou family who studied for a few years in a private school. When you were young, your mother taught you how to read and write." These words were like thunder to the young man's ears, and he was startled. Wang Lin let out a sigh and put down the cup. He looked at the young man with a complicated gaze and softly said, "Continue walking down the life you chose." After he finished speaking, Wang Lin stood up and looked at the moon in the sky. At this moment, the surroundings were no longer blurry. Everything had become crystal clear. Wang Lin took a step toward the river and flew off into the distance. The servant on the boat trembled and slumped against the boat. There was panic in his eyes as he looked at the direction Wang Lin went and stuttered. Real. A real immortal. Young master, a real immortal. Young master, your dream was real. The young man stared at the sky, and after a long time, he let out a deep breath. He looked at the wine jug on the table, and bewilderment filled his eyes. Wang Lin floated in the air and looked at the earth below him. He was familiar with this place. It was exactly the same as the country of Zhao and planet Suzaku. When I entered this human trial with my soul, I thought I would be seeking Tao like on planet Tianyun. I didn't expect that instead of seeking Tao, it would be my inner demons. Wang Lin let out a sigh and revealed a complicated expression. Am I tired of cultivating? How else could I have created a phantom that walked down a different path? Wang Lin silently pondered. Unlike that time on planet Tianyun, I know who I am, and I know that all of this is an illusion. I know that I entered here with my soul, and I know my purpose here. I need to ignite the human trial. Wang Lin raised his head, and there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. The moment he was able to see the world clearly, he understood what the human incense was and how to ignite it. If he wanted to, he could ignite the first incense stick right now. However, I want to look at them once more before igniting the incense stick. Them. And her. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of loneliness and sorrow. He knew that all of this was fake and was formed by the illusion of the human trial. However, he couldn't help but want to look at the one thing no one could touch, his bottom line. Her. Just one gaze, and then I'll ignite the human incense stick. Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. On the great Emperor planet, everyone's gazes were locked on to the motionless figure with one hand on the first incense stick on the back of the giant tortoise. The gentle wind blew, causing the figure's long hair and clothes to flutter. The old Vermillion bird revealed a hint of anxiety. He looked at the figure and became even more anxious. Why is he so slow? Given his cultivation level, this child should have already ignited the first incense stick. I expected him to take half an hour and light it after one breath. Now it has been nearly 1 hour, which is the majority of a day inside. Could it be that he hasn't spent enough time cultivating to see through it all, and his soul is unwilling to leave? Master Simo revealed a sneer and stared at the figure below the first incense stick. He thought in his heart, it is only the first incense, and this little bastard is already showing weakness. There is no way he can pass the trials. Once he fails this, the first young emperor will lose a lot of face before all these cultivators. Grandmaster Yun Luo frowned hard as her right hand hidden in her sleeve moved even faster. It seemed her divination had reached a critical moment. Just at this moment, the old Vermillion bird's gaze staring at the figure below suddenly narrowed. Not only him, but a majority of cultivators clearly saw 2 lines of crystal tears fall from the eyes of the figure standing before the first incense. Tao Master Blue Dream looked at the tears and thought to himself, the soul returns to the homeland. If the soul is filled with sadness, it will return to the body and tears of sorrow will flow. What a powerful human trial. Inside the human trial, Wang Lin stood under the Hung Yu Sex mountain. He looked at the village before him as he turned away, and a trace of tears fell from his eyes. Country of Ho Fun, the Luo he sect. In the alchemy in the back mountain, a young girl with a flower dress frowned and stared at the smoking pill furnace. She stared at the frowning middle-aged woman beside the pill furnace and whispered, Master, Wanair has failed again. The middle-aged woman glared at the girl. Fine, fine. You always have such a pitiful look. Go to the medicine mountain and pick some water moon grass. I'll see if I can refine these pills. The girl stuck out her adorable tongue and quickly ran out of the alchemy room with a smile. Chapter 1407. I'm not willing. This girl was wearing a yellow dress, and the 2 strands of hair beside her head wobbled with her, making her look very cute. She wasn't extremely beautiful, but she was very delicate. Although she still had a childish gaze in her eyes, one could see her gentle nature underneath. As the girl walked toward the mountain, she pouted and muttered to herself, Alchemy is too difficult. Even though I am always being very attentive, I can never succeed. I wonder how brother is doing. His talent is better than mine, and he is being focused on by the sect. I have to work hard so he doesn't look down upon me. As the girl walked, she stopped and looked at a blade of grass that was giving off a soft moonlight. She quickly walked up and gently picked a few leaves. She didn't realize that a lonely figure had unknowingly appeared behind her. Wang Lin stared at the girl before him. Although she looked different from how he knew her, he still recognized her at a glance. A hint of tenderness gradually appeared in his eyes. As Wang Lin stood there, bitterness filled his heart. After the girl picked up a few leaves of water moon grass, she carefully put them into her bag of holding. When she was about to leave, she suddenly stopped and walked a few steps forward. She crouched down to push away some grass to find a small beast. The small beast looked like a squirrel, and it seemed like it was dying. There was blood on its right leg. It looked like it had been bitten, and it was broken. The girl exhaled and revealed a look of pity. She took out some herbs and crushed them before gently applying them to the little beast's wound. However, these herbs were apparently not enough to allow the small beast to live. Its gaze dimmed as it had lost too much blood and was on the verge of death. The girl became anxious. She gently picked up the small beast and turned around to go back to the alchemy room to find her master. However, just as she turned around, she screamed and quickly retreated, panic appearing in her eyes. When she suddenly turned around, she naturally saw Wang Lin and was startled for a moment. Seeing the girl's frightened expression, Wang Lin's heart trembled and he gently said, "Let me." He waved his hand, and a ray of white light shot toward the small beast in the girl's arms. The small beast's wound recovered before her eyes, and even its dimmed eyes regained life. The little beast that had recovered jumped out from the girl's arms. After landing on a branch, it looked back at the two of them and disappeared. The girl took a deep breath and patted her chest. She looked curiously at Wang Lin and softly said, "Junior Li Muan greets Senior. Which peak did Senior come from to find my master?" Wang Lin shook his head. His gaze became even more gentle, and he said, "I didn't come here looking for your master. I live here." "Live here?" Li Muan blinked. Wang Lin smiled as he waved his sleeve, and a gentle wind wrapped around Li Muan. In an instant, the two of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were at the peak of a mountain surrounded by clouds. A cave had unknowingly appeared here. Li Muan's eyes widened as she looked at the cave, and she took a long time to recover. She then looked at Wang Lin, her eyes filled with wonder. "Senior must be an old monster of my Luohe sect. Not old monster, but hidden expert." Li Muan smiled as she retreated a few steps. There was a hint of caution in her eyes. There was no one here, and she was suddenly brought here by Wang Lin, so she was naturally nervous. Although Wang Lin didn't look evil, Li Muan's heart still pounded. Junior came here under teacher's order to pick some herbs. I have been out for a long time. Teacher might get worried about me and come to find me. Junior should leave now." Li Muan continued to retreat, and her words pointed out the fact that her teacher could come at any time. Wang Lin smiled. He had never seen such an expression from Li Muan before. He nodded. Li Muan quickly retreated and climbed down the mountain. It wasn't until she was off the mountain that she relaxed and looked back at the mountain peak. Senior's sister had said that all these old monsters have quirks, and some like to cultivate with cultivation furnaces. He scared me to death. That old monster silently appeared and took me to the top of the mountain. Humph, if I hadn't reacted quickly and brought up teacher, I might have been in danger. However, that old monster looked very young and didn't seem like a bad person. Maybe I am overthinking it. After muttering to herself for a bit, Li Muan quickly left. As Wang Lin stood on the mountain peak, his gaze could penetrate anything. He saw Li Muan's expression, and he could even clearly hear her words. It wasn't until Li Muan had left that Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. There was a hint of joy in his eyes, but this was accompanied by melancholy. Is this place really formed by my soul, or real? This place clearly doesn't exist in my memory. Wang Lin let out a sign and no longer thought about this. He closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes and whispered to himself, "I'm going to take another look and talk to her once more. Then I'll leave and ignite the first incense stick." Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, 4 days passed. During these 4 days, Li Muan didn't appear again. Wang Lin stayed on the top of the mountain, waiting. Just like how Li Muan waited for his return, accompanied only by the zither music. Wang Lin didn't cultivate during these 4 days, but stared at the sky as he waited. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 5th day that he heard a sound coming from the base of the mountain. Li Muan quickly ascended up the mountain. She wiped the sweat off her forehead, and there was still fear and caution in her eyes. However, she clenched her teeth and walked toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmly looked at Li Muan and revealed a gentle expression. However, in Li Muan's eyes, this gentleness made her subconsciously retreated a few steps, and she became even more cautious. "Son, Senior, can you save it?" Li Muan bit her lower lip and carefully took out a small beast the size of her palm. This small beast was like a cat, and it was still a child. It was trembling in Li Muan's hands, and his eyes were only open to sliver. It seemed to want to open its eyes, but it had no strength. Wang Lin laughed and nodded. He raised his right hand and touched the small beast. A white light flashed and vitality entered the small beast. Its eyes slowly opened and were filled with energy. Li Muan was surprised and gently stroked the small beast's fur. She looked at Wang Lin, and her caution gradually dissipated, but some still remained. "Many thanks, Senior." Li Muan's face was filled with joy, and she bowed at Wang Lin. She quickly retreated down the mountain. It was obvious she was still on guard toward an old monster. If not for it being a last resort, she would not have come here. After Li Muan descended from the mountain, she looked back and muttered to herself, "That old monster probably isn't a bad person." This was the second time Wang Lin had sent Li Muan off, but the reluctance in his eyes became even stronger. Just at this moment, the entire sky began to rumble and changed colors. The clouds rumbled and a giant vortex appeared. This vortex rotated rapidly, stirring up the world and giving off an unimaginable sense of majesty. This pressure was extremely shocking, and when it spread out, it covered the entire human trial. Strangely, nothing else in the world was aware of it at all. It was as if the world had changed just for Wang Lin, as if the vortex had appeared just for Wang Lin. "Wang Lin, why don't you quickly ignite the human incense stick? What are you waiting for?" These words formed a storm and echoed across the world. On the great Emperor planet, the old Vermillion bird was worried that Wang Lin's soul was trapped inside, and he couldn't pull himself out. He disregarded the rule of the trial and pressed his hand against the first incense stick. His soul rushed into Wang Lin's soul and let out a roar. "It isn't difficult to ignite the human incense stick. As long as I ignite the fire in my soul and burn this illusory world until nothing remains, the human incense stick will be ignited. However, I'm unwilling." Wang Lin raised his head. There was fire burning in his eyes as he looked at the vortex in the sky. To enter this place as a soul, to hone the soul, to erase the last hint of returning back to a mortal, turn it into a burning force, and cause the soul to born. This will be integrated into the soul to become a seed that will allow the Vermillion bird to awaken a fourth time. However, burning my feelings as a mortal as the price is something I can't do. Wang Lin looked up at the sky. This was the land of his soul. Although the old Vermillion bird was powerful, this trial ground created by a mysterious treasure was filled with a mysterious power that made it so he couldn't be here for long. This is only an illusion. It's not real. This old man has also come here before. You just need to destroy it and ignite the incense stick to leave. Why must you be so obsessive?" The old Vermillion bird's voice was anxious, and the vortex in the sky collapsed as his voice gradually dissipated. The moment his voice dissipated, Wang Lin's voice entered the vortex. "In my whole life, I never gave up to the lingering feelings in my heart. At the ascendant stage, I chose to trigger divine retribution over giving it up. Burning this world isn't the only way to create the immortal fire seed in my soul. If the heavens will this, and I must burn this world, then I'll defy the heavens. I'll take my own path, and instead of burning this world, I'll use my soul to create the fire of karma." On the great Emperor planet, the old Vermillion bird withdrew his hand. He looked at Wang Lin and let out a sigh. Although Master Simo didn't know what was going on inside the human trial, he seemed to have noticed a few things. He couldn't help but sneer. "Senior, it has been a long time." It seems the third young emperor had encountered an accident in the trial. Before he finished speaking, the old Vermillion bird suddenly turned around and waved his hand. He slapped Master Simo once more. Master Simo coughed out blood, and his body was knocked back 100,000 feet. What accident? This old man's junior is going to use his karma to burn this incense stick. It is not something a bastard like you can understand. After finishing the slap, the old Vermillion bird's anger lessened, and he thought, Karma. Good. This kid has guts to light the fire of karma. The first ancestor once said that using the immortal soul fire to reach ethereal fire is not the proper method, but only because igniting the fire of karma is extremely difficult. The ancestor only succeeded thanks to the help of the celestial emperor, which why he never gave anyone else the choice. If this child can succeed, he will be the first after the first ancestor. Chapter 14:08 Karma Fire Rise in the Soul. No one else inside the human trial noticed this beside Wang Lin. It was as if none of it had happened at all. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the sky and sat down at the top of the mountain. To ignite the fire of karma, to create a fire with one's thought. Not to burn this world, but burn one's own soul. Using this dangerous method at the moment the soul was about to be destroyed to find path to survival and create the fire of karma. This will give the Vermillion bird a chance to awaken a fourth time, breaking through to the realm of ethereal fire that was extremely rare for the members of the Vermillion bird clan to enter. Ethereal fire, the source of all fire in the world. Whether it was the fire of jealousy, anger, madness, and such emotions, they could all be used by the people who had stepped into the realm of ethereal fire. Cultivators who could reach ethereal fire were very powerful. Even if they weren't as powerful as a third-step cultivator, even third-step cultivators had to beware. When facing such a cultivator, you couldn't show any emotion, because even the smallest emotional fluctuation could be used by the enemy as a method to kill you. This was a very terrifying spell. It has to be said that all living beings have emotions. No matter how indifferent a person is or how well they can hide their emotions, emotions still exist within them. Even Tao Master Blue Dream's longing for his wife and daughter could become fuel for ethereal fire. Only those who could perfectly block all emotions or completely remove them could afford not to fear ethereal fire. The true terror of an ethereal fire cultivator wasn't seen in individual battles, but in group battles. An ethereal fire cultivators could contest against thousands. Third step cultivators knew that breaking the void gate as a thunder cultivator was extremely difficult. Thunder was something controlled by the heavens, so attempting to break the void gate with it was even more difficult. Fire essence was part of the 5 elements. Only by becoming ethereal fire could it break free from the 5 elements. If it can evolve further into Tao fire, then one can use it to burn down the void gate to become a third step cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. Ethereal fire was difficult to obtain because of the fire seed required for the Vermillion bird's 4th awakening. However, he wasn't willing to burn this world, so he had to choose the more difficult road. This path was a walk between life and death. Wang Lin could still choose to leave this place and fail the trial. The old Vermillion bird treated me so well, so how can I give up so easily? Wang Lin murmured, and determination filled his eyes. Just like how he was unwilling to burn this world, Wang Lin cared a lot about his benefactor. He couldn't disappoint the old Vermillion bird. Wang Lin took a deep breath and closed his eyes. As he closed his eyes, a blue flame erupted from his body. The flame didn't spread but burned inside his body. Outsiders couldn't see the flame, but the pain of his soul burning caused even Wang Lin to tremble. He clenched his teeth and endured his soul and obsession burning until he destroyed himself. I will enter the Tao with this obsession, and not even divine retribution will stop me. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head, and his eyes opened. The flame burned brightly in his body, but no one outside could see it. Time slowly passed inside the human trial. The frequency of Li Muin's visits to the top of mountain had gradually increased. Every time Wang Lin saw her, the burning in his soul became stronger, but he didn't reveal any of it. The gentleness in his eyes was deep like a lake. Li Muin gradually became used to Wang Lin's expression. Sometimes, when she came up the mountain, she would curiously chat with Wang Lin. However, the very attentive Li Muin slowly noticed that each time she came up here, the strange senior seemed a bit weaker, and even his appearance seemed to grow old. She didn't know that Wang Lin was currently suffering indescribable pain. He wanted to ignite the fire of karma, and he was using the obsession in his heart as the fuel. The stronger his obsession, the stronger the fire was. Every time he saw Li Muin, his obsession became even stronger. The fire would become more intense, and the pain would intensify. Time passed. After unknown amount of time, the fire inside Wang Lin's soul had reached a certain degree. His eyes had become unfocused and his body weak. His face had aged from a young man to a middle-aged man. It was as if 2,000 years of time had quickly descended on Wang Lin as his soul burned. Give up. You can't withstand the burning of your soul. Although this old man hasn't experienced it, from what I heard from the Ancestor, I could tell that he still dreads that feeling. The collapsed vortex appeared once more in the sky. The old Vermillion bird came once more because he was worried. His words were filled with worry. Wang Lin clenched his teeth, and his mind was already unclear. The intense pain was like a tide that almost drowned him. This kind of pain was several times stronger than anything Wang Lin had encountered before. Only when he faced the ancient god Calamity, where his body continued to collapse and reform, did he experience comparable pain. However, there was still a big difference between these two types of pain. You're still burning your soul, but your obsession hasn't transformed into the fire of karma. This degree of pain is only the beginning. Once the fire of karma has appeared, you will go through the 9 karma retributions. Even the Ancestor could only pass it under someone's protection. You can still give up now. Once your obsession turns into the fire of karma, it will destroy your soul in a flash. There will be no chance for you to turn it into karmic fire. If it wasn't for the protection of the Celestial Emperor, the Ancestor wouldn't have succeeded. The old Vermillion bird's voice was filled with worry. That little girl is the obsession in your heart. In this human trial, everything is only an illusion. Why are you putting yourself in such a life and death situation for an illusion? Wang Lin, why are you so obsessive? The old Vermillion bird's voice became even more anxious, and there was a tone of harshness in his voice. Wang Lin didn't answer. At this moment, his mind was a blur. The pain turned into memories that flashed across his soul. His first encounter with Li Muan, the Sea of Devils, the Cloud Sky sect, her death, until she became a sleeping corpse in the coffin. All of these memories burned in his soul. It has been a long time. If you continue, there will be life-threatening danger. Since you are unwilling to cut yourself off from this world, then even if you end up hating this old man, I'll destroy this world for you. As the old Vermillion bird's words echoed, a sea of fire suddenly appeared from the vortex. The fire spread in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it surrounded the world. It was about to descend and burn everything. At this moment, Li Muan appeared on the top of the mountain. She was gasping for breath and had just reached the top of the mountain. She couldn't see the fire, but in Wang Lin's blurry vision, he could see the sea of fire attempting to devour Li Muan like a big mouth. At this instant, Wang Lin's eyes became clear and a monstrous fire appeared in his eyes. The moment the fire was about to touch Li Muan, Wang Lin hugged her and used his back to block that sea of fire. Li Muan was startled. As Wang Lin hugged her, he turned around and let out a roar at the sky. I can do it. You. The old Vermillion bird was extremely angry. The fire he had sent from the sky was stopped. Ancestor, I have cultivated for my entire life only for her. Even if it is only an illusion, this junior is unwilling to hurt her, much less destroy her. Wang Lin looked at the sky with tears flowing down his cheeks, landing on the Li Muan in his arms. The hot tears seemed to enter her heart, and her eyes became filled with confusion. The moment Wang Lin said these words, the fire in his soul erupted, becoming several times stronger than before. There was a strand of black fire inside this fire. This black fire caused the world to change colors and completely suppressed the blue fire inside Wang Lin's soul. Fire of karma. The old Vermillion bird gasped and let out a sigh. Now that your obsession has turned into fire of karma, aside from the first-generation ancestor, no one can stop you. Forget it. Since you chose it, forget it. The old Vermillion bird's voice gradually dissipated, the sea of fire disappeared, and the vortex collapsed. The black fire instantly filled Wang Lin's body and took over the blue fire. In an instant, more than 80% of the blue fire had turned black. Intense pain came from his soul, causing his body to tremble. The pain became thousands of times more intense than before. His soul was being rapidly destroyed. His body rapidly dissipated, but his arms still held Li Muan. He did his best to hide the intense pain, and he gently looked at Li Muan. Wang Lin looked at Li Muan and softly said, "To have you accompany me for these days, I'm very happy. Even though you're only an illusion, I won't allow anyone to hurt you." However, his voice contained a force that shocked Li Muan's mind. "You? Who are you?" Li Muan stared at Wang Lin. Chapter 1409, Fragrant Blue Signal Smoke Burns. The her in the past was like a butterfly that had turned into a soul inside Wang Lin's hands. He tried to hold on, but he grasped only empty air as her soul floated into the sky from his arms. The past her's eyes were filled with sentiment and tenderness as she slowly aged. An entire lifetime passed, and her hair turned white, and she passed away. She closed her eyes, and this became a scene Wang Lin could never forget in his life. She raised her right hand to touch Wang Lin's face one last time, but she lost all strength midway, and her hand fell down. The tears that fell from her eyes fell on the ground, and turned into a flower that may or may not bloom in the next season. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed. The past was like a fleeting moment. Thousands of years couldn't be considered long, but it was enough to forget everything. However, Wang Lin couldn't forget this, and had always remembered. Now it was as if time had reversed, and Wang Lin was holding the person he wasn't willing to give up. However, because Li Muan had turned into a soul fragment back then, he couldn't grasp anything. Now, although Li Muan was an illusion, she was so real to Wang Lin that he felt like he was holding the world. Except now he didn't have the strength. He didn't have the body to continue holding her. His hands gradually dissipated as the black fire burned and turned transparent. His hands passed through Li Muan's body and dissipated. His face rapidly changed from middle-aged. It was as if years had quickly passed, and he had turned into an old man. Then he became transparent. It was as if the past had repeated itself, only their positions had changed. The only thing that didn't change was the gentleness in his eyes as his body dissipated. The black fire finally took over the blue fire, and Wang Lin dissipated completely from the world. The gaze under the black fire moved further and further away from Li Muan. Li Muan's body slumped to the ground as she looked at the seemingly eternal gaze in the sky, her mind trembling. Li Muan struggled to roar. "Who the hell are you?" There was an unknown pain in her heart. She didn't know where this pain came from, but it became stronger and stronger. The fire of karma ignited and destroyed everything. but it couldn't destroy Wang Lin's Dao heart and his memories. The fire of karma is formed by my obsession. I have used my obsession to cultivate, and I have cultivated for my entire life for her. The heavens are heartless and want to erase all obsession. However, my obsession has already turned into the fire of karma, and not even the heavens can take it away. If this fire of karma wants to burn my body, if this fire of karma wants to destroy me, I won't stop it. This fire is the obsession of my life. This is my Tao. What is the point of cultivating the heartless Tao of the heavens? I have cultivated with my obsession and used this obsession to form the cycle of karma. So what if I don't go to heaven? So what if I go to hell? As long as hell is free, what's so bad about it? Just as the fire of karma was going to destroy him, a shocking vermilion bird cry echoed. A vermilion bird appeared inside the black fire. The vermilion bird was large, and it was no longer blue, but black. It was like a black phoenix being reborn inside the black fire. The cry of the vermilion bird echoed across the entire world. It penetrated the human trial and spread out from the incense stick on the back of the tortoise. It shook the entire great emperor planet. The handsome young man had already waited for several days, but he hadn't become impatient at all. He had just taken out another peach and was about to eat it when his body trembled. He stared at the first incense stick. The cry of the vermilion bird echoed across the world. Dao Master Blue Dream's eyes shone a strange light, and there was also a hint of shock in them. The cry of a vermilion bird. This is not an ordinary vermilion bird. This is. The cry of this vermilion bird was indeed not ordinary. It contained a powerful, defying nature that would never yield. It seemed like it had come from hell rather than the heavens. Impossible. Grandmaster Yin Luo foresaw that that little bastard would face a life and death trial that would be extremely difficult to pass. Master Simo's expression changed greatly as he stared at the first incense stick. Grandmaster Yin Luo also revealed an expression of shock on her pretty face. Her right hand hidden under her sleeve moved even faster, forming afterimages. However, her fingers trembled and her fingertips tore open, and blood flew out. It was as if a force had stopped her divination, or Wang Lin's current situation was outside of her power to divinate. The old vermilion bird revealed a hint of excitement and let out a laugh. His eyes lit up. As the second-generation vermilion bird, he understood the cry of the vermilion bird extremely well. Just by hearing it, he could understand what had happened inside the human trial. Good boy. He was able to reform his vermilion bird under the fire of karma. After this comes the 9 karma retributions. This is the most difficult part. Only the old man sitting on the lizard still had his closed as if none of this could catch his attention. The woman beside Dao Master Blue Dream was staring at the first incense stick. She was biting her lower lip, and tears filled with complicated feelings were falling. Inside the human trial, the black vermilion bird opened its wings and flew up into the sky. Its body was covered in endless black flames and emitted an unimaginably high temperature. However, this temperature didn't affect this world at all and was condensed on the vermilion bird's body. The cry of the vermilion bird became even louder, and it contained a fluctuation that could shock one's mind. The black vermilion bird was formed by Wang Lin's soul. The fire of karma has ignited and will burn the cycle of karma. Help my vermilion bird awaken a 4th time. The black vermilion bird hissed and charged at the sky. When it reached the top, black fire erupted from its body. From a distance, this fire looked like a giant torch, and the heart of the fire was the dancing vermilion bird. With my obsession fire, Wang Lin's voice echoed across the world. The fire around Wang Lin turned into a sea of flames and spread with the vermilion bird as the center. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered in this black fire, but no living thing in the human trial was able to feel it. This sea of fire that covered the sky became stronger and stronger. It was like a violent wave that swept across the sky. Human incense stick, ignite. Wang Lin's roar became the voice of the vermilion bird and spread across the sky. The sea of fire suddenly contracted toward Wang Lin and turned into a pillar of fire that shot into the sky. Wang Lin's soul reformed on top of the black vermilion bird inside the fire. He looked up at the sky and waved his hand. Rumble, 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 rumble. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the sky and turned into a force that wanted to rip the sky open. At this moment, strands of black smoke came from the first incense stick on the back of the giant tortoise. Ignited. The first incense stick has been ignited. Let's see how long he can last. The cultivators had waited for many days and were becoming impatient. If not for their fear of the young emperor, they would have already left. However, at this moment, they all looked at the black smoke that was rising up. At first the black smoke was like silk, but soon increased like a signal fire. The high temperature began to spread, and the human incense burned brightly. The burning was extremely intense. From a distance, the fire was monstrous and was rapidly burning down the incense stick. Its speed was indescribable. In an instant, more than half of it was burned to ashes. Compared to the other 2 incense sticks, this scene was shocking. Just as the 10,000 cultivators thought the incense was going to burn completely, in a flash, the fire suddenly stopped. This pause seemed to fuse with the minds of all the surrounding cultivators, causing their hearts to tremble. Master Simo stared intently at the human incense stick. Grandmaster Yun Luo's face was a bit pale, and there was a hint of gloominess in her eyes. Inside the human trial, Wang Lin looked at the sky as he stood on the black vermilion bird. His body gave off endless black flames, and he took a deep breath. He looked down at the gentle figure slumped on the ground on the mountain peak, and softly whispered something. "I'm Wang Lin." After he finished speaking his last words to Lim Yuan, he suddenly raised his head. 9 karma retributions, come. The 9 karma retributions was the retribution of the fire of karma. The first generation Vermillion bird had lost his life to this retribution. If not for the protection of the Celestial Emperor, he would have died. At this moment, Wang Lin was going to go through the 9 karma retributions as the 6th generation Vermillion bird with no one protecting him. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple fire appeared in the world, with white and black above and below them. These 9 colors were the 9 retributions. It started with the black fire and ended with the black fire, forming a cycle. If he could pass them all, he could ignite the karmic fire, which would allow the Vermillion bird to awaken a 4th time. His corporeal fire would enter the realm of ethereal fire. 9 karma retributions, descend. The black fire around Wang Lin seemed to be swept by a violent wind and suddenly changed to blood red. The blood red light seemed to dye the entire earth red. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the endless red fire around Wang Lin charged toward him from all directions. On the great Emperor planet, the first incense stick began to burn down once more after the pause. It had been exactly 1 breath of time since the incense stick had been ignited. Chapter 1410, Shocking Change. Wang Lin was inside the fire and standing on top of the black vermilion bird. He could feel the temperature of the blood-red fire, and when the heat wave closed in, he felt the pain of being burned. The first of the 9 karma retributions was red. It represented all the slaughter Wang Lin had done for his obsession. This slaughter retribution surged and burned violently. The vermilion bird under Wang Lin let out miserable cries under the heat of this red fire. Even Wang Lin's recently reformed soul almost collapsed, and he was about to be burned alive. Although he had tried to predict the power of the 9 karma retributions, he didn't think the first retribution would already be so difficult to bear. Inside this red fire, just an instant feel like an eternity. The black vermilion bird couldn't bear it, and its body rapidly shrank. The black fire on its body rapidly turned red. If it turned completely red, the vermilion bird would become part of the first retribution. Its power would then increase, and it would devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a roar at the sky, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. The first retribution was unexpectedly powerful, and he had found it difficult to resist. However, Wang Lin would never yield. He waved his arms and inhaled. First retribution. Let's see if you will burn me alive, or if I will devour you first. A sense of madness appeared within Wang Lin. The more dangerous it was, the more indomitable he became. At this moment, in just 1 breath, all the red fire rushed into his mouth, and Wang Lin devoured it in an instant. All of this happened in an instant, and all the red fire had disappeared from the sky. However, it erupted inside his body, and he became like a blood person. The blood light pierced through his body as if it was trying to tear his body apart. This body was formed by Wang Lin's soul, and at this moment, the red fire was burning inside his soul. On the great Emperor planet, the first incense stick on the giant tortoise burned like crazy. Before everyone's eyes, the black smoke coming from the first incense stick suddenly turned red. The red smoke was monstrous and lit up the entire planet. The surrounding cultivators all gasped and subconsciously wanted to retreat. Just at this moment, even more intense red light came from Wang Lin's body. The red light moved inside his body, creating extremely high temperature. At the same time, the burning of the first incense stick suddenly stopped for a moment. It was like a force had erupted from within, stopping it from burning. The old vermilion bird stared at the first incense stick with worry in his eyes. Inside the human trial, Wang Lin had devoured all the red fire. He felt like tens of thousands of bolts of thunder were exploding in his body at once. The intense pain made him feel like he was going to disintegrate. Wang Lin let out a roar and waved his hand. The half-red vermilion bird rushed toward Wang Lin and they instantly fused into one. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he allowed the fire to burn inside his body. He endured the intense pain as he continued to refine the red fire. He was trying to make the red fire his own. Just at this moment, the sky changed and an orange light appeared. When the orange light appeared, the second retribution descended. Wang Lin had no time to refine the fire he had consumed before the orange fire surrounded him and rushed at him. After the orange fire came a monstrous yellow light, followed by a giant wave of yellow fire. What was even more shocking was that behind the yellow fire was ghostly green light. It was like a barrier that created shocking green fire that rapidly closed in. 3 colors of fire had appeared at the same time. 3 of the retributions had appeared together. This was the true terror of the 9 karma retributions. It wasn't like the divine retribution, which gave you a glimmer of hope and had a break between each retribution. This was a destructive retribution, and it was going to kill once it appeared. The 3 retributions covered the sky of the human trial. He waved his right hand and threw the jug away. The fire inside Wang Lin's body surged. The hot dragon blood turned into a sea of fire and began battling the 4 colors inside his body. As he resisted, a vortex slowly appeared deep inside Wang Lin's soul. Chapter 14:11, Fourth Awakening. The human incense stick has been extinguished. This has never happened before. Even during my trial and the 4th generation's trial, the incense stick was never extinguished. The incense stick has actually gone out. The old Vermillion bird's mind trembled as he looked at the extinguished human incense stick, and terror appeared in his eyes. The incense stick has been extinguished. How long did he last in the trial? 7 breaths, or infinite? What happened during the 3rd young emperor's trial to cause the incense stick to extinguish? This matter is too terrifying, it is unimaginable. Just as all the cultivators went in an uproar, an even more shocking thing happened. The 2nd incense stick that represented the earth incense stick suddenly ignited. No one had touched it, but smoke quickly appeared on top of the 2nd incense stick. Wang Lin had broken the sky of the human trial and had appeared in a boundless land. This land was covered in cracks, and there was a deep pit that led to the human trial. As Wang Lin rushed out of this pit, fire spread out from his body. The entire earth was lit up by this fire. At the edge of the land, there was a barren mountain, and a person was sitting on top of the mountain. This person seemed middle-aged, and there was an illusory vermilion bird mark between his eyebrows. He was originally cultivating as if he hadn't moved for tens of thousands of years. However, at this moment, he opened his eyes and a strange light flashed by. The aura of a clan member. Just as Wang Lin appeared in the earth trial, endless fire appeared with him. Indigo light rushed out, and the world was covered in a sea of indigo fire. After the indigo fire was the blue fire. The 2 fires surged toward Wang Lin. Indigo originally came from blue, so the 2 fires entangled together. After them was a purple fire that covered the sky. It was like a demonic fire that stretched across the horizon. Indigo, blue, and purple fires all rushed toward him at once. Wang Lin's face was twisted and his soul was about to collapse. The 4 fires burned in his body, causing his eyes to turn cloudy. In an instant, the fire inside him penetrated his body and erupted outwards. The red, orange, yellow, and green fires had torn his body apart. Even the vermilion bird inside his body was burned to death. Wang Lin's soul collapsed. At the same time, the indigo, blue, and purple fires closed in on Wang Lin's collapsed soul. When the 7 colors gathered, it looked like a rainbow was burning the sky. The expression of the middle-aged man at the horizon changed. He waved his right hand, and the mark between his eyebrows flew out. It flew at an extremely fast speed toward the 7-colored fire. At the same time, Wang Lin's body on the Great Emperor planet was covered in a 7-colored light. Fine cracks appeared on his body, and blood began to ooze out. It was a shocking scene. The old Vermillion bird didn't hesitate to arrive next to the 2nd burning incense stick. He ignored the fact that it was rapidly burning and placed his right hand on it. His powerful divine sense rushed in. Tao Master Blue Dream also stepped forward and arrived next to the 2nd incense stick. Blue light covered his body, and his finger landed on the 2nd incense stick. Inside the earth trial, the 7-colored fire raged. Not even the 1st generation Vermillion bird was able to pass this trial without the protection of the Celestial Emperor. The retribution burned Wang Lin's soul. Just as his soul was dissipating, 3 forces came to his rescue. However, just as the 3 auras closed in, a strange force suddenly erupted from within the 7-colored fire. This strange force revealed an ancient aura, and it felt like it was the ancestor of all things. The moment the vermilion bird mark from the middle-aged man touched this strange force, it was bounced back thousands of kilometers. It was as if the power that had awakened won't allow anyone to approach it. Or to be more accurate, no one was qualified to approach it. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly stood up. Horror quickly gathered in his eyes. What is this? The old Vermillion bird's divine sense arrived, but the moment it touched the mysterious force, he was directly knocked out of the earth trial. Tao Master Blue Dream's divine sense followed, but the moment he touched the strange force, there were flashes of blue light, and he was also pushed out of the earth trial. On the great Emperor planet, the old Vermillion bird's right hand was knocked up into the air. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. What kind of power is that? Tao Master Blue Dream felt his finger go numb and retreated in shock. He knew a lot about Wang Lin, and he recognized the force that had terrified him. It was the heaven-defying bead. Tao Master Blue Dream didn't speak, and he silently returned to Li Qianmei's side. He will be fine. Master Simo watched all of this in shock. He had noticed that the two of them had gone in to save Wang Lin, but he never would have expected these two powerhouses to be knocked back. Grandmaster Yin Luo's expression became even gloomier, and her hand moved even faster. She faintly felt like she was about to learn all the secrets that were happening inside. Tao Master Miaoyan stood up from the cloud, and his eyes flashed. What Taoist water said was correct. Inside the earth trial, the moment Wang Lin's soul had been burned, the heaven-defying bead appeared. Ever since the Lord of the Sealed Realm left it, the heaven-defying bead hadn't appeared. No matter how much Wang Lin searched for it, he couldn't find it. It was as if it had disappeared. However, at this moment, the heaven-defying bead had reappeared. The moment it appeared, the seven-colored fire trembled and began to rotate. It was inhaled by the strange force inside the heaven-defying bead and formed 7 eternal fire seeds. A bead the size of a baby's fist floated there, and 7 fire seeds floated around it. A illusory figure gradually formed and appeared in the world. The 7 eternal fire seeds were located in various parts of the body that was materializing. When he opened his eyes, the 7-colored fire erupted and surged across the world. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the sky in the distance. The entire world seemed to have lost all color beside the 7 colors around Wang Lin. Everything else had turned black and white. It was like a landscape painting, and this black and white gave off the feeling of endless desolation. The last retribution of the 9 karma retribution was descending. The white was the sky, and the black was the earth. They formed 2 extreme fires and closed in on Wang Lin. It was as if the sky and earth were crushing down to destroy the 7-colored firestorm and Wang Lin, who ignite my karma cycle fire. As Wang Lin's voice echoed, the 9-colored fire around his body condensed toward his eyebrows and fused inside. It turned into a 9-colored fire lotus. The fire lotus had 9 petals of 9 different colors. At the moment it appeared, a 9-colored vermilion bird charged out from the lotus. The 9-colored vermilion bird seemed to have been reborn inside the lotus. It flew into the sky and let out a vermilion bird cry, the cry of the 4th awakening. On the great Emperor planet, the cry of awakening echoed. The earth incense stick had only burned halfway when it suddenly paused and gave off a 9-colored light that lit up the entire planet. The old vermilion bird was startled before letting out a loud laugh, and excitement filled his eyes. He actually passed the 9 karma retributions and ignited his karma cycle fire, so his vermilion bird could go through its 4th awakening. The 4th awakening requires a large amount of fire. Whether he can completely awaken and reach the realm of ethereal fire will depend on this. As his elder, even if I have to cheat, I have to give him a hand. The old vermilion bird jumped into the air and disappeared before everyone. In just a moment, the roar of a dragon echoed in the distance. This roar was filled with anger and indignation. One could see a 100,000-foot-long dragon being brought over by the old vermilion bird. The surrounding cultivators were all gobsmacked as the old vermilion bird carried the struggling dragon above the incense stick. He waved his right hand, and a wound appeared on the scab on the dragon's head. Blood fell like a waterfall on the incense stick. Under this intense pain, water gathered in the fire dragon's eyes. It was filled with grievance and reluctance, and it began to struggle even more violently. With a bang, the old vermilion bird landed on the dragon. A surge of fire entered the dragon's body, causing even more blood to flow out. Damn it, you little dragon, don't move recklessly. If this kid awakens successfully, this old man will let you go free. When the fire dragon heard this, it showed a hint of hesitation, but soon it clenched its teeth and did its best to squeeze out more blood. Chapter 1412, 9 colors fuse into one. The 100,000-foot dragon naturally had a lot of blood in its body, But the blood the old Vermillion bird wanted was the blazing dragon blood within the bump on the dragon's head. This blood contained the essence of the fire inside the dragon. This was much more precious than the blood from the rest of its body, and was very rare. That slap from the old Vermillion bird also forced out all of the blazing dragon blood, and it fell on the burning earth incense stick. The moment the blood fell, it entered the incense stick and disappeared. Inside the earth trial, the 9-colored fire lotus was floating in the sky, and Wang Lin was sitting above it. Behind it, the 9-colored Vermillion bird continued to cry. There was a sense of struggle in its cry, as if it was trying to be reborn. There were endless flashes of light that spread across all directions. The sea of fire spread across the earth realm. Wang Lin's eyes were bright as his hands formed a seal, and a fire tattoo flashed in his eye. This fire was 9-colored, and it began to rotate. It rotated very fast, and in a flash, it looked like a 9-colored vortex. 9 colors fused into one. Vermillion bird fourth awakening. Wang Lin's mind was clear. He had experienced 3 awakenings, and his power of fire had increased many folds each time. However, the previous 3 times couldn't compare to this awakening. The 4th awakening was extremely critical. It was the point where the corporeal fire transformed into ethereal fire. Since ancient times, far too few people were able to awaken their Vermillion bird 4 times. No more than 5 people. The 1st generation Vermillion bird, 2nd generation Vermillion bird, 3rd generation Vermillion bird, 4th generation Vermillion bird. Aside from them, only Wang Lin had done it. Even though the 3rd step ancestor of the Fire Sparrow clan also had a hint of ethereal fire, he wasn't even a Vermillion bird to begin with. So how could he even awaken? Even if he could give birth to ethereal fire, it would be nothing compared to the ethereal fire of a proper Vermillion bird. The difficulty of the 4th awakening was indescribable. The power of ethereal fire spells could cause all cultivators to tremble in fear. However, the Vermillion bird's 4th awakening required an unimaginable amount of fire. Only when enough heavenly fire had been gathered could there be a chance of awakening. The 9-colored fire lotus below Wang Lin released endless 9-colored fire which entered his body. This fire appeared inside his left eye, causing the 9-colored vortex to rotate even faster. At the same time, the large 9-colored Vermillion bird cried even louder. Its cries were heaven-shattering and caused the entire earth trial to tremble. Not enough fire. Wang Lin looked up and fire erupted from his body. The 9-colored vortex flew out from his left eye and formed a 9-colored firestorm around him. This firestorm looked like it could destroy this world. Wang Lin's Vermillion bird's 4th awakening relied on burning his obsession to ignite the fire of karma. Thus, the amount of fire required was even higher. Just at this instant, dark red bloodlight flashed in the earth trial and a thin, blood rain began to fall. The blood rain fell from the sky, and each drop contained destructive fire from the fire dragon. Its arrival brought Wang Lin a new source of fire. As the blood raindrops fell, they began to gather around Wang Lin rather than fall on the ground. Soon, the rain of blood continued to fall, and as Wang Lin's hands formed seals, the fire around him burned like crazy. The 9-colored Vermillion bird let out cries as the blood rain fused with it. Then the 9-colored feathers on his body began to burn. Still not enough, Wang Lin's eyes shined. He could feel that the fire hadn't reached the point where his Vermillion bird could go through its 4th awakening. The eyes of the middle-aged man on the empty mountain revealed a strange light. He looked into the distance and his hands formed a seal, and the fire mark between his brows floated before him. The fire mark became ethereal, as if it didn't exist. This middle-aged man let out a sigh and murmured, "This person has the aura of someone I'm familiar with, the aura of my disciple Lu Yun. When I left back then, I made it difficult for that child." The middle-aged man's eyes dimmed as he reached for the fire before him and threw it. An ethereal fire began to burn inside the earth trial. This fire gave off no heat, but could still burn everything in its path. The moment it appeared, it flew toward Wang Lin. In an instant, the monstrous ethereal fire appeared around Wang Lin and quickly entered the struggling 9-colored Vermillion bird. The middle-aged man was the master of the 5th generation Vermillion bird Lu Yun, the 4th generation Vermillion bird. He had awakened the Vermillion bird and entered the realm of ethereal fire. The moment the ethereal fire fused with Wang Lin's Vermillion bird, the Vermillion bird let out a noble cry. The fire around Wang Lin increased several-fold. With the help of this fire, Wang Lin, who was sitting on the fire lotus, let out a roar. The fire around him surged, and the 9-colored firestorm shrouded around him and the Vermillion bird. As the vortex rotated, the 9 colors were about to fuse into one. It started rotating even faster and more violently. In an instant, the nine-colored firestorm became a blur of chaos and the nine colors became blurry. In an instant, the red within the nine colors collapsed and dissipated. Soon after, orange trembled and disappeared. These two colors of fire seemed to have fused, making this firestorm even more intense. The entire Earth trial was burning under this sea of fire. At this moment, on the Great Emperor planet, the dragon was staring at the old Vermillion bird. All the blazing dragon blood from the bump on its head had been squeezed dry, to the point that not a single drop more could be forced out. The old Vermillion bird stared at it and roared, "Damn it! What are you staring at? Since all the blazing dragon blood is gone, give me some ordinary dragon blood. You're so large, it won't be any problem to shed some blood." The dragon was going to let out a roar of revolt, but the old Vermillion bird was one step faster. He waved his hand, and an invisible force sealed the dragon's mouth, causing its roar to be forced back with nowhere to go. Borrowing this roar that was forced back, the old Vermillion bird waved his hand. A wound 1,000 feet long appeared on the dragon, and blood gushed out of it like a waterfall. You have already given up all your blazing dragon blood, but if you give up now, it will all be a waste. If that kid can't awaken, I won't keep my promise. The grievance in the dragon's eyes became even stronger, but when it heard the old Vermillion bird's words, it closed its eyes. It began to squeeze out its own blood like crazy while roaring in its heart. These Vermillion birds are all perverted. It was the first-generation Vermillion bird that tricked me to make me leave the flame domain and then constantly drew blood. What kind of life is this? Now that the second-generation Vermillion bird has promised me freedom, this old dragon has to try. Large amounts of dragon blood entered the Earth trial. The blood rain fell from the sky, causing the fire to become even stronger. Although this dragon blood couldn't compare to the blazing dragon blood, there was much more of it. Thus, the amount of fire Wang Lin had for his fourth awakening increased. The firestorm around Wang Lin roared. After the red and orange fires disappeared, the yellow fire disappeared as well, followed by the ghostly green fire. On the Great Emperor planet, the old Vermillion bird's eyes shined. He clenched his teeth as his left hand formed a seal, and he pointed to the spot between his brows before pointing at the earth incense stick. An ethereal fire shot out from his finger toward the earth incense stick. "Little fellow, in order to help you, this old man has given it his all. Whether you can awaken for the fourth time will depend on your own luck." Inside the earth trial, after the rain of blood, the old Vermillion bird's ethereal fire rushed in and fused with Wang Lin's Vermillion bird. The appearance of this force caused the indigo, blue, and purple fires to disappear from the firestorm around Wang Lin. At this moment, 7 colors had already fused. Only black and white continued to struggle. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and whispered, "The fire here has already reached a limit, and there is nothing left to burn. In that case, I don't need any help. I will fuse the black and white fires by force." "Dao spell fuse." Wang Lin roared, and the black and white fire around him trembled. A strange force came out of Wang Lin's body. It was a force that could fuse anything. At this moment, the white fire immediately dissipated. There was only black fire left within the firestorm. This black firestorm was still rotating, but it became lighter and lighter, weaker and weaker. A moment later, Wang Lin stood up and let out a roar, causing the black fire to collapse. The 9 colors fused into one. The moment the 9 colors fused into one, Wang Lin's Vermillion bird rushed out. The Vermillion bird was surrounded by faint ethereal fire, and it let out a heaven-shaking Vermillion bird cry. Vermillion bird's fourth awakening, complete. Fourth awakening. Turn my corporeal fire into ethereal fire. Wang Lin suddenly got up. The 9-colored fire lotus below him shattered into countless fragments and gathered toward his Vermillion bird. Chapter 14:13. Change to the heaven-defying bead. The moment the Vermillion bird went through its fourth awakening, all the fire in the earth trial began to gather from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it all fused into the Vermillion bird's body. The fragments of the 9-colored fire lotus formed a 9-colored armor around the Vermillion bird. Then the sea of fire arrived, and in just a moment, all of it was absorbed by the Vermillion bird. From afar, it no longer looked a Vermillion bird, but an eternal fire spirit. The fire inside had already reached the peak of corporeal fire and only needed one step to reach the realm of ethereal fire. The Vermillion bird fire spirit seemed to distort as the fire roared, and it was going through its final transformation phase. The process could be long or short, but it couldn't be disturbed. Once it was disturbed, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would dissipate, and the fourth awakening would revert, leaving no chance of another fourth awakening. This was an extremely critical moment for Wang Lin. However, just at this moment, a shocking change that Wang Lin couldn't have predicted occurred. The 10,000 cultivators were all starting at the Earth Incense Stick, but only a few noticed that a shocking change was occurring in the magnetic fog around the Great Emperor planet. The magnetic force was churning the fog, and muffled rumbles could be heard from within. The Great Emperor planet was shaped like a bar, and normally it would be very difficult to detect its rotation. However, at this moment, the entire planet rumbled and the sky changed colors. The surrounding cultivators all felt like the earth was shaking and the sky was trembling. The Great Emperor planet began to slowly rotate. From an almost unnoticeable rotation, it got faster and faster until it was like a needle spinning frantically on a compass. This change immediately caused the expressions of the surrounding cultivators to change. Master Simo's eyes were filled with terror as he suddenly looked up. Grandmaster Yun Luo's hand was still forming seals when, with a bang, her right hand became a bloody mess. Her body was knocked back, her face became pale, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. The upheaval of the Great Emperor planet. A calamity will descend upon the ancient star system. Grandmaster Yun Luo trembled as she retreated with fear in her eyes. Her divination just now had reached a critical point, and she was about to divinate the truth when a force came out of nowhere and caused her right hand to explode. However, the moment her right hand was crippled and her divination was interrupted, she saw a blurry image. In that image, there was a blurry figure surrounded by a bead. There was also a pointer of a compass behind him. It was the ancient star system, and it was filled with a monstrous bloodlight, and countless dead bodies could be seen. The entire ancient star system was dyed blood red. She saw Tao Master Miao Yin's flesh collapse and Origin Soul destroyed. She also saw the various third-step cultivators of the ancient star system all dying tragically. She also saw the collapse of the sealed realm formation. She also saw herself and a palm from the vague figure swinging at her. Intense pain filled her body as her body was reduced to ashes and her Origin Soul died. The moment her Origin Soul was destroyed, she let out a miserable scream. As that scream echoed, at the moment of her death, that blurry figure seemed to turn around and looked at her. This gaze became her nightmare. Grandmaster Yun Luo coughed out blood once more and retreated several hundred feet. She had never felt so afraid before. Tao Master Miao Yin also jumped up, and the cloud below him dissipated. He caught the fan and his divine sense spread out, his expression immediately changing. Not only him, Tao Master Blue Dream's eyes also narrowed. He waved his right hand, and blue light surrounded his daughter. His gaze locked onto the already chaotic sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with fog and endless magnetic force. The magnetic fog around the planet suddenly descended. The old Vermillion bird's expression was extremely serious as he silently looked up. Even the old man on the lizard that had his eyes closed the whole time suddenly opened his eyes in shock. If they reacted like this, there was no need to talk about the surrounding 10,000 cultivators. They all scattered and fear filled their minds. They could feel the earth tremble and that the Great Emperor planet was rapidly rotating. Of course, they were rotating with it. There was also that giant tortoise on the arena. It raised its head and let out a sharp roar. Even more magnetic fog appeared in the sky. The fog formed a vortex in the sky before everyone's eyes and descended on the giant tortoise on the arena. The 10,000 surrounding cultivators all scattered and fear filled their eyes. Only the old Vermillion bird and company remained motionless as they stared at the incoming magnetic vortex. The magnetic vortex suddenly descended. It wasn't attacking the giant tortoise, but aimed at the earth incense stick. In a flash, the vortex entered the earth incense stick. From afar, this scene looked very shocking. It was as if the earth incense stick had become a black hole that devoured all the surrounding magnetic fog. The old Vermillion bird's eyes filled with shock, and he subconsciously gasped. This, Master Simo's expression revealed terror. He was in a daze and couldn't guess what was happening in the earth incense stick. As for the pale Grandmaster Yun Luo, when she saw the magnetic fog enter the earth incense stick, the fear in her eyes became even stronger. Could it be? Could it be that the blurry figure was him? Tao Master Miao Yun was also staring at the earth incense stick. His mind was trembling and he roared in his heart, Heaven-defying bead. This is definitely the power of the heaven-defying bead. Inside the earth incense stick, Wang Lin was at the key moment of his fire's transformation into ethereal fire. However, the heaven-defying bead inside his body suddenly erupted with origin energy. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he felt the earth trial tremble as if it was rapidly rotating. However, with him inside the trial, it was difficult to judge right away. At this moment, the sky of the earth trial was replaced by fog. This fog contained powerful magnetic force, and after it covered the whole sky, it charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin couldn't dodge at all. The endless magnetic force rushed into his body and toward the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead appeared on his chest and looked like a cyclone that continued to devour the magnetic force. It flashed rapidly, and every time it flashed, even more magnetic fog was absorbed. All of this happened in a flash. Wang Lin felt his body rumble. As the heaven-defying bead absorbed the magnetic force, it released a force into his soul, and images flashed in his mind. The images all contained the same thing. It was a giant compass. This compass was very large. It could be compared to space itself. On the compass, there was a large pointer that was slowly turning. There was flashlight that came from the pointer and went into the unknown. At the center of the compass was a socket with a giant bead. That bead was the heaven-defying bead. At the same time the images appeared in Wang Lin's mind. An illusion that shocked everyone's minds appeared around the Great Emperor planet as well. Outside the Great Emperor planet, there were flashes of light, and a giant compass appeared. After the illusion appeared, the Great Emperor planet in the middle looked like a pointer. At this moment, the giant Emperor planet was rapidly rotating just like a compass pointer spinning. There was a blurry bead at the center of the compass. This bead was cloudy, and a vague figure could be seen inside. This figure was Wang Lin. The pointer-like Great Emperor planet suddenly trembled and stopped rotating. It was pointing at the southwest direction. The moment it stopped rotating, a ray of ghostly light flashed from the Great Emperor planet and shot out toward the southwest direction of the ancient star system. The ghostly light was something unknown and moved at an indescribable speed. In a flash, it shot into the distance. Anything that got in its path, whether it was cultivators or cultivation planets, silently disintegrated. In a flash, the ghostly light arrived at the end of the southwest direction. This was where the Sealed Realm Formation was. The Sealed Realm Formation had cultivators stationed there at all times. All the cultivators felt their vision blur, and in a flash, these nearly 1,000 cultivators' bodies all disintegrated. The ghostly light directly collided with the Sealed Realm Formation. The Sealed Realm Formation seemed to boil, and all the treasure spirits appeared. Then the ghostly light dissipated. It was unknown if it had merged with the formation or pierced into it. The illusory compass around the Great Emperor planet slowly dissipated, and the planet stopped rotating, returning back to the way it was before. Inside the Earth Trial, the heaven-defying bead inside Wang Lin absorbed the last of the magnetic force. Then endless magnetic force rushed out of the bead, as if it was spitting back out all of the magnetic force that was devoured. Wang Lin's body was like a sieve as the large amount of magnetic fog erupted from his body. The Vermillion bird that was at the critical moment of turning from corporeal fire to ethereal fire was the first to bear the brunt of the magnetic force. The moment the magnetic force swept by, all the corporeal fire collapsed and turned into ethereal fire. However, due to the magnetic force that swept by, the fire went through a bizarre change. If the first-generation Vermillion bird ancestor saw this change, even he would be shocked. Chapter 1414, Fame of the Fallen Land. Ethereal fire is the fire that can exterminate the world. It can kill, but can't be extracted from the cultivator's body. It's invisible, so it can last forever. The amount that exists will only ever be the amount that was converted from corporeal fire. All the way until the cultivator's death, that's how much ethereal fire they will have. However, at the moment of the birth of Wang Lin's ethereal fire, it was swept by the magnetic force. A strange change that not even the first-generation ancestor could explain occurred. This moment the ethereal fire was born, it absorbed some of the magnetic force. If this was just it, it wouldn't be a big deal, as the external magnetic force could dissipate at any time. However, the magnetic force inside Wang Lin's ethereal fire came from the heaven-defying bead, so the magnetic force was eternal. As a result, although the magnetic force hadn't changed the power of the ethereal fire, it made Wang Lin the first person in existence to be able to absorb ethereal fire. Wang Lin didn't have much ethereal fire at its birth, but if he continued to absorb more, the power of his ethereal fire would be terrifying. The magnetic fog quickly surged out from Wang Lin's body and filled the Earth Trial in an instant. A moment later, it broke out from the Earth Trial and rose up above the Great Emperor planet. The endless magnetic fog rushed out and filled the sky of the Great Emperor planet. It charged back out and became the magnetic force that surrounded the planet. It looked as if it hadn't changed from before, but if one looked closely, they would find a difference. Before entering the heaven-defying bead, the magnetic fog was destructive and was dead. However, now it seemed complete and seemed to contain life. The 10,000 cultivators stared dumbfoundedly at all of this. As they watched the second incense stick release all the magnetic fog, cracking sounds came from the giant incense stick that was half burned. This sound was ear-piercing and clearly entered the ears of every cultivator. Cracks appeared on the incense stick and began to spread. Soon, cracks covered the entire incense stick. With a bang, the burning earth incense stick was split in half down the middle. The burning side slid off the giant tortoise and fell on the arena. The surroundings were completely silent. The human incense stick was extinguished and the earth incense stick was split in half. The only one that remained towering was the heaven incense stick. Grandmaster Yun Luo's expression was even more pale. The broken earth incense stick was like her broken mind, and the fear in her eyes became even stronger. It shouldn't be him, it can't be. It can't be him. Master Simo's mouth was dry after witnessing Wang Lin's trial. Everything that had happened was beyond his imagination. A trace of a deeply hidden sense of fear toward Wang Lin arose inside him. This was originally an impossible situation for a third-step cultivator to dread a second-step cultivator. However, at this moment, it appeared within Master Simo. Dao Master Miaoyin stared at the earth incense stick that had broken in half. His eyes narrowed as he took out a peach and took a big bite out of it. There was a flash of greed in his eyes. Heaven Defying Bead. Heaven Defying Bead. I want it. Dao Master Blue Dream had a complicated expression as he withdrew his gaze and silently pondered. Beside him, Li Qianmei lowered her head, so no one could see her expression. The old Vermillion bird scratched his head and revealed a bitter smile. This little fellow, what did he do? The change to the Great Emperor planet was clearly related to him. How many secrets does his kid have hidden? This is great. The first incense stick went out, and the second incense stick was split in half. How can the trial continue? How will the trial be scored? The surrounding 10,000 cultivators went into an uproar after a brief moment of silence. The second incense stick actually split in half. What cultivation level is this third young emperor at to be able to do this? The first incense stick extinguishing is already shocking, but it is nothing compared to the second incense stick splitting in half. I fear this is not related to the third young emperor. I think it has to do with the magnetic fog. However, why would the magnetic fog suddenly enter the incense stick? Various thoughts appeared in their heads, but all of their eyes landed on Wang Lin's body before the first incense stick, and they awaited his awakening. Will this person awaken, or will he ignite the next incense stick without touching it like before? In the Earth trial, after all the magnetic fog had rushed out of Wang Lin's body, the heaven-defying bead gradually disappeared. The entire Earth trial quieted down. Only the ethereal fire around Wang Lin's Vermillion bird was silently burning. After a long time, Wang Lin looked at the Vermillion bird and inhaled. The Vermillion bird let out a cry and entered his left eye. At the same time, ethereal fire appeared around Wang Lin's body. This fire was colorless and gave off a destructive aura. Wang Lin let out a deep breath of foul air and looked up at the sky. A moment later, instead of opting to leave, he stepped forward. He crossed tens of thousands of kilometers and arrived at the edge of the Earth trial, at the empty mountain that wasn't burned. The fourth-generation Vermillion bird was sitting silently on the empty mountain. He was inside the trial as well, so he had clearly felt what Wang Lin had gone through, and he was shocked. However, he wasn't an ordinary person. He quickly suppressed the shock and silently looked into the distance. Before him, the world twisted and Wang Lin walked out. He arrived before the fourth-generation Vermillion bird and also silently pondered. The fourth-generation Vermillion bird looked back at Wang Lin and whispered, "After your fourth awakening, you still need to nourish your ethereal fire for a period of time. Bear that in mind." Wang Lin revealed a complicated expression toward the middle-aged man before him. He clasped his hands and asked, "Is Senior the fourth-generation Vermillion bird?" "I am." The middle-aged man nodded. Wang Lin stayed quiet. After a long time, he whispered, "The fifth-generation Vermillion bird has done a long for Junior." Before he died, he talked about how he accompanied the fourth-generation Vermillion bird. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed sadness, and he nodded. His voice contained melancholy as he whispered, "I know." Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved at the void. A crack to this storage space opened, and a stone statue slowly flew out. This stone statue was formed by the old Vermillion bird Divine Emperor's body after he died. The old Vermillion bird Divine Emperor lived his life for the Vermillion bird Divine sect. In my opinion, no one is more qualified to be called a Vermillion bird. As Wang Lin looked at the remains of the old Vermillion bird Divine Emperor, memories of the past flashed in his mind. While the old Vermillion bird Divine Emperor was worrying about the Vermillion bird Divine sect, you weren't there. The second-generation Vermillion bird wasn't there. In the Four Divine sect, the White Tiger Divine Emperor died, the Black Tortoise Divine Emperor defected, and the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor was trapped. For tens of thousands of years, only the old Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor held on. Even at this death, he couldn't forget about the matter of the Vermillion Bird Divine sect. He couldn't forget his teacher. Today, Junior was able to see Senior, so I'll leave his remains here. I believe the old Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor would choose to stay here as well to accompany the teacher who abandoned him and never went back. Perhaps this is his home. Wang Lin withdrew a few steps, knelt before the old Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor, and kowtowed 3 times. Old Vermillion Bird Divine Emperor, this disciple has brought you here from the Vermillion Bird Divine sect. I have brought you back to the side of the 4th generation Vermillion Bird, your home. I can't repay what you've done for me, but my promise will continue. After he got up, Wang Lin looked at the 4th generation Vermillion Bird with a complicated expression. He clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior, for helping me before. Junior is going to leave." Wang Lin let out a sigh and walked away. He could accept the 2nd generation Vermillion Bird, but he couldn't accept the 4th generation Vermillion Bird. If the 4th generation Vermillion Bird hadn't left, the old Divine Emperor would have already gone through the 4th awakening. If the 4th generation Vermillion Bird hadn't left, the old Divine Emperor wouldn't have died. The 4th generation Vermillion Bird looked at the corpse of his disciple, and his body trembled. A powerful sense of sadness appeared in his eyes. He slowly stood up, and his trembling right hand touched the face of his disciple. "Lu Yun, your teacher, has wronged you." Tear flowed down from the eyes of the 4th generation Vermillion Bird. Teacher knew everything about the 4 Divine sect. It's just that I couldn't go back. When I came to the ancient star system, someone placed a mysterious seal in me. The 4th generation Vermillion Bird murmured. His appearance seemed to age a lot as he looked at the corpse of his disciple and thought of the past. Over the years, I have tried to break the seal on me, but I still haven't succeeded. Even the 1st generation Ancestor couldn't release the seal. I can only stay in the Earth trial and not take half a step outside. If I were to leave, the seal would erupt, making me lose my sanity and become crazy. Lu Yun, it's not that teacher didn't want to go back. I just couldn't go back. The tears of the 4th generation Vermillion Bird fell as he looked at the corpse of his disciple. The tears contained the endless sadness his heart, the painful memories, and the endless remorse. Not just me, but the 2nd generation Vermillion Bird also has this seal inside him. He can suppress it, so he doesn't have to stay inside the Earth trial. But he can't leave the fallen land. Fallen land. Fallen land. This is the fallen land of my Vermillion Bird clan. Either we fall into madness or fall from grace. The 4th generation Vermillion Bird bitterly murmured, as if he was explaining it to his disciple. Wang Lin's figure walked toward the sky further and further away until he disappeared without a trace. The moment his figure disappeared, his closed eyes suddenly opened under the human incense stick. Chapter 14:15, Ancient Order Tomb opens. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, the 9-colored fire in his left eye became ethereal and rotated rapidly. It made him look extremely strange. The moment he opened his eyes, ethereal fire erupted from his body. This ethereal fire was heaven-shaking and spread out in all directions. Wang Lin's hair moved without any wind and began to flutter. He withdrew his hand from the first incense stick and looked at his surroundings. Grandmaster Yinluo was still staring at Wang Lin, and when Wang Lin opened his eyes, she clearly saw his left eye. Her eyes widened, her pupils shrank, and monstrous fear filled his eyes. Her body trembled, and she began to retreat. It was as if millions of bolts of thunder had flashed across her mind. She had lost all power in her body, and her face was as pale as a dead person's. This gaze, Grandmaster Yinluo could never forget the image she had just seen. The gaze from the figure that turned around and looked at her at the moment of her death. That blurry figure's left eye had a 9-colored vortex. Master Simo stared at Wang Lin and silently pondered. Dao Master Miao In also looked at Wang Lin. There was a strange light in his eyes, and he revealed an almost unnoticeable sneer. The old Vermillion Bird stood up with a laugh, feeling full of relief. However, given everything that had happened, Wang Lin had shocked him once more on top of having 5 essences. The old Vermillion Bird laughed. You've burned the 9-colored karma fire to ignite the 4th awakening and enter the realm of ethereal fire. Good, good. The old man sitting on the lizard looked at Wang Lin with a different gaze. He had battled the old Vermillion Bird far too many times and knew how powerful ethereal fire was. Now that Wang Lin had entered the realm of ethereal fire, he couldn't help but pay attention to Wang Lin. The woman behind Dao Master Blue Dream looked silently at Wang Lin. Tao Master Blue Dream saw her expression and let out a sigh in his heart. If only I hadn't erased Yu Er's memory and made Wang Lin stay to help his cultivation, instead of just passing him 3 spells. Tao Master Blue Dream felt remorse for the first time for what he had done back then. Wang Lin's gaze swept by everyone, and he let out a deep breath. He saw flowing emotions from all of them. If he wanted to, he could turn those emotions into ethereal fire. When Wang Lin's gaze moved onto Grandmaster Yin Luo, she immediately lowered her head and slowly retreated. However, Wang Lin still saw that her emotions were way more intense than everyone else's. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and clasped his hands at the old Vermillion bird. Junior was fortunate and has already awakened. The old Vermillion bird smiled even more brightly. Then he waved his hand and threw the dragon in his hand into the distance. "You're free, little dragon." He laughed. The dragon was almost dead, as it had lost almost all its blood. When it heard this, its eyes lit up and it let out a roar as it struggled to fly far away. It disappeared into the horizon. The trial is not over. There is someone waiting for in the last heaven incense stick. Go. The old Vermillion bird looked meaningfully at Wang Lin. The human incense stick was extinguished and the earth incense stick was split, but the heaven incense stick won't extinguish or break. This incense stick is guarded by the first-generation ancestor himself, and what is tested inside it is potential. The longer you can maintain it, the greater the potential. This old man lasted 12 breaths, and the 4th generation lasted 14 breaths. I want to know how long you will last. If you can surprise me again, this old man will gift you the restriction in that silly dragon's body. With it, you can easily find where it escaped to. With the dragon as a guard, this old man will be at ease once you leave here. The old Vermillion bird's words entered Wang Lin's mind. No one but him could hear Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded and looked at where the dragon flew off to. The dragon that had just left the Great Emperor planet was very excited. Free, finally free. Roar. This old dragon is finally free from the claws of the devil. After how many years? How many years? Tears appeared in the eyes of the dragon. It didn't know that it had been cheated by the first-generation Vermillion bird and was just given away as a gift by the second-generation Vermillion bird. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He didn't look at the crowd again, but looked at the heaven incense stick. After pondering for a moment, he took a deep breath and pressed his hand on the heaven incense stick. First-generation Vermillion bird ancestor. The ancestor of the Vermillion bird clan. One of the 4 great generals under the ancient celestial sovereign. Such a person probably knows many secrets. If the Vermillion bird clan is in the ancient star system, why does the Fire Sparrow clan exist? Since the Vermillion bird clan has lasted until today, I presume the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger clans are also alive. Where are they? The ancient celestial sovereign. Is it the same person as the ancient celestial emperor, the Lord of the Sealed Realm mentioned? If not, then what is their relationship? While Wang Lin pondered, he closed his eyes. The heaven trial was completely different from the other 2 trials. This was a world filled with white clouds, and there was only one other thing beside clouds. It was a giant statue. It was extremely large and covered a portion of the world. It was an old man that looked like a Vermillion bird. His nose was like a beak, and there were even Vermillion bird wings on his back. His eyes were closed, and there was a 9-colored fire burning between his eyebrows. The right hand of the statue reached out, and its palm opened. Wang Lin's figure was shrouded by a flash of light, and he appeared inside the palm. In the ancient star system, within a calm star domain, ripples echoed. These ripples were like waves, and they slowly spread in all directions. Shortly after, a ray of ghostly light flashed by. Before the ghostly light passed by, there was an abandoned planet here. There were no living beings on this planet, and it had no spiritual energy. It was considered a wasted planet. If any cultivators approached it, they wouldn't even take a look. However, this abandoned planet was in the ray of the ghostly light. When the light passed, the planet disintegrated, leaving only the ripples that slowly spread. However, at this moment, a 100-foot crack appeared in the center of the ripples. Endless death aura came from inside the crack, causing the crack to become bigger and bigger. Through the crack, one could see another world inside, and it was filled with countless floating rocks. On these rocks lay huge heads. Some ancient gods, some ancient demons, and some ancient devils. The crack extended to 1,000 feet before it stopped expanding. It was like a large mouth waiting for food to arrive. Its appearance would set off a storm in the ancient star system, shocking countless cultivators. The Ancient Order Tomb opens. Chapter 1416, Traitorous, 3rd Vermillion Bird. This statue was too strange, and no matter how Wang Lin looked at it, it didn't look like a person. Instead, it looked like it was formed from a Vermillion bird. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin clasped his hands at the statue and bowed before it. He said, "Junior 6th generation Vermillion bird greets the Ancestor." As he spoke, the 9-colored fire between the statue's eyebrows roared violently and shot into the sky. Light emitted from the statue's closed eyes. "To awaken 4 times without a strong bloodline. You're very good," a mighty buzzing voice echoed. "Junior." Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he was about to speak. "You can ask your questions in the trial. I'm seriously injured, and my divine sense won't be awake for long. For every 5 breaths you last, you can ask 1 question." There was no emotion in that buzzing voice when it interrupted Wang Lin. As his voice echoed, fire began to roar on the hand Wang Lin was standing on. This fire rapidly changed between corporeal fire and ethereal fire. Every 9 transformations, the power of the fire would increase. This fire isn't ethereal fire, but my mind fire. In the past, it was known as the Vermillion bird endless flame. When Wang Lin was experiencing the trial, an ancient aura came from the ancient order tomb, extending out of the 1,000-foot spatial crack. This ancient aura merged with the ancient star system and began pulling in tiny, almost invisible dust particles toward it. More and more dust particles gathered until they formed a storm around the spatial crack. From a distance, it looked like a spinning nebula. This storm became larger and larger until it shook the entire star domain. A terrifying force came out of the storm, destroying everything around it. Many abandoned planets nearby were pulled in by the suction force. They were quickly torn apart inside the storm and became part of it. There were 19 cultivation planets lined up in a line in the northern part of the ancient star system. The 10th planet at the center looked like it was all ocean, like a planet of water. There was a cultivator sitting at the bottom of the ocean under the endless water. He looked very old and his hair was white. Every time he breathed, the ocean would roar and waves would be sent out in all directions. The moment the ancient order tomb opened and the storm formed, the old man opened his eyes. His eyes were deep, as if they were the ocean itself. "Something's wrong." The old man's eyes lit up. After pondering for a bit, there was a hint of hesitation in them. "It is impossible to do anything about the heaven-defying bead on the Great Emperor planet, so I'll deal with it later. Avatar, quickly come back and check out that storm. See what it is." This old man was one of the 5 masters, the original body of Tao Master Miaoyin. The young man on the Great Emperor planet was just one of his 3 main avatars. At the same time, outside the Fallen Land, a giant, oval-shaped beast the size of a cultivation planet was slowly closing in. The old man sitting on its back with the yin and yang face tattoo had his eyes closed, but he suddenly opened them and looked into the distance with a strange light in his eyes. "This is..." Before he finished muttering to himself, the moongazer under him suddenly trembled and looked into the distance. There was flashes of fear and excitement in its eyes as it opened its mouth to let out a heaven-shattering roar. The old man with the yin and yang face tattoo hesitated for a bit before changing directions and steering the moongazer to head toward the location of the ancient order tomb. On the Great Emperor planet, everyone was looking at the heaven incense stick when the young man's expression suddenly changed. Without hesitation, he clasped his hands at the old Vermillion bird and smiled. "Friends, I have another matter to attend to, so I won't keep watching the ceremony. Goodbye." With that, he turned around and took a step. His body turned into specks of light, and he disappeared. This sudden change shocked everyone, and the expressions of all the 3rd step cultivators changed. Tao Master Blue Dream's eyes narrowed, and he looked up. After pondering a bit, he clasped his hands at the old Vermillion bird and said, "This matter is strange. I need to go check it out." After he finished speaking, he looked at Li Qianmei and let out a sigh. He waved his sleeve and blue light surrounded the 2 of them before they disappeared. There was also the old man sitting on the lizard. His eyes also revealed a strange light. His mouth, which was sealed by a needle, twitched. Then he clasped his hands at the old Vermillion bird but didn't speak. His right hand hit the lizard, and it flew off with a hiss. Grandmaster Yun Luo and Master Simo looked at each other. She clasped her hands and was about to speak when smoke suddenly came from the heaven incense stick. "The heaven incense stick has ignited." He has ignited the last incense stick so quickly. I wonder how many breaths this 3rd young emperor can last. Can he surpass the 2nd young emperor? The surrounding cultivators' gazes suddenly gathered on the heaven incense stick. Even Grandmaster Yun Luo, who was about to leave, looked at it. The heaven incense stick began burning, and the smoke it started emitting was monstrous. It was like a torch giving off waves of heat, and it rapidly burned down. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In the heaven trial, Wang Lin was sitting in the palm and 9-colored fire was burning around him. From away it looked like the palm was holding a ball of fire. The moment the fire appeared, It contained a terrifying, destructive force. 3 breaths passed by instantly, but the fire made Wang Lin feel an indescribable sense of heat. He even had the feeling that he was inside a furnace and was being refined by someone. The feeling became even more intense, and the fire continued to surge. After almost every breath, the fire would transform 9 times, so every breath would cause the power of the fire to increase greatly. 3 breaths, just 3 breaths had already made Wang Lin feel like he was going to collapse. What kind of trial was this? This fire was trying to refine his soul. Wang Lin could clearly feel that if not for the fact that his Vermillion bird had had its 4th awakening and ethereal fire had appeared in his body, his soul would have been burnt to nothing after 3 breaths. On the Great Emperor planet, his body began to tremble and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. However, the moment it appeared, the sweat turned into fog. His body was like a piece of hot iron that was going to be destroyed by the heat inside him. Inside the heaven trial, Wang Lin's face was pale. His expression was no longer respectful, it had become ferocious. He let out a roar as his hand formed a seal and 9-colored fire rushed out of his left eye. Then the 9-colored fire surged out from his body. He was using fire to resist the fire. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside the giant palm. 4 breaths, 5 breaths. On the Great Emperor planet, the cultivators were staring at Wang Lin's body. At this moment, his body was surrounded by a mist formed from his own sweat. At the 5th breath, the mist collapsed. The burning from the heaven incense stick paused for a moment after having already burned half the incense stick. After Wang Lin lasted for 5 breaths, he immediately roared. The Vermillion bird clan is in the ancient star system. So why does the Fire Sparrow clan exist? The traitorous 3rd Vermillion bird was created by the enemy. He stole my treasures and escaped to create the Fire Sparrow clan. I'm sealed here, so I couldn't clean house. Also, the existence of the Fire Sparrow clan is good for me. The buzzing voice answered simply and then fell silent once more. The fire around Wang Lin increased. The fire from the Ancestor turned into a firestorm. Wang Lin was rushed by the storm, and the 9-colored fire around him collapsed. Intense pain washed over him as he coughed out a mouthful of soul energy. His face immediately became deathly pale. The injury in his soul reached his body. On the Great Emperor planet, his body trembled and blood came out of the corner of his mouth. However, before it could drip to the ground, it was burned to ashes and dissipated into black smoke. After witnessing this scene, the old Vermillion bird's eyes became serious and his expression became extremely gloomy. Could the 1st-generation ancestor have lost it, so use the Vermillion bird endless flame for the trial? The purpose of the heaven trial should be to give him a great fortune. What is the meaning of his behavior? Master Simo's eyes lit up and revealed a hint of surprise. He couldn't help but look at Grandmaster Yunluo. She bit her lower lip and narrowed her eyes. She wanted to divinate, but when she recalled Wang Lin's gaze, her mind trembled and she didn't dare to try. 6th breath, 7th breath, 8th breath. Under the heaven incense stick, blood flowed out from Wang Lin's mouth and his skin wrinkled, becoming dry. Even his blood started boiling. It was as if his blood was going to evaporate from the heat coming from his soul. Wang Lin's souls inside the heaven trial clenched his teeth and his face became twisted. The fire from the 1st-generation Vermillion bird was no longer 9-colored, but chaotic. The temperature inside had reached Wang Lin's limit. Under this intense heat, the pain was like the ocean waves. It was several times more intense than the human trial and the earth trial. This is a trial? Wang Lin suddenly looked up and stared viciously at the statue of the 1st-generation Vermillion bird. There was anger in his eyes, and the thunder tattoo appeared in his right eye. Thunder suddenly rumbled across the world, and endless thunder appeared in the heaven trial. Endless thunder gathered toward his right eye, and the thunder tattoo appeared around his body. The moment the thunder tattoo appeared, and thanks to the thunder around Wang Lin, it allowed him to pass the 9th and 10th breaths. Chapter 14:17, Cultivation is like a hand. What is the relationship between the ancient celestial sovereign and the ancient celestial emperor? In your world, you call him the ancient celestial emperor. In my time, he was called the ancient celestial sovereign. The 1st-generation Vermillion bird slowly answered. There was no emotion in his words. However, the moment he finished speaking, the fire from the palm Wang Lin was in increased once more. The fire quickly turned into a giant Vermillion bird. This Vermillion bird was very old and seemed to have lived for countless years. It let out a grim cry as it charged toward Wang Lin. 11th breath. Wang Lin's eyes revealed madness. The thunder tattoo that contained fire suddenly expanded. As the Vermillion bird closed in, Wang Lin suddenly stood up and pushed up. In an instant, The ancient vermilion bird collided with the thunder tattoo, and a thunderous roar echoed across the world. A powerful shockwave spread in all directions. Wang Lin's body trembled violently, and half of his soul exploded and dissipated. His body on the great Emperor planet shook violently. His body coughed out blood and was teetering. His face was ashen, and large amounts of blood fog came out of his body. Large amounts of his blood was being evaporated. This scene shocked all the surrounding cultivators. The old vermilion bird's pupils shrank as he let out a roar and arrived next to the heaven incense stick. His divine sense rushed out toward the heaven trial. The moment his divine sense entered, his voice roared inside the heaven trial. Ancestor, what is the meaning of this? Could he not be a member of my vermilion bird clan? Could he have been created by someone else? You leave? The buzzing voice rumbled and formed an invisible force that landed on the old vermilion bird's divine sense, forcing him out of the heaven trial. I have my own plan. 12th breath. The thunder tattoo collapsed and turned into countless fragments that returned to Wang Lin's eye. The fire from the old vermilion bird collapsed, and he was knocked back a few hundred feet. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a rift to his storage space appeared. There was a flash of bloodlight, and the blood sword appeared. Wang Lin pointed ferociously at the sky, and the blood sword chased after the vermilion bird. At this instant, after the blood sword shot out, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal. He pointed at the sky and shouted, "In the name of my heavenly thunder, condense the endless thunder of heaven to open the ancient thunder realm." 13th breath. His voice became louder and louder until it was heaven-shattering. The moment he spoke, Wang Lin waved his hand at the void before him. The world rumbled and began to twist. A giant spatial rift 10,000 feet long opened. Endless roars echoed from the rift, and several ancient thunder dragons' giant bodies could be seen moving within. Open the ancient thunder realm. This was the spell of the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder. However, after souls searching the head elder, and thanks to his thunder essence, Wang Lin could also use this extremely powerful thunder spell. The thunder dragons let out angry roars and were coming out of the spatial rift. However, just at this moment, the voice of the first-generation vermilion bird echoed. Vermilion bird seal. As the indifferent voice echoed, the ancient vermilion bird let out a hiss and charged at the 10,000-foot rift. There was a surge of fire, and it imprinted on the 10,000-foot rift. The vermilion bird turned into a giant seal and sealed the rift to the ancient thunder realm. The ancient thunder dragons struggled inside to break out, but no matter how much they tried, they couldn't break the vermilion bird's seal. 14th breath. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he waved his hand without hesitation. The blood sword in the sky changed directions and charged at the huge statue. At this instant, the huge statue's closed eyes suddenly opened. The pair of eyes was devoid of any emotion. The moment the eyes opened, the blood sword was surrounded by an invisible force. It was frozen just outside the eyebrows of the statue and couldn't move forward. "This sword is in your hands." For the first time, shock appeared in the voice of the first-generation vermilion bird. On the great Emperor planet, the old vermilion bird's expression was gloomy, and his right hand bounced off the incense stick. He took a few steps back and looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. He had no idea why the Ancestor was doing this. 14 breaths. The third young emperor also reached 14 breaths. 14 breaths is his limit. You can see that his flesh is almost destroyed and almost all of his blood is about to evaporate. Master Simo narrowed his eyes. With his cultivation level, he naturally saw the old vermilion bird's gloomy expression. He sneered in his heart. It looks like another accident has happened. This little bastard has gone through a lot of ups and downs in this trial. It is best he dies in this trial and save me some trouble. The heaven incense stick violently and quickly burned down. There was only a few dozen feet left. In the heaven trial, after the 15th breath passed, the palm under Wang Lin trembled and began to move. The palm formed a fist as the fire roared. Wang Lin didn't even have a chance to ask the third question before the pressure from the 5 fingers descended. A mysterious force descended, making it so Wang Lin couldn't escape. Seeing the 5 fingers descend, Wang Lin let out a roar and popping sounds came from his body. The 5 fingers pressed down on his arms. He felt as if his entire body was going to disintegrate. Wang Lin had a ferocious expression and let out a roar. The lower half of his body collapsed under this powerful force. 16th breath. 17th breath. 18th breath. Wang Lin's body continued to collapse. He could not see the sky anymore as the 5 fingers covered the sky. When Wang Lin reached 19 breaths, the hand clenched. However, just as the hand clenched, a vermilion bird cry came from the fist along with ethereal fire. Wang Lin's soul turned into a vermilion bird. The eyes of the first-generation Vermillion bird revealed a strange light. He looked at his own fist, and his gaze seemed to penetrate it as he watched Wang Lin's struggling Vermillion bird soul. The nine-colored fire between his eyebrows flashed, and ethereal fire shot out toward his fist. This ethereal fire was invisible, but when it entered his fist, his entire palm was shrouded in fire. I can decide whether you live or die with just a thought, but you still won't tell me the truth, even now. I saw through your secret when you were at the Armored Dragon clan. I only let you live because I want to know your true identity. I arranged for you to become the young emperor to draw you here. I arranged for the second generation to appear to lead you to this trial. Now that you are finally here, tell me, who are you? Why are you impersonating a member of my Vermillion bird clan? The juniors might not see through your secret, but you can't hide anything from me. Right after he spoke, a monstrous fire appeared in the eyes of the first-generation Vermillion bird as he stared at the struggling Wang Lin and carefully observed Wang Lin's expression. After hearing this, Wang Lin was startled for a moment while struggling and let out an angry laugh. Since you won't tell me the truth, then this Vermillion bird will grant you death. The first-generation Vermillion bird's eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at Wang Lin inside his fist. After he spoke, his ethereal fire rushed toward the center of his fist and entered Wang Lin's Vermillion bird. The moment the ethereal fire entered Wang Lin's Vermillion bird, he clearly saw images flash by. These images included the fifth-generation Vermillion bird leaving the Vermillion bird mark on Wang Lin. He saw Wang Lin's first awakening, second awakening, third awakening. The first-generation Vermillion bird didn't just look through the memories once, but over and over again, carefully examining them thousands of times. Finally, he let out a deep breath and the mysterious light in his eyes disappeared, revealing a rarely seen trace of kindness. This fist also slowly loosened. Can you still hold on? His voice was no longer cold. It now contained a hint of admiration. Wang Lin's Vermillion bird silently stared at the first-generation ancestor. Before, it was because I was wrong about one person and thought of him as one of my own that I ended up like this. I can't even take half a step out of the heaven trial. You suddenly appeared, and although all your characteristics line up with my clan, this old man must be cautious. I hope you understand. Wang Lin silently pondered as the Vermillion bird he had formed slowly dissipated. He returned to his human form and slowly said, "The third-generation Vermillion bird? That's right. I couldn't find a single flaw after searching his soul. No matter how much I observed, I couldn't find a single clue. It wasn't until the end that I found out that he was created by someone else. There was hatred in the words of the first-generation Vermillion bird. In the absence of incense stick, you already have 5 essences. Although these 5 essences have just formed, this phenomenon is rare. However, your path is wrong." The first-generation Vermillion bird slowly said. "Your thunder essence formed the void gate, but you couldn't open it. You think you're not strong enough. That's right and wrong. You think you should wait for your fire essence to be completed before trying to open the void gate again. In your heart, you don't even value the 5 heavens blights. You don't want to go through the 5 heavens blights. You want to directly break the void gate at the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage. If you think you can do it, you're wrong." Wang Lin was startled but remained silent. The first-generation Vermillion bird let out a sigh and slowly closed his eyes. His voice echoed in the world. "Do you know why humans have 5 fingers in each hand? In my time, there was also the 5 heavens blights. Only it was called the 5 void-shattering fingers. Cultivation, cultivation. In truth, you and I are only cultivating a hand. The first step is the palm, and the second step is the palm print. The palm print is law, and everyone's palm prints are different, so their laws are also different. The 5 void-shattering fingers, or the 5 heavens blights, are the finger on your palm. If you want to cover the sky with your hand, you must have all 5 fingers. If you understand it, you understand it. If not, there will be no chance for you to break the void." Chapter 14:18, Can do it as well. Wang Lin frowned. The words of the first-generation Vermillion bird echoed in his mind, causing him to become silent. The 5 void-shattering fingers is a process to gather the power to break the void. Only by cultivating to the limit of the second step can you borrow the power of your essence to break the void gate in one fell swoop. Your cultivation is too chaotic. First of all, your ancient god body. Ancient god, ancient god. I didn't expect a member of my Vermillion bird clan to become an ancient god. There was a strange light in the first-generation Vermillion bird's eyes as he looked at the blood sword before him. This old man doesn't know much about ancient god cultivation, but during my time, the ancient god's power was heaven-shaking. Back then, although the ancient order's Yi-Mo wasn't as strong as the ancient celestial sovereign, The ancient celestial sovereigns still dreaded him. Ancient order? Wang Lin was startled as he looked at the first-generation Vermillion bird. Due to my promise from back then, I can't tell you anymore, so don't ask me again. If you have the opportunity, you will find the answer that is lost in time. The expression of the first-generation Vermillion bird seemed crestfallen. If you were to only cultivate the ancient god body and use your power as Tao, it would be easier to open the void gate. However, essences have appeared inside your body, and it is a shocking 5 essences. Therefore, if you want to enter the third step, it will be even more difficult. The more essences you have, the more difficult it becomes, unless you give up your essences and enter the third step as an ancient god. Or you can give up your ancient god body and 4 essences to enter the third step with 1 complete essence. Wang Lin silently pondered. The third step requires the completion of an essence. Then, with the help of Joss flames and devouring a Tao spirit, there is a chance to enter the third step. However, I can't find any Joss flame aura from you. You walk a very difficult path, one completely different from that of the 2nd and 4th generations, so I can't help you. However, right now you have a choice, and I want you to think about it carefully. Wang Lin looked at the first-generation Vermillion bird and calmly said, "What choice? Give up your ancient god body, abandon your seemingly complete but still flawed thunder essence, and also give up all your essences except for your fire essence. Stay in the heaven trial, and this old man will help you reach the third step within 100 years. From then on, you will only have 1 essence, the fire of the Vermillion bird. Once you have reached the third step, this old man will teach you the Vermillion bird endless flame. You will cultivate in peace here with the 2nd and 4th generation Vermillion birds, and wait until this old man breaks the seal. Then this old man will take the 3 of you and leave this place." The first-generation Vermillion bird said slowly. "Leave this place." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He felt like there was some hidden meaning behind these words. "Leave this place." The first-generation Vermillion bird's eyes revealed reminiscence as he softly said, "To go back to the world I came from." Wang Lin's mint trembled, and he was about to speak. "Don't ask, I can't say. If I speak, I'll die. They want to fight, they want to steal, but this old man is tired. I'm unwilling to participate. I just want to go home." The first-generation Vermillion bird sounded tired. "I'll give you time to think. I hope you consider it carefully." The first-generation Vermillion bird let out a sigh. Wang Lin's breath became a bit rough, and he struggled. The words of the first-generation Vermillion bird was very tempting, even more tempting than Tao Master Blue Dream's offer. Tao Master Blue Dream was not of the Vermillion bird clan. In his heart, Wang Lin was leaning more toward the first-generation Vermillion bird. Wang Lin hesitated and asked, "If I give up my ancient god body and my other essences, once I reach third step, can I recultivate my essences?" "Of course you can. Third step cultivators also cultivate essences, and the more essences, the deeper their comprehension. Their cultivation level also increases this way. However, the new essence will never reach true completion and will stop at the third step. 1. This path poses no danger to you. It is a peaceful path that will allow you to keep your obsession. This old man has also faced the flame of obsession and knows how important it is to people like us." The first-generation Vermillion bird looked at Wang Lin as if he was looking at himself, and let out a sigh. Wang Lin's mind trembled, and his breathing became even more rough. Before him, the choice began to tilt. There was a voice filled with 2,000 years of exhaustion in his heart. With the possibility of a quiet life, there was a hint of excitement in the voice that continued to whisper to him. "Stay here. Stay here. You don't have to experience the bloodbath. You don't have to worry about life and death. Stay here. Reach the third step in 100 years. Even if it means giving up the other essences and the ancient god body. After reaching the third step, they can be recultivated. Even if they can't become complete, reaching the third step is worth it. Even if it means not being able to move forward anymore. Stay here. Are you not tired of 2,000 years of cultivation? Walking the line of life and death over and over again. Are you still not afraid? Stay here, stay here." Wang Lin's struggle became even stronger, and his breathing became anxious. This short period of time was like thousands of years for him. After a long time, Wang Lin suddenly looked up at the first-generation Vermillion bird. His voice was slightly hoarse as he said, "Can the Ancestor only take the 3 of us? Can I bring a few more people? Junior has some friends I can't leave behind." The first-generation Vermillion bird pondered, and a moment later, his voice echoed in the world. "Taking the 3 of you is my limit. Forget it. When the day to leave comes, this old man can give you 1 more spot. If any more people come, I fear I won't be able to make it back." 1 spot. Li Muan appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Then Situnan, Qing Shui and Zhou Ru appeared. Li Qianmei appeared. The figures that he had encountered over his 2,000 years of cultivation that caused him to struggle with this decision appeared. Now tell me, what is your choice? The first-generation Vermillion bird's words entered Wang Lin's mind. A monstrous wave was set off in Wang Lin's heart. This choice made him struggle and hesitate. A moment later, Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void and a rift to his storage space appeared. A coffin slowly floated out, and Li Muan was calmly sleeping inside the coffin. Can Senior resurrect her? Wang Lin looked up with bloodshot eyes. The struggle of making this choice was like a vicious battle for him. A long sigh echoed across the world, and the first-generation Vermillion bird's words echoed. This old man saw the coffin when you opened your storage space earlier. This woman must be your obsession. This coffin was refined by a junior, because I have never seen it before, but I can feel the effect of this coffin. This woman's lifespan ended, and her nascent soul was then injured. She died. Then you put the nascent soul inside the coffin to reform her flesh, but her soul had already collapsed. Wang Lin's body trembled as he stared at Li Muan inside the coffin. This coffin is very strange. It allows a collapsed soul to not dissipate for a while. If you can find the correct method of control, you can find the shattered pieces of her soul one by one. But even if you can find all of her soul, this old man can't resurrect her. Wang Lin's heart was filled with despair, and his gaze became dim. He stared at the coffin as if his heart had been torn apart, and pain filled his body. The first-generation Vermillion bird pondered a bit and slowly said, "However, if this old man can't do it, that doesn't mean others can't. In my hometown, there are 3 people that can mend her soul and resurrect her. It's just, all 3 of them have extremely high statuses, and this old man can't get them to help. However, you can rest assured, I'll do my best." Wang Lin didn't look up, and he slowly withdrew his gaze from the coffin. His right hand touched the coffin, and he put it back inside his storage space. The 3 people Ancestor talked about are too far away from Junior. The 3 are able to do it presumably due to their unfathomable cultivation. Wang Lin raised his hand and looked at the first-generation Vermillion bird statue. Although his eyes were still bloodshot, they no longer contained any struggle. Instead, they were filled with clarity and determination. Junior also wants to live peacefully. I'm tired of the constant life and death situations and the schemes of the cultivation world. I would very much like to stay here until I'm old. Even if it means my cultivation would stop at the 3rd step. So what? Wang Lin's eyes became bright, and he continued. It's just that Junior can't do it. Asking others for help is too unreliable, and I don't like having someone else controlling my fate. I might as well not ask for their help. Since they can cultivate to that degree, I, Wang Lin, can do it as well. Although these words were not loud, but after he spoke them, it was as if an indescribable force had surged into his body, giving him a shocking presence. Their words seemed to echo inside this world. Even the first-generation Vermillion bird's eyes narrowed. I can't give up my ancient god body. I can't give up my other 4 essences. Even if this path is difficult, I have to continue down it. I can't allow my cultivation to stop. Wang Lin bowed at the first-generation Vermillion bird before stepping into the air. Junior appreciates the old ancestor's goodwill. Whether it is the 5 heavens blights or the 5 void-shattering fingers, they are all things comprehended by cultivators as required steps to break the void gate. Then why can't Junior find my own way, a method unique to me? Ancestor said that I need 5 fingers to cover the sky, but Junior doesn't want to go through the 5 heavens blights. My ancient god body is Junior's palm, and my 5 essences are my fingers. 5 heavens blights, 5 void-shattering fingers, 5 essences, they have different names, but their meanings are the same. I've completed 1 essence, which is the same as the first heaven's blight. Once my 5 essences are complete, I'll be the same as a peak 5th heaven's blight cultivator. I'll break open the void gate and form my own path. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 1. We don't understand exactly what the author is saying in this chapter regarding the essences and staying at the 3rd step. We don't know if he would be stuck at the 3rd step with his fire essence, or if he could continue cultivating the fire essence, but the other essences and the ancient god body would be stuck at the 3rd step. Chapter 14:19, Come. Wang Lin floated in the air and clasped his hands at the statue of the first-generation Vermillion bird. He then waved his right hand, and the blood sword let out a sword him before flying back to Wang Lin. His words revealed his determination. When the first-generation Vermillion bird heard this, he silently pondered. Wang Lin looked at the sky. Fire burned in his left eye and thunder flashed in his right eye. They seemed to support the entire world as he stood there as his voice echoed. Since I can't rely on others to resurrect Wan Air, then I can only rely on my own strength. Since the old ancestor can't take my friends away, then I'll stay here and break through heaven on my own. I'll take my friends and ascend with them." His mighty words echoed across the world like rolling thunder. If leaving this world was like becoming a celestial, then Wang Lin's words meant not only that was he going to become a celestial, but he was going to make all his friends celestials too. After pondering for a bit, the first-generation Vermillion bird let out a sigh. "Perhaps you're right. Forget it, you passed the heaven trial. I know you left a drop of Vermillion bird blood on an abandoned planet and lured the Fire Sparrow clan to take it. Your purpose should be the fire essence in the Fire Sparrow clan. Your Vermillion bird has awakened 4 times, and you've given birth to ethereal fire. If you can devour the fire essence left by the traitorous 3rd Vermillion bird, your fire essence will increase greatly." Although the traitorous 3rd Vermillion bird was a fake, he was the most talented person I've seen. Although he was seriously injured by me, his cultivation was powerful and his mind cunning. He must have left himself a few safety measures to protect himself. This old man also suspects that he has another identity in the ancient star system. However, I'm unable to leave this place, so I can't investigate this matter. If you have plans for the Fire Sparrow clan, you need to be careful of the traitorous 3rd Vermillion bird. He might be in closed-door cultivation in the holy land of the Fire Sparrow clan. If he is really there, then I'll give you this item condensed from my Vermillion bird Endless Fire. With it, even if you meet the traitorous 3rd Vermillion bird, you can keep your life. If I'm wrong, then take this as a weapon to protect yourself." As the first-generation Vermillion bird spoke, the 9-colored fire between his eyebrows flashed. It condensed into a 9-colored feather that slowly flew at Wang Lin. "The traitorous 3rd Vermillion bird has a treasure of my Vermillion bird clan, but he doesn't know the method to control it. I'll teach it to you, and if you have the power to take it back, I'll gift that treasure to you." The moment Wang Lin caught the 9-colored feather, a complex chant was engraved into his soul. "Try to keep the members of the Fire Sparrow clan alive, as they have great use to me. I'll help you make that Vermillion bird blood you left on the abandoned planet more real. No one but the 3rd-generation Vermillion bird would see through it. You can leave." The first-generation Vermillion bird's voice gradually became more faint until eventually it disappeared. The statue lost its vitality and seemed to turn into a dead object. Wang Lin looked at the statue of the first-generation Vermillion bird, and after a moment, he bowed deeply. Then he turned around and disappeared. On the Great Emperor planet, the heaven incense stick seemed like it would burn forever without end. Time slowly passed, 1 breath, 1 breath. It had been a total of 23 breaths now. Although Wang Lin's conversion with the first-generation Vermillion bird was long, thanks to the interference of the first-generation Vermillion bird, it was merely a few breaths of time outside. 24th breath, 25th breath. The surrounding cultivators were all filled with shock. Master Simo frowned, and there was a flash of hostility on his face. Grandmaster Yun Luo's right hand formed seals so fast that her hand formed afterimages as she calmly stared at Wang Lin. Only the old Vermillion bird had a gloomy expression. He vaguely guessed the purpose of the Ancestor, that this trial was a test of identity. 26th breath, 27th breath, 27 breaths. This 3rd young emperor was able to make the heaven incense stick last this long. Look at his body. It just looked like he was facing a life and death crisis. But now he has calmed down. The surrounding cultivators began to debate. Every breath that passed caused their minds to be shaken even more. Just at this moment, the fire from the heaven incense stick became monstrous and covered almost half the sky. The monstrous fire charged at the small remaining part of the heaven incense stick. In just an instant, the remaining heaven incense stick had been burned clean. This sudden change attracted the attention of all the surrounding cultivators. Even the old Vermillion bird's eyes lit up, and he looked closely. Although it sounds slow, it happened in an instant. The heaven incense stick was rapidly shrinking, and the fire was about to reach Wang Lin's body. At this moment, Wang Lin's soul still hadn't returned. If he didn't return before the incense stick was burned clean, then even if he passed the trial, he would have failed in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators. All of this happened in a flash. The sudden increase in the burning rate of the heaven incense stick was like an invisible force that attracted everyone's attention. Under their gazes, the fire from the heaven incense stick quickly descended and devoured Wang Lin. The heaven incense stick had completely burned out. He didn't come out. The 3rd young emperor's soul didn't come out. Did he fail? I told you this trial was extremely difficult, and he wouldn't succeed. So what if his cultivation is monstrous? He still failed in this trial. I want to see how the 1st young emperor will save him. The surrounding cultivators went into an uproar. Master Simo took a deep breath and joy appeared in his eyes. However, The moment the joy appeared, it drained away and was replaced with endless gloom. Grandmaster Yin Luo's right hand was a bloody mess once more as she was interrupted once more. This time she wasn't interrupted by a strange force, but by an indifferent gaze coming from the burning incense stick. The gaze was like fire and thunder, and the moment it appeared, it caused the world to rumble. A black shadow gradually walked out of the burning stick and appeared before all the cultivators present. Wang Lin walked out with a gloomy expression. The moment the heaven incense stick burned out, his soul returned to his body. Once he was back in his body, this fire was nothing to him. Under the shocked gazes of all the surrounding cultivators, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the fire behind him moved with him. It turned into a river of fire that wrapped around his right hand. Wang Lin clenched his fist, and the river of fire collapsed, sending fire scattering in all directions. The scattering bits of fire were like fireflies with Wang Lin at the center. The 9-colored fire rotated rapidly in Wang Lin's left eye and turned into ethereal fire. In his right eye, the thunder tattoo had 9 accompanying thunders rotating around it. His clothes fluttered and his hair moved without wind. His gaze swept past all the surrounding cultivators. At this moment, Wang Lin was like a celestial and a demon fused into one. An indescribable aura surged out from him, and all the injuries on his body healed. At the same time, an endless fire burned in his soul as endless power condensed his body. All the cultivators that met his gaze felt their minds tremble, and huge waves were set off in their minds. They felt as if a fire was burning inside them, and the stronger their emotions became, the more powerful the fire became. In an instant, the fire was strong enough to burn them to ashes. What was even more shocking was that once you were swept by Wang Lin's gaze, your mind and soul seemed to no longer belong to you. At this moment, you would feel as if the world was occupied by a giant thunder tattoo with 9 different thunders around it trying to destroy your soul. This feeling only lasted for an instant for most cultivators when Wang Lin's gaze swept by them. However, it was unforgettable, and that feeling of terror was something they could never forget. Wang Lin was about to display his might. Just one sweep of his gaze had caused the hearts of the surrounding 10,000 cultivators to tremble. Panic appeared in their eyes, and they all lowered their heads. They actually didn't dare to look at Wang Lin. In particular, those who were disrespectful to Wang Lin and had talked behind his back turned deathly pale. They clearly felt that as soon as Wang Lin willed it, their bodies would be burned to nothing, and their origin souls would turn to ashes. Wang Lin's gaze swept past these cultivators one by one. No matter what cultivation level they were at, Wang Lin could see the ethereal fire coming from them. The more their emotions fluctuated, the more intense the fire became. A powerful feeling appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. A hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes as he waved his hand, and the world rumbled. Ethereal fire appeared in the bodies of all the surrounding cultivators. This fire gave off intense heat, and fear appeared in their eyes. In an instant, the ethereal fire that had ignited within the 10,000 cultivators rushed out of their bodies and gathered toward Wang Lin, who was still on the back of the giant tortoise. This scene was extremely shocking. The monstrous ethereal fire was like smoke, and it turned into a huge vortex and was absorbed by Wang Lin. The fire surrounded him and formed a monstrous firestorm. This storm rotated rapidly and formed violent gusts of wind. The surrounding cultivators were all blown back 10,000 feet by this gust of wind. This is gathering of external ethereal fire. The old Vermillion bird's eyes widened, and he was filled with shock. Grandmaster Yin Luo's face was pale, and her mind trembled. At this moment, if Wang Lin had a bead and a needle floating before him, then he would look exactly the same as the figure she had seen. Wang Lin's body floated up inside the storm of ethereal fire. He looked down past Yin Luo and directly at the gloomy Master Simo. Master Simo, didn't you want to kill me? I'll give you the chance, come. Wang Lin stretched out his right hand and taunted Master Simo. Chapter 1420 Battle. Challenge. To launch a challenge at a third-step cultivator. Since ancient times, third-step cultivators were like gods to second-step cultivators. Such people were almost invincible unless it was a battle between third-step cultivators, but it would be impossible for them to lose to second-step cultivators. This was like a law. Not only had it existed for eternity in this world, but it was imprinted in the minds of all the cultivators. Third-step cultivators were invincible. All cultivators were like ants before third-step cultivators. Even though Master Simo had been humiliated by the old Vermillion bird, the fact was that anywhere else, whether it was in the outer realm or the inner realm, he would merely have to stomp his foot to cause a great disaster. Even though he was only at the early stage of Nirvana Void, he was still a god to second-step cultivators. However, Right now, unbelievable words that surprised all the cultivators here had echoed like thunder across the great Emperor planet. He dared to challenge a third-step cultivator. Although the third young emperor is powerful, there is still a big gap between him and a legendary third-step cultivator. To challenge him now is really stupid. This person has just experienced a trial, so he must be injured, yet he wants to boastfully challenge a third-step cultivator? Simply ridiculous, ridiculous. I don't think so. Although his cultivation can't compare to a third-step cultivator, the shock from the trials has brought his momentum to its peak. If he doesn't battle now, he would be wasting this opportunity. Humph, a third-step cultivators is not someone people like us can challenge. I say Master Simo only needs one spell to teach this third young emperor the consequences of being arrogant. I admire the third young emperor for doing this. Whether he succeeds or not doesn't matter. How many people would dare to be like him? All of you here talk with disdain, but how many of you would dare to go up and challenge him like the third young emperor? The 10,000 cultivators were talking behind Wang Lin's back at the start, but after the trials, a portion of them now spoke of Wang Lin with respect. Wang Lin's words, especially his last word, "come," revealed his great confidence. Grandmaster Yin Luo was also shocked. She didn't think Wang Lin would dare to challenge Master Simo. At this moment, the Wang Lin before her was rapidly interchanging with the terrifying figure. She felt like she had entered a trance and almost couldn't tell them apart. The old Vermillion bird revealed a smug smile. This was what he wanted. He wanted his junior to do something that everyone thought impossible. Although third-step cultivators are strong, I didn't throw those few slaps for nothing. The old Vermillion bird looked at Master Simo. Master Simo looked at Wang Lin, and his eyes suddenly turned clear. There was no joy or sorrow within them, and coldness filled his body. At this moment, he looked like a different person from before. A powerful sense of majesty slowly spread out from his body and caused the world to distort. As the world twisted, countless illusory souls seemed to appear. Every single soul looked mournful, and bursts of silent cries echoed across the great Emperor planet. Do you think you can challenge a third-step cultivator just because you won against my avatar? Since you want to die, then this old man will comply with your wish. Master Simo looked calm. He took a step forward and moved like a ray of light toward Wang Lin. The surrounding cultivators all stared at this scene, and their breathing seemed to stop. An indescribable sense of excitement began to fill the minds of all the surrounding cultivators. A third-step cultivator was going to act. Such a battle was a once-in-a-lifetime situation. It was very rare to see something like this, so how could they not be excited? Heaven-breaking 9 extinctions. Master Simo's voice was calm, and it echoed across the world. In a flash, he was within 1,000 feet of Wang Lin. There was no killing intent or coldness in his eyes as he waved his right hand. First extinction, heaven. With his wave, the sky rumbled and countless spatial cracks appeared. It seemed like the sky was being ripped open by force. These hideous scars shot straight at Wang Lin. The sky distorted, and even more spatial cracks appeared. Second extinction, Earth. Master Simo said. The Earth rumbled, and the surrounding cultivators retreated in terror. The entire Earth around the giant tortoise trembled as if it was moving. Mountains piercing the sky suddenly arose from the Earth, and they all shot toward Wang Lin. At this moment, the sky distorted while the spatial cracks came toward Wang Lin. The Earth trembled and countless mountains shot toward him. Third extinction, life. There was a flash in Master Simo's calm eyes. He waved his right hand, and a cold gust of wind appeared from the void. It blew toward Wang Lin. This cold wind was very similar to Wang Lin's call the wind. It could blow out the fire of life. All of this happened in a flash. As soon as Master Simo started his attack, he used his most powerful spell. He had the intent of killing Wang Lin instantly. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. As the 3 extinctions closed in on him, the ethereal firestorm rotated rapidly around him. 9-color ethereal fire. In my name I order you to form the fire spirit. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal, and then he waved his hand inside the ethereal firestorm. There was a loud rumble followed by the roar of dragon. A giant dragon head came out of the center of the ethereal firestorm. The dragon was red, and it let out bursts of roars as it charged at the spatial cracks in the sky. Monstrous fire quickly filled the spatial cracks in the sky. This made the sky look extremely fierce. At this moment, another dragon head came out of the firestorm. This time, it was an orange dragon, and it roared as it charged at the mountains coming from below. This dragon was 10,000 feet long, and the mountains began to burn before it. Shortly after, roars continued to echo as the 3rd, 4th, 5th, until 9 fire dragons had appeared. These 7 dragons charged out, and the firestorm dissipated. Wang Lin simply stood there. Adding the 2 from before, there were now 9 fire dragons coiled around him. Those plus the 9-colored fire rotating in his left eye amounted to a shocking scene. A powerful aura erupted from Wang Lin's body. The 10,000 cultivators that had retreated were all shocked. Wang Lin's figure was deeply imprinted in their minds. They wouldn't be able to forget it in their lifetimes. 4th extinction, death. 5th extinction, time. 6th extinction, void. 7th extinction, desolation. 8th extinction, reincarnation. 9th extinction, heaven breaking. Master Simo's expression was still the same, without any killing intent or anger. His mind remained calm. The first thing one had to do when battling someone with ethereal fire was guard their mind. If his mind became a mess, his emotions would fluctuate, and then his enemy could ignite the ethereal fire. Master Simo had stepped forward every time he spoke, walking step by step toward Wang Lin. Every word he had said caused illusions to appear before him. The first one to appear was an illusory graveyard. It was like a bag that quickly filled the world. The various tombs caused a monstrous death aura to appear. Shortly after, the power of time formed light under Master Simo's feet. It was as if time was rapidly changing as he walked forward. Then a vague void shrouded him. The endless tomb and his body were surrounded by this void. It made it so others couldn't see him clearly. Inside that blur lay an ancient aura that turned into the aura of reincarnation. He closed in on Wang Lin, and in an instant he was 100 feet away from Wang Lin. When he said the last 2 words, heaven breaking, he was 3 feet from Wang Lin. He raised his right hand and mercilessly slammed down. Heaven breaking 9 extinctions. 9 steps to extinguish heaven. The world trembled. The moment Master Simo's palm descended, all the illusions behind him collapsed into countless fragments. These fragments turned into rivers that flowed into Master Simo's right palm, and the palm closed in. All of this happened in a flash. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand formed a sword and suddenly pointed forward. The 9 dragons around him let out roars. Then they fused with his finger, and he pointed at Master Simo. From afar, this looked like a shocking scene. Master Simo's palm had the power to break the heavens. By borrowing the momentum of the 9 extinctions, and adding on his 3rd step cultivation, that palm could break all living things. Wang Lin's finger had 9 dragon heads tangled together. It looked like Wang Lin's fingers had become the dragon's body. The 9 dragons roared and were surrounded by fire. In a flash, Wang Lin's finger and Master Simo's palm collided. This was an encounter with the heaven-breaking power and ethereal fire. It was a collision of law. Rumble, 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 rumble. Intense rumbles echoed across the entire Great Emperor planet like crazy. Almost all the 10,000 cultivators coughed out blood and their ears buzzed. They all anxiously retreated. As the rumbles echoed, Wang Lin's body rapidly retreated. He retreated a few hundred feet, and his face revealed a strange red. He looked up with a cold gaze. 3rd step cultivators are indeed amazing. Master Simo's palm trembled, and he felt the fire rebound at him. His blow that could break the heavens couldn't extinguish this fire. The calmness in his eyes dissipated, and there was a moment of shock. However, the moment that sliver of shock appeared, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He pointed at Master Simo. Ethereal fire rise. Chapter 1421, Joss Flame Worship. Ethereal fire was not one of the 5 elements of the world. At the peak of corporeal fire, there was a chance to break the void and transform it into the ethereal fire that could extinguish everything. All emotions were fuel for ethereal fire, so one's emotions couldn't fluctuate when battling someone with ethereal fire. As a 3rd step cultivator, not only was Master Simo's cultivation powerful, he had full control of his emotions. If he didn't want to be angry, he would not be angry. If he didn't want emotions to appear, he could make all his emotions like still water. However, there was a trace of shock within Master Simo. There was a hint of emotional fluctuation. This was originally impossible, but it had happened. Master Simo didn't have time to ponder why it had happened. The moment he felt shock, ethereal fire erupted from his body and burned around him in the blink of an eye. This monstrous ethereal fire caused his expression to change. His change in expression caused his emotions to fluctuate once more. This caused the ethereal fire to burn even more violently. The old Vermillion bird looked at this and revealed an almost undetectable sneer. Those few slaps weren't just to teach you a lesson, but to also plant the ethereal fire seed inside your body. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for him to battle a 3rd step cultivator. Little fellow, whether you can capitalize on this opportunity will depend on you. Wang Lin had been thought countless life and death situations, so he simply wouldn't miss any opportunity. Seeing the ethereal fire rage, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Suppressing his injuries from earlier, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and he pointed forward. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious, and he pointed the 9-colored fire in his left eye. It turned into ethereal fire and shot at Master Simo. There is not enough ethereal fire. Heavenly ethereal fire, gather for me. Wang Lin stepped forward and waved his sleeves. A gust of wind swept toward the cultivators watching this battle. This wind contained a high temperature. When it swept by, more ethereal fire was born due to their fluctuating emotions. This ethereal fire didn't burn them, but it immediately formed an ethereal fire dragon inside each of their bodies. In a flash, these fire dragons rushed out from the bodies of the cultivators. A total of 36,794 ethereal fire dragons appeared in the world. From afar, this scene looked extremely shocking. At this moment, it was as if Wang Lin wasn't battling Master Simo by himself. He had gathered the emotions of everyone here to battle Master Simo. In the cultivation world, no one could do this with the power of fire beside Wang Lin. Not the 4th-generation Vermillion bird, or even the 2nd-generation Vermillion bird. Although their ethereal fire was strong, there was a limit. They could only release but not absorb. However, Wang Lin's ethereal fire contained the magnetic force from the heaven-defying bead. After absorbing the ethereal fire, the world rumbled. Wang Lin waved his sleeves, and the countless ethereal fire dragons charged at Master Simo. With the 9 ethereal fire dragons leading the way, countless more followed them. They formed a heaven-shaking ethereal firestorm. All of this happened in a flash. The moment the ethereal fire ignited in Master Simo, the ethereal firestorm charged into Master Simo's body. Master Simo's face immediately turned pale, and he quickly retreated. There was terror in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. A bit more. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He rushed forward and he shouted, "Master Simo, do you still remember the heaven-breaking sect?" The retreating Master Simo's body trembled. There was struggle in his eyes, but he suppressed his emotions. "Master Simo, do you still remember your 2nd brother, 3rd brother, and the 16 brothers you kicked out of the cave?" Master Simo's face turned deathly pale and his body swayed. "Master Simo, do you recognize this?" Wang Lin opened his storage space and took out a jade. This jade was Sima Mo's identity jade from the heaven-breaking sect. The struggle in Master Simo's eyes became even stronger, as if it was about to collapse. "Master Simo, do you recognize this?" Wang Lin waved his hand, and something appeared in his grasp. It was a palm-sized beast bone. This beast bone was the reason why Sima Mo had been kicked out of the heaven-breaking sect. Master Simo's face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. His face revealed a ferocious expression as he roared at Wang Lin. "Shut up! Should I call you Master Simo or Sima Mo?" Wang Lin's last words was like a bolt of thunder, and the ethereal fire surged through Master Simo's body. The fire burned brightly, and popping sounds came from inside Master Simo's body. A sense of madness appeared in Master Simo's eyes. He stopped retreating and allowed the ethereal fire to burn him. 7-colored light began to shine from his body, but the color purple almost completely suppressed the other 6 colors. "This old man isn't Sima Mo. My Taoist name is Master Simo." Master Simo was being burned by the ethereal fire inside his body, and he coughed out blood. The moment the blood appeared, it was burned to ashes. He stared at Wang Lin with a vicious expression, and killing intent appeared inside his eyes. His right hand reached at the void, and he let out a roar. The world darkened, and a giant spatial rift appeared due to Master Simo. This rift was extremely large, and all the surrounding cultivators clearly saw that there seemed to be another world inside there. There were countless cultivation planets inside the rift, and there were countless people kneeling there. Large amounts of Joss flame came out as they worshipped. "Open this old man's Joss flame realm. Disciple souls appear." Master Simo waved his sleeve, and the countless beings on the planets began to chant. The sound fused together into some time like a spell, and suddenly charged out of the rift. The moment this voice rushed out, the illusions of souls appeared around Master Simo. The souls appeared in mass and filled the world in the blink of an eye. At a glance, these souls were boundless, and the amount was shocking. It was impossible to count them all quickly. There were still countless more that hadn't appeared. The eyes of these souls were all filled with fervor and released Joss flames. The Joss flame spell. The Joss flame spell that is unique to 3rd-step cultivators. All life will be destroyed by Joss flame spells. The surrounding cultivators went into an uproar as they retreated. None of them dared to remain close. The old Vermillion bird's eyes lit up as he stared at Master Simo. He didn't reveal any of his thoughts. "My disciples, worship me." Master Simo let out a roar, and the countless souls all bowed at Master Simo. With their bows, the world rumbled and a Joss flame wind appeared. This wind was purple and swept toward Master Simo. The ethereal fire around him dimmed and began to extinguish. In a flash, the ethereal fire around Master Simo all extinguished, none of it remained. However, the souls became blurry, as if their bows had consumed too much of their strength. This scene was so shocking that Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. This is the third step. A third-step cultivator like Taoist water. Even ethereal fire can be extinguished by Joss flames. Can I really not win? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with reluctance. His gaze was like lightning, and he roared in his heart. So what if he is at the third step? Just at this moment, Master Simo suddenly turned around. His eyes were cold as he stared at Wang Lin and roared. This old man's endless disciples create Joss flames for me. Without reaching the third step, you can't bear the power of the Joss flames. Since you're looking for death, then I'll let you die. Joss flame disciples, worship him once. This old man wants to see how you can withstand the worship of my endless disciples. Master Simo pointed at Wang Lin. With a point of his finger, the endless souls inside Master Simo's Joss flame realm turned to face Wang Lin. The amount of disciples couldn't be calculated. Even Wang Lin felt shock when faced with the endless Joss flame disciples. Joss worship. Master Simo's words echoed and the endless Joss flame souls all bowed at Wang Lin. The power of one bow formed a purple wind that swept toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt an unknown force come from all directions, and as it squeezed his body, he felt intense pain. A tearing force came from his body, wanting to tear him apart. Wang Lin's expression changed. He had nowhere to escape to, because the power came from the world itself. I want to see how you will withstand the worship of my Joss flame disciples. To dare to challenge me before reaching the third step, arrogant. Master Simo's eyes were completely purple and emitted flashes of purple light. However, although he was shrouded in purple light, there was a faint fire the size of a fingernail between his eyebrows. Wang Lin suddenly saw a small person sitting inside the fire. This small person looked exactly the same as Master Simo, and two streams of tears were flowing out of its eyes. Save me. The moment the purple wind arrived, Wang Lin seemed to hear a faint voice coming from the fire between Master Simo's eyebrows. Master Simo has so many Joss flame disciples. The expression of the old Vermillion bird changed, and he was about to charge forward to help. However, just as he took a step, Wang Lin's voice echoed across the world. Ancestor, Junior can do this. Chapter 1422, Seal the Joss Flame Realm. Master Simo's expression was gloomy. Although his words contained killing intent, he wouldn't dare to actually kill Wang Lin before the old Vermillion bird. If he did such a thing, he would face death. If he didn't kill Wang Lin, the old Vermillion bird couldn't made it too hard on him. After all, he had the Sovereign Council and the Sovereign standing behind him. He had used Joss flame worship with the intent to seriously injure Wang Lin and force Wang Lin to retreat. Therefore, no one could say anything and he could leave safely. The power of the countless souls' worship turned into a purple wind that charged at Wang Lin from all directions. At a glance, it looked like the entire world had been dyed purple. This Joss flame spell was heaven-shaking and was powerful enough to destroy a fifth heaven's blight cultivator. However, Wang Lin's thunder essence was complete, and his fire essence had reached ethereal fire. He had also battled against Taoist water, so although he was facing this crisis, he felt no fear. Instead, battle intent filled his eyes. To be more precise, this was the first time Wang Lin had battled a third-step cultivator. When he faced Taoist water, he could only defend and not attack. However, his cultivation level had increased rapidly during his time in the ancient star system. Before, he could only defend himself, but now he could put up a fight. Seeing the purple wind close in, thunder flashed from Wang Lin's right eye. He took a step forward and waved his right hand. Ancient Thunder Realm, open. The world rumbled. Another huge rift appeared in the sky covered by the purple wind. This rift was 10,000 feet wide and seemed to have ripped the purple apart to appear before Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside the rift, and it gave off an ancient aura. Roars of ancient thunder dragons echoed inside. As the thunder flashed from within the rift, an ancient thunder dragon's giant body appeared. Endless thunder come out of the rift and raged within the purple wind. All of this happened in a flash. The moment the ancient thunder realm was opened by Wang Lin, the thunder tattoo in his right eye flew out toward the rift. At the same time, a shocking roar from the rift suppressed all the sound of thunder. The head of a giant ancient thunder dragon poked out, and it charged at the thunder tattoo. In a flash, the ancient thunder dragon fused with one of the accompanying thunders around the thunder tattoo, causing that accompanying thunder's power to increase greatly. This didn't end. In an instant, more thunder dragons appeared and quickly fused with the accompanying thunders before the purple wind arrived. The ancient thunder realm will be the source of my thunder essence, and the 9 ancient thunder dragons will empower my accompanying thunders. I summon the peak of heavenly thunder. Wang Lin's voice echoed across the world. His long hair fluttered, and he pointed forward. Wang Lin's most powerful spell beside his fire essence was his thunder essence. After devouring the Scatter Thunder clan's eternal thunderbolt and soul-searching the head elder, Wang Lin's thunder spells had reached a peak. If this wasn't so, how could he have caused the Void Gate to appear with just this thunder essence, and then pushed it open a sliver? As he pointed, the 9 accompanying thunders rotated rapidly around the thunder essence and began a battle against the incoming purple wind. From afar, one could see that the 10,000-foot rift was shaped like a bolt of thunder. The countless thunderbolts moving in and out of it made it look even more like a bolt of thunder. The 9 accompanying thunders formed a heaven-shaking thunderstorm. The purple wind turned into a purple storm that swept across the world. As the countless Joss Flame disciples bowed, it closed in. Wang Lin's thunderstorm had 9 ancient thunder dragons rotating within it, creating a powerful force. It had also gained a powerful thunder force from the ancient thunder realm. Rumble, 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 rumble. The collision of the 2 storms caused the great Emperor planet to tremble. A destructive aura spread like a giant hand wiping across the earth. The giant tortoise let out a mournful cry and suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the giant tortoise caused the arena to disintegrate. This caused the surrounding cultivators to cough out blood and threw them far away. The thunderstorm suddenly exploded and shattered into countless bolts of thunder. The 9 accompanying thunders were knocked back, and even the rift to the ancient thunder realm began to distort as if it was going to dissipate. The purple storm also trembled. A majority of it collapsed before Wang Lin's thunder essence. The surrounding Joss Flame souls were affected and began to collapse on a wide scale. It was like an invisible hand moving across the sky, wiping out all of the Joss Flame souls. Master Simo's clothes fluttered and his eyes lit up. Under the impact of the shockwave, he waved his hand and roared. This old man's Joss Flame souls are endless. Even if you destroy these, I have more. Joss Flame Realm disciples, appear once more. After he roared, even more souls were about to rush out from the giant rift that led to Master Simo's Joss Flame Realm. Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. His face was pale, and he retreated several steps. However, as he retreated, he raised his head and revealed monstrous battle intent. He forced himself to stop retreating and charged forward like a meteor. He waved his right hand, and a withered, yellow leaf appeared in his hand. The moment the leaf appeared, Wang Lin's ancient god stars appeared between his eyebrows. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. This was ancient god blood. Blood fell on the withered, yellow leaf, causing it to release a red light. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the red leaf shot at Master Simo. It was extremely fast and closed in an instant. It was like a violent wind and instantly grew to 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 feet large. Ancient leaf. One of the treasures Greed had obtained in the mysterious place. Even with Greed's cultivation level, when he used it, he could seal Wang Lin's path. Wang Lin couldn't break it and had to avoid it. Right now Wang Lin was using it as an ancient god after nurturing it with his ancient god blood. He was also using the proper method to control it, so its power was much more powerful than when Greed used it. 1 leaf to cover the sky. The ancient leaf instantly flew by Master Simo and appeared beside his Joss Flame Realm. It covered up the rift. Seal for me. Seal. Seal. Wang Lin's roar echoed and the ancient leaf flashed like a sealing rune. The moment it stuck to Master Simo's Joss Flame Realm, it released a powerful sealing force. Under the sealing power of the ancient leaf, the Joss Flame Realm trembled, and not a single soul was able to rush out. This sudden change shocked Master Simo, and fear appeared in his eyes. He had never heard of a treasure that could seal the Joss Flame Realm of a third-step cultivator. What kind of treasure is this? Not only Master Simo was shocked, but even the pupils of the old Vermillion bird shrank. His eyes were filled with disbelief. That little fellow had a treasure like this. Grandmaster Yun Luo's face became even more pale, and the fear in her eyes couldn't be hidden anymore. Her mind trembled, and she retreated a few steps. She clearly remembered an image where the figure waved his hand, and 99 of these leaves appeared to seal the ancient star system. They completely sealed an extremely powerful heavenly Dao spell launched by many ancient star system cultivators. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. After using the ancient leaf to seal Master Simo's Joss Flame Realm, he didn't retreat, but instead charged at Master Simo. Wang Lin arrived within 1,000 feet of Master Simo and roared, "Ancient Devil Soul, come out." Black fog began to appear and immediately spread out. It turned into a small person the same size as Wang Lin. It was the Ancient Devil Soul. The moment this little person appeared, he let out a sharp roar at the sky. Devilish energy surrounded him, and an ethereal lance suddenly appeared. Then the little person warped around the lance and shot at Master Simo. There was a flash of coldness in Master Simo's eyes, but as his killing intent rose, the ethereal fire inside him burned once more. He ignored the ethereal fire and took a step forward. Then he waved his right hand, and purple light shined brightly. This old man has achieved great merits for the sovereign and was gifted the purple Tao from the seven-colored Tao. It is the source of madness, and as long as your treasure has a spirit, it will go crazy under the effects of my purple Tao. Master Simo's right hand seemed to grab all the purple in the world, and then he waved his hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the purple fog closed in on Wang Lin's Ancient Devil Soul. The Ancient Devil Soul revealed excitement and screamed in excitement. Before the purple fog even got close, it rushed up. It opened his mouth and inhaled. The excitement in its eyes became even stronger. The ancient devil as the most powerful devil in the world, so how could it be afraid of madness? The more madness there was, the stronger the devilish nature. After devouring some of the purple mist, its eyes turned red. It then pierced through the purple fog and shot at Master Simo. Chapter 1423, Illustrious Individual. This child hasn't reached the third step yet, but he can already fight against me. If he breaks the void gate, I won't be his match at all. He is also aware of my past, so he is obviously from the inner realm. This person must die. Unfortunately, I can't kill him when we're at the Great Emperor planet. Master Simo didn't retreat, and instead there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. However, the moment he revealed it, his expression changed. He then coughed out blood and retreated. Damn it, Lord Sovereign was right. All ethereal fire cultivators should die. Damn it. This ethereal fire can't be dodged, and as long as there's a hint of emotion, it will continue to burn. Drawing out this fight is bad for me. Master Simo waved his right hand, and a white, silk scroll appeared in his grasp. There was a plum flower-like bloodstain on it, and this bloodstain was extremely shocking. Master Simo threw the scroll, and it began to flutter. The plum flower bloodstain turned into a red mist before Master Simo. A sigh came out from inside the mist. Wang Lin clearly saw a beautiful figure walk out of the fog. It was impossible to clearly see the face of this figure, as it was wearing a white veil. It raised its jade-like hand and pressed down at the ancient devil soul. The power of time rushed out from the woman's hand. This caused the area before her to distort, and it shrouded the ancient devil soul. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin stepped forward. Then he waved his right hand, and his ancient god stars started rotating rapidly. A ghostly light rapidly flashed from his first star. In a flash, a giant furnace appeared before Wang Lin. This furnace was incredibly large, and an ancient aura spread out from it. What was even more shocking was that the moment the furnace appeared, it surrounded Master Simo and the woman from the red mist. Royal Ancient God Treasure, Emperor Furnace. Master Simo's expression changed, and he looked up. He took a step and was about to take the woman from the red mist to leave the Emperor Furnace. But just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes shined red, and he pointed at Master Simo. He roared, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" 3 stops were like 3 bolts of thunder, and Wang Lin coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He looked dispirited, but the madness in his eyes became even more intense. By going beyond his limit, he was able to stop Master Simo's body for a moment. This pause gave Wang Lin a great opportunity. Royal Ancient God Treasure, activate. Wang Lin ignored his injuries, and his hand formed a seal. The Emperor Furnace began to rotate, and an ancient aura spread out. Today, I'll refine you, a third-step cultivator. Wang Lin took a step and sat down on top of the furnace. He placed his hand on the top of the furnace, and fire rushed out from his left eye. The 9-colored fire quickly surrounded the furnace. The thunder tattoo appeared in his right eye, and endless thunderbolts entered the furnace. The fire helped the thunder, and the thunder strengthened the fire as this crazy refining began. The surrounding cultivators had been knocked away, but they were unwilling to give up on observing this once-in-a-lifetime battle. This scene caused their expressions to change greatly. Refining a third-step cultivator. I have never heard of anyone being able to refine a third-step cultivator. This third young emperor has such a powerful cultivation. Incredible. Unbelievable. This third young emperor is crazy. Does he think he is refining a pill? An uproar filled with unprecedented shock began. Forget them. Even the old Vermillion bird's eyes widened. He didn't intend for Wang Lin to win against Master Simo. As long as they reached a tie with him helping out in secret, it would have been enough for Wang Lin to show off his might. To be able to fight a third-step cultivator to a draw as second-step cultivator would be enough to shock the entire ancient star system. Even though it would be with him helping in secret, and he was deterring Master Simo from using any killing moves, a fact was a fact. However, Wang Lin was going to refine Master Simo. This scene caused the old Vermillion bird to gasp. Good. He is indeed worthy of being my clan's junior. It doesn't matter if he succeeds or not. Just having the courage to do this means he is an illustrious individual. The old Vermillion bird's eyes were filled with relief. Aside from the Joss Flame realm being sealed by the ancient leaf, the only thing that remained was the Emperor Furnace. Wang Lin was sitting on top and continued to fuel the furnace with his fire and thunder essences as he began to refine. The Emperor Furnace was a royal ancient god treasure, so its power was heaven-shattering. Now that it was being controlled by Wang Lin, who was a royal ancient god, its power increased greatly. The ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows rotated rapidly, and large amounts of ancient god power entered the Emperor Furnace. Master Simo was inside the Emperor Furnace. He looked at his surroundings, which were filled with chaos. His expression was extremely ugly. He had frozen for a moment, and then was trapped inside his furnace due to Wang Lin's scheme. A mere furnace dares to trap me? Master Simo formed a seal and waved his hand. Purple light surrounded his body, forming two giant purple arms that slammed into the wall of the furnace. The two giant purple arms immediately hit the furnace, resulting in a thunderous rumble, and the entire furnace trembled. Wang Lin's body shook with the furnace and his eyes became cold. He spat blood onto the furnace and closed his eyes. He then activated the ancient god power inside his body like crazy and continued to refine. What kind of treasure is this? Master Simo continued to use spells inside the Emperor Furnace, but the toughness of this furnace made him extremely gloomy. As he continued to bombard from inside, an even hotter temperature began to condense inside the furnace. Along with the heat, mournful cries slowly came from all directions. Master Simo's eyes lit up, and he suddenly looked over. What he saw made his expression change greatly. He saw large amounts of illusory souls appear around him. These souls were extremely large. They were ancient demons and ancient devils. There was a large amount of them, and their mournful cries stabbed at Master Simo's mind, causing his pupils to shrink. These illusory souls surrounded Master Simo, and their mournful cries became even more intense. These souls were all lives that had been refined to death inside this furnace. The ancient devil soul that was battling the woman that came out of the red mist moved and merged with the surrounding souls. It was impossible to tell it apart from the others. The red mist shrank, and the woman with the white veil silently stood next to Master Simo. It was impossible to see her appearance, but that touch of tenderness she revealed was very obvious. Master Simo withdrew his gaze and coldly looked up. He coldly said, "This little bastard has a lot of treasures, but if he thinks he can trap me, he is too arrogant." Master Simo let out a cold snort and waved his right hand. He roared, "Seven-colored God Void Nails." The moment he spoke, 29 rays of seven-colored light appeared before Master Simo. The seven-colored light filled the furnace. The surrounding souls retreated as if they were extremely afraid of the 29 nails. "Seven-colored nails, break this furnace for me." Master Simo waved his sleeves. The 29 seven-colored nails roared as they charged into the surroundings. Bang, 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 bang. A series of loud bangs echoed, and the 29 seven-colored nail embedded themselves into the wall of the Emperor Furnace and mercilessly penetrated through. Outside, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. The Emperor Furnace below him rumbled, and thorns bulged out from its sides. A total of 29 thorns releasing seven-colored light were attempting to break the Emperor Furnace. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he waved his right hand. A jade bottle appeared in his hand. Devil Soul Bottle. Holding this bottle, Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue and spat out ancient god blood onto the bottle. He roared, "As a royal ancient god, I summon 30,000 ancient devils to help me refine." Devilish energy rushed out from the bottle. Ancient devil shadows rushed out from the bottle, and after absorbing Wang Lin's blood, they rushed into the Emperor Furnace. Inside the Emperor Furnace, Master Simo's eyes were filled with madness. His right hand reached at the void, and an object appeared in his grasp. This object was a beast bone. This bone wasn't big, only about 3 feet wide, and there was a clear palm print on it. This palm print was deeply imprinted into the beast bone, and even the print of the palm could be clearly seen. Let me show you how this old man will break this mere furnace. This beast bone was given to him by the sovereign, and the palm print was left by the sovereign. It contained the power of one palm from the sovereign. Looking at the beast bone in his hand, a complicated gaze arose in his eyes. His right hand rose into the air, and he was about to press down on the beast bone. However, at this moment, a faint sigh came from behind him. Sima, accompany me home. All right. Master Simo's right hand trembled, and struggle appeared in his eyes. The small fire between his eyebrows shook violently. We can give our cultivation back to him. Let's go home. Okay. At this moment, outside the Emperor furnace, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. His hand formed seals, and he deeply exhaled. This invisible breath fell on the Emperor furnace and flew away. Dao spell. Dream Dao. Wang Lin had created 3 spells in his life. Sundered Night, Flowing Time. Finally, the Dao spell he had comprehended in the Dao realm inside the heaven-defying bed. Dream Dao. Chapter 1424, Dream Dao Plants Inner Demon. Even with Wang Lin's current cultivation level, if he wanted to use Sundered Night by force, he would have to change the space and planet around him to reach the proper time of day. He had to be extremely cautious when doing this. As for Flowing Time, although it was inferior to Sundered Night in terms of power, the law of time was not something that could be resisted. Time was everything and invisible. It was comparable to the heavens. Wang Lin's 3rd spell was comprehended after he was seriously injured in the battle against Taoist water. On the border of death, Wang Lin had entered the extremely mysterious Dao realm inside the heaven-defying bead. Even now he wasn't sure what the Dao realm was. Inside the Dao realm, 2 spells appeared inside Wang Lin's mind. The first was the spell that seriously injured the All-Seer and was the life-saving spell of an 8-star ancient god, Dream of Ancient Times. The second was the first Dao spell he had encountered, the Dao Scatter spell used by the old man in the 7-colored realm. These 2 spells were extremely powerful and were deeply engraved inside Wang Lin's memory. In the 10 years Wang Lin had spent in the Dao realm, he had comprehended the shocking power of Dream of Ancient Times and Dao Scatter. Dream of Ancient Times was an ancient god spell, so it couldn't be used like a cultivator's spell, even though Wang Lin was an ancient god. However, in Wang Lin's life, danger and fortune coexisted. The Scatter Dao spell used by the old man in the 7-colored realm had opened door to Dao spells for Wang Lin. However, this spell was simply too magnificent. Normally, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to comprehend it, but borrowing the Dao realm, Wang Lin had used great perseverance and persistence to fuse the 2 into Dream Dao. Back in the Cloud Sea, outside the demon sect, Wang Lin had merely tested it on the Heaven's Blight Elder. If Wang Lin hadn't pointed it out, the Elder's Dao heart would have collapsed and died. Dream Dao, although it sounds complicated, it was actually a type of inner demon. It would turn the other party's Dao intent into an inner demon and use it to destroy their Dao heart. Even cultivators that didn't cultivate Dao had an inner demon. That inner demon was Wang Lin. Dao spells were an extremely mysterious spells. Even 3rd-step cultivators didn't have many of them. Just having one was already very lucky. Even someone as powerful as Dao Master Blue Dream only had a few. Dream Dao could bring one back to their past. Although it couldn't scatter one's Dao like the spell of the old man in the 7-colored realm, Wang Lin could plant a fake memory. This fake memory would exist forever in their mind and become real. This was planting an inner demon. That breath of air from Wang Lin's mouth was Wang Lin's Dao essence, which entered the Emperor furnace. Master Simo looked at the shadow behind him and was shocked. This shadow had accompanied him for tens of thousands of years and was part of his life. However, this figure had never said a single word. She should have died. It was an intense pain in his heart. The white silk scroll was something she had carried, and that blood had been coughed out by Master Simo due to his own grief and indignation. Master Simo's body trembled, and his expression changed when he heard those words. He was stunned on the spot, and completely forgot about the beast bone in his hand. He forgot to place his palm on it. The nail-sized fire between his eyebrows shined even more violently. Little sister, is it you? Is it you talking? Master Simo stared at the female shadow, and his vision gradually blurred. Big brother, quickly come and see. A bunch of purple orchids grew here. Big brother, don't sleep all the time. You promised to play with me today. Big brother. In the Cloud Sea star system, on a continent in a mortal village, a 7- or 8-year-old girl was pouting as she pushed a sleeping boy next to her. Little Lon, let me sleep a bit more. Last night, I went with Little Tiger and them to steal some eggs, so I'm very tired. The boy was a bit older. After opening his eyes to mutter a few words, he went back to sleep. Time seemed to move, and years passed. Big brother, Tiger bullied me today. He secretly kissed me. On the village patch, a teenage boy and teenage girl walked under the sunset. The teenage boy had a medicine basket behind his back. As he walked, he was yawning. The girl next to him was wearing a flower dress and looked around 13 or 14 years old. She was holding a stalk of grass in her hand, and as she spoke, she tugged at the grass. The girl stared at the boy and loudly said, "Big brother, are you listening?" I heard. Little Lon, father and mother are no longer around. Tiger's aunt has been good to us this year. Tiger isn't a bad person and you're not young anymore. How about you marry him?" The teenager boy yawned as he looked at his little sister next to him. How is there a brother like you? I bet like big sister Hong Hong. And you want me to marry her little brother so you can have a chance with her? I don't have a brother like you. The girl stamped her feet and looked at the boy. The boy's face turned red, and he laughed as he changed the topic to distract the girl. Not long after, the two laughed as they walked further away. Time passed once more, and youth had passed by. Big brother, big sister Hong Hong has someone she likes. You. The girl was now 16 and was blooming like a beautiful flower. At this moment, the young girl looked at the weak young man before her and spoke softly. The young man's body was thin. He wasn't tall, and his complexion was a bit dark, as if he was sick. However, his eyes were bright like a spark in a maiden's heart. Over the years, the young girl knew that although her big brother wouldn't say it, he had actually been very good to her. As long as she liked something, her big brother would do whatever it took to get it for her. The young man smiled. His teeth were very white, and his spirit seemed a lot better. After he heard the girl's words, his right hand touched his sister's hair, and he softly said, "Don't think too much. Your brother isn't so fragile. Your big brother's dream is to become an immortal. After you and Tiger get married, big brother is going to seek out a sect to join." The young girl's face turned red, and she whispered, "Tiger is very annoying. I already told him before that if big sister Hong Hong doesn't marry you, then I won't marry him." The young man smiled and revealed a tender gaze. He whispered, "You have grown up and will soon be a woman, so don't throw a temper like a child. Big brother's dream is really to become an immortal. I don't want to live the rest of my life in this dull place." The young man raised his head and looked at the dark sky. "My, Simamos, life will not be ordinary. Little Lon, wait for your big brother. When I'm successful, I'll come back and help you and Tiger live forever. Maybe I'll even have a few nephews by then." Huh. The young man looked happy. The girl looked at the young man before her. After her parents died, her big brother had become her sky, protecting her. Her eyes became red as she lowered her head and softly said, "Brother can definitely succeed. Little Lon will wait for brother to come back. Okay, when you get married, big brother will prepare a lot of dowry for you, so you will get married in style." The young man's gaze toward his sister was filled with tenderness. Lively music echoed across this ordinary village a few days later. The young girl was wearing a wedding dress and lifted up the curtain of the sedan. She looked out the corner of the sedan with a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Where did big brother go? Why has he not come back? All the neighbors had rushed over for the wedding in the village, making the atmosphere very lively. There were also children playing around the sedan, singing cheerful songs. The surrounding old people were all looking at this joyous event with kind smiles. No one had noticed that there were more than 10 horses approaching the village. There were more than 10 burly men with vicious expressions riding them, chatting with each other. The sounds of horses were like an earth dragon rumbling, and the vibrations spread to the distant village. Not far away stood a mountain, and this mountain was shrouded by clouds year-round. Rumor had it that there were immortals on this mountain. At this moment, there was a young man with a smug smile quickly walking down from the mountain path. He had a medicine basket behind his back containing a lot of herbs, even a ginseng. This ginseng was as big as a baby's arm. Its whiskers were extremely long and gave off a bit of spiritual energy. This king ginseng should be 100 years old. In order to get it, I spent several days of time. It should be enough to be little Land's dowry. The young man's smile became even brighter. He was halfway down the mountain when he casually looked at the village. However, what he saw caused his body to tremble, and he remained motionless. From afar, a monstrous fire was raging inside the village. Chapter 1425, Perhaps that day will come. The young man's eyes were filled with madness and a bad feeling filled his body. His body turned cold as he rushed down the mountain. Going up the mountain was hard, and going down was even harder. As he rushed, he immediately fell, leaving many bruises on his body and making him bleed. However, the young man ignored everything and continued to rush down. It must be just a fire. It must be just a fire. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. The young man's body trembled as he rushed down like crazy. The medicine basket on his back trembled, and some herbs even fell out. But the young man ignored it all as he rushed down. Along the way, he fell several times, and one time a branch opened a large wound in his right leg. However, he ignored it, and anxiety filled his eyes. After a long time, the young man reached the base of the mountain while gasping for air. He rushed down the path to the village. His heart was trembling and fear filled his body. Nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to happen. The young man's heart seemed to scream, almost begging. Everything before him was a blur aside from the road below his feet. He used all his strength to arrive at the main road outside the village. He only needed to travel half a kilometer more to see the village. However, although he couldn't see the village, he could see the monstrous fire. He could also vaguely hear mournful cries. The mournful cries were heaven shaking, enough to cause the earth to tremble. Little sister. The young man quickly ran forward. Just at this moment, the trembling from the road became even more violent, and more than 10 horses rushed over. Some of the vicious men riding them had messy clothes, and their evil laughter could be heard. Haha, I didn't expect this little village to have so many beautiful women. If not for having to complete the Lord's task, I would have really wanted to take a few. Yes, especially that bride. She was very good. These more than 10 horses quickly passed by the young man. One of the burly men immediately raised his whip and lashed the young man to the side of the road. Little bastard, you dare to block our horse gang's path? Scram to the side. The young man's body trembled, and he let out a miserable scream. A powerful force slammed into his body, and he was knocked out. The more than 10 horses passed, their laughter echoing. Time passed, and night fell. The cold wind blew by. The young man on the side of the road trembled as he slowly opened his eyes. Confusion filled his eyes, and his face was ashen. He struggled to stand up. He muttered to himself and staggered as he ran toward the village. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen to little sister. Nothing. After a long time, the already burnt village appeared before the young man under the moonlight. The young man trembled as he stared at the village before him in fear. He let out a miserable cry as he ran forward. Little sister, little sister, little Lon. As he ran, the young man entered the village. The pungent smell of smoke still remained. The thick smell of blood still lingered in the air. On the ground, aside from dark blood, there were corpses with open eyes that looked up at the dark sky. This sight aroused an intense pain that drilled into his heart and almost made him collapse. These corpses were all people he was extremely familiar with. A majority of the surrounding houses had been burnt. Only the bright sedan was not burnt. Compared to the burnt houses, its bright color was too shocking. The young man bit his lower lip. His body trembled, and he was filled with indescribable panic as he walked into the burnt house next to the sedan. A body had fallen there. It was Tiger. Beside Tiger was the body of a woman. It was Tiger's sister, Hong Hong. The young man almost collapsed as he trembled while walking deeper into the room. He saw his little sister. The burnt room still had a few beams standing, and a piece of white silk tied around the neck of a miserable female corpse was hanging from the beams. The female corpse was a mess and blood was coming out of her orifices. Her eyes were filled with confusion as she looked into the distance, waiting for her loved one. The young man looked at the female corpse and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Little sister. His mournful voice echoed through the night of this desolate and death-filled village. It lingered for a long time. Don't cry, little Lon, be good. Big brother won't sleep anymore. I'll get that purple orchid for you. Okay, so don't cry anymore. Little Lon, this is the 100th time you've asked me where Mom and Dad went. Didn't Big Brother tell you they went somewhere far away? They will catch up, watch Lon grow up, and watch Lon get married. Don't cry. Since you don't like Tiger, then forget it. Big Brother isn't after Tiger's big sister like you say. Big Brother's dream is going to become an immortal. Little Lon, wait for your Big Brother. When I'm successful, I'll come back and help you and Tiger live forever. When you get married, Big Brother will prepare a lot of dowry for you, so you will get married in style. The young man shed tears of blood as he fell. He looked at his little sister with his hollow eyes. Several days later, the young man buried all the corpse in the village and buried his sister alone up in the mountain. It was very high up, and there were a lot of purple orchids flowering there. If one sat in the flower field, they would see the whole world. His little sister hadn't died from abuse. She had hung herself. The young man kept the piece of white silk she had hung herself with. For a moment, he felt that his little sister's soul was inside this white silk. When he left the village, he looked back and took out the white silk. A voice as pretty as a bell echoed in his ears. Big brother, wake up. Look over there. There is a bunch of purple orchids. Big brother, where did father and mother go? Lon misses them. Big brother. The young man bit his lower lip until it bled, and a few drops of blood fell down onto the white silk. After it spread out, It turned into a plum flower shape. Horse Gang. There was monstrous hatred inside the young man's eyes as he walked further and further into the distance. Big brother, I'll wait for you to come back. Time passed, and in a flash decades went by. The talent of the young man was beyond his own imagination. Although it wasn't the best, it was still shocking. He had entered the heaven-breaking sect, and with the determination an ordinary person wouldn't have, he became the leader among the junior generation. In the Horse Gang's base, a total of 1,400 members were killed in one rainy night. No one was spared. Even the horses were slaughtered. About 7 or 8 of the old members suffered the most before their deaths. The pain they suffered wasn't inflicted through ordinary means, and they howled for almost half a month before they finally died. Their souls had been extracted, and they had suffered from being refined, unable to enter the reincarnation cycle. However, Sima Mo still felt pain similar to needles stabbing through his heart. The culprits that had assaulted his little sister had died many years ago. From using Soul Search, he had found that the culprit hadn't experienced much suffering, and he was unwilling to let this go. After returning to the sect, another 100 years passed. Sima Mo had reached the nascent soul stage and had become the strongest among the younger generation. He caught the eye of the heaven-breaking sect's sect master and was accepted as the sect master's disciple. In the winter, Sima Mo descended from the sect once more. He used a spell to calculate the reincarnation of the culprit and began a slaughter. What kind of hatred could cause someone to hunt down the culprit even after the culprit had already died and gone through the reincarnation cycle? Time passed. Wang Lin saw all of this inside Master Simo's memory. He silently pondered. He also saw tens of thousands of years later, when Master Simo watched his fellow sect members die in the seven-colored realm. His body was hit by the seven-colored nail, and he was taken away by the sovereign. I, Sima Mo, although kicked from the heaven-breaking sect, am a member of the inner realm. How could I become the dog of the outer realm? How could I give up everything just to survive and give in to the temptation of reaching the third step? If I die, I die. An ancient voice came from the world and entered Sima Mo's mind. Not only can this old man prevent you from dying, I can even reform your sister. I can't bring her back to life, but I can allow her to stay by your side for an eternity. If your cultivation is successful, perhaps you will meet someone who can resurrect her. If you die now, everything will be gone. Sima Mo's mind trembled. Come with this old man. From now on, you're no longer the inner realm's Sima Mo, but this old man the sovereign's subordinate. I give you the name Master Simo. Inside the Emperor Furnace, Master Simo's eyes were a blur as tears fell. The nail-sized fire between his eyebrows gradually spread and occupied his forehead. Outside the Emperor Furnace, Wang Lin was sitting on top of the furnace. He opened his eyes under the gazes of the surrounding cultivators. His eyes were filled with confusion. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh and stood up. He stepped forward and waved his hand. The Emperor Furnace trembled and dissipated. Master Simo's figure was revealed. Wang Lin didn't deliberately leave anything in Master Simo's memory, but he left some thoughts. He had given up on refining Master Simo. This refining perhaps wouldn't succeed as Master Simo still had many treasures. This battle would have no purpose if it continued. Master Simo stood in the air and pondered for a long time. He waved his right hand, and the woman disappeared into his sleeve. With Master Simo's cultivation level, he vaguely realized what had just happened. He looked at Wang Lin with an extremely complicated gaze. Please tell me, was her word from before? From your spell, or? I also don't know. Wang Lin let out a sigh. If I was Sima Mo and his sister was Wan Air, how would I choose? Wang Lin was afraid to think of the answer. Maybe it would be the same answer he had given Sima Mo, or he already had the answer. Chapter 1426, We'll leave. There was no result in this battle. It was outside the expectations of all the cultivators here, including the old Vermillion bird. However, with his powerful cultivation, he had vaguely noticed some things. Although this was the case, it wouldn't hinder the rise of Wang Lin's prestige in the Fallen Land. In the eyes of the cultivators here, just the battle was already enough for them to see Wang Lin as someone who could face a third-step cultivator. The Fallen Elder selection that had been interrupted continued, but none of this was related to Wang Lin anymore. In the Fallen Land, the abandoned planet Lu Jinbiao and Su Ligua were on had been carefully searched by the people of the Fire Sparrow clan. For the Fire Sparrow clan, the trial being held on the Great Emperor planet was a wonderful opportunity for them. As they carefully searched, the Fire Sparrow clan found Lu Jinbiao, who was in closed-door cultivation in the deepest part of the planet, and his guardian, Su Ligua. After a vicious battle, Lu Jinbiao was captured and secretly sent out from the Fallen Land to meet with the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor, who was waiting outside. Lu Jinbiao's expression was gloomy, and he didn't speak at all. However, he gave off the aura of the master of a generation. An invisible aura from someone who had held power for a long time and could kill thousands of people with just one word. When Lu Jinbiao was brought out from the fallen land, the ancestor of the Fire Sparrow clan, who had carefully stayed outside and didn't dare to enter, revealed a look of ecstasy. He took a step forward, ignoring the worship of the Fire Sparrow clan, and his right palm turned into fire that directly slammed down on Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao's expression didn't become panicked. His eyes contained an ancient gaze as he coldly stared at the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. His calm gaze caused the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's mind to tremble. This aura and pressure only belonged to someone who has held power for a long time. If this person really is the Vermillion bird, he should be like this. With a cold snort, the ancestor's right hand landed on Lu Jinbiao's body. Fire rushed into his body, and after the fire swept through, he frowned. Lu Jinbiao sneered and said, "Little Fire Sparrow clan, you sneak attack me when this old man is seriously injured. Just like your ancestor, mere clowns." The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's eyes lit up, and some of this doubt dissipated. When he checked Lu Jinbiao's body, he found that there wasn't much fire inside. When he heard Lu Jinbiao's words, although some of his doubt had faded, it wasn't enough. He waved his right hand, and a wound appeared on Lu Jinbiao's right hand, and a large amount of blood flowed out. This blood was taken by the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, and he formed it into a ball. After smelling it, joy appeared in his eyes, and after hesitating a bit, he devoured it. When the blood entered his stomach, it turned into a powerful fire force that erupted inside his body. An illusion immediately appeared behind the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. A firebird filled with fire opened its wings, and before it was a smaller Vermillion bird. This Vermillion bird seemed seriously injured and was blurry. After fighting with the firebird for a while, the firebird devoured the Vermillion bird. After devouring the Vermillion bird, the fire around the firebird erupted, and it began to change. It became more and more like the Vermillion bird. Good. It indeed is a Vermillion bird. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor was filled with ecstasy. He laughed as his right hand landed on Lu Jinbiao's head. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor's cultivation level was extremely high, so he was naturally cautious and paranoid. After testing several times, although he was sure, he still used the Soul Search spell. In his view, everything in this world could be false. Only Soul Search was true. Fire rushed toward his right hand, which was on top of Lu Jinbiao's head, and he began soul searching. Memories flashed across his mind, and a moment later, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor revealed a satisfied smile. Although there were still some doubts, this person was definitely the 6th generation Vermillion bird. He waved his sleeve and took Lu Jinbiao away. In a flash, they disappeared without a trace as he used a powerful spell to bring Lu Jinbiao back to the Fire Sparrow clan headquarters. The moment the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor took Lu Jinbiao away, Wang Lin, who was sitting next to the lake the old Vermillion bird was fishing the dragon in, suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes shined brightly. Lu Jinbiao's Tao of Deception is really brilliant. Even the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor has been cheated. Now I need to prepare and wait for Lu Jinbiao to be brought into the Fire Sparrow clan's holy land. Wang Lin's eyes shined as his hands formed seals and restrictions surrounded his body. More and more restrictions appeared until they formed a formation around him. This formation HD the ability to teleport Wang Lin away using a special method. At dusk, Wang Lin opened his eyes and calmly said, "Ancestor, Junior has a servant in the fallen land named Zhong Big Red. I hope can take care of him on my behalf." The old Vermillion bird was sitting beside the lake with a fishing rod in his hand and a jug of wine placed beside him. After hearing Wang Lin's words, he looked back with kindness in his eyes. "Are you ready?" Wang Lin nodded. "There are still a few more treasures to refine. Then I just need to wait for the other side to activate the formation." The old Vermillion bird put down the fishing rod and took a drink from the jug. Then he said, "I have already passed the method of controlling the fire dragon to you. It will be extremely dangerous once you leave. I don't know when we will meet again. If you have any other requests, you can ask." Wang Lin silently pondered and looked at the old Vermillion bird. Although Wang Lin had only known him for a few days, the old Vermillion bird had selflessly helped him and protected him, which made Wang Lin feel warmth. Now that they were going to part, Wang Lin felt sadness. When the old Vermillion bird saw Wang Lin pondering, the kindness in his eyes became even stronger, and he smiled. "If there is a chance, the two of us will meet again. Don't be unwilling to leave, like a child. I hope that you can shock me again next time we meet." Wang Lin looked at the old Vermillion bird before taking a deep breath and saying, "Ancestor, Junior wants the cultivation method of the ancient soul restriction from the arena. You want that ancient soul restriction? The old Vermillion bird pondered a bit and slowly said, the ancient soul restriction is something the first generation ancestor stole. Even I don't have the cultivation method. Forget it. I'll just give it to you to protect yourself. If you have the time, you can study it, and perhaps, with your comprehension, you can learn something. As the old Vermillion bird spoke, his right hand reached at the sky. The earth far away rumbled, and the sky changed colors. Clouds scattered, and a ghostly light flashed. A giant tortoise beast appeared in the sky. The tortoise had an indifferent gaze as it lowered its head to look down at the old Vermillion bird. The old Vermillion bird formed a seal and pointed at it. The giant tortoise lit up and began to shrink. The smaller it got, the brighter it became. Soon, the giant tortoise turned into a palm-sized tortoise shell. The ghostly light was like moonlight, and it shrouded the sky. With a wave of his hand, the old Vermillion bird sent the tortoise shell toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin took it and put it away after looking at it. He clasped his hands at the old Vermillion bird and was about to speak when he was interrupted by the old Vermillion bird. You don't need to thank me. How can an elder giving their junior something require the junior's thanks? If you're really grateful, help this old man with something. The old man let out a dry cough as he spoke. Please speak, Ancestor. As long as Junior can do it, I'll get it done. Wang Lin's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with determination. The old Vermillion bird's face turned red as he put down the fishing rod and rubbed his hands together. Your Vermillion bird has awakened 4 times, and you're already qualified to give out the Vermillion bird mark. This old man hopes that when you chose the 7th generation Vermillion bird, Wang Lin looked at the old Vermillion bird, waiting for him to finish speaking. You have to pick a good candidate. You can't pick one without self-restraint. Do you understand? The old Vermillion bird winked. Wang Lin frowned and didn't understand too much. After pondering a bit, he nodded and said, Ancestor can rest assured. When Junior picks the 7th generation Vermillion bird, I'll be very careful to not let the matter with the 3rd generation Vermillion bird happen again. This old man doesn't mean this. The old Vermillion bird rubbed his hands as he gnashed his teeth. This old man means that when you pick the 7th generation Vermillion bird, you can't pick a flirtatious individual. Alas, why don't you understand? Isn't your comprehension pretty high? Wang Lin was startled for a moment and nodded with a puzzled look. Okay, Junior will not choose someone too flirtatious as the 7th generation Vermillion bird. After all, it is not good to be too greedy for beauty as a cultivator. The old Vermillion bird's eyes widened and he shouted. It's not about being too greedy for beauty. He can't covet for any beauties at all. Alas, where did all your comprehension go? Do you have to make this old man say it directly? Okay, you better choose the 7th generation Vermillion bird from children to save the effort of his origin soul's yang being broken, which would make him unable to cultivate this old man's cultivation method. That's right. Pick a child, and the next time you come, bring him here. Remember to make sure his origin soul's yang hasn't been broken. It's not me scolding you, but look at you. You're so young, and not even at this old man's cultivation level. You have to know that over the countless years, not a bit of my origin soul's yang has dissipated. I really don't understand juniors like you. What's so good about duo cultivation? This old man has never duo cultivated with anyone. Yet I am energetic every day, not to mention how happy I am. Wang Lin was startled for a moment as he stared at the old Vermillion bird. He was left speechless and could only nod with a wry smile. The old Vermillion bird let out a big sigh in his heart. He had put all his hopes on Wang Lin. After seeing Wang Lin nod, the old Vermillion bird coughed and said, This old man's spell can only display its full power when used by someone who kept their origin soul's yang. It's not that I have some sort of special hobby. This old man won't make you help you for nothing. I'll teach you a spell. This is one of the 3 strongest spells of my Vermillion bird clan. It was passed down by the ancient celestial sovereign. Although your origin soul's yang is broken, you can still cultivate it. This spell is too powerful and will burn your lifespan. So don't use it carelessly, but it should be able to save your life. Chapter 1427, Engraved Ambition. Remember, unless it is absolutely needed, don't use this spell. The old Vermillion bird looked extremely serious. After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and formed a strange seal with his hands. As the seal appeared, ethereal fire came from the old Vermillion bird's eyebrows and entered the seal. This caused the seal to flash red, and they fused together to form a fire bone about 10 feet long. It might not be appropriate to call it a bone. It was like a stick, but it was very smooth. The moment this fire bone appeared, the old Vermillion bird's eyes became serious. His hands formed more seals, and thin lines began to appear. They didn't surround the fire bone, but extended out from its tip. The object that was formed by the old Vermillion bird's spell looked rather strange. If you spread some oil paper between the lines, it would look extremely similar to the umbrellas used by mortals on rainy days. Wang Lin stared intently. He had seen the old Vermillion bird create 2 different sets of seals. The first set was 999 seals in an instant. The second group was even more. He had created exactly 9,999 in a flash. Not a sliver of origin energy fluctuation was released, and the clouds hadn't scattered. The surroundings were extremely quiet. It was as if nothing had changed. After finishing the 2 sets of seals, the old Vermillion bird became even more serious. He took a deep breath and his eyes revealed a strange light. Both his hands worked together to form seals. Then a light began to spread out in all directions, penetrating the lake. The old Vermillion bird's hands moved faster, and without a pause, seals appeared one by one. 1, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, so fast that they became a blur to the eye. The old Vermillion bird's hands were so fast, it was impossible to see them with the naked eye, and if one used divine sense, it would be stopped by a mysterious force. The old Vermillion bird let out a roar. The number of seals in his hands had already reached over 1 million. The 1 million seals appeared at the same time and formed a storm. This storm charged at the firebone. In a flash, the storm fused with the firebone and shot into the sky. Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. His pupils immediately shrank. The storm seemed to have to form a large umbrella that hadn't opened. Large amounts of fire formed countless fire dragons around it. The entire sky was occupied by fire dragons. They surrounded the umbrella and roared. This could be clearly seen from every part of the Great Emperor planet. Burning Realm, Ancient Umbrella. The old Vermillion bird let out a roar, and the storm suddenly stopped rotating. It floated motionlessly in the air. An unspeakable pressure slowly descended from the sky. The vegetation bent, and large amounts of water mist appeared. The fishes in the lake swam quickly, and bubbles appeared on the furnace of the lake. Fine cracks appeared on the ground. All the cultivators that saw this felt like the blood in their bodies was about to dry up. The sky was covered in endless distortion, as if it couldn't withstand the storm. The distortion continued to spread until it covered almost half of the fallen land. All the planets that were shrouded in this showed signs that a great drought was coming. There were signs of the destruction that was to come. The old Vermillion bird's breathing became a bit rough. It was obvious that it was a lot of stress on him to use this spell. The first group has 999 seals. The second group has 9,999 seals, and the third and fourth groups both have 990,000. You must form all these seals within 9 breaths of time. Each of the seals must contain your origin soul's yang energy. Then, with a special chant, you can form the strongest spell of my Vermillion bird clan. Burning Realm, Ancient Umbrella. If one mistake is made during any of the seals, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even with my mid-stage arcane void cultivation, I would still be seriously injured. If a non-fire cultivator made a mistake, they would likely die. This spell came from the ancient celestial sovereign. This old man once heard from the Ancestor that back in the Ancestor's hometown, the ancient celestial sovereign used this spell and destroyed an entire realm of 10 billion people. This is why it is called the Burning Realm. This was an extremely powerful spell in the hands of the ancient celestial sovereign. This old man doesn't know if this spell is a Tao spell, but the Ancestor said that the umbrella could be opened 9 times, and a world would be destroyed each time. Back then, the ancient celestial sovereign opened the umbrella 8 times to destroy a realm. Not even he dared to open the umbrella a 9th time. The Ancestor is at the early stage void tribulent, and can only open it 5 times. As for this old man, due to my origin soul's yang remaining intact after tens of thousands of years, I can use my own yang to open it twice at the mid-stage of arcane void. I shouldn't be passing this spell to you, because it is too dangerous and one mistake would lead to disaster. The Ancestor also said that the spell is incomplete, as the ancient celestial emperor secretly learned this from someone else. But since your comprehension is so high, you can decide for yourself. The old Vermillion bird's words echoed as Wang Lin stared at the umbrella in the sky. His mind was shaken by the old Vermillion bird's words. He originally thought the old Vermillion bird would pass him a Tao spell. He could have never have expected to learn a spell that contained unimaginable power. Opening the umbrella 8 times can destroy a world with 10 billion people. Can this still be considered a spell? The old Vermillion bird's breathing became even more rapid. He waved his hand, and the storm that stopped trembled and began to dissipate. I can only let you see this and can't open it. If it were to open, it would cause great damage here. The old Vermillion bird bit the top of his tongue and spat out blood containing his mid-stage arcane void cultivation toward the storm. The blood turned into a monstrous mist that fused with the storm and gradually made it disappear. It wasn't until 7 minutes later that the storm disappeared. The Great Emperor planet gradually returned to normal, and the distortion also slowly recovered. Although this didn't last long, it had made Wang Lin's scalp go numb, and his eyes lit up. Although the spell hadn't been activated, Wang Lin had gotten a general feel for it. Wang Lin's heart was pounding. The old Vermillion bird only relaxed when the world returned to normal. He waved his hand, and a jade flew out from the void toward Wang Lin. This jade contains all the seals and the method to open the umbrella. Quickly memorize it, and once there are no mistakes, destroy the jade. After the old Vermillion bird finished speaking, he sat down, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Wang Lin accepted the jade and stared at it. The scene of the old Vermillion bird displaying the spell appeared in his mind. Wang Lin was tempted. In his lifetime, he was rarely tempted by spells or treasures. He had cultivated restrictions all his life and was a grandmaster at them. For ordinary people, forming nearly 2 million seals was a very difficult task. This was indeed the truth, and 9 breaths was too short. However, when Wang Lin was at the core formation stage, he was already used to forming seals very fast. Some restrictions could only be placed or broken in an instant, so large amounts of seals needed to be formed during a short period of time. The first threshold that most people faced was not that difficult for Wang Lin. What really shocked Wang Lin was what the old Vermillion bird had revealed about the Burning Realm Ancient Umbrella. From the ancient celestial sovereign. So it is from the ancient celestial emperor who secretly learned it. It is not complete. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and there was a flash of terror in his eyes. If this sentence was true, then the meaning of it was simply too shocking. This spell, who the hell created it? Where did the ancient celestial emperor secretly learn this? If just the stolen, incomplete spell is enough to destroy a realm, what if it was complete? Wang Lin raised his head and silently looked up at the sky. He faintly felt as if he was a mortal looking at the sky, and he felt very small. What does my current cultivation level count as? Just how big is this world? What is outside this world? After a moment, Wang Lin took a deep breath and determination filled his eyes. The more he knew, the smaller he felt, but Wang Lin didn't give up. Instead, it ignited the defying will in his heart. I can as well. I, Wang Lin, can as well. Why can't I, Wang Lin, do it as well? In the world, some people chose to be mortal, some became celestials, some were below others. All things were different. There were great injustices in this world, but at the same time, it was extremely fair. Since someone can create this kind of spell and cultivate to such an unimaginable degree, then I, Wang Lin, can do the same. Although my talent is lacking, it won't be able to become the stone that trips me. Today I learned the Burning Realm spell, which was created by someone else and was later stolen by the ancient celestial emperor. In the future, I want others to learn my spells. Wang Lin's expression was filled with determination. He didn't roar or cry. Only his silent words echoed in his heart. Perhaps this was his ambition. Wang Lin closed his hands and his mind entered the jade. He engraved the countless seals in his mind, as well as the method for opening the umbrella. The jade turned into ashes in his hand and was blown away by the wind. The ashes that flew away represented Wang Lin's ambition as it flew higher and higher. Chapter 1428, Crazy Idea. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor was a third-step cultivator. Even though he was only at the early stage of Nirvana Void, he could make the heavens shake with a wave of his hand. He used spatial bending as he moved back to the Fire Sparrow clan headquarters rapidly with Lu Jinbiao. The ancestor stepped out outside the main Fire Sparrow planet. His eyes were filled with ecstasy, and in a flash he flew toward the center of the planet that was surrounded by fire. He was too fast, and instantly arrived at the place where he normally stayed in closed-door cultivation all the time. The temperature of the fire here was extremely terrifying. Just one spark was enough to kill a cultivator. However, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor was perfectly fine and quickly approached while holding Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao's expression was as gloomy as water as he coldly looked at the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. He had completely forgotten his past and had deceived himself into believing that he was the 6th-generation Vermillion bird. After holding power for so long, he had been captured by the Fire Sparrow clan. However, as the 6th-generation Vermillion bird, he had his own pride. Even at the moment of life and death, he wouldn't beg for mercy. There was an illusory door deep within the sea of fire here. Ordinary people couldn't even take half a step inside. In addition, with the ancestor guarding it, this place was extremely well guarded. Although he had left, The door within the Sea of Fire had an extremely powerful restriction placed on it. This restriction wasn't placed down by him, but by his master. Even third-step cultivators would find it difficult to break inside in a short period of time. After arriving at the door, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor became excited and knelt down on the ground. This caused Lu Jinbiao's eyes to narrow. A third-step cultivator, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor, was kneeling before the door. Master, this old slave has captured the 6th-generation Vermillion bird as a gift to Master to help Master's injury recover. Master. Lu Jinbiao's scalp went numb and his eyes were filled with shock. As he stared at the blurry gate, a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. Master of a third-step cultivator. This. The door was silent, and the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor remained kneeling. He waited for a long time and wasn't impatient at all. He remained respectful. The longer he stayed like this, the more shocked Lu Jinbiao became, and he showed signs of awakening from his Tao of deception. He was about to be scared awake. 6th-generation Vermillion bird? After a while, a blurry voice came out of the door. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor trembled and became even respectful. His eyes became excited and he quickly said, "This old slave has investigated thoroughly. I devoured his blood and searched his soul, so I can't be wrong. He is the 6th-generation Vermillion bird. This old slave captured him in the fallen land." The voice seemed to silently ponder, and an invisible aura gradually spread out. This made Lu Jinbiao's body tremble, and the pride in his eyes dissipated and was replaced with endless fear. He was completely awakened due to fear. "I've finally done it. I've finally gone too far." Lu Jinbiao felt his mouth go dry and his eyes filled with panic. He screamed madly in his heart, to have third-step cultivator as a slave. Who the hell is this? That Wang Lin arranged for me to come here and said that he could save me. But even if he comes, I fear he would die. After a long moment of silence, that blurry voice came from the door once more. "Send him in." Lu Jinbiao's body trembled, and he was about to open his mouth to explain. However, the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor directly grabbed him and dragged him toward the door. All of this happened too fast. Before he could explain, he felt his body tremble and get dragged into the door by the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. The restrictions on the door seemed to be suppressed and didn't activate, allowing the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor to enter. After entering the door, what appeared before Lu Jinbiao was something he could never forget. This was a world without a sky or earth. The only thing that existed was a massive flame. The flame occupied 70% of this world, and it rumbled loudly. There were no stars around them, but lines as thick as one's arm branched across space. At a glance, they seemed to form a spiderweb. The fire was at the heart of the spiderweb. The spiderweb seemed to be tunnels, and things seemed to be moving within them toward the flame. The fire was 7-colored, without black and white. The 7-colored fire burned brightly, and a vague figure could be seen sitting inside. The figure was covered in armor, and there was a 7-colored Vermillion bird flashing behind him. "You can leave." The blurry voice echoed in the sky as a ball of 7-colored fire the size of a fist flew toward the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. The fire went in between the eyebrows of the Fire Sparrow clan ancestor. The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor trembled, and ecstasy filled his eyes. "Go cultivate and absorb this." The Fire Sparrow clan ancestor respectfully bowed and disappeared from this world. At this moment, only Lu Jinbiao and the figure inside the fire remained. Lu Jinbiao's body trembled. He could feel a suffocating pressure coming from the 7-colored fire the other person was sitting in. This pressure was enough to kill him millions of times. "You're not the 6th-generation Vermillion bird." The blurry voice echoed and weighed upon Lu Jinbiao's mind. This made his scalp tingle, and he lost his wits. Lu Jinbiao knelt on the ground, his eyes flooding with intense fear. Without hesitation, he immediately begged, "Lord Celestial, forgive me. Lord Celestial, forgive me. Junior Lu Jinbiao is merely a little cultivator and was forced by someone to come here. If I hadn't come, I would have died. I hope Lord Celestial will have mercy. This little one is willing to do his best to service Lord Celestial." The blurry voice interrupted Lu Jinbiao. "However, there is something that interests me on your body." Some of the countless branches moved and wrapped around Lu Jinbiao. In a flash, some broke through his flesh and began to absorb, causing Lu Jinbiao to scream miserably. His body rapidly withered as large amounts of blood were being sucked out and turned into bumps that moved within the branches toward the flame. Aside from his blood, his vitality was also rapidly being absorbed. Facing this moment of crisis, Lu Jinbiao let out a scream and spat out a mouthful of essence. The moment this mouthful of essence came out, a monstrous sword energy suddenly appeared. Su Ligua appeared as a big sword. but he didn't stab toward the flame, but turned into a sword storm. "Master, the passage has been opened." Su Ligua was also scared out of his wits. After he appeared, he began to roar in his heart. It is all that fiend's fault. He thought this holy place had fire essence, but instead there is a living person here. A living person who can make a third-step cultivator his slave. Interesting. The illusory voice seemed to smile as it echoed. On the Great Emperor planet, Wang Lin closed his eyes and saw inside the transfer array. His mind entered the wind and rain realm, looking for the All-Seer's soul. He used with All-Seer's soul and quickly divinated the future. At this moment, his eyes suddenly opened, revealing a flash of killing intent. There was someone healing inside the holy land of the Fire Sparrow clan. Before he came to the Fallen Land, he wasn't sure, but after talking to the first-generation Vermillion bird, he was sure there was someone inside. If he had given up the plan back then, it wouldn't have been impossible for Lin Jinbiao to come back even after he had been captured, but a crazy idea had appeared in Wang Lin's heart. The first-generation Vermillion bird once said that the person healing in there was likely the traitorous third Vermillion bird, and the first-generation ancestor hated that person a lot. If it wasn't for the fact that he was trapped in the Fallen Land, he would have slaughtered his way to the traitorous Vermillion bird. Although he hadn't said it, he had told Wang Lin that he could assist in Wang Lin's plan and allow Wang Lin to enter the Fire Sparrow clan's holy land. He had also given Wang Lin a Vermillion bird feather as a gift. All of this pointed to one problem. More importantly, the traitorous third Vermillion bird had another identity in the ancient star system. In truth, Wang Lin had a guess, and he was 70% sure of it. No, it could even be said that he was 90% sure. 70% was enough for him to decide to do something heaven-shaking, much less 90%. Once he did this, he was going to leave the ancient star system and return to the inner realm. He was injured by the first-generation Vermillion bird, and then was injured by that mysterious roar in the inner realm. In the end, he was forced to go into closed-door cultivation to heal for tens of thousands of years. However, he has secretly been controlling the scene. His daughter entered the inner realm to allure Qing Lin, destroy the celestial realm used to generate Joss flames, and combine the forces of several people to destroy the body of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. He has done whatever it took to tempt people who caught his attention in the inner realm, like Sima Mo, Qing Lin, and if I'm not wrong, even Qing Shui's madness must have something to do with this person. He has even used the viciousness of planting Dao. All of this is his doing. Now that he is seriously injured, I must take this opportunity. Madness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. What he planned to do was already crazy anyway. The formation light flashed rapidly and thunderous rumbles echoed. The formation rotated until it formed a vortex, and with a bang, it disappeared from the Great Emperor planet. Wang Lin's figure disappeared with it. The old Vermillion bird sitting at the side of the lake opened his eyes. He silently looked at where Wang Lin disappeared for a long time and softly said, "First-generation ancestor, you still feel that he isn't someone of my Vermillion bird clan, even though he passed the trial. But Disciple believes that he is. I have disobeyed your order and taught him the strongest Vermillion bird clan skill without your permission, because that's what he should have received after the trial was over." Chapter 1429, Fishing the Moon in the Well. In the Fire Sparrow clan's holy land, Lu Jinbiao was entangled by countless threads, letting out mournful cries. Su Ligua was scared out of his wits and constantly called Wang Lin. The figure inside the seven-colored flame didn't stop Su Ligua and only said one word. Interesting. Just as he spoke, a thunderous rumble came from within the sword storm Su Ligua had created. It was as if a mighty force had come from the void and locked onto Su Ligua's location. The mighty force ripped that storm open. As the storm rumbled, it was as two giant hands had penetrated the void and started ripping open a metal plate. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the storm collapsed after being ripped in half. When the storm collapsed, a giant rift appeared in the space here. There were flashes of thunder and monstrous fire. Wang Lin's figure walked out from the rift. With a head of white hair and white clothes, Wang Lin's eyes contained a vicious gaze. After he appeared, he looked at the figure inside the seven-colored flame. Sovereign. The seven-colored flame burned brightly, and the figure inside seemed to open his eyes. Two ancient gazes landed on Wang Lin. "I remember that your name is Wang Lin." A blurry voice echoed in the world. "I am." Wang Lin didn't hide his identity, and his expression became even more vicious. He waved his right hand, and the thunder tattoo and nine-colored fire flew out towards Su Ligua, taking him back into Wang Lin's storage space. As the thunder tattoo rumbled, it closed in on Lu Jinbiao along with the nine-colored fire. They formed a giant hand that pulled Lu Jinbiao away from those countless branches and placed him inside Wang Lin's storage space. The figure inside the seven-colored flame didn't stop Wang Lin. Very good. This lord sees in you Qing Lin, Qing Shui, and even Sima Mo. You knew I was here, and yet you dared to come. It must be the old Vermillion bird that gave you the courage. Or perhaps you thought that I have been seriously injured for so long, and your intention is to check if I still haven't recovered, and it is. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes, and his expression became even more vicious. He took a step forward and charged at the seven-colored flame. The nine-colored fire in his left eye rushed out and formed a nine-colored ethereal fire that bombarded the seven-colored flame. Thunder flashed in this right eye, and the thunder tattoo appeared. The 9 accompanying thunders turned into 9 ancient thunder dragons. There was a faint crack on the thunder essence, and it led to the ancient thunder realm. His left hand formed a seal, and he pointed at the sky. In an instant, the fragrance of grass filled the world. The phantoms of countless trees appeared, and the ancient forest spirit sat up. It let out a roar and pounced at the seven-colored flame. A monstrous blood light howled, and with a point of Wang Lin's finger, it charged toward the seven-colored flame. As Wang Lin formed a seal, his entire cultivation erupted and formed a shockwave that closed in on the seven-colored flame. All of this happened in a flash. It was fast beyond imagination. In a flash, Wang Lin had used all his spells and treasures to launch an attack on the seven-colored flame. The figure inside the seven-colored flame laughed. His laughter was filled with desolation. Your judgment is right. This lord is seriously injured and hasn't healed. However, you have brought the heaven-defying bead here, giving me the hope of recovering. The figure raised his right hand, but his right arm was blurry. However, it was possible to see it, as the right arm was covered in armor. This lord has cultivated for a long time, and many people hate me, but none of them have killed me. Instead, they have been killed me. You're excellent, but you're not qualified. This lord will only use one spell. The figure inside the seven-colored flame raised his right hand and reached at the sky. This world can be viewed as a well. After he spoke, the entire world trembled and ripples appeared down below. Water vapor spread. In the blink of an eye, an unimaginable force spread out across this world, and water appeared. If one looked from above, they would clearly see that this water was a well. Everything is inside the well. All your spells, treasures, and even your body exist in the well. The space that had become the water gradually calmed down, and the ripples disappeared. When the ripples disappeared, the surface of the water reflected everything above it. The water reflected Wang Lin's firestorm, his eternal thunder, the ancient forest spirit. It also reflected Wang Lin's dazzling figure in the middle. If someone else saw this, they would be extremely shocked. The water reflected everything beside the seven-colored flame. At a glance, it was impossible to tell which was the reflection and which was real. At this moment, Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped in the air. Not only did his body stop, but all his spells and treasures stopped in the air with him. It was as if all of their souls had been taken by the surface of the water. Wang Lin clearly felt that the figure inside the surface of the water was himself. This is a very mysterious feeling, but it was extremely realistic. This lord's spell is called Fishing the Moon in the Well. There was no moon inside the well, and even if it were to appear, it would merely be a reflection. However, this simple reflection was turned into a heaven-shaking spell due to the words of the figure inside the seven-colored flame. Fishing the moon in the well. The figure inside the seven-colored flame lowered his right hand and causally reached out. The water below him rippled, and Wang Lin's reflection inside the water was fished up. What was picked up wasn't water, but a struggling Wang Lin. Only this Wang Lin's eyes were ferocious. Wang Lin's mind focused. This old man thinks that the moon inside the well is very beautiful, so I wanted one. Now I have one. The figure inside the seven-colored flame withdrew his right hand with Wang Lin in his grip. He is you. The seven-colored flame burned brightly and suddenly spread out, revealing the figure inside, as well as his appearance. A pale-faced but extremely calm middle-aged man. This man was very handsome and had the air of a celestial. Instead of looking at Wang Lin trembled and his face turned pale, but he didn't stop. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. He began to roar the chant the first-generation Vermillion bird had given him. I'm the sixth-generation Vermillion bird. I am using this Vermillion bird feather to summon my Vermillion bird clan's origin spirit to descend from the ancient realm. The world rumbled, and the moment Wang Lin's words echoed, the middle-aged man suddenly stood up. His eyes lit up and an indifferent voice echoed. This old man has indeed underestimated you. You have prepared thoroughly before coming here. You've replaced your original body with a devil's soul. Good. Good. Wang Lin remained silent. Before coming here, he had fused with the All-Seer's soul and began divinating like crazy. Just like when he battled Taoist water, he saw a blurry scene. This scene was a life and death crisis, and it was related to the soul. Wang Lin had spent his entire life facing dangers and had lived through them all due to his caution. Since he was daring to scheme against the seriously injured sovereign, he naturally had to come fully prepared. He had even prepared a lot of paths of retreat. In order to make sure nothing went wrong, he had erased the consciousness of his ancient devil soul and had replaced his own soul with it, allowing it to become the soul of his original body. The fishing the moon in the well spell was extremely tyrannical, and its power was shocking. However, the soul it had fished out was the ancient devil soul, not Wang Lin's soul. Only Wang Lin, who was an ancient god, could replace his soul with the ancient devil soul. If it was anyone else, it wouldn't have been possible. Even if their cultivation level was higher, they would still collapse under this spell, and the replacement would be noticed. However, ancient devils and ancient gods came from the same origin, so they could perfectly replace each other. In addition, it was also partially due to the sovereign being seriously injured and underestimating Wang Lin's strength. Otherwise, Wang Lin wouldn't have succeeded. However, even if it failed, Wang Lin had backup plans prepared, or else he wouldn't have recklessly come here. Chapter 1430, Umbrella opens to destroy the realm. Using this opportunity he had created for himself by causing the man inside the seven-colored flame to fail his spell, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to take out the treasure the first-generation Vermillion bird had given him to kill the traitorous third Vermillion bird. After Wang Lin summoned the Vermillion bird, the fire in the sky began to churn violently. The sea of fire quickly surged and a giant vortex appeared in the middle, which was above Wang Lin's head. The fire vortex became like a black hole that was a door to a mysterious world. The moment the black hole appeared, a Vermillion bird cry suddenly echoed within. The Vermillion bird cry was heaven-shaking. The moment it appeared, Wang Lin felt a sense of shock. His fourth awakened Vermillion bird appeared and revealed respect. It was as if Wang Lin's Vermillion bird felt instinctive fear toward this cry. The seven-colored Vermillion bird behind the old man looked up and let out a cry. There was fear in its eyes, and it didn't dare to fly up. This scene was too sudden, and the middle-aged man's pupils shrank. The old fellow actually gave this to you to kill me. Following the heaven-shaking Vermillion bird cry, a terrifying pressure came out of the vortex and quickly scattered. The temperature here suddenly increased until it became like a fire realm. Under this pressure, a terrifying scene that Wang Lin could never forget occurred in the sea of fire in the sky. A giant Vermillion bird beak descended from the vortex. Just the beak covered most of the sky, and the pressure increased countless fold. Vermillion bird origin spirit. That feather was an important treasure to the first-generation Vermillion bird, as he only had one. What the feather had summoned was a real Vermillion bird that lived in the first-generation Vermillion bird's homeland. This wasn't a Vermillion bird formed by the Vermillion bird clan cultivators, but a living one. The Vermillion bird beak suddenly descended from the vortex and caused the sea of fire to concave inwards with the beak at the bottom. As it descended, the fire surged. Its speed was unimaginable. As it descended, it mercilessly pecked at the middle-aged man. During this process, the entire sky seemed to have turned into the head of the Vermillion bird. Its eyes were filled with anger, and Wang Lin recognized it at a glance. It looked very similar to the first-generation Vermillion bird. The world continued to rumble. The Vermillion bird beak descended quickly and in an instant reached within 1,000 feet of the seven-colored flame. This was comparable to a finger from the ancient gods, but the momentum was much more powerful. Only an adult 8-star ancient god using the spell personally could match it. Inside the seven-colored flame, the middle-aged man let out a roar and he waved his hand. The seven-colored flame around him rushed into the sky and formed another Vermillion bird that rushed at the incoming beak. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The seven-colored Vermillion bird let out a miserable scream the moment it touched the beak, and it suddenly collapsed. The middle-aged man coughed out blood, and his hand formed seals while his expression was ferocious. He roared, "Earth, water, fire, wind." His words shook the entire world. With the word, earth, a boundless earth appeared below him. With the word, water, a raging sea appeared above the earth. With the word, fire, the sea began to burn and was covered in a seven-colored flame. With the last word, wind, a gust of wind swept across the flame. 4 elements. The middle-aged man's expression was ferocious and his hands pushed forward. The mighty wind rushed toward the Vermillion bird beak, and behind it was the raging flame. After the flame was the surging sea. Finally, The earth went through the middle-aged man's body and charged at the sky as if it going to mend the vortex. When all of this appeared before Wang Lin, it shook his mind. Whether it was the Vermillion bird or the middle-aged man, they both had power that Taoist water and Master Simo couldn't compare to. If these two power collided, the shockwave would be strong enough to destroy this holy land. Even Wang Lin wouldn't be able to survive, unless he could use a similarly powerful spell to confront the incoming wave of destruction that is. Or he could choose to use the backup plan he had come up with before, to leave the outer realm and return to the inner realm. However, right now was the best opportunity to seriously injure or kill the sovereign. If he missed this chance, he wouldn't have another opportunity. Wang Lin had spent his life seeking to gain advantages in dangerous situations, so how could he let this chance go? He wanted to do something heaven-shaking in the outer realm after destroying the Scatter Thunder clan. Kill the sovereign. What a vicious first-generation Vermillion bird. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. The first-generation Vermillion bird had lived for far too long, and Wang Lin naturally was no match. Although he had guessed the first generation's plan, he was still a step behind. The second generation Ancestor suddenly passed me the strongest Vermillion bird clan spell because he saw through it all and was trying to help me. Wang Lin's hands began forming seals without hesitation. The first breath. The middle-aged man's wind collided with the beak. The world rumbled and the wind collapsed. The Vermillion bird beak trembled and the rumbling of its flames echoed loudly. A shockwave scattered in all directions. Wang Lin finished the first group of seals. The world before him changed colors and a giant fire bone appeared out of nowhere. Second breath. The seven-colored flame collided with the Vermillion bird beak and the world rumbled. The Vermillion bird beak trembled and the seven-colored flame collapsed. The second shockwave swept across the world. Wang Lin finished the second set of seals. Branches appeared on the giant fire bone. The third and fourth breaths instantly passed. The sea raged at the Vermillion bird beak and collided with it, turning into endless water vapor. The tip of the beak broke, causing the Vermillion bird to let out a cry and spit out a mouthful of air from its belly. This air rushed at the heaven-mending earth. Thunderous rumbles echoed violently like never before in this holy land and became the voice of the world. The sovereign let out a roar as the Vermillion bird beak collapsed. The moment it collapsed, the third shockwave spread out in all directions. Countless rifts appeared in space and violent energy filled this world. The Fire Sparrow clan's holy land began collapsing under this shockwave. The air spat out by the Vermillion bird landed on the earth, causing countless cracks to appear on it. Seeing that the earth was about to disintegrate, the sovereign spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into blood mist and pushed the earth into the sky. After the earth absorbed the blood, it no longer disintegrated and charged at the sky with an indescribable momentum. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The large earth filled with countless cracks shot directly into the sea of fire in the sky. It covered the entire sea of fire and sealed the giant vortex that the Vermillion bird origin spirit had arrived through. The world trembled and was torn apart as the shockwave spread, causing everything to disintegrate like crazy. The sovereign coughed out blood and his face became even more pale. He turned around and looked at Wang Lin with a ferocious expression before lifting his foot. Wang Lin was hit by this shockwave and blood came out of the corner of his mouth, but his hands moved faster and faster. He struggled to continue forming seals, and right now there were more than 1 million seals around him. The incoming sovereign saw this, and his expression changed greatly. Damn it, that old follow actually taught you this spell. He charged at Wang Lin without hesitation. However, the ancient forest spirit Wang Lin had released let out a roar and charged at the incoming sovereign. The sovereign had a ferocious expression as he waved his right hand, and an endless power turned into a giant handprint. It was like a sun that descended toward the ancient forest spirit. Thunderous rumble filled the air as the ancient wood spirit trembled. The palm penetrated its body and then shot at Wang Lin. At this moment, the ninth breath arrived, and Wang Lin's right hand finished the last seal. His hands were a bloody mess and were almost unable to move after finishing the last seal. Almost 2 million seals were around Wang Lin's body. After he finished, they formed a firestorm and fused with the bone umbrella frame to form a giant realm-burning ancient umbrella. Realm-burning ancient umbrella. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. He used the Vermillion bird clan's strongest spell the moment the palm print closed in. Although he had just learned it, he was the Vermillion bird, and he had practiced restrictions for a long time, so he had methods for creating seals quickly. However, his comprehension of it was low, so its power was obviously inferior. However, when it came to this kind of spell, even if the power was weaker, it was still heaven-shaking. He then spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Lin clearly felt the vitality in his body being rapidly absorbed by the ancient umbrella to form a force that would open it. Umbrella. Open to destroy the realm. Wang Lin roared as he waved his arms. Chapter 1431. This day arrived. The firestorm stopped in the air and fused with the firebone umbrella frame, forming a burning umbrella. When the mouthful of blood from Wang Lin landed on the umbrella, large amounts of vitality rushed into the huge umbrella and a roar echoed. The collapsing Fire Sparrow clan Holy Land was filled with an indescribable heat. Even the palm print paused when hit by this heat wave. The sovereign's expression changed greatly. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's roar rumbled across the world. In an instant, the ancient umbrella slowly opened, and as it opened, a fire that could destroy a realm spread out from the umbrella. This fire had no color and couldn't even be called a fire. It was an aura, an invisible fire aura. The umbrella gradually opened up. When it was 10% open, the palm print arrived. The fire rushed out and collided with the palm print. There was a thunderous rumble, and the palm print immediately collapsed. The fire aura didn't stop. It slowly spread in all directions. Every place that was shrouded by it was destroyed and turned into ruin. This was the power that could destroy a realm. The destructive shockwave created by the collision of the Vermillion bird beak and the sovereign collided with the power of the fire aura. Endless rumbles echoed as the shockwave collapsed and the fire extinguished. Realm burning ancient umbrella. The sovereign's face was pale. He was seriously injured, and then he miscalculated with fishing the moon in the well. After that, he had fought with the Vermillion bird origin spirit and sealed it before he saw Wang Lin use the terrifying realm-burning ancient umbrella. At this moment, he was even more injured than before. With a ferocious expression, the sovereign formed a seal and reached for the cloth around his shoulder. With a roar, he pulled it down. Intense pain washed over his body. He ripped off the armor that had already fused with his flesh. The armor gave off a gray glow and suddenly turned into a huge palm. How can the realm-burning ancient umbrella be so easy to open? This armor was given to me by my master, and it is more than enough to match an unopened umbrella. Universe-suppressing palm. The sovereign roared, and the giant palm formed by the armor shot toward Wang Lin. It was extremely fast, and it almost covered the sky, almost matching the Vermillion bird beak size. As it swept across the sky, it was about to collide with the ancient umbrella. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy as the fire penetrated the palm. The palm was rapidly dissipating while it bombarded the umbrella. All of this happened in a flash. As the palm rapidly dissipated, it closed in on the umbrella. After shrinking to half its original side, it landed on the ancient umbrella. Realm-burning ancient umbrella. Break for this sovereign. The ancient umbrella trembled, and Wang Lin coughed out blood. The vitality in his body was a mess. After all, his cultivation level wasn't high enough to display its true power. Just opening it 20% to block a palm from the sovereign was his limit. After coughing out blood, Wang Lin was knocked back. Without vitality being injected into it, the ancient umbrella began to slowly dissipate. This wasn't caused by the palm. However, just as it was about to dissipate completely, Wang Lin revealed a ferocious expression as he was being knocked back. There was a hint of madness in his eyes as he roared, "Explode!" The ancient umbrella that was about to dissipate trembled, and as Wang Lin's word echoed, a destructive aura spread out from within it. The entire Fire Sparrow clan Holy Land completely collapsed. The gray palm print created from the armor completely collapsed. Outside the door to the Fire Sparrow clan's Holy Land, the Ancestor was sitting down and cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the door. However, at this moment, the door collapsed and countless fragments of the door rushed at him. It was too sudden, so the Fire Sparrow clan Ancestor didn't have time to react at all before the fragments landed on him. He coughed out blood and quickly retreated with shock and terror in his eyes along with disbelief. Wang Lin's figure flashed out from the collapsed door and quickly escaped. Behind him, the collapse of the Holy Land turned into an endless destructive force that erupted outward. The sovereign's roar came from within as he rushed out of the destructive force after Wang Lin. Although he was seriously injured, he could still chase after Wang Lin. As he charged out, the sovereign raised his hand and mercilessly slammed forward. Another palm print appeared and rushed forward. It instantly caught up to Wang Lin and was about to destroy him. At the moment of danger, blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth as he quickly retreated. His hands formed seals, and the wind and rain realm appeared around Wang Lin. The palm collided with the wind and rain realm. The wind and rain realm collapsed with a bang. Wang Lin coughed out blood, and white light came from his body. Endless white light came from the cultivation planet and condensed around Wang Lin to form a large light silhouette. Dao Master Blue Dream spell, Light and Shadow Shield. The moment the light and shadow shield appeared, the palm print landed on it. The shield flickered violently, attempting to reflect the power, but it only lasted for a few breaths before collapsing. Endless fragments of the shield scattered, and Wang Lin's face turned extremely pale, and he coughed out blood once more. Seeing that the palm print was about to land on his body, Wang Lin let out a roar. His ancient god stars rotated rapidly, and the Emperor Furnace flew out from his first star. The Emperor Furnace appeared around Wang Lin, forming a shield, and collided with the palm print chasing him. There was a loud buzz as Wang Lin was knocked back and countless injuries appeared on his body. The Emperor Furnace didn't collapse, but it wasn't able to take form due to the force from the palm print, and it was knocked back into Wang Lin's first ancient god star. This sovereign wants to see how you will resist, how you will escape. Sovereign chased after Wang Lin with killing intent in his eyes. The palm print was only 7 feet from Wang Lin, and its pressure shook his mind. It was as if his origin soul was going to be forced out of his body. At the most critical moment, Wang Lin raised his right hand and placed it before him. A surge of ancient god power appeared and formed a gauntlet. The ancient god treasure refined from the bone of an ancient god. The moment the ancient god gauntlet appeared, the palm print landed on it, causing a thunderous rumble. Wang Lin coughed out blood 7 times. The cultivation planet couldn't withstand the force and directly collapsed. The entire cultivation planet was torn apart. Large amounts of cracks appeared on the surface. It was like a ball of water that was blown apart, instantly disintegrating. Wang Lin was thrown back and collided with the center of the planet. He went through the center of the collapsed planet and came out the other side. He retreated like crazy. His body was on the verge of collapse, and his origin soul was weakened. Fortunately, his body was that of an ancient god. Otherwise, just the impact would have been enough to kill him. Although this was the case, he had directly blocked a blow from the sovereign. Still not dead, the sovereign sped across space, and his right hand pushed out once more. Another palm print shot toward Wang Lin at an even faster speed and stronger force. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he raised his left hand and pointed at this right arm. He roared, 8-star ancient god life-saving spell, Ancient Blessing. The ancient god power inside Wang Lin rushed into this gauntlet at a rapid pace. As his words echoed, a mighty ancient god aura appeared among the stars. From afar, an ancient god the size of a cultivation planet suddenly appeared before Wang Lin. This ancient god was illusory and gave off an ancient aura. His body was covered in injuries, making it obvious that it had been through a lot of battles. His face was facing the palm print, and his arms were wrapped around Wang Lin. He was protecting Wang Lin with his body, as if he was protecting a child. Waves of warmth entered Wang Lin's body. It was like being in the arms of one's parent. Even if the world was falling apart, the parent would protect you. The moment the ancient god appeared, the sovereign's palm print arrived and landed on the ancient god's back. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the stars. The ancient god remained motionless and the palm print collapsed. It was as if this blow as like a mere mosquito colliding with it. Even the sovereign's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He was just about to use a spell when the ancient god moved. Ancient Blessing was a life-saving spell given to a child ancient god, and it wasn't just for defense. The huge ancient god suddenly turned, and the sovereign's pupils shrank. As it turned around, a punch was launched at the sovereign. The ancient god's forehead clearly revealed 8 rotating stars. The sovereign didn't have time to dodge at all before the ancient god's fist landed on him like a meteor. The sovereign's face turned pale, and he coughed out blood. He was seriously injured. His body was knocked back, and he let out a muffled groan. This punch caused the injuries he had just suffered from the Vermillion bird beak, the realm-burning ancient umbrella, and the injuries from tens of thousands of years ago to erupt. With one punch, the ancient god dissipated, turned back into the gauntlet, and disappeared into Wang Lin's right arm. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He should have chosen to escape without any hesitation at this moment, but he waved his right hand. The blood sword shot out toward the sovereign. The sovereign took out some unknown treasure and blocked the blood sword, knocking it back. Wang Lin let out a sigh. His injuries were too heavy and he was merely holding on with one breath. If he let this breath go, he would immediately collapse. At this moment, he grabbed the blood sword and escaped without hesitation. However, just as Wang Lin was about to escape with spatial bending, the sovereign's weak voice echoed across the world. However, when this voice entered Wang Lin's ears, it caused him to suddenly stop. Wang Lin, you're bold, cruel, decisive, and cunning. Do you wish to become my soldier? If you agree, I can resurrect your wife. Not just awaken her soul, but completely resurrect her. Wang Lin's mind buzzed as if a bolt of thunder had struck him. There was madness in his eyes as he stared at the middle-aged man holding his chest. If I changed places with Sima Mo, and his sister was Wan Air, how would I choose? Perhaps. That day will come. This day arrived. Chapter 1432, Love and Gratitude. This old man isn't lying to you. As early as 1,200 years ago, I heard of your name and learned that the only reason you cultivate is to bring your wife back. The sovereign's voice was weak as it slowly floated among the stars, but they were like heavy hammers slamming on Wang Lin's mind. However, this impact turned into waves that surged in Wang Lin's brain, causing him to tune out the sovereign's voice. Only the last 4 words were like a bolt of lightning that tore open his flesh and rushed into his soul. Bring your wife back. This old man also knows that in order to bring your wife back, you have asked many cultivators for help, but in the end none of them could help you. You probably don't believe my words. You presume that since I'm seriously injured, how can I achieve this? This matter is indeed extremely difficult. Even if I wasn't injured, I wouldn't have the ability to bring your wife back. However, my teacher is someone on par with the ancient celestial sovereign. He is even famous in the ancient world. This old man will seek master for you and seek the life realm. He can harvest countless souls to form a longevity seal. This voice became louder and louder until it became a heaven-shaking roar in Wang Lin's mind. His face turned pale, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Right now his eyes were bloodshot, he was trembling, and his mind was on the verge of collapse. The struggle to make a choice had turned into a flood that was drowning him. If one day the sovereign asks me to kill Sidu, what would I do? If one day the sovereign asked me to kill Qing Shui, what would I do? If one day the sovereign asked me to slaughter my way back into the inner realm, how could I face all those familiar faces? Zhou Yi, Zhou Ru, Big Head, everyone. If one day the sovereign orders me to harm the second-generation Vermillion bird, will I be able to do it? There was a miserable smile on Wang Lin's face, and a shocking trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His heart was being ripped in half due to this decision, and the pain was something words couldn't describe at all. Wan Air was his everything and his one weakness. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her. In order to resurrect Wan Air, Wang Lin could give up many things. In order to resurrect Wan Air, he could give up his vitality. Right now he was willing to give up his life. However, there were some things that were even more important than his life. It was just that in life, there were emotions beside love that he couldn't cut off. From now on, I'll hand the soul refining sect to you. On planet Suzaku, the soul refining sect's master, Dun Tian, had placed the soul refining sect's treasure in his hands after passing away. After placing the inheritance of the soul refining sect on his shoulders, Dun Tian closed his eyes, smiling. Situ Nan had given up the chance to take away the heaven-defying bead and had accompanied Wang Lin for hundreds of years. He had taught Wang Lin cultivation from Wang Lin's youth. A teacher, a father, a brother, and also a friend. If there was no Situ, there would be no Wang Lin. Wang Lin once said something about Situ that represented all the gratitude he felt towards Situ. I, Wang Lin, would never kneel to the heavens, only in respect for Situ. Zhou Yi was love-struck for his entire life. Nothing could cover his 1,000-year obsession. He had given Wang Lin a fortune that had allowed Wang Lin to avoid death. Zhou Yi was obsessed with Qing Shuang. If Wang Lin chose to follow the sovereign, there would surely be a tragic battle between them. I, Zhou Yi, only want to do one thing in my life, to accompany Qing Shuang until the end of time. Brother Qing Shui had a cold face but a warm heart. Once he decided that Wang Lin was a cross-generation disciple of Bai Feng, he was willing to do anything to make sure no one harmed Wang Lin. Since he is my junior brother, no one can harm him. If you hurt one of his fingers, I will seek your life. Qing Shui's madness, which had caused him to kill his wife, brought all his grief and indignation, was due to the schemes of the outer realm. If he found out that the junior brother he once protected had become the slave of the cause of his sorrow, how would he feel? There was also the 5th-generation Vermillion bird. He was clearly at the end of his lifespan, but he was still willing to help Wang Lin recover. He had even handed the Vermillion bird divine sect to Wang Lin. His kind gaze would forever linger in Wang Lin's heart. This old man, Lu Yun, has lived his entire life for the Vermillion bird divine sect. Even though I will soon die, I can now die with a smile. You're excellent. Take care of the Vermillion bird divine sect for me. The old Vermillion bird divine emperor's dying wish was for Wang Lin to take care of the sect. Facing the kindness Wang Lin had received, He couldn't face the dead Divine Emperor's anger and disappointed gaze. The second-generation Vermillion bird had only known Wang Lin for a few days. His hearty laughter, gratified expression, look of admiration, and kindness toward Wang Lin came to mind. He had fished up the dragon to gift its blood to Wang Lin and had tried to save him many times during moments of danger in the trials. He had even roared at the first-generation Vermillion bird in the Heaven trial. The second-generation Vermillion bird had gifted him the method to control the dragon and the ancient soul restriction. Also, before Wang Lin left, the second-generation Vermillion bird had clearly disobeyed the first-generation Vermillion bird's order and had to bear an unknown price to teach Wang Lin the Vermillion bird clan's strongest spell, the realm-burning ancient umbrella. Little fellow, don't forget that the next time we meet, you have to choose the 7th generation for this old man. Be sure to select a child with determination. You look rather cold, but even you were naughty at some point. Unfortunate, unfortunate. Ah, what's so good about duo cultivation? This old man really doesn't understand. There were still a lot of people. How could Wang Lin cut them all off with one choice? Master Simo's memory filled Wang Lin's mind. When he saw Master Simo's life, he felt like he was watching his own memories. The Master Simo today was Wang Lin's future. In order to resurrect his sister, Master Simo had given up the heaven-breaking sect and all his sect brothers. He had even given up his own soul to become the sovereign's dog and had killed for the sovereign. With 1 point from the sovereign, even if it was Master Simo's own teacher, he would raise the butcher's knife as he shed tears. If he hadn't seen Master Simo's memory, Wang Lin's choice would have been even more difficult. If he hadn't experienced Tao Master Blue Dream's proposal or the first-generation Vermillion bird's words, Wang Lin still might not have been able to make the biggest decision in his life. A painful decision, but one he had to choose. After seeing Master Simo's memory, Wang Lin asked himself how he would choose if that day came. However, he didn't expect that day to arrive so quickly. This day was like a calamity. Fortunately, Master Simo's memory had given Wang Lin a path. I don't want to become Master Simo, Wang Lin murmured in a low voice. The struggle in his eyes was replaced by pain, but this pain was filled with determination. I don't want to become your slave. I don't want to betray their gratitude because of my choice. Love is the pain I can't give up. It's what I spent my life cultivating for. But love isn't the only thing in my life. I admire someone like Master Simo, who can abandon everything and his own conscience just for one person. However, I'm afraid to choose. I'm afraid to face everyone that was kind to me. Even if my wife and child were to awaken, we would become puppets. I won't choose this. Perhaps your teacher can really awaken my wife and child, but if he can do it, then I, Wang Lin, can as well. My wife and child, I'll resurrect them myself. Wang Lin raised his head and stared at the startled sovereign. He turned and disappeared among the endless stars as he went far away. No one saw the 2 lines of crystal tears falling from Wang Lin's eyes, and they were scattered among this vast star system. Wan Air, Ping Air, would you too blame me? Chapter 1433, was he really the sovereign? There was an inexplicable force that made Wang Lin choose, but also not choose after facing this indescribable struggle. He turned into a ray of light and left. Tao Master Blue Dream had made Wang Lin choose once before, and the first-generation Vermillion bird had made Wang Lin choose a second time. These instances had allowed his Tao heart to match the of a master of a generation. More importantly, if he hadn't entered Master Simo's memory and seen someone who had a similar life but chose the different path, Wang Lin might have chosen to stay, to become the sovereign's slave. The sovereign's words had hit Wang Lin's weak point. After leaving the Fire Sparrow clan, the collapse of the Holy Land created a devastating fire that raged in all directions. The fire destroyed nearly half the Fire Sparrow clan, and the monstrous fire glowed behind Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles came from the distance and shook the star domain, but Wang Lin didn't awaken from his daze. His heart seemed to be torn apart, and pain filled his body. After an unknown amount of time, the confusion in Wang Lin's eyes gradually dissipated and was replaced with bleakness. The injury inside him had reached a point where he had to recover, or else his cultivation would irreversibly regress. After reaching his cultivation level, an ordinary injury would be no problem, but once he was seriously injured, it was a serious matter. If he was a bit careless, his cultivation level would fall. Fortunately, as an ancient god, the recovery of his physical body was extremely powerful. This was an obvious difference between him and ordinary cultivators. Some injuries that might require other 100 years to recover would take Wang Lin much less time to heal. Wan Air, believe me, I'll personally awaken you. Then, together with Ping Air, we can live in a mountain village somewhere where no one knows us. and we will quietly spend a lifetime. I also want to teach Ping Air how to carve, to pass down my father's craft, Wang Lin murmured, and he suddenly felt homesick. He wanted to see the star system of his home. Although the ancient star system was very large, he felt no sense of belonging here. In this vast star system, one couldn't see the end. The stars were bright, but emitted no warmth. There was only a feeling of coldness. Wang Lin felt a powerful sense of loneliness in his heart. Wang Lin had spent 2,000 years alone. He had grown accustomed to being lonely. His indifferent expression wasn't something he made deliberately. It was just after spending 2,000 years alone, he didn't know any other expression. He only knew indifference. He rarely smiled. The only thing that remained was the sorrow that couldn't be erased, hidden deep under his indifferent eyes. It was sorrow that had accompanied him all his life. Feeling bitter, Wang Lin's injuries became even worse. He staggered as he took a step and merged with the world using spatial bending. He crossed an immeasurable distance and then appeared outside an abandoned planet. Perhaps this cultivation planet was brilliant once, or maybe a powerful cultivator had been born here. However, now all its past glory was gone with the wind, leaving only the gravel and the city's void of spiritual energy. Just like an old man who had reached the end of his life, struggling, grasping, unwilling to give up his last breath. The east side of the planet was in autumn, and the cold, autumn wind slowly blew by. The leaves rolled across the ground, their yellow color like the spots on an old man's face, giving off the feeling of desolation. As the autumn leaves flew in the wind, one could see a river in the distance between the leaves. A white figure was sitting beside the river, allowing the yellow, autumn leaves to blow past. Wang Lin looked at the surface of the water. Some of the autumn leaves had been sent here by the wind and floated on the river. After they'd been soaked, they drifted into the distance. The wind had brought them here into the water, and they would never be able to return to their homeland. They would be sent to some unknown place and, perhaps after a few seasons, become part of the riverbed. If they had souls, perhaps their souls would fly out of the river and return to their homeland. The river reflected Wang Lin's figure and clearly reflected his appearance. The pale face, the indifferent gaze, and the sadness in his eyes all seemed to integrate into the river and flow far away. Wang Lin murmured softly, "It's time to go home." There was another path home beside the sealed realm formation. It was the jade given to him by the mysterious woman in the spatial crack in the rank 9 region of the Cloud Sea Star system. Back then, the woman had said that she would help him explore a place and then gave Wang Lin this jade. Once he used the jade, he would return back into the spatial crack. Wang Lin had studied the jade many times. There were many restrictions inside, some that not even he could see through. It seemed like many of the restrictions inside were not things cultivators of this world could master. They seemed to come from another world. However, Wang Lin was a grandmaster at restrictions. Although he couldn't completely see through them, he could tell that the jade had a 70% chance of sending him back into that spatial crack. Holding the jade, Wang Lin didn't open it, but placed it back into his storage space. A certain amount of power was required to activate this jade, but this was secondary. More importantly, he wouldn't appear before the mysterious woman in his current state. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin looked at the blue sky and muttered to himself, was he really the sovereign? After he seriously injured the middle-aged man inside the 7-colored flame, the man had admitted that he was the sovereign. However, after calming down, Wang Lin couldn't help but wonder. That person's cultivation was very powerful. He could fight off the Vermillion bird origin spirit, use fishing the moon in the well, knew about Master Simo, and knew about Wang Lin. Add all this up, and he could be the cunning sovereign. His cultivation is fire, and he has the 7-colored Vermillion bird. He should be the traitorous 3rd Vermillion bird. But is he really the sovereign? The reason Wang Lin had guessed the 3rd Vermillion bird was the sovereign was because the sovereign was the most mysterious person in the ancient star system. No one knew which clan he belonged to. In addition to this, back in the demon spirit land, Wang Lin once met a person. Later he found out that this person was the sovereign's disciple. This person used fire spells. That fire spell was not something an ordinary person could cast. It was clear that it was someone who was reaching the edge of the fire essence. All of this made Wang Lin come up with a good guess. Combining some other clues, Wang Lin had determined that the traitorous 3rd Vermillion bird was the sovereign. It was because of this that the Sovereign Council knew about the truth of the fallen land and didn't dare to do anything. However, after seeing the sovereign personally, Wang Lin became suspicious. Qing Lin once said that the sovereign's essence was the essence of origin. However, that person never used the law of origin. Most importantly, the sovereign has cultivated for tens of thousands of years. He is extremely cunning and has schemed against the inner realm many times. The middle-aged man that admitted he was the sovereign didn't seem to have the aura of someone like that. It was as if he wasn't really that powerful. Wang Lin frowned. After pondering a bit, he still couldn't find the answer. He let out a sigh and no longer thought about this. He then took out the few remaining pills he had and swallowed them all. Then he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The autumn wind blew and Wang Lin's figure slowly became blurry. It was as if he had merged with his surroundings. Even if a cultivator came, they wouldn't notice that there was someone sitting at the side of the lake. Time slowly passed. In the blink of any eye, 3 days went by. Wang Lin's origin soul's injuries didn't improve, but it was no longer deteriorating. However, a majority of his physical's injuries had recovered. Ignoring his spells, with just his 6-star ancient god power, he was at around 50% of his peak. Wang Lin knew he was short on time. He had seriously injured that person that he suspected to be the sovereign and must have set off a huge wave in the ancient star system. Surely there were people pursuing him now, and there was also that bounty on him. As for the fallen land, it had already been sealed by others. If he were to rush back now, he won't be able to enter, he'd just fall into a trap. That's why he had done all he could to recover his cultivation. However, on this day, while Wang Lin was cultivating, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a glint of coldness. His heart felt a strange sense of shock. This was an early warning sense he had developed after reaching his current cultivation level. Something is wrong. Wang Lin stood up and looked around. His expression became gloomy. The surroundings had become completely silent. Even the autumn wind had disappeared. Right now it was night, and the bright moon was hanging in the sky. The moonlight fell on the earth, allowing Wang Lin to see the fine ripples on the river spread out. The autumn leaves that were falling into the river also began to rotate in a circle. Without hesitation, Wang Lin took a step forward and the world distorted, ripples echoing around him. With this step, he should have dissipated and merged with the world. Just as he was about to merge with the world, the sky rumbled and changed colors. A giant crack suddenly appeared. A powerful pressure descended upon this abandoned planet, and a giant hand reached out from inside the crack. It rapidly extended toward Wang Lin, who was about to merge with the world. Chapter 1434, Esteemed Heavenly Wolf. All of this happened in a flash. The moment Wang Lin's body was forced out by the wolf howl, the giant hand reached over. It seemed like everything had been perfectly calculated from finding Wang Lin, predicting Wang Lin would use spatial bending, and then using this strange wolf howl to block Wang Lin's escape. In an instant, the arm closed in. The aura from the arm contained Joss flames. The person who wanted to capture Wang Lin was not a second-step cultivator, but a third-step cultivator. To be precise, it was someone who had just entered the third step. Someone like Taoist Water and Master Simo, at early stage of Nirvana Void. In particular, that aura felt extremely tyrannical as it charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly turned around without hesitation. He waved his hand, and a nail appeared in his grasp. This nail was black and gave off a sinister flash. There were even mournful roars coming from it. This nail had been given to Wang Lin by the old man as a gift due to the old Vermillion bird. Wang Lin waved his hand without hesitation, and the nail shot toward the palm. All of this happened in a flash. In an instant, the nail formed a gust of black wind and collided with the palm. A thunderous bang echoed as the nail penetrated the palm and collapsed. As it collapsed, it spread across the entire palm like ink and extended toward the arm. As the autumn wind blew, the arm trembled and dissipated into black ash. The strength of the nail was outside of Wang Lin's expectation. Although the palm had dissipated, the tyrannical aura still hit him. Wang Lin coughed out blood as he viciously waved his hand. The ancient leaf flew out like a meteor toward the spatial rift. Seal. The ancient leaf grew to more than 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, and instantly sealed the spatial rift. Roars came from the rift as Wang Lin took a step forward and merged with the world. In a flash, he disappeared using spatial bending. 3 breaths after he left, the ancient leaf sealing the rift turned into specks of light and dissipated. Wang Lin stepped out somewhere in the ancient star system. His right hand formed a seal, and he said, "Fallen leaf, return to your roots." A flash of crystal light appeared before him and turned into the ancient leaf, and he took it. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he quickly rushed forward. He used spatial bending again and disappeared without a trace. I can't return to the spatial crack in the cloud sea in my current state. The pursuit of the Sovereign Council has begun again. That's fine. I have lived my life in danger. I don't fear a mere bounty by the Sovereign Council. I want to see how many powerful cultivators will be lured out. While being hunted, I'll use the Devour spell to recover my cultivation. Wang Lin sneered. After the ancient leaf disappeared from the spatial rift above the abandoned planet, a figure walked out. This person was a burly man about 30 feet tall. His upper body was bare, and he had a ferocious expression. His gaze was ruthless and cold. Above his brows was a mark. It was a ferocious green wolf. Under the command of the Sovereign Council, one of the 4 vicious ancient star system clans, the esteemed Heavenly Wolf clan. He wasn't by himself. There was a girl sitting on his shoulder. The girl was wearing red and had a charming appearance. Her beautiful face was like a peach and her eyebrows were elegant. Just a raise of her hand could charm the minds of many. There was also a mark between her eyebrows. This mark was extremely strange, and if Wang Lin saw this, he would recognize this as the mark belonging to the extremely mysterious Sealing Extermination clan. Back in the 7-colored realm, Wang Lin met an old man from the Sealing Extermination clan, and he had made Wang Lin face a life and death crisis. In particular, that Dao spell was engraved into Wang Lin's memory. This girl hadn't reached the 3rd step yet and was only at the 3rd heaven's blight. She held a compass in her hand and bowed a few times. Then she looked up and smiled. Directly east, 197,845 kilometers. However, your right arm is poisoned and your combat power has been decreased by 30%. Without my help, that poison will not be easy to force out. The burly man let out a cold snort and took a step forward. The world trembled and the abandoned planet trembled. The earth collapsed and was torn apart in a flash. The planet collapsed as the burly man took a step into the void, causing a powerful shockwave began to spread. However, before it could spread far, the burly man's left hand reached out and grabbed the destructive force. This force was formed into a ball of light, and he threw it forward. The ball of light landed in the void and caused the void to twist, forming a black hole. The burly man stepped into the black hole. Wang Lin was moving with spatial bending through the ancient star system. Just as he appeared, he raised his hand and threw the ancient leaf behind him without any hesitation. Just at this moment, a black hole appeared in the space behind him. The burly man's figure began to appear. However, just as the black hole appeared, the ancient leaf suddenly landed on it. Seal. Wang Lin's indifferent word echoed, but his eyes flashed. He faintly saw the girl on the shoulder of the burly man, and the mark between her eyebrows shocked him. Wang Lin silently disappeared. Roars came from the black hole like crazy and thunderous rumbles echoed, but the ancient leaf remained unmoving. A moment later, another black hole appeared not far from the ancient leaf, and the burly man from the esteemed Heavenly Wolf clan walked out. He gloomily turned around and looked at the ancient leaf. When he looked at it, the leaf turned into crystal light and dissipated. Damn it! What kind of treasure is this? Master Simo has battled with this person. Why didn't he say anything? Also, that Grandmaster Yin Luo immediately went into closed-door cultivation after returning. You must not underestimate this person. If not for the fact that he is seriously injured, it wouldn't be easy for you to capture him with your cultivation level. The maiden smiled and looked down at the compass in her hand. Northwest, 378,496 kilometers. The burly man coldly looked at the girl on his shoulder. Although he was at the 3rd step, he didn't want to offend this girl too much. This girl was the maid of Dao Master Miao Yin, one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system. She had come to him herself to help him capture and kill Wang Lin. He said, "Your master should have gone to the ancient order tomb. What is your purpose for looking for me?" The burly man was in no rush to chase after Wang Lin. It's unsure if it is the ancient order tomb, but after checking the ancient records, we are somewhat certain. Forget my master. Most of the powerful cultivators in the ancient star system have gone there. Forget about this. That person is more than 1,000,000 kilometers away. If you don't pursue, he will escape too far. The girl smiled and looked even more charming. The burly man didn't speak and coldly stared at the girl. Fine, I'll speak. Once you capture him, you have to let me take something from him. If you agree, the Dao Sovereign will award you a rank 6 Dao Spirit as thanks. The girl blinked and smiled. The burly man silently pondered for a bit. He didn't speak, but took a step forward. Northwest, 2,798,461 kilometers. It's one of your esteemed Heavenly Wolf clan's branches. The burly man let out a cold snort, and the space before him was torn. His figure disappeared. Wang Lin stepped out of the distorted space in the ancient star system. There were 6 cultivation planets arranged in a circle before him, and there was a formation set around them. It was a clan in the ancient star system. At a glance, there was an illusory wolf head flashing on the formation. It was like a sign telling all the cultivators that passed by which clan this area belonged to. Wolf. Wang Lin thought about the wolf howl coming from the spatial rift. Wang Lin let out a snort and quickly charged toward the 6 cultivation planets. His body suddenly expelled blood fog, which eventually shrouded his body. It was as if his flesh, origin soul, and soul had all turned into this devouring red fog. The blood mist instantly became more than 100,000 feet wide and continued to expand. It rumbled as it charged into the branch of the esteemed Heavenly Wolf clan. The formation flashed violently, but wasn't able to stop the blood mist's invasion. The blood mist formed by Wang Lin charged into a cultivation planet. Mournful screams echoed and spread out like crazy. However, in just a moment, these cries stopped, and it became dead silent. All the cultivators above a certain cultivation level were surrounded by the mist. Their entire bodies were turned into blood and were then absorbed. The red mist quickly spread toward the remaining cultivation planets. The people's mournful cries normally can't spread beyond the planet, but due to the large amount of voices, they spread across the stars. These 6 cultivation planets were a new branch created by the esteemed Heavenly Wolf clan, and there were no mortals on them, just cultivators. When the red mist swept by, a majority of them died. A black hole appeared among the stars, and the burly man from the esteemed Heavenly Wolf clan stepped out of it. The moment he stepped out, he could hear the mournful screams enter his ears. His body trembled and monstrous killing intent appeared in his eyes. With a roar, the burly man charged forward, and the sky seemed to collapse as he charged. Behind him, the projection of a giant green wolf appeared. Chapter 1435, Wang Lin's Ambush. The monstrous red mist began to condense on the last of the 6 esteemed Heavenly Wolf clan's cultivation planets. Wang Lin's figure appeared. There was a flash of red in his eyes, and his origin soul's injuries recovered a bit. With an indifferent gaze, his hand pushed toward the 6 cultivation planets. With this, the restrictions Wang Lin had left on the 6 cultivation planets erupted, and one of the planets collapsed. The power of the collapse shook the star domain. This was an abandoned cultivation planet, but one filled with spiritual energy that the esteemed Heavenly Wolf clan had spent a lot of effort to obtain. The collapse of a planet like this couldn't be compared to the collapse of an abandoned planet. What collapsed wasn't just the mountains and land, but the powerful spiritual energy. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the cultivation planet was torn apart. The powerful impact turned into a storm that quickly spread. Wang Ling grasped the timing of the impact extremely well. He knew that the enemy would arrive at any time, so he had left this on the planet while he was devouring it. Almost at the instant the burly man closed in, the planet collapsed. If it was just one cultivation planet, it wouldn't show Wang Lin's decisiveness and ruthlessness. After the first planet, the remaining 5 also exploded. The powerful impact was mixed with countless fragments. The constant collapse formed a heaven-shattering force that spread in all directions. From afar, it looked as if space itself was collapsing. It was like the apocalypse. The storm formed by the collapse of the 6 cultivation planets was like a big mouth that devoured the burly man. In a flash, he was swallowed inside the storm. Rumble, 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 rumble. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the stars, but just at this moment, a shocking wolf howl echoed. From within the collapse of the 6 planets, a ferocious wolf rushed out. Although its size didn't change, its body was more ethereal now and it looked a lot weaker. After it rushed out, it charged at Wang Lin with an angry roar. Like the wolf devouring the moon, it directly tried to swallow Wang Lin. Seeing the wolf close in, Wang Lin revealed a sneer and retreated. He waved his right hand, and a tortoise shell appeared before him. The moment the tortoise appeared, a ghostly light pierced in all directions like sharp swords. There was a violent flicker, and the tortoise shell expanded like crazy. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an incomparably large tortoise beast. This tortoise shell was gifted to him by the old Vermillion bird. It was the ancient soul restriction that was originally above the arena. The tortoise appeared and protected Wang Lin under it. It let out a hiss when the wolf arrived and hit its shell. From afar, this was a shocking scene. The storm of the 6 cultivation planets' collapse spread out. Outside the storm, a giant green wolf howled and collided with a giant tortoise. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the stars and turned into ripples that spread in all directions like the waves in a raging sea. The tortoise shell rapidly shrank and was put back into Wang Lin's storage space as he retreated. As for the green wolf, it was first damaged by the collapse of the 6 cultivation planets, and then collided with the ancient soul restriction. More than half its body had collapsed, and it was knocked back more than 100,000 feet. The burly man walked out of the storm of the collapsed planets. He waved his hand, and the collapsed wolf returned to him. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth as he continued to retreat. Ripples appeared under his feet as if he was going to leave using spatial bending. But his gaze was locked onto the girl on the burly man's shoulder. Even the girl didn't think Wang Lin would be locked onto her while escaping. If she knew, if she understood Wang Lin, she would definitely have felt that something bad was coming. The burly man's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he was about to chase. However, his expression changed and an ethereal fire ignited in his body. In the blink of an eye, the fire filled his body, and even the wolf behind him was shrouded in this fire and started letting out mournful cries. Ethereal fire cultivator. Damn it. The burly man's face immediately turned pale, and he coughed out blood. There was shock in his eyes. The girl on his shoulder frowned as she looked at the retreating Wang Lin, who was about to escape. She raised her hand to touch her brow and softly said, "As the descendant of the Sealing Extermination clan, I summon my clan's seal to seal his retreat." Just as she said those words, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Within the shockwave caused by the 6 collapsed cultivation planets, there was a monstrous blood light. The blood sword had long been hidden in a cultivation planet. Even after the cultivation planet collapsed, it still hid itself inside the chaos, not appearing. However, right now it suddenly appeared. As the blood light lit up the area, it shot toward the girl. The blood sword was so fast that it instantly closed in on the girl. It charged at the woman, targeting the area between her eyebrows. The girl was stunned by this. A blood light flashed and pierced through her brow at an unimaginable speed. It returned back to Wang Lin in a flash, and Wang Lin escaped using spatial bending. Clean and precise. This scene caused the pupils of the burly man of the esteemed Heavenly Wolf clan to shrink. His mind trembled, and a feeling of fear appeared in his heart. He is clearly an ethereal fire cultivator, but he didn't use it. He waited until that moment to trigger my emotions, and then used the moment I was suppressing the fire to take the life of Dao Master Miao Yin's made with that sword he had hidden within the planets. What a terrifying scheme. That sword was also a strange object. It was extremely fast, and also extremely sharp. He knows that I'm a third-step cultivator, and that I may have been able to resist the blood sword. In order to ensure the kill, he gave up on attacking me and decided to destroy the maid. There was a hint of fear in the burly man's thoughts. What he feared wasn't Wang Lin's cultivation, but those endless treasures and schemes that ran as deep as the ocean. He didn't know that the real reason Wang Lin had targeted the girl was because he had recognized the mark between the girl's eyebrows. The power and terror that mark represented had left a deep impression on Wang Lin. Sealing Extermination Clan. One of the small clans of the ancient star system. With this woman here, all of Wang Lin's spells could be sealed. Once sealed, the consequences would be unpredictable. From Wang Lin's point of view, although her cultivation level wasn't high, the danger she brought wasn't weaker than this Nirvana void burly man. What a ruthless person. A faint sigh came from the burly man. Light gradually returned to the eyes of the girl who had her forehead pierced with the blood sword. The wound between her eyebrows moved and rapidly recovered. However, a permanent scar had appeared there. The wound on the back of her head also recovered. The girl raised her finger, wiped the blood off the mark from her forehead, and placed it in her mouth. Very terrifying calculations and schemes. He had long figured out the route we would pursue him. He first left restrictions on the cultivation planets and exploded them when we got close. While we were distracted by the planets exploding, we didn't notice the hidden flying sword. That was his true goal. The girl's eyes lit up. He probably knows that I'm someone from the Sealing Extermination clan. This whole trap was set, just to kill me. The girl revealed a smile, but it contained a hint of fear she couldn't hide. What a deep scheme. Once he determined we were enemies, he was decisive and ruthless. This kind of character is not easy to provoke. We had underestimated his strength. Even Master had underestimated his strength. If not for the fact that my Sealing Extermination clan has the 3 Souls spell, I would be dead. The girl clenched her teeth. Although she looked calm, she was filled with fear. In that moment, she didn't even have time to think, and she had already died once. This was the first time she had experienced something like this in her life. Continue to chase. Even if we chase him to the end of the world, we have to kill him. Northeast, 1,734,532 kilometers. This person's schemes run deep, and everything has to be taken into consideration. I fear even his escape route has meaning. This direction. This, the woman whispered as her hand holding the compass trembled. She suddenly looked up toward the northeast. That is the location of the ancient order tomb. Why did he choose to escape there? The burly man from the esteemed Heavenly Wolf clan silently ripped open the void and walked into it. After he left, the rift slowly closed, and the star domain calmed down, leaving only the collapsed planets that had formed a storm that was still spreading. The area outside the rift to the Ancient Order tomb was filled with dense fog. There was a terrifying power inside the fog, and not even third-step cultivators would dare to carelessly enter the fog. This fog covered a 1 million square kilometer area, and many cultivators of the ancient star system were present. No one had noticed that an upheaval was brewing inside the Ancient Order tomb inside the rift. A moment later, it erupted and shocked the entire ancient star system. Chapter 1436. Ancient Order tomb opens. A swirling vortex filled with the death aura coming from the Ancient Order tomb surged. There was also dense resentment coming from the heads of all the ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils that were placed on those stone platforms within. They fused together, causing the storm to charge out like crazy in an attempt to rip the fog outside apart. The dense fog that filled the 1 million kilometers of space around the rift was pushed by this storm. There was a thunderous rumble that was weak at first, but soon became louder and louder. In just a moment, it shook the entire star domain. The fog began to churn as if there was a spirit inside, and it swept the stars with endless rage. The churning fog moved violently and spread in all directions like crazy. Originally, there were many cultivators around the edges of the fog, observing it. Sometimes some powerful cultivators would even go inside and check. However, the expressions of all the cultivators here changed, and they rapidly retreated. The opening of the Ancient Order tomb had attracted the attention of all the powerful cultivators in the ancient star system. They had dropped everything and quickly rushed here. However, at this moment, these people that had rushed here were all shocked and had to retreat. The movement of the fog was like a collapse if one looked at it from above. It had turned into a giant storm and was expanding like crazy. An old man at the fourth heaven's blight didn't retreat fast enough and was caught by the fog. He let out a miserable scream, and his body trembled violently. Then his flesh and blood corroded, and he became a skeleton. His origin soul perished under the fog. Similar scenes took place everywhere as the fog expanded. The fog continued to expand violently by 100,000 kilometers, 300,000 kilometers, 500,000 kilometers, 1 million kilometers. The fog continued to expand with no pause. 2 million kilometers, 3 million kilometers, 5 million kilometers, until it was more than 10 million, 100 million kilometers. As the storm spread out, many cultivators turned into skeletons and ashes. All of this happened in an instant, and it could be considered a calamity. However, not all the cultivators that were captured by the fog had perished. Almost 1 out of every 10 cultivators were devoured by the fog. These people would not only not get injured, but endless vitality would be injected into them as if they were now thousands of years younger. A strange mark also appeared beside their clan marks. This mark looked like a number mark. Or to be more accurate, they were numbers. Anyone with a number on their forehead would be sucked into the rift at the center by a force no one could resist. That was the entrance to the Ancient Order tomb. Dao Master Miao Yin's avatar, the beautiful youth, was rapidly retreating. His expression was gloomy. He had retreated tens of millions of kilometers, but was unwilling to leave. Ancient Order tomb. This must be the Ancient Order tomb. Rumors say that this tomb has only ever been opened once since the beginning of time. Anyone who can enter will receive unimaginable fortunes. Whether it is treasures, spells, pills, and even methods for third-step cultivators to enter the void, turbulent realm. Dao Master Miao Yin's expression was uncertain. He clenched his teeth and waved his hand. No one saw him open his Joss Flame realm, but Joss Flame souls surrounded his body. He was surrounded by Joss Flame souls. At a glance, all these souls were beautiful men and women. There were more than 10 billion of them. Just as he touched the fog, the 10 billion Joss Flame souls around him let out miserable screams. Charge! Dao Master Miao Yin's expression became twisted. He gave up retreating and charged forward. An unimaginable power came from inside the fog. This was a force no one could resist. As the powerful force rushed at Dao Master Miao Yin, more than 40% of the Joss Flame souls were destroyed. Dao Master Miao Yin's expression was deathly pale. At this moment, he had merely taken 3 steps forward. He clenched his teeth, let out a roar, and took another step. His hand formed a seal, and a Dao spell surrounded his body. However, just as he took the 4th step, the fog rushed into him directly. The remaining 60% of the Joss Flame souls were all destroyed in an instant. Dao Master Miao Yin coughed out blood and rapidly retreated. I can't enter by force. Should I risk it? While retreating, a difficult decision appeared before him. Even if I give up an avatar, I have to gamble once. Dao Master Miao Yin's beautiful face became distorted. He stopped and didn't use any spells as he collided with the fog. His body was rushed by the fog and trembled violently. This avatar was at the mid-stage of Spirit Void, but as the fog rushed into him, his cultivation level dropped rapidly. Early stage Spirit Void, peak Nirvana Void, late stage, mid-stage, early stage. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation was weakened by 90%. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his body rapidly withered. His elegant appearance was no longer there. However, just at this moment, a number mark appeared between his eyebrows. When the mark appeared, a suction force pulled him into the rift at the center. I understand. Third step cultivators can resist this force, but early stage Nirvana Void is the highest cultivation level that can enter the ancient order Trom. Similar scenes took place in this fog that had spread hundreds of millions of kilometers. In the western part of the fog, there was a huge beast the size of a cultivation planet, the Moongazer Serpent. On its back sat the old man with the yin and yang tattoo. He looked at the mist, and his eyes lit up as he had also seen through the fog. His hand quickly formed a seal and pointed to between his eyebrows. 3 portions of his origin's soul flew out. They respectfully charged into Wudong Chan, Ji Xiantian, and the Moongazer Serpent. After doing this, the old man's face turned pale, and he quickly retreated. He roared, Wudong Chan, Ji Xiantian, and Moongazer Serpent. The 3 of you will enter the ancient order tomb. The fog suddenly arrived, and number marks appeared between the eyebrows of the Moongazer Serpent and the other 2. Then they were sucked into the fog. The old man quickly retreated out of the range of the fog. He appeared on a cultivation planet far away and began to cultivate. There was also the old man who the old Vermillion bird called the Esteemed Great Desolation that wore beast skin clothes. He looked at the fog with shining eyes. He didn't have any avatars, so he didn't dare to enter with weakened cultivation and risk death. While he retreated, his hand kept reaching out at the void. No matter how far they were, he would always grab a cultivator and throw them into the fog. Those cultivators all died miserably and turned into skeletons. However, the 8th person trembled but didn't die, and a number mark appeared between his eyebrows. This cultivator was an old man. His face was pale, as if he had been suffering a long illness. The moment the number mark appeared, there was a cold flash in Esteemed Great Desolation's eyes. A portion of his origin soul chased after the old man that was being sucked in. He rushed into the old man's body and began possessing him. The old man's body trembled and then disappeared in the fog with a miserable scream. Esteemed Great Desolation's face turned pale, and he left the fog. Third step cultivators all used their own spells to no effect. The rumbling fog spread out further and further with no end in sight. At this moment, Wang Lin walked out of a distortion within space. He didn't hesitate to charge forward, but after moving just 1,000 feet, his pupils shrank. He saw fog moving in the distance like a monstrous wave toward him. What is this? Wang Lin was shocked. While he was escaping, he split a part of his soul to fuse with the All-Seer and began to divinate. He calculated that escaping in that direction would benefit him greatly. Just at this moment, the space behind him distorted and collapsed, and a giant black hole appeared. The burly man walked out, but the girl that hadn't died strangely wasn't present. However, there was a gray mark hidden on the shoulder of the burly man. Unless one checked carefully, it would be difficult to detect it. After the burly man appeared, he immediately saw the storm before him, and his expression changed. He seemed to hesitate for a bit, but soon he charged at Wang Lin. His right hand formed a seal and wolf howls appeared around him. 8 direction extreme wolf Dao, the burly man roared. Then the space rumbled, and 8 10,000-foot large wolves appeared. They all charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he charged forward like a meteor. He was very fast, but the fog was even faster. It arrived in a flash, rushing over like an angry wave, and immediately devoured Wang Lin before it collided with the 8 wolves. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sounds of collapse were suppressed by rumbles of the fog, and the 8 wolves disintegrated. The storm rumbled and devoured the burly man, causing his expression to change. This burly man didn't know what this strange fog was, but he was aware of the powerful force inside it. He quickly retreated, but he was still too slow compared to the fog, even though he was at the early stage of Nirvana Void and wasn't weak. At this moment, a number mark appeared between his eyebrows. However, a mournful scream came from his right shoulder. Chapter 1437, Terrifying Clue. The miserable scream was hidden by the rumbles. The girl that had been hiding on the burly man's right shoulder and was preparing to sneak attack Wang Lin was forced out. No matter what cultivation level 1 was at, everyone had to suffer the test of the fog from the ancient order Trom. Even third-step cultivators had to face it, not to mention this little girl from the Ceiling Extermination clan. The moment she appeared, her body trembled violently. Her body withered rapidly and was instantly corroded by the fog until she was only a skeleton. The woman died again inside this fog. However, just as she died, the skeleton didn't dissipate, but gray light came out from within. Flesh began to grow out from the bones once more, and in just a few breaths, the girl that had died was reborn. There was fear in her eyes. In a short period of time, she had been killed by Wang Lin's scheme. She was still feeling thankful when she was hit by this fog and died, without being able to resist at all. Out of her 3 lives, she had already used 2. However, this was not the source of her fear. What she feared was that even if she revived, she was still inside the fog, and it was her last life. This fog killed without leaving a trace. If she were to be reborn inside the fog, the result would be her real death. The girl's face immediately turned pale, and she rapidly retreated as she resurrected, wanting to leave the fog. However, how could she compare to the speed of the fog? Just as her body reformed, the fog rushed into her body before she could retreat far. Despair filled her eyes. Her sealing extermination clan had almost immortal bodies, but right now the fear of death washed over her. All of this happened in a flash. The girl was surrounded by the fog once more. She felt desperate as the fog cycled through her body once. However, not only did she not die, but endless vitality rushed into her body and formed a number beside her clan mark. In this short instant, the girl had experienced life and death, and cold sweat soaked her clothes. Before she regained her senses, the suction force shrouded her. She struggled in terror as she was pulled deep into the fog. There was also the burly man from the esteemed Heavenly Wolf clan. He had been pulled into the fog one step before this girl. Wang Lin clearly saw all of this. His eyes lit up, and the scene of the girl dying and resurrecting shook his mind. I already killed her once before, and this strange fog killed her again, but she still isn't dead. The Sealing Extermination clan is a bit too strong. However, her expression just now was not fake. That look of desperation revealed what she was thinking. If that woman dies again, she won't be able to come back. Wang Lin was observant and intelligent, so it wasn't difficult for him to figure out something like this. What really puzzled him was his current state. When the fog rushed at him, it didn't form a number mark once it entered his body. Instead, it turned into ancient god power and was absorbed by the stars between his eyebrows. However, this ancient god power was filled with death energy and resentment. After Wang Lin absorbed it, many violent thoughts raged in his mind. If it wasn't for him suppressing them quickly and stopping the absorption, his mind would have been taken over. However, after dispelling the rage from the ancient god power, his mind was unprecedentedly clear. This feeling was very obvious, like the difference between summer and winter. No number had appeared between his eyebrows, so he wasn't pulled by the suction force. Inside the fog, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he began to analyze. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. Recalling the number marks and the location of his place, his pupils shrank. That number mark, outsiders can't understand it, but it is clearly the language of the ancient gods. Could this place be the place where greed came out of the ancient order tomb? Wang Lin's heart pounded and his eyes lit up. He suddenly looked toward where the girl and the burly man were pulled toward. No wonder no ancient god language didn't appear between my eyebrows. No wonder the mist entered my body and turned into ancient god power. The number on the burly man was 14. The number on the girl was 29. Wang Lin licked his lips and pondered. This place is perilous, and the ancient order tomb is even more dangerous. Should I go or not? After 3 breaths, Wang Lin's eyes became determined. His personality had always been like this, to find benefit in danger. If he gave up going in this time, who knows when it will open again? He might never have another chance. His eyes lit up, revealing an indifference gaze as he carefully moved toward the depths of the fog. The more dangerous it was, the more opportunity and good fortune were present. The ancient order tomb. Let me experience what kind of terrifying dangers and fortunates lie here. As an ancient god, this place will benefit me much more than others. Wang Lin moved like a fish and charged forward. He decisively gave up absorbing this fog filled with death and resentment. Although it could strengthen him, he knew that if he absorbed it, his mind would no longer belong to him. He would be controlled by the death and resentment aura like a living puppet. Wang Lin moved faster and faster, but his expression became even more cautious. Although he wasn't taking every step slowly, it was close. He had lived through many life and death situations due to his caution. The only thing that could be considered reckless was his plan to scheme against the sovereign. There was no reason for this idea to appear. It had just suddenly appeared after talking with the first Vermillion bird. In his heart, he had come up with a lot of reasons and excuses to do this. He had also entered the All-Seer's soul to divinate the chance. He had also made up his mind that if the sovereign was really there and had recovered, he would use the jade to retreat back into the inner realm. All of these seemed to be his own ideas that had appeared on their own. However, after escaping from the Fire Sparrow clan, when Wang Lin began to doubt if the middle-aged man was really the sovereign, he had a terrifying doubt. This doubt caused his body to turn cold. Why would I do such a crazy thing and come up with such a crazy idea? Just as he began to doubt it, the thought immediately dissipated and other things just naturally disrupted him. This had caused him to almost forget this doubt that had appeared in his mind when he was doubting the identity of the sovereign. However, after entering the fog, his mind suddenly became clear. It was as if the fog was a different world from the outside. It was as if some unknown power had descended upon Wang Lin and was being blocked by the fog. The disappearance of this power caused the doubt that appeared in Wang Lin's mind to appear once more. This doubt became stronger and stronger. In just a moment, he was covered in cold sweat. He suddenly looked back and stared at the churning fog behind him. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the endless fog and see the calm ancient star system. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Thinking about what had happened after arriving in the ancient star system, Wang Lin clearly felt a power controlling him. After pondering for a bit, the fear in Wang Lin's eyes was replaced by coldness. He pondered for a long time and then determined that entering the Ancient Order tomb was something he had decided after carefully analyzing. The idea hadn't appeared for no reason. He then turned and went into the depths of the fog. He moved faster and faster, turning into a ray of light. As he got close, he saw struggling cultivators being pulled in beside him. These people all had number marks between their eyebrows. 37, 45, 71. Wang Lin gradually closed in on the center and saw the terrifying rift in the center. The world inside the rift had no fog, but was filled with distortion. Although it was distorted, Wang Lin still clearly saw the fierce heads on those floating platforms. Ancient Order Tomb. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he was about to step into the rift. Just at this moment, the surrounding fog rumbled. Wang Lin turned around, and his pupils shrank. As the fog behind him churned, a person slowly appeared. This person was a middle-aged scribe who looked very handsome, as if he were a female. However, this person's face was pale, making it obvious that it was difficult for him to reach here. There were 9 strange statues surrounding his body. Each statue revealed a different expression. They surrounded the woman-like scholar and gave off a yellow glow that had allowed the scholar to reach here. There was also no number mark between the eyebrows of the scholar. When he saw Wang Lin, his tired face revealed a look of shock. Although Wang Lin looked normal, a shockwave was set off in his heart. He knew how powerful the fog was, but this person had unexpectedly arrived here. Wang Lin didn't speak before he turned around and was about to walk into the Ancient Order tomb. "Fellow cultivator, can you help me?" A very pleasant female voice came from the scholar. In the ancient star system, in a boundless star domain, there was a giant palace floating across the stars. This star domain seemed to be hidden, and no one could find it. The palace was dim, as only a few candlesticks were burning, giving off soft, crackling sounds. Borrowing the light of the fire, one could faintly see a well with water inside. The water was like a mirror, reflecting 3 groups of candlesticks, and it was impossible to separate the real from the fake. A figure surrounded by a black robe hiding their appearance was silently standing next to the well. Inside the well, there was the reflection of 3 groups of candlesticks and a white-haired figure. This figure was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's figure was surrounded by the 3 candlestick as if he was being sealed. However, just as Wang Lin entered the fog, ripples appeared inside the well. This force seemed to not come from this world, and as the ripples echoed, Wang Lin's figure gradually dissipated. The Ancient Order tomb suddenly opened and disrupted this old man's plan. A pity. A pity. Fishing the moon in the well, just a bit more. The person hidden inside the black robe murmured in a hoarse voice. He raised his right hand, exposing dried, slender fingers, and D pointed at the surface of the water. Chapter 1438, Third Older Sister, Fourth Younger Sister. There was no sound, but a ripple spread out from where the finger and the blue light made contact. The shockwave collided with the old man's black robe and caused it to flutter. "I can ignore the fishing the moon in the well mark you left on him. But if you kill him, I think." A calm voice came out from the blue light, and after it paused, it continued, "I'll act." The old man in the black robe pondered for a bit, and then slowly said with a hoarse voice, "You are not this old man's match. I can make your injuries worse." The voice inside the blue light was still calm. The old man in the black robe didn't speak. After a long time, He let out a sigh and he said in a hoarse voice, "We have an agreement. Back then you asked me to act, and I've already acted. Don't you want to take back your wife's body? Don't forget that you are one of the ancient star system's 5 masters." The voice inside the blue light silently pondered for a while. After a moment, the tired voice echoed inside the palace. "I'm also a father." The palace was silent, with only the sound of the candles burning. There seemed to be the sound of pondering inside the palace. Only this once, the old man in the black robe turned around and walked into the depths of the palace. The blue light inside the well gradually dissipated. "Fellow cultivator, can you help me?" Outside the rift to the ancient order tomb, deep within the fog, Wang Lin's step didn't pause for a moment due to this sentence or this beautiful voice. He seemed to turn deaf and didn't hear this sentence at all. His body turned into a ray of light and entered the rift. The world around him distorted when Wang Lin stepped into the rift. He seemed to have disappeared without a trace before the middle-aged scholar. He disappeared into the rift into the ancient order tomb. Wang Lin wasn't a child, and he wasn't that curious. He wasn't going to help someone without knowing anything. The woman that looked like a middle-aged scholar could reach here by force, which meant that her cultivation was terrifying. Wang Lin didn't want to interact with such a person for no reason. Even if she had promised many benefits in exchange for his help, Wang Lin would have still left without hesitation. Right now his mind was extremely clear. There was a slight difference between the him now and the him before he entered the fog. However, that difference made him feel a sense of danger. The more he thought about all his actions in the ancient star system, the more he felt like he wasn't himself, but a powerful force had entered his body, silently controlling his thoughts. As a result, he was shocked and became even more cautious. He completely ignored the middle-aged scholar. Seeing the strange youth leave after he spoke, the middle-aged scholar frowned. Although the ancient order tomb was less than 1,000 feet away, even with his powerful cultivation and treasure, he could only get this far. He wasn't able to move any further. Seeing the fog become even more violent, the middle-aged scholar let out a sigh. "It looks like I can't enter the ancient order tomb by force with my original body." That little fellow didn't have a mark between his eyebrows. This person's identity is outside my expectations. Aside from that rascal, Tua's son, he must be the other ancient god that killed 7th younger sister's avatar. The eyes of the middle-aged scholar lit up and his hand formed a seal. Light came from the 9 statues around him. As he waved his hand, the light from the statues became even brighter and shrouded his body. A moment later, the figure of a woman walked out from the light. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, with long hair extending to below her waist. She was wearing white and was slightly transparent. One could clearly see 9 rays of light rotating inside her body. The moment the woman appeared, the fog rushed into her body, and a faint mark appeared between her eyebrows in an instant. With a sigh, the woman took a step and entered the rift leading to the ancient order tomb that was 1,000 feet away. The moment she entered, the light inside the fog dissipated. The middle-aged scholar's face turned pale, and he quickly retreated. As he retread, he muttered, "I can only send my avatar in." There was signs of fishing the moon in the well in that little ancient god's body. Aside from him, no one else in the ancient star system can use that spell. Elder sister and 8th younger sister have been gone for many years. 2nd elder sister has already found someone to work with. Even that fox, 4th younger sister, has gone all out to steal that rascal Tuasen. 5th younger sister took that body and is on the same path as Dao Master Blue Dream. If I don't find someone to cooperate with, then I'm afraid I'll be left out. The middle-aged scholar's figure moved further and further away. Just when he was about to leave the fog, the middle-aged scholar suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. The fog churned in the distance, and a roar came toward him. An oppressive aura spread with it, and that roar contained a hint of madness. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have come here myself. Damn woman, shut up for this god. Shut up, shut up. A laughter that could affect one's heart echoed inside the roar. This laughter was filled with temptation as if it was magic. I won't talk about it anymore, but the more crazy you are, the more I like you. Being with you is much more fun than that useless celestial sovereign. An instant later, one could see a huge figure walk out from the fog. This figure was too big, as if it was a cultivation planet. However, its body was rapidly shrinking as it moved forward. It was Tuasen. At this moment, Tuasen's eyes were bloodshot, making it seem like he was crazy, and his expression was ferocious. He moved with tyrannical momentum and was about to pass in front of the middle-aged scholar. Is that the always cold 3rd elder sister? Could it be that even with 3rd elder sister's cultivation, you can't enter the ancient order tomb? A seductive voice slowly came from Tuasen's eyebrows. The middle-aged scholar sneered and retreated far away to the side. A voice gently drifted over. Who Maisie? It's hard to change your personality. I could smell your disgusting aura from far away. I can't compare to the heavenly Tao Sect's holy maiden's virtue. I believe you're still a virgin to this day. You were captured by the celestial sovereign and were raised to be a prefect furnace. However, that old thing was not blessed to enjoy it, and it benefited someone else. I wonder who will take it away. The seductive voice didn't seem to care, then it disappeared with Tuasen's figure. There was a flash of coldness in the eyes of the white-robed scholar. Then he walked far away with a cold snort. The moment Wang Lin entered the ancient order tomb rift, he felt a teleporting force. Before he could even see clearly around him, he retreated dozens of feet, and light began to shine. A light silhouette surrounded his body. This was his caution. This was, after all, the ancient order tomb. Also, a lot of people had entered before him, so he had to be cautious. Just as Wang Lin appeared, he heard a thunderous bang, and a powerful force landed on his body. It landed on the light silhouette around Wang Lin. Fortunately, Wang Lin's personality had made him use the light shadow shield before the sneak attack. The attack was reflected back by the light shadow shield. A muffled groan echoed, and someone quickly retreated. All of this happened in a flash. The moment Wang Lin entered the rift, someone had sneak attacked him, but they retreated in a flash. At this moment, Wang Lin clearly saw his surroundings. This place was different from what he saw outside. It was roughly the same, but not the same place. It was obvious that the moment they entered the rift, everyone was teleported to different areas. The sky was dim, and the earth was a dense fog. The fog was like a sea, unfathomable. Sometimes a giant black hole would appear as if it was waiting to devour something. There were countless platforms floating in the air, with a head on each of them. There were many platforms, with no end in sight. There was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe rapidly retreating. His face was pale, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Wang Lin with terror in his eyes. He was the person who had attacked. There were dozens of cultivators in the sky, and they were all shocked. When Wang Lin's gaze swept by, they all subconsciously retreated. The smell of blood was surrounding the area. Wang Lin's eyes immediately judged that these people had joined forces. They were attacking cultivators that had just arrived and were still dazed and in fear. Kill others to steal treasures. Even further away, there were scattered cultivators that were trying to get on the platforms. However, there was a strange power around the platforms, and no matter what spells they used, they couldn't enter. At a glance, it was obvious that there were hundreds of cultivators here. However, this place was too large, so it didn't feel crowded. Chapter 1439, Emotional Language, Slaughter Calamity. Therefore, he had to be vicious to display his might. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he looked at the retreating middle-aged man. His right foot stepped forward, and he moved like a meteor. The middle-aged man's cultivation level wasn't very high, only 3rd Heaven's Blight. When he sneak attacked Wang Lin, he was confident in succeeding. Even if someone was of a higher cultivation level than him, they would have been injured by such a sneak attack. After all, anyone who was sucked in here would be dazed and panic for a brief moment. This moment was more than enough to kill or seriously injure someone. Once injured, the surrounding cultivators would all attack. They all had an agreement to help each other, and this agreement would be in effect until they met a powerful enemy. Of course, it was possible that it would be a 3rd-step cultivator that was pulled in, but 3rd-step cultivators were rare. They were unwilling to give up this chance to steal treasures just due to the fear of a 3rd-step cultivator being dragged in. Also, the pressure of 3rd-step cultivators was extremely powerful and would spread out the moment they entered the rift. With that in mind, they weren't afraid of attacking one by accident. However, the middle-aged man didn't think that although Wang Lin was not a 3rd-step cultivator, he hadn't been sucked in here. He had entered by choice and wasn't panicked or in a daze. The moment the middle-aged man's spell fell on Wang Lin, it was reflected back on him. He immediately coughed out blood and was knocked back. Then his scalp went numb and he lost his wits. He cried that something was wrong in his heart and quickly rushed away. Seeing the killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes, the middle-aged man's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth and charged toward the fog below. The middle-aged man's reaction was very fast. He was also someone who had been through many battles. He had faintly seen Wang Lin's strength and knew that no matter how fast he was, he couldn't escape. Thus, he had decided to risk it by rushing into the mysterious fog. He might die if he entered the fog, but if he didn't, he would die for sure. This was a very easy but at the same time difficult decision. Wang Lin moved like a ray of light toward the middle-aged man. Seeing Wang Lin closing in quickly, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. He hit his chest and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He used the blood escape, which injured himself greatly, and rushed down at the fog. He was about to enter the fog. He is indeed a character. The other person's rapid analysis and decisive behavior revealed him worthy of his third Heaven's Blight cultivation. However, he had attacked someone he shouldn't have, and now he had to face Wang Lin. He didn't expose his stop spell or the blood sword to kill the middle-aged man before he entered the fog. These were things Wang Lin wouldn't carelessly reveal. Wang Lin raised his right hand as he moved forward and slammed down on the middle-aged man that was about to fall into the fog. The world rumbled, and the war spirit print appeared. The thunderous rumbles caught the attention of most of the surrounding cultivators. An illusory palm print suddenly appeared and charged at the middle-aged man at an unimaginable speed. The middle-aged man rushed into the fog using blood escape. Just as he was about to go down more, he felt the fog around him churn. A force comparable to heavens might suddenly descend it. That huge palm print seemed to break open the heavens and earth when it landed on the fog. The fog quickly surged and sunk down. Then a giant palm print appeared in the fog. A miserable scream was overshadowed by the rumble of the palm print. The palm print penetrated into the depths of the fog, leaving behind a shocking palm-shaped hole in the fog. There was a small blood mist, and Origin's soul dissipating in the fog. The middle-aged man had been pierced by the palm print and died. With a simple raise of his hand, he had killed someone, leaving only a hole in the fog. Although the hole was already recovering, it was still clearly visible to the surrounding cultivators. There wasn't fear in the eyes of many of the surrounding cultivators, but they became cautious. There were even some that began to ponder while looking at Wang Lin. They felt like Wang Lin's face was somewhat familiar, as if they had seen him before. Behind one of the floating platforms in the distance, there was a girl in red with a timid gaze. It was the Sealing Extermination Clan woman with only one life left. She had been separated from the burly man from the esteemed Heavenly Wolf clan. He had been sent to an unknown area, but the girl had been sent to the same place as Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he took a step forward. He soon arrived before a floating platform that was 10,000 feet tall. There was a huge head on the platform, and its eyes were open, filled with anger and reluctance. There was a huge blood hole between its eyebrows. Its mark had been dug away by someone. However, without a need to look at the mark, Wang Lin could feel that this head belonged to an ancient god. There was a 30-foot flag stabbed into the ground before the head. The flag wasn't moving, as if there was no life left within it. After closing in, Wang Lin felt the rejection force here. There was a protective force here that prevented anyone from entering. While he was observing, his expression changed, and he looked up at the sky. There was a flash of light, and another person was teleported in. After seeing the sneak attack on Wang Lin fail and the attacker killed, the dozens of cultivators in the sky grew timid. They no longer dared to sneak attack anymore. A woman in white appeared. Her black hair was draped over her shoulder and reached below her waist. Her face was beautiful but extremely cold. Her appearance caused Wang Lin's pupils to shrink. Her appearance was extremely similar to the middle-aged scholar he had seen outside the rift. The woman in white also saw Wang Lin. The moment their gazes crossed, a shocking change occurred inside the Ancient Order tomb. Muffled rumbles came from the dim sky. It was as if a roar was coming from the distance. The fog that formed the earth began to rumble violently, as if countless dragons were raging down below. The entire world was like a secret room where the window was accidentally opened. Now the window was closed, and the room became stuffy. Inside the ancient star system, the rift inside the fog rapidly shrank and soon disappeared without a trace. Only the fog remained, as if it would last for an eternity. Ancient Order tomb, closed. The moment the rift closed, inside the Ancient Order tomb, Wang Lin suddenly felt a powerful sense of danger. A column of fog suddenly shot up from the fog below. A cultivator didn't dodge fast enough and was hit by the fog. He let out a miserable scream, and the number mark between his eyebrows flew out and drifted to the side. This sudden change caused an uproar among the hundreds of cultivators here. Some of the floating platform with the heads on them lost their protective force. There was a total of 99 platforms that had lost their protective force, and more than a dozen columns of fog shot into the air. Miserable cries echoed as the number marks from between their eyebrows flew out. A column of fog also rushed out from under Wang Lin. It was too fast, and instantly closed in within 100 feet of him. Wang Lin didn't hesitate, and stepped onto a platform where the protective force had disappeared. The moment he landed on the platform, the fog column charged into the sky along the edge of the platform, but it didn't cause any harm to Wang Lin. Wang Lin wasn't the only smart. When Wang Lin stepped onto the platform to dodge the column of fog, many cultivators scrambled to get on the platforms closest to them. However, there were only 99 platforms without protective force, and the rest still had a protective force on them. There were hundreds of platforms here, so it was inevitable that many platforms had multiple people arriving on them. Wang Lin clearly saw two people arrive on a platform, and just when they thought they would be safe, a column of fog more than 10,000 feet wide shot up. The fog swallowed the entire platform, the ancient devil head, and the two cultivators. They disappeared without a trace. This force would destroy all cultivators, and even third-step cultivators would die facing this force. This didn't only happen once. During the panic, more than 50 platforms had more than two people arriving on them. The world rumbled as columns of fog 10,000 feet wide shot up. This scene terrified the cultivators that saw it. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, and without hesitation his hands formed a seal. He waved his hand, and an aura rushed out from his body, surrounding the 10,000-foot platform and preventing anyone from entering. However, there were almost 200 cultivators remaining, and there were only 43 platforms left. If they couldn't get a platform, they would be killed by the fog that rushed into sky. If you wanted to live, you had to steal, and you had to be fast. Otherwise, if two people arrived on the platform at once, both of them would be destroyed along with the platform. At this moment, there were more than 10 cultivators charging at Wang Lin with bloodshot eyes. Either they lived or they died with another person. Chapter 1440, 3 people, and 3 people again. Aside from a lucky few, anyone who could occupy a platform by themselves was an extremely powerful and ruthless cultivator. There were even 5 or 6 people who were very cunning. Although they hadn't realized the truth yet, they had killed everyone around them first and then snatched a platform. Right now the situation was clear. Everyone knew you had to occupy a platform alone to survive. The remaining cultivators' eyes were all bloodshot. In order to live, even if they were brothers by blood, they would have to fight. In a flash, these cultivators charged at the 43 platforms like crazy. During the chaos, Wang Lin didn't have time to check what cultivators occupied the remaining 42 platforms. His hand formed a seal, and he formed an air curtain to block the dozen or so people charging at him. The one with the highest cultivation level among the 10 cultivators was an old man at the 4th Heaven's Blight. The rest were weaker, but even the weakest one was at the late stage of Nirvana Cleanser. Although their cultivation levels weren't the best, they erupted with their full potential at this moment of life and death. There were also a lot of them, and they were charging at Wang Lin's platform from all directions. There was a thunderous bang, and the spells of these cultivators landed on the air curtain Wang Lin had created. The air curtain began to tremble and distort. These cultivators began attacking like crazy, and even took out treasures. They were fighting for every second of time. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. He let out a cold snort, and his right hand formed a seal. He then waved his hand, and a giant palm print swept by. As the palm print rotated, it formed a giant vortex. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and a majority of the dozen cultivators that wanted to rush onto the platform were knocked back, coughing out blood on the way. The fog sea roared, and large amounts of fog columns rushed into the air. Dozens of people, including the cultivators outside Wang Lin's platform and the other cultivators fighting for a platform, died to the fog. The smell of blood filled the area, and miserable screams echoed. This caused the cultivators not on a platform to go crazy. They all roared and charged toward the platforms like crazy. After some of the dozen-plus cultivators died, there were still 9 left. Their eyes were red as they rushed toward Wang Lin again. Different treasures and spells flashed before them as they shot toward Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a ferocious expression, and the moment Wang Lin appeared, he opened his mouth. A small sword flew out and shot toward Wang Lin. This middle-aged man was at the 1st Heaven's Blight. The moment the small sword shot out, Wang Lin's right hand was even faster and landed between the man's eyebrows. Origin energy rushed into his body like crazy. His body collapsed, and his origin soul perished. However, he didn't dissipate, and instead turned into a blood mist that was absorbed by Wang Lin. All of this happened in a flash. After Wang Lin killed him, he took a step to the side and easily avoided the incoming flying sword. In a flash, he arrived behind a white-haired old man. Without pausing, his left hand casually waved forward, landing on the old man's back. The old man wanted to turn around, but his body trembled, and he exploded into a mist of blood that was absorbed by Wang Lin. Wang Lin licked his lips, and his body flickered. When he reappeared, he was next to a young man. The young man's face was pale, and he retreated without hesitation. Then his hands formed a seal, and he spat out blood. The blood turned into a huge, bloody skull which let out a roar as it attempted to devour Wang Lin. Not only did Wang Lin not dodge, he charged directly at the young man. Seeing the blood skull coming at him, a mysterious light arose in his eyes, and he let out a roar. Although the fog was rumbling and countless cultivators were fighting, Wang Lin's roar overwhelmed everything, replacing all other sounds. The blood skull rumbled and was hit by the powerful roar, and it dissipated. The young man couldn't even dodge and was hit by the roar. It was as if his body turned into dust, and he became a mist of blood. Wang Lin had cleanly killed 3 people. However, the slaughter didn't stop. Although the remaining 6 had witnessed this, if they were to retreat, it would mean death. They had to steal the platform. They clenched their teeth and charged at the platform that Wang Lin had left. Idiots seeking death. Wang Lin's words were cold. If the 6 of them had left, he would have let them go. However, these 6 wouldn't give up. Wang Lin took a step and pointed 3 times with his right hand. In an instant, more than 10 million rays of sword energy shot out from his right hand. The rays of sword energy split into 3 portions and shot at the 3 fastest people. Among the 3, there were 2 men and 1 woman. The rays of sword energy were too fast, and in the blink of an eye, they closed in. One of the middle-aged men revealed a ferocious expression and bent his body in a strange movement. Then his hand reached out at the void, and he suddenly jerked his hand upwards as the rays of sword energy closed in. A purple light screen appeared before the middle-aged man to block the incoming rays of sword energy. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the middle-aged man coughed out blood while being pushed back. The rays of sword energy quickly rushed into his body, causing his body to tremble and then collapse. There was also the middle-aged woman, who also wanted to dodge, with a pale expression. Although her cultivation level wasn't high, she was extremely fast, or else she wouldn't have arrived before the others. She quickly dodged and moved half a body to the side. There was a thunderous rumble, and her right shoulder exploded, but she had avoided death. The rays of sword energy scraped by her and landed on a ferocious cultivator behind her. That cultivator immediately died. Among the 3, 1 had died and 1 was injured. The last one was the 4th Heaven's Blight old man. The old man's hand formed a seal and 9 black dragons appeared around him. The dragons let out roars and rapidly rotated around him. The rays of sword energy bombarded the dragons, and the old man was pushed back like crazy. As he was being pushed back, he grabbed a cultivator beside him and used that cultivator as a shield. The rays of sword energy all entered that cultivator's body and tore him apart. After Wang Lin killed 3 people, he then killed 3 more in the blink of an eye. At this moment, there were only 3 people remaining. Wang Lin's white clothes had red spots all over. He landed back on the platform. Then he looked at the 3 and coldly said, "Scram." The female cultivator who had lost her right arm was deathly pale. Although death was terrible, the fear she felt right now was stronger than the fear of death. The white-haired youth in white was like an invincible mountain. She didn't want to die, so she had to retreat and go steal another platform. The old man at the 4th Heaven's Blight was also pale and retreated without hesitation. As for the last person, he had the lowest cultivation level and was the slowest, so he avoided Wang Lin's attack. He was scared out of his wits and quickly retreated. Thunderous rumbles echoed as a column of fog shot into the air, causing the 6 cultivators that had stepped onto the platform to perish at once. This didn't end. A column of fog appeared under another platform and destroyed it. In a short period of time, only 28 of 43 platforms remained. The hundreds of cultivators without a platform had been cut down to less than 80 people. As Wang Lin stood on the platform, he coldly looked around. No cultivator dared to approach him, as his slaughter before was enough to shock them all. As Wang Lin's gaze swept by, he saw the woman from the Ceiling Extermination clan. She had occupied a platform and was sitting there with a light glowing between her eyebrows. This gentle light covered the platform, and no matter how much the cultivators attacked it, it merely twisted but didn't collapse. Aside from this young girl, there were 5 more people that caught Wang Lin's attention. The first person was the long-haired woman in white. She only silently stood there and looked into the distance. Any cultivator that got close to her platform would let out a miserable scream. Then black blood would come out of their eyes, and their bodies would give off a black gas if they were hit by a powerful poison. There was a platform being occupied by a middle-aged man. He held a pot of wine in his left hand and a 7-foot sword in his right hand. The ancient language says, 3 cups for a promise. The middle-aged man drank a mouthful of wine, and he casually waved his right hand. There was no other movement, and his sword penetrated the skull of a cultivator rushing toward him. Blood spewed out from the cultivator's forehead and formed the shape of a plum blossom on the platform. There were more than 10 blood plum blossoms on that platform. Another platform was being held by a man in purple. He was gloomy and gave off powerful energy. He waved his sleeves, and a 10,000-foot fierce fish swam behind him. the fish moved like the wind and devoured the surrounding cultivators. Among the final two, one was a thin man wearing black, with his eyes were closed. He was so fast that not even Wang Lin could see him clearly. In a flash, his shadow still remained, but the surrounding cultivators all screamed. Their origin souls were extracted, and their bodies fell into the fog sea. Chapter 1441, Rumors, Rumors, and More Rumors. He was holding a small abacus in his hand. With a wave, it would create crisp, popping sounds. Not worth it, not worth it. The fat cultivator shook his head, and the fat on his face trembled as he did so. While muttering something, he waved his hand and countless restrictions appeared, landing on the cultivators rushing toward him. When the restrictions landed, the cultivators trembled, and they all fell into the fog sea below as if they were sealed. Although there were only 28 platforms left, 7 had been successfully broken into and eventually stolen after many fights. To be able to successfully steal under such circumstances meant that these people weren't ordinary. The people on those 7 platforms also caught Wang Lin's attention. What surprised him was that the 4th Heaven's Blight old man was one of them. The other 5 didn't have weak cultivation, and each one was from a different clan. They were filled with killing intent and looked like slaughter gods. One of them had the easiest time stealing a platform. It was an old woman in green who had a face full of bumps. She looked terrifying, and as she walked, the cultivators around her all revealed looks of confusion. The platform she had her eye on had more than 10 cultivators fighting. However, when the old woman approached, their eyes became filled with confusion and they unexpectedly backed off. Even the previous owner left the platform, allowing the old woman to sit there. The fog sea rumbled and more fog columns shot into the sky. All the fighting seemed to stop the moment it started. There were only 28 platforms left, and the remaining cultivators had all died. Their bodies had either collapsed into flesh and blood or sunk into the fog sea. Although it was very short, it was an extremely cruel elimination. Among hundreds of cultivators, more than 90% had died, and only 28 people remained. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he sat down to cultivate. He converted the flesh and blood he had absorbed to help himself recover. He hadn't exposed many of his methods, his identity as an ethereal fire cultivator, his powerful spells, and his various treasures were not exposed. This place was filled with danger and was extremely strange. Not all the danger came from the tomb itself. There were also many cultivators with hidden power around, giving off a mysterious feeling, so he had to display his might in the most effective way. The cultivators on the platforms all secretly let out breaths of relief and began to cultivate. However, an undercurrent was moving, and they all carefully observed each other. Although the battle just now was short, everyone had paid attention to each other's spells. Just like how Wang Lin had been focused on certain people, a lot of cultivators had also been focused on Wang Lin. Wang Lin had cleanly killed 6 others, which was enough to catch the attention of the surrounding people. His roar had also suppressed all other sounds in this place, and caused the body of a Heaven's Blight cultivator to collapse. This was enough for them to be vigilant toward Wang Lin. This person's battle didn't reveal too much. The man in purple with the 10,000-foot fish looked at Wang Lin, his face still gloomy. The power of his roar caused someone's body to collapse and dissipate. His spells should be related to sound. One of the people who had successfully stolen a platform looked at Wang Lin with killing intent and hostility. Others only noticed his ruthlessness and the power of the roar, but didn't notice him devouring the blood mist. This kind of demonic method has become more common in the ancient star system recently. The fat man smiled as he looked at Wang Lin and played with the abacus in his hand. He definitely wants to kill me. I need to get help. The ceiling extermination clan girl was pale, and she was biting her lip. The timid expression in her eyes became even stronger. I can't provoke this person. He let me go earlier, so I owe him. The old man Wang Lin had let go lowered his head in fear. The battle just now was something he would forever remember. The long-haired woman in white slowly withdrew her gaze and then looked at Wang Lin. Her expression remained calm, and no one knew what she was thinking. Just as everyone was secretly observing each other and healing, the surroundings gradually calmed down. Even the fog sea seemed to calm down. After a brief moment of recovery, a cultivator got up and charged at the treasure before the head on their platform. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and his right hand reached out. The 30-foot flag before the ancient devil's head flew into his hand. He examined it. It was an ancient devil treasure, but it wasn't great. Wang Lin quietly put it away and stood up. However, just at this moment, a huge change occurred. The 28 platforms rumbled, and the dim sky roared once more. Thunder flashed across it as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Just as the expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed, the 28 platforms trembled like crazy. As the platforms trembled, they all rapidly sank. This was too sudden, so the cultivators had no time to react. In an instant, they sank down more than 100,000 feet. The wind roared outside the platforms as they plummeted. A tearing force suddenly appeared on the cultivators' bodies. It felt like the blood in their bodies was going to be thrown out as they rapidly sank. However, the cultivators that could survive the first wave of slaughter were all powerful individuals. Despite the sudden change, none of them exclaimed. They maintained themselves on the platform as they rapidly sank. The sky got further and further away from them. The remaining platforms also gradually became black spots in their eyes. These 28 sinking platforms entered the fog in a flash. The fog rumbled and churned around the platforms before they were completely submerged in it. Wang Lin's eyes were serious as he witnessed the fog surround his platform. He felt like the platform he was on had fallen into hell, descending with no end in sight. After an unknown amount of time, there was a thunderous bang and the platform stopped descending. The surroundings were filled with fog, making it impossible to see anything. Just at this moment, a sense of danger filled Wang Lin's mind. He suddenly turned around and waved his right hand. There was a thunderous bang and the fog behind him was pushed back, revealing a hideous beast. This beast was covered in pus and was humanoid. Its hands and nails were slender and sharp. Its body had been hit by Wang Lin's slap, and it retreated back into the fog, instantly disappearing. At the same time, mournful cries were heard not far away. It was obvious that some of the sneak attacks on them had succeeded. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He recognized this beast. Although the shape of this beast was somewhat different, it gave Wang Lin the same feeling as the mysterious creature that had come out of the ancient god's head in the demon spirit land. With a cold snort, Wang Lin waved his hand, and wind swept around him, pushing back the fog around him. Almost all the cultivators did the same and used spells to push the fog back. In a flash, the fog within hundreds of thousands of feet was gone, creating an opening. Among the 28 platforms, 3 were empty. A cold aura came from the cultivators and filled the area. The surrounding area was completely filled with fog, making it impossible to see outside. They were surrounded by fog. Waves of howls came from the surrounding fog. Strange figures popped out from inside the fog and revealed themselves to Wang Lin and everyone. Humanoid beasts loomed inside the fog. At a glance, it was impossible to see how many there were. The surroundings were filled with them. The old woman who had made everyone around her confused said in a hoarse voice, "Fellow cultivators, no matter what clan we are all from, being sent here together means we are fated. Right now, I hope no one holds back against these creatures. This old woman has read ancient records, so I know a bit about this ancient tomb. We are only at the outer edge and must pass the test to be qualified to enter the tomb." As her voice echoed, the humanoid beasts roared like crazy and charged out of the fog toward the 25 cultivators on the 28 platforms. This scene was shocking. There were thousands of them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He saw oppressive emotions inside these fierce beasts. He could use this to ignite the ethereal fire. Ethereal fire cultivators were extremely mysterious existences in the inner and outer realms, as very few cultivators had encountered them. However, ethereal fire cultivators had a great reputation in ancient star system. Because these cultivators were rarely seen in tens of thousands of years, rumors of ethereal fire cultivators had spread. People thought they were as powerful as third-step cultivators. The rumors of ethereal fire cultivators filled the hearts of the cultivators of the ancient star system. All the cultivators here were powerful and had heard the terrifying rumors. Rumors stating that with a wave of their hand, an ethereal fire cultivator could turn thousands into ashes. Rumors stating that an ethereal fire cultivator's gaze could ignite the 7 emotions and no one would survive. Rumors stating that ethereal fire cultivators were like a nightmare to their enemies and would ignite their enemies' emotions, burning their enemy to death. Rumors stating that the anger of an ethereal fire cultivator could ignite the anger of everyone, and they would end up being the only ones standing in a mountain of corpses. Rumors, rumors, more rumors. Aside from the girl from the Ceiling Extermination clan, no one here, not even the woman in white, knew that a legendary ethereal fire cultivator was hidden among them. Before ethereal fire was used, it was invisible. Chapter 1442, Opportunity to Heal. Thousands of humanoid beasts doesn't sound like much, but if you saw it yourself, especially with them charging out of the mist and releasing their sharp howls, it would be a shocking sight. Their ferocious expressions, fast speed, and terrifying appearances gave them a powerful momentum. Compared to the thousands of beasts, Wang Lin's group of 25 people was like a tiny boat in the ocean that could be submerged at any moment. These humanoid beasts all had varying cultivation levels. The highest ones were at the third Heaven's Blight, and the weakest were at the peak of Nirvana Shatterer. By themselves, they weren't much, but now there were thousands, and their bizarre speed made them difficult to deal with. Although dealing with them would be difficult, the cultivators present weren't weak. At this moment, all of them began launching spells and treasures. The battle had begun. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He raised his right hand, 10 million rays of sword energy rushed out. The rays of sword energy formed a storm and swept the area. All the fierce beasts that charged at him were caught and killed. However, just as those beasts died, there were flashes of red light. Despite being killed by the sword storm, a destructive self-destruction still occurred. The power of the self-destruction was several times stronger than their original strength. When multiple exploded at once, the resulting thunderous rumble overwhelmed all other sounds and spread far and wide. Dozens of beasts had been killed by the sword storm, and their explosion contained the power of a fifth Heaven's Blight cultivator's attack. As the force rushed at Wang Lin, his eyes lit up and a large light silhouette suddenly appeared behind him. This light silhouette shrouded his body and shined brightly. When the impact collided with the light silhouette, a thunderous rumble echoed. The light silhouette distorted but didn't collapse. The powerful destruction force was reflect and swept the area. The second wave of fierce beasts that were charging at Wang Lin were hit by this force, and they all screamed miserably as they collapsed. However, this set off another wave of self-destruction. Layers of explosions were set off with Wang Lin at the center. More and more intense destructive forces rolled at Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm, and the light silhouette around him became even brighter. This light hid Wang Lin's face, so no one outside could see his expression. Wang Lin's mind trembled. Not all the fierce beasts had time to self-destruct. Some were killed by Wang Lin before they could explode. Whenever that happened, a white energy would enter Wang Lin's body. This was an ancient god power, but life force. This life force immediately began helping heal his injuries. It was even better than the cultivators he had devoured. Wang Lin licked his lips as he stepped off his platform and charged at the fierce beasts. Not far away, the rest of the cultivators were all resisting, but a few had been caught off guard by the self-destruction of the beasts. They coughed out blood and were pushed back, then they got surrounded. Just as they were about to resist, the surrounding beasts exploded once more, and the powerful force they released destroyed the cultivators. The woman in white was the most relaxed. Her expression remained the same, and no one could see her use any spells, but any beast that got near her would give off a black gas. The beast would then scream and retreat in fear. Wang Lin's figure moved like lightning. He was the first one among the 25 that left his platform and slaughtered his way into the herd of beasts. This caught the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Wang Lin ignored their gazes. In one step, he closed in on a group of fierce beasts. With a wave of his right hand, the 10 million rays of sword energy swept across the beasts and rushed into their bodies, ripping them apart. A portion were directly killed before they could explode, and the white energy they released entered Wang Lin's body. Their powerful life force was absorbed by his origin soul and helped his injuries recover. When Wang Lin felt the benefits, he retreated by using the impact. In a flash, he appeared outside a group of fierce beasts that had surrounded a cultivator. His finger formed a sword and landed on the body of a fierce beast. After it was destroyed, Wang Lin moved away like a fish in water. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and in a flash, dozens of fierce beasts were destroyed. The desperate cultivator that was surrounded became excited and looked at Wang Lin with gratitude in his eyes. Wang Lin ignored this person and charged off into the distance. Time quickly passed. All the cultivators had to pay attention to Wang Lin due to his actions. Wherever he appeared, the beast would be immediately killed, and then he would go somewhere else. The middle-aged man holding a wine jug in his left hand and a sword in his right hand had just pierced the head of a beast. He smiled as he faced hundreds of other beasts. He took a drink and was about to use his spells. But there was a flash of white light, and Wang Lin closed in like a bolt of thunder. In a flash, thunderous rumbles echoed and more than half of the beasts died. After absorbing their life force, Wang Lin left. The middle-aged man frowned and muttered something. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed and he noticed something. There were quite a few people who had seen through the problem. After all the cultivators here were cunning. Wang Lin's behavior had caught their attention, and they immediately saw the reason for his actions. Every time one of these beasts is killed before being able to self-destruct, a surge of life force enters his body. Not only can it help heal injuries, but it is equal to cultivating for several months. However, when they saw the problem, more than 1,000 had died to Wang Lin and another 30% had died to self-destruction. The remaining 1,000 or so beasts formed a dense pack. Wang Lin moved like lightning and charged at this group before everyone else. Behind him, aside from the woman from the Ceiling Extermination clan, who was too afraid, and the woman in white, who didn't care, the remaining cultivators all charged forward. To them, these fierce beasts had become pills, and they were in a rush to get them before Wang Lin. Fellow white-robed cultivator, since we came as a group, we naturally can't let you face these 1,000 beasts by yourself. Let us all go together. Fellow cultivator, don't rush. There are nearly 1,000 fierce beasts, and if they were to self-destruct, the power would be shocking. We should be more careful. Fellow white-robed cultivator, I don't care about the rest. Just leave 300 of these fierce beasts for this lord. Roars came from these cultivators as they sped up, chasing after Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and he sneered. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows faintly flickered, and a ghostly light flashed from the first star. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and then he waved one of them. The Emperor Furnace suddenly appeared and surrounded the almost 1,000 fierce beasts. When the giant Emperor Furnace appeared, its ancient aura formed a vortex that swept the area. The moment those cultivators closed in, Wang Lin roared. Refine. With one word, the Emperor Furnace rumbled, and the fierce beasts inside suddenly screamed. Before they could self-destruct, ancient god power rushed through the furnace. The 20-plus dumbfounded cultivators stared at the Emperor Furnace that suddenly shrank and disappeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. All of this happened in a flash. Wang Lin had instantly taken away all the remaining fierce beasts, leaving none behind. Wang Lin turned around, and his gaze swept past the people that were chasing after him. He saw powerful emotions from them, and with a step, he returned to this platform. He waved his sleeve, and his powerful cultivation spread out, suppressing the area. The 20-plus cultivators all had hostile gazes, but they were all scared of Wang Lin's gaze, so none of them dared to act first. The girl from the Ceiling Extermination clan saw this opportunity and was about to step forward, but at this moment, Wang Lin's cold gaze landed on her. The girl's mind trembled and her face turned pale. Her footsteps stopped, and she didn't dare to move at all. A moment later, the 20-plus cultivators all returned to their platforms and temporarily ignored this matter. However, their gazes toward Wang Lin were extremely hostile. Only the woman in white looked at Wang Lin with a look of admiration and nodded slightly at Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the platforms everyone were on trembled. After the brief pause, the platforms charged forward. The platforms were extremely fast and disappeared into the fog. These humanoid beasts are of great use for me to heal, so no one will steal them from me. As Wang Lin stood calmly on the platform, he revealed no emotions, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Powerful life force came from the Emperor Furnace and rushed into his body, helping his injuries recover. It's time to show off my might. The illusory flame in his left eye began to burn brighter and brighter. Chapter 1443, Ethereal Fire Cultivator. There was an invisible force pulling these 25 platforms, and the platforms were moving at an incomprehensible speed. This speed was no slower than the full speed of a Heaven's Blight cultivator. The strange movement of the platform gave this ancient tomb a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. As Wang Lin stood on the platform, his float in the wind due to the speed of the platform. As the fog moved around his body, Wang Lin pondered. He had been observing his surroundings ever since he entered the Ancient Order tomb. Everything here was extremely strange. Before he had the situation figured out, Wang Lin didn't want to act carelessly. He wanted to see where the platform would lead him. As for the fog sea below him, it was boundless, and it was impossible to see how deep it was. However, Wang Lin had a feeling that deep within the fog sea, there was a pair of eyes staring at him and all the cultivators here. There should be a lot of cultivators that entered the Ancient Order tomb, but we were separated. Perhaps they are also being moved by the platforms like us. While he pondered, time slowly passed. Everything seemed to be replaced by the howl of the platform flying. A few hours later, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. There was still fog before him, but it was distorted. Before he could get a closer look, the platform charged into the distorted fog. The world before him changed, and exclamations came from some of the shocked cultivators. What appeared before Wang Lin's group of 25 people was a tomb that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years that no one had entered before. This area was hundreds of feet large and was filled with spatial rifts. They formed a cage that sealed the area. Wang Lin's group's platforms came out of one of the spatial rifts. The world before them was shrouded in a red light. The sealed sky was red, and the ground wasn't fog, but real earth. There were rivers flowing on the earth, but the rivers were all blood red. The smell of blood rushed at them. At the center of this world, there was a huge figure. It was an ancient god that was tens of thousands of feet tall. He was down on one knee, with a ferocious expression on his face and a big hole between his eyebrows. Blood seemed to continuously to flow out from that hole forever. The blood flowed down his face and dropped to the ground. His knee had collapsed, and one could see the already dark bones. It was obvious that he didn't want to kneel countless years ago, but had his knee broken, so he had to kneel. He was down on one knee and his back was bent as he carried on at a 10,000-foot platform. The platform was blood red and was surrounded by blood mist, making it impossible to see inside. However, an oppressive restriction flashed from the mist, as if it was sealing something. On the right side of the ancient god, there was a figure about 4,000 feet tall, kneeling there. This figure had one horn on its head and a ferocious expression. Its left eye was filled with madness and reluctance. The right eye was empty, as if someone had dug it out. Blood was flowing out of the right eye socket. On the left side of the ancient god was a 3,000-foot ancient demon. It was also kneeling, and its left eye was hollow. The right eye was filled with fear. The ancient god was holding the platform, while the ancient demon and ancient devil knelt there as if they were worshipping the platform. This bizarre scene was really shocking. However, what caused the cultivators to exclaim were the dense figures on the earth beside the blood-like rivers. Their red eyes were all fixated on the uninvited guests that had suddenly appeared. Humanoid beasts, no less than tens of thousands of humanoid beasts filled the ground. Many were devouring the blood-like river, and some were fighting. However, when Wang Lin's group entered, they all raised their heads. After a brief moment of silence, the beasts on the ground let out shocking roars. The roars of tens of thousands beasts formed a sound wave that swept the people above. The cultivators that didn't have high cultivation levels and were injured coughed out blood due to this sound blast. 2 people were directly thrown off their platforms and fell down. Before they could struggle, they were swarmed by hundreds of beasts. When the beasts dispersed, they were already torn apart. The fierce beasts on the ground jumped like crazy toward them. However, after experiencing the battle before, they were all aware of the benefits. Although shaken by the number, they weren't afraid to charge at the incoming fierce beasts. Devouring all these beasts should allow my injuries to recover completely. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he licked his lips. He had started late, so there was more than a dozen cultivators ahead of him. These cultivators' eyes all shined. They had made up their minds to not let Wang Lin monopolize all the beasts. Although there was a lot of them, the life force one could gain was very tempting. If that white-robed cultivator steals again, we should join forces to kill him. We have to let him know the consequences. The cultivators that had stolen a platform were all ruthless. They looked at each other and came to a tacit understanding. The extremely fat cultivator waved the abacus in his hand and said with a smile, "White-haired cultivator, you can't kill more than 10 beasts, or else don't blame this lord for being ruthless. I'll kill you and refine your soul. Kill one extra, and you will die here. No one can save you." The thin cultivator in black said coldly as he moved forward. The man in purple with the fierce fish behind him roared, "Although fellow cultivator is powerful, if you anger us, you can just scram out of our group and face your death. If you don't scram, this lord will make your corpse scream." The grim voice of the old woman in green and covered in pus echoed. Fellow cultivator was far too reckless. The fortune here is for everyone to obtain. If you become too greedy, even this old body won't let it go. If you become too greedy, this old body will kill you. Even though you are powerful, you will still die if you don't become obedient. Although you are powerful, you really don't know how to act. To waste your cultivation like this is extremely stupid. Alas, a pity. There is such a greedy person in this world. Do you think you're a third-step cultivator? The middle-aged man with the white jug in his left hand shook his head. He took a drink and then charged at the fierce beasts. These words revealed killing intent. It was obvious that a majority of the cultivators were dissatisfied. In addition to those that spoke, the rest all revealed killing intent. They were ready to kill. When the girl from the Ceiling Extermination clan saw all of this, there was a flash of joy in her eyes. However, when she thought about how terrifying Wang Lin was, the joy disappeared. Wang Lin remained calm after hearing everyone's words, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. There was a faint ethereal fire in his eyes. He let out a cold snort, and not only did he not back down, he moved even faster. Using his powerful cultivation, he moved like a meteor and passed all the cultivators before him as he charged at the murderous beasts charging at them. What guts! You dare? Arrogant! You're seeking death. Wang Lin's behavior infuriated the crowd. Killing intent surged from everyone, and some were already forming seals to launch spells. Wang Lin closed in on the tens of thousands beasts, but he didn't seem to use any spells. He waved his right hand, and the world rumbled. The fierce beasts that had jumped into the air all let out miserable screams, and fear filled their eyes. As their expressions distorted, their miserable screams became even more intense. In a flash, nearly 1,000 fierce beasts were surrounded by ethereal fire and were burned to death. Strands of white life force flew out of them and entered Wang Lin's body. The ethereal fire inside the dead beasts' bodies rushed out and spread like crazy. More beasts were burned by the ethereal fire, and a monstrous heat wave filled the world. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the beasts burned and turned into balls of fire, leaving behind only black ashes. Strands of white energy flooded the world and rushed into Wang Lin's body. The fire continued to spread, and a majority of the beasts became part of the sea of fire. All the endless life force rushed into Wang Lin's body. His origin soul was absorbing it all, and his injuries were recovering at an unimaginable speed. 1,000, 3,000, 8,000, 10,003. A large amount of life force entered Wang Lin's body in a flash. Even more fierce beasts were being burned by the ethereal fire. As the life force rushed into his body, Wang Lin's injuries completely recovered. As thunderous rumbles echoed, the fierce beasts continued to die. The endless ethereal fire came back to Wang Lin from all directions and returned to this left eye after the fierce beasts died. So simple, so amazing. Who was going to kill me? Wang Lin turned around, and his cold gaze looked at the stunned cultivators behind him. In his left eye, a 9-colored ethereal fire was burning. Ethereal Fire Cultivator. It's an ethereal fire cultivator. How can this be? A rumored ethereal fire cultivator that rarely appears every tens of thousands of years. He is actually an ethereal fire cultivator. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of beasts were killed in an instant. This kind of cultivation. I was actually going to try to kill him. A rumored ethereal fire cultivator had appeared in this sealed place with his unique fire. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, a huge wave was set off in their hearts. As Wang Lin's gaze swept by them, all of them quickly retreated hundreds of feet, their eyes filled with shock. Those that were speaking so arrogantly before instantly turned pale. Even the calm woman in white was shocked, and a mysterious light shined in her eyes. The only thing that echoed in everyone's ears were their pounding hearts. Chapter 1444, Enemy Approaches. However, the Ancient Order tomb was very dangerous, and until he figured this place out, he wouldn't kill all of them. What he wanted was to display his might. Some of the cultivators here were powerful. If he forced them into a corner and they teamed up, it wouldn't benefit Wang Lin. Wang Lin seldom killed if there were no benefits. His gaze was cold, and the 9-colored fire rotated in his left eye. His white hair fluttered, and he gave off a demonic aura. As his gaze swept by, anyone who made contact with Wang Lin's gaze turned pale. You said before that if I kill more than 10 beasts here, you will kill me and refine my soul. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the fat cultivator holding the abacus. The cultivator's body trembled, and even the fat on his body shook. He forced out a bitter smile and felt bitter in his heart. He didn't know Wang Lin was an ethereal fire cultivator. To refine the soul of an ethereal fire cultivator, this matter. Not even he himself believed he could do it. It was more likely that his flesh would be burnt clean before he could even begin to refine. Wang Lin's gaze gradually became colder as he stared at the fat cultivator. There was a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. The fat cultivator was covered in sweat, and his heart was pounding. He faintly felt like there was a fire burning inside his body. His mouth was dry, and he quickly waved his right hand, taking out a scale. He quickly handed it over and bitterly said, "This little one indeed said it, and I hope fellow cultivator can forgive me. This is what I obtained from the platform. I hope fellow cultivator can accept it as an apology." Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the scale landed on his hand. He looked at it a bit before pushing it away. Then his gaze moved from the fat cultivator and landed on another person. "You said that if I killed one extra beast, I would die here. I'll give you the chance." Wang Lin's words were cold as he spoke. When the fat cultivator saw that Wang Lin was no longer targeting him, he felt relieved. However, the cultivator in black trembled, but his eyes remained closed as if he was blind. Right now he silently sat there, with his expression gloomy. A moment later, the cultivator in black clasped his hands at Wang Lin and waved his right hand. A black sword flew out toward Wang Lin. This sword was covered in devilish energy. The cultivator in black softly said, "I was reckless before. I hope fellow cultivator won't mind." Wang Lin took the sword and looked at the cultivator in black. Wang Lin found the cultivator in black very interesting. The emotion fluctuations coming from him weren't strong, but there seemed to be a mysterious power sealed between his eyebrows. He felt as if the seal would be released when he opened his eyes. Also, you, who wanted me to scram from here. If I don't scram, you are going to make my corpse scram. Wang Lin wasn't this petty of a person, but since he was going to display his might, he was going to act arrogantly. If some of them were really blind, he wouldn't mind just killing them. The man in purple with the fish behind him was covered in sweat. He let out a bitter smile and clasped his hands. He didn't speak and took out the gourd-shaped treasure he had obtained on the platform and handed it over. A sentence that shouldn't have been said has cost me the first treasure I've obtained here, alas. The cultivator in purple felt remorse in his heart. Also, you, what a confident tone. If I'm not obedient, you were going to kill me? Wang Lin's gaze lit up, and he looked at the old woman in green. Among the people here, the old woman in green was the most strange. Even now, Wang Lin hadn't been able to find out much about her. The most important part was that Wang Lin saw no emotions from this old woman, as if all her emotions were hidden deep inside her. The old woman in green stared at Wang Lin with a demonic gaze in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking, and after a slight hesitation, Wang Lin charged forward. He was too fast, and, like a bolt of lightning, he appeared before the old woman. The expression of the old woman in green became heavy, and she quickly retreated. Her hands formed a seal, and origin energy appeared, causing the area to distort. Wang Lin approached in a flash and charged into the distorted area. He calmly raised his right hand and waved. A thunderous rumble echoed across the area. In a short period of time, many thunderous rumbles echoed, and Wang Lin and the old woman's attacks collided dozens of times. The rumbles became even more intense, and the origin energy around him formed a storm that swept the area. The remaining people all retreated, and the old woman coughed out blood soon after. Her face became pale, and she quickly retreated. Wang Lin's figure charged out from the storm, his white clothes dazzling, and his fingers formed a sword with which he pointed forward. A finger of time. The desolate door from the wind's celestial realm appeared in Wang Lin's mind. The finger stirred up the world, and an ancient aura filled this land. The ancient aura entered Wang Lin's fingers and shot at the old woman. The expression of the old woman changed greatly. Although she thought she had overestimated Wang Lin's strength, she didn't expect Wang Lin to be no weaker than a fifth heaven's blight cultivator and his spells to be so shockingly powerful. Facing danger, she could no longer hide her spells. She stopped retreating and pointed at her temples. She then opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of pink mist. When the pink mist spread out, a fragrance came with it. Wang Lin's vision blurred and illusions appeared before him. The old woman's figure became blurry and a series of shadows appeared behind her. Those shadows were all people Wang Lin was familiar with. Wang Lin wasn't the only one like this. Confusion had appeared in everyone else's eyes. The old woman became their close relatives, and it seemed like Wang Lin was actually killing their relatives. And sense of anger roared in their hearts. This is actually someone from one of the three great clans, the Sealing Phantom clan. The eyes of the girl from the Sealing Extermination clan narrowed, and a hint of surprise arose in them. All of this happened in a flash. Seeing that the surrounding cultivators were being affected, Wang Lin's fingers collided with the pink mist. Thunderous rumbles shook this area and the pink mist was pushed back. It seemed to be unable to resist Wang Lin's finger and was pushed back by it. It dissipated under the power of time and allowed Wang Lin's finger to land between the old woman's eyebrows. The old woman's body trembled and she was thrown back, coughing out blood. The emotions she had hidden inside herself could no longer be hidden, and ethereal fire erupted inside her. The mark between her eyebrows was destroyed and was replaced by the flickering image of the back of a woman. A miserable scream echoed inside the fire. The confusion disappeared from the surrounding cultivators, and fear filled their eyes. Sealing Phantom spell. This old woman is from the Sealing Phantom clan. The Sealing Phantom clan, one of the three great clans. Wang Lin floated in the air. Aside from killing, he had attacked was because he wanted to see through the old woman's spells. Now that he knew the answer, he gave up on killing her. The ethereal fire rapidly dissipated around the old woman with a thought from Wang Lin. The fire retreated back into her body, forming a fire seed. It was like a restriction had been planted in her body. With the ethereal fire extinguished, the old woman's face was pale. She looked at Wang Lin with fear in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she took out the treasure she had obtained and handed it to Wang Lin. The remaining cultivators all trembled, took out the treasures they had obtained to offset the disrespectful things they had said. Even the girl from the Sealing Extermination clan timidly took out the treasure she had obtained. Only the long-haired woman in white looked profoundly at Wang Lin and smiled. In a flash, the platform below her flew into the sky. There is a treasure inside this sealed land. Since you're interested, I'll leave. I believe that we will meet again here, inside this ancient order trom. The woman's voice gently floated into Wang Lin's ears as her figure disappeared into one of the spatial rifts. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. The battle seemed to have ended here, and everyone's gazes couldn't help but look up at what was above the ancient god, ancient devil, and ancient demon. The 10,000-foot platform on the back of the ancient god was covered in red fog, and it seemed to be sealing something extremely powerful. Wang Lin also looked at the ancient god on the ground. However, just at this moment, his expression changed and he looked at the horizon. The world suddenly rumbled, and all the cultivators here saw the change. The horizon distorted and 9 giant platforms rushed in. There are people here. That's good. Hand over the treasures you've obtained from the platforms and wait on the side. The voice was gloomy and a powerful pressure suddenly descended. The spatial rifts around the area seemed to be torn apart. The 9 large platforms didn't make any sound as they tore through the rifts and appeared here. Chapter 1445, Second Order Platform. The smell of blood that rushed into this sealed land when they entered. Their 9 platform were almost completely dyed red and filled with blood. What was even more shocking was that there was a large amount of souls floating on the platforms. The souls all had twisted expressions and were letting out mournful cries. Not one of these 9 were weak. 5 of them were around the 4th heaven's blight, and 2 at the 5th heaven's blight. One of the old men was extremely eye-catching as he had a head of blood-red hair. There was also a faint joss flame coming from him. He was clearly someone who was half a step into the 3rd step. However, it was obvious he had received a lot of external help to get this far, and without a large amount of joss flames, he wouldn't finish the last step. His body emitted a sense of majesty, clearly showing that he had a high status and would normally not appear before people. The last person was a middle-aged scholar holding a feather fan. His eyes narrowed, and there was a flash of light within them. He was only at the 3rd heaven's blight, so holding a spot here meant that there was something extraordinary about him. What shocked everyone the most were the platforms under their feet. The platforms were almost all 10,000 feet wide, but the one under the old man who was half a step into the 3rd step was 20,000 feet wide, twice the size of the other platforms. Not even a second-order platform, yet they want to covet the treasures here. The old man who was half a step into the 3rd step calmly looked at Wang Lin's group. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he stared at the platform under the old man, but he remained silent. The surrounding cultivators were all silent, as they had obviously noticed how strong Wang Lin was. They began to gather together with Wang Lin in the lead. The old man's gaze landed on Wang Lin. Not only him, but all 8 remaining cultivators looked over with killing intent. It seemed a bloody battle was about to erupt. However, just at this moment, the middle-aged scholar at the 3rd heaven's blight stepped forward and whispered something in the old man's ear. The old man's eyes narrowed and he looked at the ground and at the platform on the back of the ancient god. Then his gaze swept by Wang Lin's group. You come here. The old man pointed at one of the cultivators beside Wang Lin. He was someone who had managed to steal a platform, and after being pointed by the old man, his face turned pale. After hesitating, he didn't dare not come out. He stepped out and clasped his hands at the old man. He then respectfully said, Junior greet Esteemed Ling Dong. Oh, you recognize this old man. There was no anger on the old man's face. The cultivator quickly said, the name of Esteemed Ling Dong is famous in my ancient star system, so of course Junior knows. Go break the seal on the back of the ancient god. If you can break 10% of it, I'll let you live, the old man slowly said, but his words were filled with power and were impossible to reject. The cultivator's expression immediately changed, making it seem like he was struggling. After a moment, he nodded and took a deep breath. His hand formed a seal, and he began casting a spell as he charged at the platform on the back of the ancient god. In a flash, the cultivator arrived before the ancient god and looked at the platform filled with red fog. After a long time, he clenched his teeth, his right hand formed a seal, and a shadow appeared. The shadow formed a right hand, and it immediately hit the fog. The fog roared and instantly turned into a big mouth. It moved at an unimaginable speed toward the cultivator to devour him. There was no chance to dodge at all, and a miserable scream echoed. The cultivator was devoured and dragged into the fog. Screams continued to echo, shocking everyone. It is indeed a Tao spirit. I just don't know what rank. The old man who was half a step into the 3rd step was filled with joy. He took a step and arrived next to the red fog. He waved his right hand at the fog. Just as his hand was about to land, a roar came from the fog once more. The fog churned violently, formed a devilish shadow, and blew out some red fog. The red fog was extremely fast, and it charged toward the old man. They collided with a thunderous bang, and the old man's face suddenly changed. He immediately retreated hundreds of feet before he stopped. At least rank 6. Unfortunately, there is a restriction on it. It is the Ancient Soul restriction. The third heaven's blight middle-aged scholar's eyes lit up. When he spoke, another middle-aged man among the remaining 7 narrowed his eyes as if he had spotted some clues. Esteemed Ling Dong looked at the red fog on the platform and said, Ancient Soul restriction. This old man doesn't know much about restrictions. How confident are you in breaking it? The middle-aged scholar hesitated a bit and said, well, only 20%. Esteemed Ling Dong frowned. 20%. Wang Lin still calmly watched all of this unfold. He had already noticed the restriction on the red fog ever since he arrived. This restriction was indeed the Ancient Soul restriction, but it had other restrictions mixed in as well. It was not easy to break. He remained silent and wanted to see how these 9 people would break it. Just as Esteemed Ling Dong frowned and was pondering, an old man in green walked forward. He clasped his hands and said, Esteemed Ling Dong, I'm a bit confident in breaking this restriction. It's just that after breaking it, he didn't finish speaking and looked at Esteemed Ling Dong. Esteemed Ling Dong said, if you can break the restriction, you can have any other treasures beside the Tao Spirit. Also, you can take most of the treasure these little cultivators got from the platforms. The eyes of the old man in green overflowed with ecstasy, and he said, rest assured, this old man has been studying restrictions since childhood. Others may not say it, but there is no restriction this old man can't break. Even fellow cultivator Xiao Jing is not my match. His gaze swept by the middle-aged scholar. The scholar revealed a smile and clasped his hands. What Senior Gao said is correct. I'm only a latecomer compared to Senior. The old man in green laughed and proudly said, restrictions are the origin of formations. This old man has studied them for nearly 10,000 years and has seen the grand path. I have developed a method that can break all restrictions. Also, the restriction inside the fog is not some ancient soul restriction. This old man has delved into restrictions and has never heard of ancient soul restrictions. After he spoke, he charged at the red fog. When he was within a few dozen feet of it, his right hand formed a seal, and then he waved it, causing restriction lights to flash. An instant later, a giant rune appeared. This rune was formed by restrictions, and it shined brightly. Its momentum seemed to be able to confront the red fog, and the roars coming from within the red fog stopped. It was as if there was a gust of wind, and the red fog retreated a bit. The old man became even more proud as he pointed forward with a roar. The rune charged at the red fog. This old man. As the old man roared, the rune charged at the red fog. However, before he could finish speaking, the red fog turned into a big mouth once more. It moved extremely fast and devoured the rune along with the old man in green. His unfinished words became a miserable scream and echoed across the world. Esteemed Ling Dong's face turned black. He didn't think that the old man who had gone in filled with confidence would only bring a result like this. A giggle came from a cultivator beside Wang Lin. This giggle came from the fat cultivator. His laughter immediately caught Esteemed Ling Dong's gaze. The fat cultivator quickly took a few steps forward past Wang Lin, and he clasped his hands at Esteemed Ling Dong. His face was filled with a smile. Ash said, Junior Su Fu greets Esteemed Ling Dong. This junior is a bit confident in breaking open the restriction. Junior has no connection to the people here. We just happen to be sent here together. Junior also has a secret to tell Senior. Among this group of people here, one of them is an Ethereal. If you can break the restriction on this fog, I'll let you live, give you treasures, and let you follow me. Esteemed Ling Dong interrupted the fat cultivator's words. He was not interested in the secret. All he wanted was the Tao spirit inside. Rest assured, I have observed the red fog for a long time. Although I'm not 100% confident in breaking it, with Senior's help, I'm 70% confident. The fat cultivator was happy and turned around to coldly look at Wang Lin. He sneered with the corner of his mouth and charged at the red fog. He stopped 100 feet away from the fog and was filled with caution. His hand quickly worked the abacus, and then the abacus broke. The beads flew out and turned into a restriction vortex. Then the fat cultivator took a deep breath and charged at the red fog. Courting death. Wang Lin looked at him calmly and sneered in his heart. He then looked up at the middle-aged scholar with the feather fan and saw a look of disdain. Although this person is only at the third heaven's blight, to be able to mix with these people means he is very cunning. Perhaps he also wants what's inside the fog. Wang Lin's mind was like a demon's, and a restriction silently appeared under his foot. Chapter 1446, Mantis hunting Cicada. This figure looked like the remnants of a chessboard. The beads were like chess pieces on a board. His face became extremely serious, and he began to chant. As he did so, his right hand formed a seal. In an instant, The chessboard like beads charged at the red fog. The chessboard closed in on the red fog in a flash, and roars came from inside the fog. A portion of the fog rushed out and attempted to devour the chessboard. A thunderous bang echoed, and just as the red fog was about to devour it, five-colored light shined from the chessboard. An illusory figure also appeared. It formed seals, and its palms slammed at the red fog. An invisible force appeared and pushed the red fog back. The chessboard was not devoured. Looking at this, the surrounding cultivators all narrowed their eyes. There was a hint of joy in the eyes of Esteemed Ling Dong. Only the middle-aged scholar revealed a look of disdain. The fat cultivator was filled with pride, and he raised his right hand. The chessboard closed in on the red fog, with the illusory figure around it. Wang Lin calmly looked at all of this unfold, and his eyes lit up. The fat cultivator's method had some merit. The abacus was an extraordinary treasure. Each bead inside contained a lot of restrictions, and when combined, they could create wonderful effects. If it was an ordinary restriction, he might have had a chance, but these small tricks couldn't break open the red fog. The restrictions inside the red fog were extremely complex. Not only did the fog contain the ancient soul restriction, there was also the time restriction mixed in. The combination of the two was extremely powerful. The chessboard got close to the red fog and immediately disappeared inside. Then a violent roar came from the fog. Just as everyone looked closely, the expression of the fat cultivator changed. His face turned pale, and he coughed out blood. It was clear that his treasure had been destroyed. It was connected to his origin soul, and that connection had been cut by force. He immediately tried to retreat, but after retreating only 2 steps, the red fog surged like crazy and extended forth, covering the sky. It then dragged the fat cultivator inside. His miserable screams were ear-piercing, and they echoed across the area. The sounds of bone cracking shook everyone's hearts. Esteemed Ling Dong was gloomy. If there was no way to break it, he would have to break it open by force. However, doing so would cause great damage to the Tao spirit inside. If it was like this, it won't be worth it even if he opened the restriction. Since this old man can't open it, then no one else can have it. Might as well open it by force and destroy it. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he was about to step forth. However, just at this moment, the middle-aged scholar holding the fan clasped his hands and said, "Esteemed Ling Dong, before trying to open it by force, let me try. Even if I can't open it completely, I might still break a part of it. Then perhaps when Esteemed Ling Dong breaks it by force, the damage on the Tao spirit will be less." Esteemed Ling Dong turned around and looked at the middle-aged scholar. He pondered a bit and then nodded. "You have to be careful." The middle-aged scholar nodded with a smile. He knocked the fan in his hand and slowly walked toward the fog. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but he began to pay attention. More and more restrictions formed below his feet without anyone noticing. The middle-aged scholar approached the fog. After a while, his right hand formed seals as if he was calculating something. There was flash of deduction in his eyes. A moment later, his right hand moved forward, forming afterimages, and landed on the red fog. Roars came from the red fog. As the roars echoed, the red fog formed a hand that shot toward the middle-aged scholar. However, he acted like it didn't exist. He formed another seal and pointed forward. Thunderous rumble echoed. It was unknown where the middle-aged scholar had pointed. The red fog trembled and collapsed before reaching him. This scene caused Esteemed Ling Dong's eyes to light up. Ling Dong narrowed his eyes. This middle-aged scholar indeed had some skills, and his skills and restriction was far above the people before him. Sweat appeared on the middle-aged scholar's forehead, but his expression was calm. In a flash, he moved like a dragon and circled the red fog. His hand didn't stop moving, continuing to form seals as he pointed at the red fog. The roars from inside the fog became even more violent. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he sneered. Although the middle-aged man had hidden himself very well and acted like he was breaking the restriction, Wang Lin had seen through his true intent. Just at this moment, the middle-aged scholar suddenly roared. His body stopped moving, and his hands mercilessly pressed down on the red fog. "Esteemed Ling Dong, please help me. Use the power of Joss Flames, and I can break half of the restriction." His voice sounded urgent, and Esteemed Ling Dong seemed to trust the middle-aged scholar a lot. He didn't hesitate at all to step forward. Then he raised his right hand, and Joss Flame energy gathered in his palm. It condensed in his hand in an instant, and then he slammed down on the red fog. A palm print made of Joss Flame shot out and rapidly closed in on the red fog. It landed on the red fog almost at the same time as the middle-aged scholar's hands. A thunderous rumble echoed and a portion of the red fog dissipated. However, just as a hint of joy appeared on Esteemed Ling Dong's face, The red fog raged and immediately turned into a mouth that devoured the pale middle-aged scholar. Miserable screams echoed inside the fog, and at this moment, the red fog devoured Esteemed Ling Dong's jaw's flame palm print. A destructive roar erupted from inside and echoed violently like thunder. This caused the sealed area to shake violently. At this instant, that destructive aura suddenly erupted in the form of a storm that could destroy the world. This storm was formed by red fog and moved far too fast. This caused the world to begin to collapse. Some cultivators were too slow, and their bodies immediately collapsed. Esteemed Ling Dong's expression changed. Even he felt danger coming from the storm. He retreated without hesitation and landed on the 20,000-foot platform. He then waved his hand and shot into the sky. Not only him, but everyone else also retreated. Some were slow and were devoured by the red fog. Wang Lin retreated the fastest, even faster than Esteemed Ling Dong. At almost the same instant the middle-aged scholar was devoured. The restrictions he had gathered under his feet shot toward the earth. Then he charged into the sky without any hesitation. The red storm was like a tide, and its destructive aura tore the sky. Everyone began to frantically escape and rushed into the spatial rift in the sky. Everyone dissipated and more than 10 people were devoured by the red storm. Including Wang Lin, less than 11 people escaped into the spatial rifts. The red fog now filled the entire world, leaving no gap. After a long time, the fog began to churn and slowly retreated back onto the platform on the ancient god's back. The sky was now dark red, and the spatial rifts were all gone completely, sealing the entrance to this place. The roars from the fog gradually disappeared, and the surroundings became completely silent. Time slowly passed. After half an hour, a person slowly walked out of the fog. This person was the middle-aged scholar that everyone thought had died. He revealed a sinister smile containing a hint of pride in the corner of his mouth. So what if he is Esteemed Ling Dong? No one can take treasures I take fancy to. Just a small trick, and everyone was forced out. Now the Tao spirit inside belongs to me. As he laughed like crazy, the pride on his face intensified. He looked at the fog with greed in his eyes. He then licked his lips and waved his hand. 9 pieces of jade appeared in his hand. Ancient soul restriction, time restriction. Although I can't break them open, I can make them stop working for 20 seconds. The middle-aged scholar waved his right hand, and the 9 pieces of jade gave off a ghostly light. They formed a circle and shot toward the red fog. The roars became even more violent, but after a moment, the roars stopped due to the ghostly light from the jades. The middle-aged man stepped into the circle formed by the jades, and then his hand ripped an opening inside the restrictions that had stopped. His eyes were filled with greed, and he was about to step into the crack he had torn open. However, just at this moment, a miserable scream echoed inside the world. Impossible, there is still an active restriction. I should have stopped all restrictions. The middle-aged man quickly retreated back out. His face was bloody and his body was rapidly decaying. In the blink of an eye, after only retreating 30 feet, he rotted into a corpse. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 20 seconds went by. The ghostly light from the jades quickly dissipated, and the red fog showed signs of activity again. Soon, it was active once more. 15 minutes quickly passed by, and the corpse opened his eyes. His appearance quickly changed back to the middle-aged scholar. It looks like no one can sneak into this place. The middle-aged scholar's eyes lit up, and he walked toward the red fog. Chapter 1447. Who is the Yellow Finch? Looking at the red mist, the middle-aged scholar smiled. He was born cautious and was as cunning as a fox. In the ancient star system, he was called the Sly Fox. Although he was only at the 3rd heaven's blight, he always believed his schemes could make up for it. This was indeed true. Many times he relied on his schemes to walk between life and death, only to come out as the winner. This time he was scheming to acquire a treasure Esteemed Ling Dong wanted, so he had to be even more careful. He still wasn't confident after faking his death once, so he had used the jade to stop the restriction from moving. This was equal to opening the door into the fog, and then he faced his own death once more. If there was someone else like him here, they wouldn't give up this chance and would have rushed out already. Once someone actually appeared and entered the fog, he would immediately launch a counterattack and trap that person inside the fog. This person was also very confident in his fake deaths. Early in his years, he learned a spell that would allow his death to look very real. Even his origin soul would collapse, and it would be impossible for others to tell the difference. In addition, he had made it look like he was rotting. Now that the middle-aged scholar was certain, he walked up to the red fog and waved his hand. The red fog was pushed back, revealing the 9 jades. He pointed at the jades, causing 6 of them to collapse, and black gas came out. this gas causing the red fog to freeze once more. Among the 9 jades, 6 of them were used to kill and had nothing to do with stopping the restriction. There was a hint of pride on his face as the middle-aged scholar walked into the portal formed by the 3 jades. He put all his heart into what he was doing and began to calculate. Then his right hand pulled at the red fog before him, and he slowly ripped it open. Shortly after, a few layers of fog were peeled by him. The middle-aged scholar was filled with excitement, and he raised his hand once more. As soon as his finger touched the fog, the corner of his mouth moved, and he unconsciously revealed an extremely bizarre smile. The moment the smile appeared, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly retreated while his right hand swiped over his face, and his eyes filled with terror. However, the strange smile was still on his face, making a clear contrast with the fear in his eyes. Impossible! Impossible! The middle-aged man's body trembled, and the fear in his eyes reached a limit. He frantically raised his hand and squeezed his face to get rid of that smile. However, no matter how hard he tried, the smile was still there, and it became even stronger. Blood came out of his mouth, but he didn't seem to notice. He continued to rub his face, but it was no use. How can this be? The middle-aged man's mournful cry echoed, but it came through that strange smile. He gradually lost control and began to laugh out loud. However, the fear in his eyes was drowning him like a tide. Don't laugh, don't laugh. As he laughed, he quickly retreated. However, he only retreated a few dozen feet before his body trembled, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Then his eyes turned pale, and he soon fell to the earth. The strange smile was still on his face as he looked at the sky. His origin soul also had that same smile, and he died. Life and death restriction. There was a flash of light on the ground, and Wang Lin walked out. Others couldn't understand the restrictions the middle-aged scholar had shot out while moving around the red fog. Even grandmasters of restrictions would find it difficult to find any clues. If not for the fact that Wang Lin knew 3 of the 4 great restrictions and was a grandmaster, he wouldn't have noticed the problem. The restrictions the middle-aged man had sent out at the start would indeed break the restriction, but when the countless restrictions combined, the opposite would happen. Not only would it not break the red fog, it would stimulate it to activate it. Then he had borrowed Esteemed Ling Dong's Joss Flame to trigger the red fog, causing it to erupt with several times more power than before to kill or drive everyone away. In order to avoid suspicion, he had taken the risk and used some known method to hide in the fog. He had let out that miserable smile and made everyone think he had died. He had successfully killed most of the people here and had even driven the rest out. He had also caused the red fog to seal all the spatial rifts so others couldn't enter through them anymore. After all his scheming, he was the only one here. Doing all of this took guts. Wang Lin looked at the body with the strange smile and waved his right hand. The body collapsed into dust and dissipated. This way, even if you're cheating, there is no chance of you resurrecting. He had long seen through the middle-aged scholar, so he had left a restriction to teleport back here. With his mastery over restrictions, he was not afraid the middle-aged man would find his restrictions, given the middle-aged man's cultivation level. After going through a rift in the sky, Wang Lin had teleported back using the restriction. He didn't kill the middle-aged man, but the middle-aged man hadn't noticed that aside from the ancient soul restriction and the time restriction, the life and death restriction was also present within the fog. As for the middle-aged scholar faking his death, Wang Lin naturally saw this, but it was useless before him. Wang Lin arrived next to the red fog. This simple restriction had taken so many lives. He had once more experienced the cruelty of the cultivation world. Looking at the 3 jades that were stopping the red fog, Wang Lin slowly walked inside. He stood where the middle-aged man was and deduction light flashed in his eyes. It indeed is the life and death restriction. After a moment, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed forward. Popping sounds echoed and the fog before him began moving again, forming a vortex. A faint, black line appeared inside the red fog. The black line entangled with the red fog was quite distinct. The key to breaking the life and death restriction was finding the path to life within death. If one could find it and extract the life, the restriction could be broken. However, for people who didn't know the life and death restriction, it was impossible to find it. After observing for a while, Wang Lin's hand quickly formed seals and a restriction appeared in his hand. He took a deep breath and carefully pushed the restriction toward the red fog vortex. Popping sounds echoed and the fog seemed to absorb Wang Lin's restriction. The black line became even more clear. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, his right hand reached out. He grabbed the black line and pulled it out. The black line was completely pulled out by Wang Lin like a snake, then it dissipated. At this moment, the red fog collapsed like hot water being poured on snow. large amounts of fog dissipated, creating a passage that led to the center of the platform. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, but quickly returned to normal and revealed nothing. A burst of joy had appeared, but it was quickly suppressed by him. He was about to rush into the passage. Stop! Just as Wang Lin was about to charge in, a cold voice appeared in this world. Now this is what they call Mantis hunting the Cicada, and the yellow Finch follows. As the voice echoed, a vague figure appeared in the sky. When the figure became clear, it was Esteemed Ling Dong, who was half a step into the third step. After he appeared, the 20,000-foot platform appeared as well. At this moment, there was no emotion on his face, and his expression no longer contained that sense of stupidity. There was now a hint of mockery in his eyes. Wang Lin stopped and slowly turned around. His expression was extremely ugly as he looked at Esteemed Ling Dong. He let out a bitter smile, and panic appeared in his eyes. Junior, greets Esteemed Ling Dong. Wang Lin clasped his hands and was about to take a step back. Esteemed Ling Dong said with a grim expression, "When your foot lands, this old man will kill you." Esteemed Ling Dong's plan was flawless and well hidden. Junior admires you. Wang Lin stopped moving and his face turned bitter. He suppressed the panic in his eyes. This old man already knew Xiao Jing's ambition. A mere junior thinking he can fool this old man. Simply ridiculous. Although this old man is not good with restrictions, since the two of you excel at it, and have opened it for me, then it cost this old man no effort. Esteemed Ling Dong sneered. Wang Lin's subtle actions had made him even more certain, and he said, "Come out and wait on the side." A natural-born Tao spirit needed to be offered a complete soul that hadn't been soul-searched. As far as Esteemed Ling Dong was concerned, Wang Lin couldn't cause a commotion and couldn't escape his palm. He was going to let Wang Lin live and use Wang Lin as an offering to the Tao spirit. Wang Lin's face was deathly pale. He seemed to hesitate, but a moment later, he let out a sigh and slowly walked out. The moment he walked out, Esteemed Ling Dong waved his right hand, and a powerful force formed a bubble around Wang Lin, trapping him inside. He didn't even look at Wang Lin, as he was very confident in his own methods. He stepped into the fog and looked like he was going to rush into the passage. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly looked at Wang Lin with a gaze like lightning. Wang Lin's expression was still bitter without any change. Although Esteemed Ling Dong's gaze was sudden, he didn't see anything. This old man changes his mind. You go in first. Wang Lin was startled. Before joy could appear in his eyes, he quickly suppressed it, but the old man still caught it. The old man laughed and walked in without any hesitation, no longer paying any attention to Wang Lin. He moved like a bolt of lightning and arrived at the center of the passage. However, at this moment, a miserable scream echoed. There is still something left. Wang Lin suddenly looked up with a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 1448, Taking Advantage of the Illness to Kill. When Wang Lin saw that the restriction was activated, he waved his right hand, and the blood sword appeared. Bloodlight flashed inside the bubble and slashed forward. The bubble collapsed, and Wang Lin took a step out. He already knew there was a problem with the red fog. Even if Esteemed Ling Dong had made him go first, Wang Lin had a way to defuse the danger and launch an ambush. Wang Lin rushed into the passage. Inside the passage, Esteemed Ling Dong coughed out blood and quickly retreated. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and the blood sword shot forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Esteemed Ling Dong waved his hand, but he didn't expect the blood sword to be so powerful. It penetrated his right arm. He let out a muffled groan, and he couldn't help but pause. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. He knew that this person was half a step into the third step. If he was going to kill him, he had to be decisive. After the blood sword shot out, the thunder tattoo in his right eye appeared. The 9 accompanying thunders rotated around it, and it shot into the fog toward Esteemed Ling Dong. Thunder Essence. Esteemed Ling Dong had been seriously injured by the restriction and then was injured by the blood sword. Now he was being blocked by the thunder tattoo, and his eyes were filled with shock. The thunder tattoo was too fast, and they were too close, so it closed in a flash. Esteemed Ling Dong's face was pale, and he waved his hand. His little remaining Joss flames appeared, forming a giant statue before him. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the thunder tattoo landed on the statue. The statue was completely black and had its arm folded. The violent thunder force surged like crazy, causing cracks to appear on the statue before it suddenly collapsed. The thunder tattoo was knocked back into Wang Lin's eye, and Esteemed Ling Dong coughed out blood. He closed in with a ferocious expression, and he was about to charge out of the fog. There was a roar from the fog, as if something was charging out. Within the depths of the passage, a red Qilin-like beast was rushing out. It's a rank 4 fire Tao spirit. Esteemed Ling Dong's mind was shaking, but he didn't have time to think about it. Before him was Wang Lin, and behind him was the raging rank 4 Dao Spirit. He had no time to refine the Dao Spirit, especially as it was rank 4. More importantly, the restriction was showing signs of awakening. If he couldn't get out in a short period of time, he would be trapped inside, and it would be very dangerous. He had fallen for Wang Lin's trap inside the passage, and a strange restriction had entered his origin soul. He suppressed it at first, but the blood sword had caused it to loosen. Then the thunder essence caused his suppression to collapse completely, and the restriction erupted inside his body. Esteemed Ling Dong hadn't faced this kind of life and death situation in tens of thousands of years. He had never expected himself to end up in such a miserable state in the hands of a junior. However, he was someone who was half a step into the third step. Although it was dangerous, he decisively gave up the Dao Spirit and charged toward Wang Lin. His eyes revealed monstrous killing intent, and he hated Wang Lin to the bone. Do you really think you can trap this old man? Once I leave, I'll refine your soul. With a roar, Esteemed Ling Dong moved at an indescribable speed and was almost out of the fog. But how could Wang Lin let him escape? After using the thunder tattoo, the 9-colored fire in his left eye began to roar. The 9-colored fire formed a firestorm and shot toward Esteemed Ling Dong. There is also a fire essence. Who the hell are you? Esteemed Ling Dong's hand formed a seal, and he coughed out a mouthful of origin energy that turned into a mountain and ocean painting. The painting had a boundless ocean, and as the fire was about to collide with the mountain, Esteemed Ling Dong roared, "Tsunami!" As his voice echoed, the ocean inside the painting rushed out like crazy, forming a monstrous wave that rushed toward the 9-colored firestorm. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and large amount of white gas shot into the air. Wang Lin's 9-colored firestorm collapsed, and the 9-colored fire was pushed back. The entire ocean had evaporated, leaving only the mountain. Wang Lin coughed out blood and was pushed back several steps. But his expression was ferocious, and there was a hint of madness hidden within. He could not let this person leave. He was going to kill a powerful cultivator half a step into the third step. Mountain Spirit. Esteemed Ling Dong was less than 30 feet from leaving the fog, and he ignored the fire Dao Spirit behind him. He waved his right hand, and the mountain charged at Wang Lin. "Back off." Esteemed Ling Dong's voice shook the world. Fire burned in Wang Lin's left eye, and thunder flashed in his right eye. They rushed out and formed a bolt of burning thunder between his eyebrows. It shot out at the meteor-like mountain. Power of heavenly thunder. All thunder, gather for me. Power of heavenly fire. All fire, gather for me. Fire and thunder essences, fuse and break all spells for me. When the thunder and fire meteors shot out at the mountain, a thunderous rumble echoed. Then a boundless force that seemed like it would tear the world apart scattered. The mountain suddenly collapsed, and Esteemed Ling Dong's eyes filled with disbelief. He was blocked by this impact. Wang Lin didn't retreat and forced himself to stay still. He then raised his right hand and pointed at Esteemed Ling Dong inside the fog. Ethereal fire burn. Ethereal fire suddenly appeared inside the shocked Esteemed Ling Dong's body. The fire came too quickly, so he wasn't prepared at all when it began burning. Esteemed Ling Dong let out a miserable scream as the fire filled his body. He coughed out blood, but it immediately evaporated. Intense pain came from his body, and the restriction inside his origin soul erupted, making his injuries even worse. Ethereal fire cultivator, damned ethereal fire cultivator. Esteemed Ling Dong roared as he withstood the pain of his body burning and struggled to step forward. He was less than 20 feet from leaving the fog. As he stepped forward, his hand suddenly tore at the space before him, and he roared, "Open the great devil Ling Dong realm. I use myself as Joss Flame to summon my Ling Dong clan's devil god." In an instant, a giant spatial rift appeared before him, and endless devilish energy rushed out. Just as the rift appeared, Wang Lin took out the ancient leaf and was about to seal it. However, just at this moment, a second ancient leaf appeared from Esteemed Ling Dong's hand. The two leaves collided and rolled off to the side. Without the ancient leaf, a giant black statue came out of the rift. This statue was the same as the one Esteemed Ling Dong had summoned before, only even more realistic. It had its arm folded, and the moment it appeared, its arms began to tremble. The arms that were folded suddenly loosened, and a powerful destructive force rushed out toward Wang Lin. This destructive force made Wang Lin feel danger, and he even felt like his ancient god body was about to be torn apart. Facing danger, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to raise his right hand, and the ancient god gauntlet appeared in his hand. Ancient blessing. In a flash, the shadow of the giant ancient god appeared before Wang Lin. The body filled with scars blocked the attack with his back. His arms were holding Wang Lin. The destructive force hit the ancient god shadow. The ancient god remained unmoving as it blocked this destructive force. Its giant body suddenly turned, and his hand formed a fist. The fist moved like a meteor. Although it was the second time Wang Lin had seen it, the grace and warmth still shook him. The punch landed directly on the giant statue and shattered it to pieces. The fragments of the statue were pushed back and, along with the remaining power of the punch, landed on Esteemed Ling Dong, who had just stepped out from the fog. Thunderous rumbles echoed and Esteemed Ling Dong coughed out several mouthfuls of blood before being knocked back into the fog. The ancient god disappeared. Wang Lin knew that Esteemed Ling Dong was already injured to a certain extent, so he no longer hesitated. His left hand formed a seal, and he reached out. The three jade that had been freezing the fog gave off a ghostly light and were pulled out by Wang Lin. When the jades flew out, the red fog recovered. The red fog moved like crazy, and the hole was about to fix itself. No. Esteemed Ling Dong rushed out once more while the rank 4 Dao spirit closed in. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he raised his right hand and pointed at Esteemed Ling Dong, who was half devoured by the fog. Stop. Chapter 1449, Secret of the Platform. To use the smallest price in exchange for the greatest reward, that was Wang Lin's principle for fighting. If he had taken the jade before Esteemed Ling Dong was more injured, Esteemed Ling Dong might have broken free. The stop spell was the same, so Wang Lin had to fight and cause Esteemed Ling Dong to reach the limit of his injury. At the most critical moment, he was going to take the jade and use the stop spell to land the fatal blow. Wang Lin quickly formed seals and restrictions landed on the red fog. Roars came from the fog for a long time before it gradually calmed down. I'm not afraid of restrictions, but for the Dao spirit to be sealed inside, then it must be extremely powerful. I'll let them fight, and that will benefit me the most. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was all part of his plan. If Esteemed Ling Dong wasn't seriously injured, the Dao spirit might not have been his match, and it would inevitably be damaged. However, right now this was very suitable for Wang Lin's plan. The thunder in Wang Lin's right eye flew out, and the thunder tattoo came with it. It floated above the red fog, and bolts of thunder descended, forming a net. Fire rushed out from his left eye and formed a sea of fire that burned the red fog. It fused with the thunder and became a blockade. After doing this, Wang Lin pointed to between his eyebrows, and his ancient god stars rotated. The Emperor Furnace appeared and surrounded the fog. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and he sent out a restriction. Then the Emperor Furnace began refining. Looking at the fog, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The Emperor Furnace was a royal ancient god weapon, and aside from its powerful defense, it was used to refine. Not to refine pills or treasures, but to refine ancient slaves. After doing this, Wang Lin no longer looked at the fog, but walked toward the two leaves that had sealed each other. With a wave of his right hand, the two leaves flew at him. I didn't expect Esteemed Ling Dong to also possess an ancient leaf. I just don't know where he got it from. Wang Lin separated the two leaves. Holding the one that belonged to Esteemed Ling Dong, high divine sense swept through it along with ancient god power to wipe the divine sense from it. After all, it was a treasure of the ancient order, so outsiders couldn't truly control it. After leaving his ancient god aura on the leaf, Wang Lin carefully put them away. This treasure had great use to him. In some cases, it could be compared to the stop spell. Wang Lin's gaze swept by, and he looked at the 2,000-foot dark red platform. In a flash, he appeared on the platform. Before, Esteemed Ling Dong said, second-rank platform. He must have meant this. I just don't know what use this has. Wang Lin frowned as he knelt down and began examining it. A moment later, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he saw some clues. The surface of the platform had many lines under the dark red blood. Wang Lin immediately figured everything out at a glance. They were the numbers that appeared between the cultivator's eyebrows. When they were fighting for the platforms, even when the cultivators died, the numbers didn't dissipate. Instead, they turned into runes and floated there. When he first saw this, he didn't realize the secret, but now that he had examined the platform, he understood everything. Those number runes can allow the platform to upgrade, Wang Lin murmured as he looked down. There were 589 marks on the platform. More than 10 cultivators had died here, and although they were dead, their number runes were floating there. Even the red storm didn't destroy the runes, and since Esteemed Ling Dong and the middle-aged scholar were anxious for the treasure, they didn't find time to collect them. There was a flash of light in Wang Lin's eyes, and he waved his sleeve. Those runes flew toward him, and, after looking at them, he placed them on the platform beneath him. The runes landed on the platform and soon fused with it. After the 11th rune fused, the platform shook violently. Endless dust came from all directions and merged with the platform. The platform seemed to grow a full circle. The dust seemed to be piercing the void, and then endlessly fusing with the platform. The platform gradually grew larger and larger, 23,000 feet, 25,000 feet, 28,000 feet, until it was 30,000 feet before it stopped shaking. Its color was no longer dark red, but purple. At a glance, it was like a small continent. What amazed Wang Lin was not the platform growing, but how it seemed half to gain life. The moment it became a 30,000-foot platform, an aura entered Wang Lin through his feet. Memories appeared in Wang Lin's mind, and before he could react, they became a part of him. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and a map immediately appeared before him. This map was very large, but most of it was covered by black fog. Only 3 places were not shrouded by black fog, and these 3 places took up 30% of the map. After taking a careful look, Wang Lin found where he was. This place was called the Land of Fire, and in the 3 areas that were open in the map, there were 3 places like this. He also saw a route that led into the depths of the ancient tomb. His mind trembled, and after a long time, he opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was startled. Right now, countless rifts still remained in this sealed land. These rifts were like wounds that opened and closed. It was extremely strange. His eyes narrowed, and he took a step forward, leaving the platform. Just as he left, the rifts he could see disappeared. They were erased from his vision. When he retreated back to the platform, those rifts appeared in his eyes once more. This platform is strange. Wang Lin pondered a bit, but couldn't think of a reason. He vaguely had an idea that in this ancient order tomb, the platforms were everything. The platform should have reached the 3rd rank. If I can raise it higher, perhaps not only will the map be revealed, but it will gain more abilities, Wang Lin pondered, and a moment later, his gaze fell on the Emperor Furnace. Thunder and fire staggered inside the furnace as the fog was being refined. The fog had shrunk from 10,000 feet to 8,000 feet, and it was still shrinking. With a sneer, Wang Lin sat down outside the Emperor Furnace. His hand formed seals and restrictions pierced the Emperor Furnacing, landing on the red fog. Aside from the ancient soul restriction, Wang Lin was good with the rest. As he continued to weaken the restrictions inside the red fog, layer upon layer of red fog dissipated. After 15 minutes, only 1,000 feet of red fog remained, revealing the platform the ancient god was carrying. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the 3 jades left by the middle-aged scholar shot out. They penetrated the Emperor Furnace and shot into the fog, causing it to stop moving. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly stood up. His right hand pressed against the Emperor Furnace, and his ancient god power rushed in. Countless souls rushed out and formed a giant pair of hands. The hands charged into the fog and mercilessly tore it apart. The fog was ripped open, revealing the truth inside. Before Wang Lin could get a good look, a heaven-shaking roar echoed and rushed out. It seemed to be able to detect Wang Lin, and it charged toward Wang Lin's direction. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Wang Lin coldly looked at the Qilin-like Tao spirit that smashed into the Emperor Furnace and was knocked back. Its body was covered in wounds, and it looked dispirited. It was obvious that its battle against Esteemed Ling Dong was very difficult. However, the ferociousness in its eyes hadn't lessened at all. As it retreated, it continued to let out roars. Beside him was a corpse. It was a bloody mess. It was Esteemed Ling Dong. The Emperor Furnace belonged to Wang Lin, so there was no way for Esteemed Ling Dong to hide. Wang Lin saw that Esteemed Ling Dong wasn't dead. Instead, his origin soul was hidden, and he was rapidly recovering. Wang Lin raised his right hand and formed a seal before pointing at the Emperor Furnace. Ghosts appeared and took the Tao spirit away, leaving only Esteemed Ling Dong lying there. Don't pretend to be dead. I don't plan to kill you. Rather than a dead Ling Dong, I want a 3rd step ancient slave. Wang Lin's voice echoed as his 6 ancient god stars rotated. Ancient god energy poured into the furnace, and he began the cruel slave refining process. Chapter 1450, given the name Ancient Slave, Esteemed Ling Dong, who was lying there, suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a hideous expression. He got up and sat down. His gloomy eyes stared ahead, and seemed to be able to see through the Emperor Furnace to see Wang Lin refining outside. However, right now he was like an empty oil lamp. To make this old man end up in this sorry state, you can't be nameless. Who are you? A hoarse voice came from Esteemed Ling Dong, and it revealed his monstrous hatred. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and his answer was to surge his ancient god power into the Emperor Furnace. The Emperor Furnace's refining power surged forward, and then miserable screams echoed inside the furnace. You want to refine this old man? That's impossible. Although this old man has been seriously injured by you, this old man has cultivated for countless years. My Tao heart is firm, so it is impossible for you to refine me. Esteemed Ling Du sneered. Seeing that Wang Lin didn't speak, he closed his eyes to heal. He concluded that Wang Lin couldn't refine him in a short period of time. As long as he could recover a little, he could break out of this strange furnace and escape. Wang Lin indeed didn't have the cultivation level to refine a third-step cultivator. Even with the Emperor Furnace, it would take a long time, which Wang Lin didn't have in the Ancient Order tomb. I can't refine you. A hint of mockery flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and then he surged even more ancient god power into the Emperor Furnace. Even more souls appeared inside the furnace, until they formed a storm. As the soul storm howled, it suddenly turned into a giant shadow. This was the shadow of an ancient god. This ancient god looked extremely bizarre. He was red and had a huge axe in his hand. He lifted the axe in his hand and chopped down on Esteemed Ling Dong. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he began chanting in the ancient god language. Emperor Furnace, 10 chops to refine the slave. Illusory imprints appeared and landed on the Emperor Furnace. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside the Emperor Furnace. The red ancient god smashed down the axe in his right hand. It penetrated the storm and descended on Esteemed Ling Dong's head. This old man wants to see how you will refine me. Esteemed Ling Dong's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes opened. He looked up at the axe and let out a roar. His hands formed a seal, and the phantom of a giant statue appeared before him. This statue was the same as the devil god he had summoned before. In an instant, the axe landed and collided with the ghostly light from the statue. There was a thunderous bang, and then the axe dissipated and the statue collapsed. Esteemed Ling Dong coughed out blood. The moment he coughed out the blood turned into a statue that surrounded him. Wang Lin's face turned slightly pale, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Without hesitation, he pointed at the Emperor Furnace. Another axe appeared in the ancient god's hand, and it smashed down. Before the second axe even landed, more souls gathered and another ancient god formed. This second ancient god also held an axe in his right hand and smashed down. This didn't end. The souls condensed like crazy, and the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth ancient gods formed. The 8 ancient gods all smashed down with the axes in their hands. The axes looked like one strike, leaving behind afterimages as they descend toward Esteemed Ling Dong. Refine for me. Wang Lin roared. There was killing intent in his eyes. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy inside the Emperor Furnace. The statue around Esteemed Ling Dong was hit by the first axe. It trembled violently, but didn't dissipate. The second axe rapidly descended. Third, fourth, until the 8th axe descended as if they had all fused into one. The statue couldn't withstand the monstrous shockwave, so it shattered. The residual energy pierced through the statue and shot directly at Esteemed Ling Dong. It landed on Esteemed Ling Dong's head at an unimaginable speed and penetrated into the ground with any hesitation. The entire Emperor Furnace trembled, and Esteemed Ling Dong coughed out blood. There was a brief moment of confusion in his eyes. Wang Lin was waiting for this moment of confusion. The moment that confusion appeared in Esteemed Ling Dong's eyes, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange glow. His hand formed a seal, and then he pointed to between his eyebrows and muttered, "Dao spell, dream Dao." Inside the Emperor Furnace, Esteemed Ling Dong's body trembled, and the confusion in his eyes became even stronger. The memories of his entire life flashed through his eyes. Your talent is very good, so I'll take you into the Ling Dong clan. If you can achieve anything, then it will be your own luck. Remember my name. My name is Wang Lin. The vague figure of a young man spoke to a kneeling teenager before him. I'll remember this name for life. The teenager's eyes were filled with determination and gratitude. Although you're not a member of my Ling Dong clan, you are faithful to my Ling Dong clan and are very talented. This old man will give you my clan mark to you. Take care. The old man in black was pale, and there was a bloody hole in his chest. His injuries were so serious that even his origin soul had collapsed. He was now on his deathbed. Before him knelt a middle-aged man. This man was Ling Dong. Teacher's real name is Wang Lin. Wang Lin. The man was startled. This man was familiar with the name Wang Lin. In the ancient star system, an old man was quickly escaping. His face was pale, and he started to cough out blood. There were 3 people chasing after him. Could it be that I, Ling Dong, will die here today? There was despair in the old man's eyes. The 3 people chasing him suddenly closed in, and their spells turned into 3 dragons. When the dragons got close, the old man revealed a miserable smile. He decided to self-destruct in order to kill them. Just at this moment, a gentle light appeared in the void and waved at the 3 people chasing him. The 3 of them coughed out blood and retreated in terror. The person who saved you is Wang Lin. The old man had just survived the jaws of death, but when he heard this name, his eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Again, it's Wang Lin. After an unknown amount of time, there was a white-haired old man in the Lingdong clan. He was completely rotten and had reached the moment of death. Fifth Heaven's Blight. Fifth Heaven's Blight. Could it be that my cultivation ends here? The old man revealed a wry smile as the last mouthful of black blood squeezed out from his mouth, and he closed his eyes. However, just as he closed his eyes, he seemed to enter a strange world. This place was a complete blur, and he couldn't see anything. The only thing that was clear to his eyes was the back of a figure. Become my slave, and I'll let your Tao be complete. A cold voice echoed. Who are you? The old man's eyes narrowed. Wang Lin. The figure turned around, and a pair of eyes like lightning looked at the old man. The appearance was that of Wang Lin. The old man's mind trembled. With his mental strength, he won't normally be shaken, but the name, Wang Lin, had accompanied him all his life, starting from when he entered the Lingdong clan. His benefactor teacher, who had given him his clan mark, had said that his name was Wang Lin. Whenever he faced a life-threatening danger, someone who claimed to be Wang Lin would rescue him. All of this was like a dream for him. If you agree, you will no longer be Lingdong. Your new name will be Ancient Slave. The moment this voice echoed, the blurry world collapsed and the countless pieces scattered. This ripped opened all of Lingdong's memories. Inside the Emperor Furnace, his body trembled and he became sober. However, although he was sober, there was still confusion in his eyes. The moment he became sober inside the Emperor Furnace, the 8 ancient gods overlapped and became the 9th ancient god. The 10th chop smashed down toward Esteemed Lingdong. When it was less than 100 feet away, he struggled with the confusion and was about to resist. However, just at this moment, a cold voice echoed inside the Emperor Furnace. Are you Lingdong, or Ancient Slave? Esteemed Lingdong trembled. Endless fear filled his eyes and he roared. Who the hell are you? I'm Wang Lin. Wang Lin was filled exhaustion outside the Emperor Furnace. His voice slowly echoed inside the Emperor Furnace and turned into endless thunder inside Lingdong's mind. All he could hear was the name, Wang Lin, when the axe landed on his head. The axe turned into a circular imprint on his forehead. Then his eyes became dim and he fell down. The soul storm took him away. Outside the Emperor Furnace, Wang Lin became even more tired, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. He took a deep breath. Through the Emperor Furnace, Wang Lin had used his dream Tao to mess up Lingdong's mind. This allowed him to leave his brand on Lingdong. However, he would still have to refine for a period of time and add a lot of restrictions before Lingdong could be used. Unfortunately, there are still a lot of drawbacks. But time is limited, so this is all I can do. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the world inside the Emperor Furnace began to change. It was filled with clouds, but the clouds soon dissipated to reveal another world. The Tao spirit Wang Lin had sealed here was constantly roaring, and its body was covered in flames. The injuries it had suffered were recovering at a rapid pace. Seeing this, it wouldn't need long to recover to the state it was in before. Wang Lin didn't know what a Tao spirit was, and it was the first time he had seen something like this. When he saw how fast it was recovering, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. I want to see what this Tao spirit is exactly. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal, and then he waved his hand. A stone door appeared inside the Emperor Furnace. This was the stone door from the Wind Celestial Realm. It was Wang Lin's original spell, Flowing Time. Time reversed, and Wang Lin clearly saw the Tao spirit inside the door. It was like layers of mystery was being peeled away. A moment later, Wang Lin's expression changed, and he stood up. He subconsciously took a few steps back. This is impossible. Chapter 1451, Answer. Wang Lin's expression was extremely serious. He was startled for a long time, and there was still shock in his eyes. What he saw was something he didn't dare to believe and couldn't even trust. He didn't know what was real or fake. The Heaven's Tao is dead. The Heaven's Tao is dead. Wang Lin had heard this more than once in his 2,000 years of cultivation. He had attempted to pursue this, but found no answer. It was a mess, and no one could find any real clues to this. Perhaps the Heaven's Tao was really dead. Wang Lin's face was still pale as he looked into the Emperor Furnace and saw the Tao spirit inside. The Tao spirit that was rapidly recovering seemed to notice Wang Lin's gaze. It let out bursts of roars, and its eyes revealed a hostile gaze. Wang Lin silently pondered. Everything he had seen from Flowing Time flashed through his eyes. This Tao spirit had lived for a long time, so Flowing Time couldn't show him everything. Wang Lin knew this. He merely wanted to find some clues about the Tao spirit. However, when his Flowing Time spell surrounded the Tao spirit, a mysterious change took place. Perhaps it was because this was the ancient order tomb, or because the Tao spirit had a simple life. It only had 2 parts in its life. However, as a result, the time quickly reversed past Wang Lin's limit. This shocked Wang Lin, but he remained calm and didn't stop it. He allowed flowing time to reverse time like crazy on the Tao spirit. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin saw the first part. The spirit was dazzling and the light was blinding, making it difficult to see inside. As the light shined, the Tao spirit gradually disappeared. Although the light was blinding, Wang Lin could still clearly see inside the light, thanks to his cultivation. What he saw was the cause for Wang Lin's expression to change for the first time. He clearly saw a golden pill the size of a head rapidly rotating inside. The light was coming from inside this pill. What kind of Tao spirit was this? This was clearly a pill. The so-called Tao spirit was just the spirit of the pill. However, this wasn't enough to make Wang Lin stand up and almost lose himself. What actually shocked him was what happened next, when time reversed once more. Time reversed like a rushing river. In a flash, the pill began to distort, and the distortion collapsed, revealing an unknown star system. This was not the outer realm or the inner realm. It seemed to exist inside time itself, and the ancient aura it gave off made the inner realm and the outer realm feel like children in comparison. There were countless cultivation planets in this unknown star system. At a glance, one could see 9 burning planets. The fire from the planets was monstrous and gave off a blinding light. They were like suns in this vast void. A 7-colored figure moved like a blur across the stars and then raised his hand. There was a green ring on his index finger. He waved his right hand. One of the 9 suns trembled like crazy and charged at the person in the 7-colored robe. The endless distance seemed to instantly break, and the heat wave caused space to tremble. It was impossible to get a good look at the person in the 7-colored robe. He waved his hand, and the remaining 8 suns also changed trajectory and closed in. The 9 suns smashed together before the man in the 7-colored robe, creating an indescribable explosion. It was as if the entire star system was about to collapse. After an unknown amount of time, the 9 suns began to fuse, and as the collapse continued, they became smaller and smaller. The 9 suns fused into one. Then the man in the 7-colored robe spat out a mouthful of 7-colored energy. The energy filled the area before him and suddenly shrank. Popping sounds echoed and a golden pill appeared. The violent flame was still burning around it. This pill was the one that Wang Lin had seen. It was after seeing this that Wang Lin suddenly stood up and revealed a look of shock. What shocked him beside the fact that the pill had been refined from 9 suns was the identity of the man in the 7-colored robe. Although he couldn't see the person's appearance, he still recognized that this person was the same as the statue Wang Lin had taken from Greed. Only there was no ring on the index finger of the statue. The statue was something Greed had obtained here, and he saw that person again when he entered the Ancient Order tomb. This shouldn't have made him retreat. He stood up and his expression changed due to the shock, but this wasn't enough for him to retreat. Only unimaginable fear and disbelief could make him retreat, and this came from what the man in the 7-colored robe said as he held the pill. To raise the heavenly Tao with a Tao pill is not a good method. I have to find another way to make the heavenly Tao I stole grow faster. Just this sentence caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble, and he couldn't keep flowing time running, so it stopped. The disbelief and fear had forced him to take a few steps back. It was as if the information was enough to tear even his ancient god body apart if he didn't take those few steps back. The shock was enough to collapse him. Raise the heavenly Tao, raise the heavenly Tao, raise the heavenly Tao, raise the heavenly Tao. These 4 words echoed in Wang Lin's ears like crazy and replaced all other sounds. After a long time, Wang Lin suppressed the shock and took a deep breath. What is the heavenly Tao? This Tao spirit was actually used to feed the heavenly Tao. Who was the person in the 7-colored robe? The ancient celestial emperor. There was confusion in Wang Lin's eyes. The more he learned, the more mysterious everything felt. Wang Lin had a vague feeling, but he still couldn't understand everything. As he stood there, the confusion in his eyes became even stronger. Heavenly Tao's blood. The All-Seer did everything to obtain the heavenly Tao's blood in the Rain celestial realm. The Azure Dragon Divine Emperor said that he had swallowed the heavenly Tao's blood. The heavenly Tao has blood, and it needs to be raised with this pill. What is the heavenly Tao? Wang Lin pondered as he stared at the sky. Perhaps the heavenly Tao is a treasure or a pill or a fierce beast. Wang Lin's expression became complicated, and he remembered the time he saw the nether beast in all heaven. The beast was huge, and it had another world inside it. Wang Lin stood there with a gloomy expression as his mind gradually recovered from the shock. He buried his speculations deep inside his heart. At this moment, Inside the Emperor Furnace, the rank 4 Tao spirit had mostly recovered. Its roars were like the raging wind. However, this Tao spirit was no longer mysterious before Wang Lin. A mere pill spirit. Even though you were refined from 9 suns, you have lost most of your power over the countless years. Since you were lucky and weren't used to raise the heavenly Tao, then let me use you instead. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he licked his lips. He had returned to normal. He then looked at the pill and waved his hand. The Emperor Furnace trembled and fire surged inside. A soul storm swept by, interrupting the healing of the Tao spirit. Wang Lin began refining, and he personally stepped inside the Emperor Furnace. Thunderous rumbles echoed from inside the Emperor Furnace as time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 3 days went by, and a large amount of white gas came out of the furnace along with a fragrance. The white gas fused with the blood rivers that hadn't collapsed yet. Wang Lin's figure appeared from inside the white gas. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor Furnace disappeared and returned to the star between his eyebrows. With a wave of his hand, a golden pill the size of a head appeared before him. It floated before Wang Lin, looking like a burning sun as he stared at it. When Wang Lin felt the power inside the pill, he had a feeling that if he tried to devour this by force, he would explode, even with his ancient god body. So Wang Lin didn't devour it, but inhaled instead. Flames came from the pill and were inhaled into Wang Lin's nose. Popping sounds came from his body, and the power of fire raged inside him. This unexpectedly caused fire to appear in his right eye. It seemed to be burning away impurities inside the thunder tattoo, making it more real. After ethereal fire is Tao fire. Once my Tao fire is ignited, my thunder and fire essences will be complete. However, this pill is missing a spirit and will require a sacrifice. However, this is better as I can slowly absorb it. Wang Lin inhaled a few more times. The fire inside his body surged, and a comfortable feeling filled his body. He looked down at the rivers of blood below him. The fact that so many humanoid beasts are born here must be related to the rivers of blood. The rivers didn't disintegrate from the red fog earlier, so they couldn't be ordinary. Wang Lin waved his right hand without hesitation, and a rift to this storage space appeared. Thunderous hisses came from the rift, and countless mosquito beasts charged out. Chapter 1452, Great Desolation, Old Poison. 100,000 mosquito beasts' howls filled the world. The leader was Wang Lin's Mosquito King. The Mosquito King was extremely royal, and Wang Lin was like its father. After flying out, the Mosquito King's large mouth immediately rubbed Wang Lin. Although its eyes were fierce and its body gave off a terrifying aura, its feelings of joy and attachment was something it only showed to Wang Lin. Wang Lin revealed a smile and rubbed the mosquito beast's head. Then he pointed at the rivers of blood below. The Mosquito King let out a roar, and one mosquito charged down. It drank from the river of blood, then popping sounds came from its body. It unexpected grew one-fold. A blood light shined from its body, and its aura surged. It looked up at the Mosquito King and let out a roar. The surrounding 100,000 mosquito beasts also roared and charged at the ground under the leadership of the Mosquito King. From a distance, the earth seemed to be covered in mosquito beasts. Wang Lin had observed the blood in the river before, and it could promote the growth of fierce beasts. If the 100,000 mosquito beasts all absorbed the blood, their combat power would increase greatly. Seeing the mosquito beasts expand and become more fierce after absorbing the blood, Wang Lin no longer paid them any attention. He turned around to look at the remains of the ancient god, ancient devil, and ancient demon, the 3 clans of the ancient order. These 3 had died completely, leaving only their bodies. Wang Lin's right hand touched the ancient devil. As his origin energy surged through it, he muttered to himself, "If I can find the body of an ancient devil that hasn't completely died, perhaps then my ancient devil avatar will be complete." Half an hour later, the rivers were completely dry without a single drop of blood remaining. Wang Lin seemed to have taken everything here. Even the platform on the ancient god's back had been picked up by Wang Lin and put inside his storage space. After returning to the rank 3 platform he had stole from Esteemed Ling Dong, Wang Lin waved his hand. The 100,000 mosquito beasts that had all grown one-fold surrounded him, making for a shocking sight. His gaze pierced through the mosquito beasts and looked at the 3 ancient order clan members. They had maintained the same pose for countless years. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin didn't choose to take them away. He then turned around and flew away with the rank 3 platform through a hidden rift. After leaving the sealed land, what appeared before Wang Lin was dense fog. The mosquito beasts roared and moved through the fog, causing the fog to churn. Wang Lin pondered a bit, and the map appeared in his mind. After finding the path to the depths of the tomb, his eyes lit up. The rank 3 platform moved forward at an extremely fast pace. As Wang Lin moved forward, miserable screams echoed inside the fog. There wasn't a large amount of humanoid beasts inside the fog. However, they were torn apart by the large amount of mosquito beasts before they could even get near Wang Lin. The smell of blood surrounded Wang Lin as he calmly moved forward. Along the way, Wang Lin met a group of cultivators with about 30 people. Aside from one person who had a rank 2 platform, everyone else's was only 10,000 feet wide. Their platforms were also rapidly moving, and they were extremely careful. However, they were still surrounded by a large amount of humanoid beasts and were facing a bitter struggle. During their bloody battle, the fog surged and a huge mosquito beast rushed out. Its cold gaze looked at the people that were surrounded by almost 10,000 humanoid beasts. Its appearance immediately caught the attention of the 30 or so people here. What kind of fierce beast is that? A new fierce beast has appeared. Just as they began to exclaim, they suddenly stopped. Their eyes were filled with fear. What caused them to stop was that after the first mosquito beast appeared, countless more rushed out from the fog. Behind the large amount of mosquito beasts, a giant platform 30,000 feet wide appeared. On the platform sat Wang Lin, with his white hair and white robe as he coldly stared at them. Rank 3 platform. The pupils of the old man standing on the rank 2 platform shrank. The platform under Wang Lin stopped, and he raised his right hand. The surrounding 100,000 mosquito beasts let out excited roars and charged at the 10,000 humanoid beasts. They began a crazed slaughter that shocked the minds of the surrounding cultivators. These humanoid beasts didn't only benefit cultivators, they also benefited the mosquito beasts. Like a gust of wind, more than 10 mosquito beasts attacked one humanoid beast. A bloodbath occurred as the 30 or so cultivators watched. The fight was over in an instant, but almost 10,000 of the 100,000 mosquito beasts had died. However, the life force from the 10,000 humanoid beasts was divided between the remaining ones, making them even stronger. After killing 10,000 humanoid beasts in just an instant, the mosquito beasts didn't dissipate. They stared with oppressive gazes at the 30 or so cultivators they had trapped. It seemed as if Wang Lin only needed to point and they would charge out. I helped you destroy those beasts, so you need to hand the rank 2 platform to me. Wang Lin's cold gaze locked onto the old man on the rank 2 platform. The old man's expression was gloomy, looking as if he was measuring something. A moment later, he jumped off the platform without a word. At the same time, the platform approached Wang Lin, and the mosquitoes moved to the side to make a path. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the platform. There was a total of 312 runes on it. He waved his hand, and the rank 2 platform trembled. All the runes flew off and landed on Wang Lin's rank 3 platform. The platform that lost its runes trembled and shrank until it finally collapsed. There were now more than 900 runes on Wang Lin's platform. The purple was so dark, it was almost black. It began to show signs of evolving to a rank 4 platform. Still rank 3. I wonder how much more for rank 4. It shouldn't be far. Wang Lin no longer paid any attention to these cultivators and quickly flew away. The mosquito beasts that had surrounded the cultivators passed by them and returned to Wang Lin's side. They gradually disappeared into the distance. The 30 or so cultivators all had a gloomy expressions as they looked at where Wang Lin went. A middle-aged man was filled with reluctance as he said, "Zhou Gong. Although there were many strange beasts, if we had resisted with all our might, we could have escaped. That person had a rank 3 platform. How could he be weak? He also had those fierce beasts, so even if we had rushed out, we would have been seriously injured. It's not worth it." The old man who owned the rank 2 platform shook his head. The middle-aged man frowned. He was about to speak when a shocking change occurred. Wang Lin hadn't gone too far when his body suddenly trembled. He looked back at the group of cultivators, and his pupils shrank. The mosquitoes surrounding him all trembled and retreated. Even their hisses were filled with panic. The fog under the cultivators surged like crazy and thunderous rumbles echoed. Shortly after, an arm 100,000 feet thick suddenly charged out from the fog. It was as if there was a huge giant under the fog who had reached out from the fog. His fingers were like mountains, and they instantly surrounded these cultivators. Their expressions changed greatly, but they had no time to hide before the hand grabbed them. With a thunderous bang, the platforms under them collapsed. As the countless rocks shattered, they were all caught by the giant hand. Then the arm quickly descended and disappeared into the fog. All of this happened in an instant. It has only been a few breaths from when the arm appeared and disappeared. After a long time, the fog gradually calmed down and everything returned to normal. If Wang Lin hadn't witnessed it himself, No one would believe there were more than 30 cultivators here just now. Wang Lin silently pondered, and a flash of coldness in his eyes appeared in his. That huge arm caused his mind to tremble, and he also felt an aura similar to that of an ancient god inside that arm. However, it had appeared to suddenly, and then disappeared too quickly. Wang Lin had no time to carefully examine that aura. However, he had seen that the power of that grip was impossible to resist against. Ancient Order Tomb Kang. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared. This place was becoming more mysterious and unfathomable. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and became even more cautious inside the fog. He quickly moved forward according to the map in his mind. If this map is correct, there is another sealed land ahead, and it has already been opened. There is another rank 4 Dao spirit sealed here. If I reach that place, then that means I'm going in the right direction and can move into the depths of the tomb. There was also the woman from the Sealing Extermination clan. I secretly left a mark on her, and I can feel that she is ahead. I have great use for her. I must find out how she didn't die twice. If I can gain this power. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he moved even faster. Extremely far away from Wang Lin, there was a sealed land, and right now there was a bloody battle. In this gloomy world, 2 figures were fighting as thunderous rumbles echoed. Below them, there were almost 100 cultivators slaughtering. The girl from the Sealing Extermination clan was filled with killing intent, and more than 10 were dead or injured around her. Miaoyin, you dare to steal this old man's Dao spirit? This old man's original body will slaughter into the Sound Sea and battle to the death with your original body. Great Desolation, old poison. You came here with a portion of your soul, while I came with my avatar. You are no match for me. When I kill this portion of your soul, will you still dare to go to the Sound Sea? Ridiculous, ridiculous. Your personality is strange, and no one beside that old bird who can't leave the fallen land is your friend. There is no one here who is willing to help you. Why do you have to steal the Dao spirit from this master? Chapter 1453 looked at the sky with a cold gaze. Both of them were powerful cultivators, so although they both could only use early-stage Nirvana Void cultivation, their battle was still dangerous and heaven-shaking. Great Desolation's expression was gloomy. He had found this sealed land first, and had spent a lot of effort to break the restriction. Just when he was about to succeed, Dao Master Miaoyin appeared. He had launched a sneak attack, and then this vicious battle began. Just as the other person had said, he had come here with a part of his soul possessing another body. In terms of strength and spells, he couldn't compare to Miaoyin's avatar. Also, because this body was not one he had refined himself, he couldn't control his Joss flames well. If he was battling an ordinary third-step cultivator, this wouldn't be a problem, but his enemy was someone at his level. These problems were not fatal. He had always been proud and had a strange personality, so he indeed hardly had any friends. He was by himself in the Ancient Order tomb. He could only let out a cold snort, as he had no words of rebuttal to say. In a short period of time, they had battled hundreds of times. Behind each of them floated a 40,000-foot black platform, giving off a powerful pressure. The collisions of their spells created roars that shocked the minds of the cultivators battling below. At this moment, outside this sealed land, a dark purple platform moved through the fog. Wang Lin stood there surrounded by almost 100,000 mosquito beasts. His gaze was cold as he moved forward following the map in his mind. The fog rushed by him as he closed in on the sealed land. After a few hours, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked ahead. The fog before him seemed to distort as if there was another world in there. There is indeed a sealed land. It looks like the route from the map is not wrong. Just go north from here, and I can leave the outer region and reach the depths of the tomb. Wang Lin suddenly stopped outside sealed land. He stared ahead and began to ponder. The girl from the Sealing Extermination clan. I just don't know if there is a third-step cultivator inside. I should be cautious. Wang Lin pointed with. Now he had seen Master Miaoyin once more. Seeing how he was also a lot weaker, like the woman in white, he began to speculate even more. Should I bet? Wang Lin frowned. If he guessed wrong, he wouldn't be able to enter the sealed land at all. The 5 masters of the ancient star system were too powerful. Wang Lin stood no chance against them. A moment later, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He charged forward with the mosquito beasts without hesitation. I'm certain his cultivation is suppressed inside the tomb. Otherwise, why would he destroy my divine sense to drive me away? As one of the 5 masters, how could he be afraid of others unless there is something he is worried about? Now that he is fighting with someone, this is the perfect chance. Although that girl from the Sealing Extermination clan is his maid, I must capture her. Wang Lin sped up and charged into the distortion. He disappeared with the countless mosquito beasts around him. A monstrous rumble echoed inside the sealed land. Then a violent rumble echoed, and a large distortion appeared. Fierce mosquito beasts appeared from the distortion and immediately caught the attention of the cultivators below. There was a large amount of mosquito beasts, and they appeared in a flash and covered the sky. As the mosquito beasts filled the sky, the distortion became even more intense. Then a 30,000-foot platform suddenly appeared. Wang Lin was standing on the platform, his white hair fluttering. His suddenly appearance shocked the cultivators below. The girl from the Ceiling Extermination clan looked up, and her face turned pale when she saw Wang Lin. However, that quickly turned into killing intent. Rank 3 platform. Could another third-step cultivator have arrived? This person's face is unfamiliar. Which third-step cultivator came using another body? These fierce beasts have never been seen before. Could they be another type of beast from the tomb? The almost 100 cultivators looked at Wang Lin and the mosquito beasts. Wang Lin didn't hesitate at all. The moment he appeared, the mosquito beasts roared and charged at the cultivators below. Wang Lin didn't even look at the storm before he stepped off the platform. He charged at the girl from the Ceiling Extermination clan like a bolt of lightning. "Master, save me!" The girl from the Ceiling Extermination clan screamed as she quickly retreated. The dozen or so cultivators around her were servants to Dao Master Miao Yin. They quickly began to use spells to protect her as she retreated. The girl quickly formed a seal as she retreated. Her clan mark shined as she pointed at Wang Lin and said, "As the descendant of the Ceiling Extermination clan, I sacrifice my soul." However, Wang Lin was too fast and instantly closed in. There was a flash of killing intent in a middle-aged man's eyes. He had noticed that Wang Lin wasn't a third-step cultivator and had the intention of blocking Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. As he closed in on the middle-aged man, he pointed at him. The killing intent inside the middle-aged man turned into ethereal fire and burned like crazy. As the middle-aged man screamed miserably, he retreated, but the ethereal fire burned even stronger. He had almost turned into a ball of fire. Wang Lin didn't pause at all and charged forward. He was too fast, almost invisible to the naked eyes. The other 7 or right cultivators that originally wanted to stop him were shocked by the ethereal fire. They couldn't help but stop, and their eyes were filled with fear. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he waved his hand, and ethereal fire appeared once more. The 7 or 8 cultivators began to burn. Then they rapidly retreated, no longer daring to stop Wang Lin. Summoned the My Clan's Great Sealing spell. The face of the girl from the Ceiling Extermination clan was pale. She retreated like crazy and her voice was off pitch. It was filled with panic and had become sharp. It had only been a few breaths of time since Wang Lin appeared in this sealed land. As he moved forward, he was less than 1,000 feet from the girl from the Ceiling Extermination clan. Between them, aside from the 7 or 8 cultivators that had retreated while screaming, there were more than 10 cultivators. They all looked terrified as they watched Wang Lin approach. When he came closer, they all retreated and didn't dare to stop Wang Lin. Everywhere he went, people backed off. The 300-foot distance became 200 feet, 100 feet, 30 feet. Junior dares. Just when Wang Lin came within 30 feet from the girl, Dao Master Miao Yin's roar came from the storm, followed by an ancient laugh that seemed to be stopping him. This caused the rumbles to echo inside the storm. Dao Master Miao Yin let out a groan as a ray of light pierced through the world. This ray of light shot toward Wang Lin, and it contained the power of 100,000 Joss flame souls. As the light closed in, the voice of the girl from the Ceiling Extermination clan echoed. "Seal this person's essence." Wang Lin didn't even look. Thunder flashed in his right eye, and the thunder tattoo appeared behind him with 9 accompanying thunders rotating around it. The 9-colored fire burned in his left eye and unexpectedly integrated with the thunder tattoo. The thunder and fire essences fused to form a perfect burning thunder tattoo. The 100,000 Joss flame soul's light collided with the burning thunder tattoo. A thunderous bang echoed, and Wang Lin let out a groan. He borrowed this force to move forward, and his fingers landed between the eyebrows of the girl from the Ceiling Extermination clan. The girl didn't even finish one sentence before her vision was replaced by Wang Lin's finger. When Wang Lin's finger landed between her eyebrows, she immediately coughed out blood. Countless restrictions sealed her entire body, and with a wave of Wang Lin's sleeve, she was put away inside his storage space. This entire process was as smooth as the flowing water. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the sky with a cold gaze. Chapter 1454, Points. The nearly 100 cultivators around Wang Lin were all shocked. Everything happened so fast that the battle was over before they could react. He moved through the crowd, with no one daring to block him. He had captured Dao Master Miao Yin's maid. and the power of his ethereal fire was heaven-shaking. What shocked them even more was that the blow from one of the five masters, Dao Master Miao-yin, was blocked, and he wasn't injured. This kind of thing was enough to shock all the surrounding cultivators. Ethereal Fire Cultivator. Not only is he an Ethereal Fire Cultivator, not even an attack from one of the five masters could kill him. Forget killing, he wasn't even injured at all. The spell he used clearly used origin energy. Even if he is not a third-step cultivator, he is only one step away. Who is he? The dark mosquito beasts descended. They weren't slow, it was just that everything that had just happened was too fast. Wang Lin's actions, along with the arrival of the mosquito beasts, caused all the cultivators to stop fighting. The storm in the sky rumbled violently, and as Wang Lin stared at it with his cold gaze, there was a thunderous bang. It was as if a pair of giant, invisible hands had grabbed the storm and ripped it open. The storm collapsed, and two figures rapidly retreated from each other. The person who retreated to the right was Great Desolation. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he laughed. Good, indeed worthy of being the descendant of that old bird. You even dared to capture one of the five masters' maids before him. This courage, this decisiveness, you are a worthy talent. I didn't give you that poison to protect yourself for naught. The old man smiled as he spoke. He had noticed that Wang Lin was not ordinary, and if the two of them were to join forces. The person on the left was the young man, who was Dao Master Miao-yin. He looked down at Wang Lin from the air and suddenly smiled. Very good. This smile was extremely cold. After looking at Wang Lin once, he looked up at Great Desolation. He waved his hand, and a 10,000-foot green snake appeared. The green snake started to struggle and hiss. With a squeeze, the green snake let out a mournful scream, and its illusory body collapsed. It then turned into a pill the size of a head and floated before Dao Master Miao-yin. Bursts of fragrance filled the air. Just one smell would make your blood flow faster and your mind more clear. Great Desolation, old poison, you're not my match in this tomb, and it is useless to continue fighting. Since this lord stole your Dao spirit, I'll give it back to you. The matter between us is over, you can leave now. How about it? After he finished speaking, Great Desolation's eyes lit up. There was flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. This sentence turned the situation around. All of the five masters were extremely cunning. They all had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, so none of them were fools. At a glance, he had noticed that there was a chance Wang Lin and Great Desolation would team up. Then he immediately gave up the Dao spirit to cause a huge crack to appear on the possibility of them joining forces. Don't you just want this Dao spirit? I'll give it to you. Compared to the heaven-defying bead Wang Lin possesses, this is nothing. Dao Master Miao-yin remained calm, waiting for Great Desolation to make a choice. Wang Lin sneered. If he was outside, he would immediately leave if he encountered Dao Master Miao-yin, as the gap between them was too big. However, in here, Wang Lin was certain he could hold his own. Although Dao Master Miao-yin was one of the five masters, he could only display up to early-stage Nirvana void cultivation here. Although he had no chance of winning, Dao Master Miao-yin would have to go through great difficulties to kill him. However, the most important fact was that Wang Lin had Gunizi. Great Desolation squinted his eyes and pondered for a moment. He smiled and didn't even look at Wang Lin as he said, "Bring the Dao spirit over, and this old man will leave." Dao Master Miao-yin didn't speak, and only looked at Great Desolation. This old man Great Desolation swears by my Joss flames that once I obtain the Dao spirit, I'll leave and not come back. Great Desolation seemed to know what Dao Master Miao-yin was waiting for. He didn't hesitate to form a seal with his right hand, then a strange rune flew out. To make an oath with one's Joss flames was a convincing method between third-step cultivators. With a wave of his hand, the rune flew toward Dao Master Miao-yin. After taking the rune, Miao-yin relaxed and threw the pill in his hand. Great Desolation waved his sleeve and took away the pill. He smiled and glanced at Wang Lin before flying off into the distance. The moment he stepped into a spatial rift, Wang Lin suddenly flew into the sky. The moment Wang Lin flew into the sky, the thunder tattoo appeared before him, and he charged at Dao Master Miao-yin. Dao Master Miao-yin let out a cold snort, and his eyes revealed a ruthless gaze. The first thing one must do when battling an ethereal fire cultivator was to seal one's emotions. His right hand formed a seal, and he suddenly waved his hand. Joss flames appeared, along with the illusion of a beautiful woman. She was holding a jade sword and struck at Wang Lin with it. The sword energy was monstrous and felt like it would chop this sealed land in half. It shot toward the thunder tattoo. In a flash, the sword energy collided with the thunder tattoo and a thunderous rumble echoed. The sword energy didn't slam into the thunder tattoo, but split into thousands of strands. The thunder tattoo collapsed in a flash. Wang Lin coughed out blood and anxiously moved back. He seemed weakened and was about to retreat. Dao Master Miao Yin was about to chase, but just at this moment, a black wind howled behind him. The world behind him suddenly twisted and a huge shadow appeared. The shadow formed a palm that gave off a fishy smell, and it shot toward Miao Yin. The dark palm appeared too suddenly, and it instantly closed in on him. His expression changed, and he decisively gave up on chasing Wang Lin. Then he formed a seal, and a cloud of purple mist appeared. An ancient shield charged out from the mist. There was a thunderous bang when the dark palm landed on the shield. Popping sounds echoed and countless cracks appeared on the shield. But it didn't collapse. However, it was pushed back and smashed into Dao Master Miao Yin. Dao Master Miao Yin coughed out blood and rapidly retreated. However, just as he retreated, the weakened expression on Wang Lin suddenly dissipated. There was a flash of killing intent as he waved his right hand, and a monstrous bloodlight appeared. The blood sword shot toward Dao Master Miao Yin. I want all his jaw's flames, Wang Lin said calmly as he charged out. I want his body to house my soul. An ancient voice echoed in the world. Dao Master Miao Yin didn't pay attention to Wang Lin. The shield before him flew out, colliding with the giant palm. There was anger in his eyes, and he snapped. Great Desolation, old poison. You broke your promise. What a joke. This old man has always kept his promises. Since you stole my treasure once, there will be a second time, a third time. How can I continue to let you steal? As he laughed, Great Desolation's figure flickered inside the dark palm print. This little cultivator is a junior of that old bird. That old bird is the only close friend I have, so how could I leave him? That body of yours is mine. As Great Desolation spoke, he waved his right hand. The 5 nails on the palm broke off and turned into 5 knives made of black gas. They were extremely sharp, and they shot toward Dao Master Miao Yin. Dao Master Miao Yin quickly retreated as the blood sword appeared behind him. He didn't care much about the blood sword or Wang Lin. He thought that at most Wang Lin could distract him. His real enemy was the Great Desolation, old poison before him. When he saw the 5 nails fly out, he focused most of his attention on what was before him. As more power was poured into the shield, endless purple gas appeared until it was like a purple ocean. Junior Wang Lin, scram for this lord. When this lord has time, I'll kill you. As he retreated, he waved his left hand, and an illusion walked out from the purple ocean. This figure was 1,000 feet tall, and his body was covered in purple armor. He held a trident in his hand, and after he appeared, his eyes lit up and he charged at Wang Lin and the blood sword. Dao Master Miao Yin hadn't seen Wang Lin and Master Simo's battle. He had been eager to leave to come to the Ancient Order tomb and never even tried to find news about what happened on the Great Emperor planet. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know anything, he wouldn't have looked down upon Wang Lin like this and put all his attention on the enemy before him, because behind him was a god of slaughter, an ancient god that had refined Esteemed Ling Dong and had greatly increased in power. The blood sword howled and collided with the trident with a bang. There was almost nothing in the world that could stop the blood sword. It pierced through the trident and the figure. It then shot directly toward Dao Master Miao Yin. This sudden change caused the expression of Dao Master Miao Yin to change greatly. He was too late to dodge. The 5 knife-like fingernails from Great Desolation were closing in. At the moment of crisis, Dao Master Miao Yin waved his hand and let out a roar. Scales appeared on his body. These scales were purple and gave off a purple glow. In an instant, they covered his body. The 5 nails collided with the shield, causing a thunderous rumble. The shield was torn apart, and the nails landed on Miao Yin's body. At the same time, the blood sword charged into his body. A heaven-equals shaking sound echoed across this sealed land. As the shockwave spread, a giant rift was opened in the sealed land, and the fog outside rushed in. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, Dao Master Miao Yin coughed out blood. His chest was a bloody mess and filled with poison gas. The blood sword had penetrated his chest and returned back to Wang Lin. Sound essence, water essence, sound wave destruction Dao. Dao Master Miao Yin had a hideous expression as he quickly retreated. He had to admit that he had looked down upon Wang Lin, and right now he let out a shrill laugh. However, he didn't know that Wang Lin had already prepared his most powerful blow. Chapter 1455, Giant Hand appears once more. Dao Master Miao Yin was one of the 5 masters, so although his cultivation was suppressed, his power was unimaginable. If not for the fact that he had been sneak attacked by Wang Lin's blood sword, while facing Great Desolation, and then came under attack by Great Desolation's most powerful spell, it would have been impossible for Wang Lin to injure him. The most important part was that Dao Master Miao Yin's understanding of Wang Lin stopped at the Great Emperor planet. He could have never expected Wang Lin to be able to get control of Esteemed Ling Dong, who was half a step into the third step. This was his most fatal mistake. However, even with all of this, Esteemed Ling Dong was hit by the shockwave after he used his spell and coughed out blood as a result. Even the statue he had summoned disintegrated. Blood flowed out from Wang Lin's mouth and a roar echoed in his ears. The sound from Miao Yin threw him back. He felt pain in his origin soul and coughed out blood. However, just after he retreated a few steps, Wang Lin forced himself to stop. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he rushed forward. He ignored Miao Yin, who was knocked back. He waved his right hand. The Emperor Furnace appeared and surrounded the Black Ocean. This ocean had been poisoned, so it gave off a foul smell. The countless Joss Flame souls had already been infused with poison and had become poison souls, so they could no longer offer Joss Flames. However, this poison ocean was an extremely rare treasure for Wang Lin. He had to steal it before Great Desolation collected it. After refining it into a single drop with the Emperor Furnace, it would contain poison that could threaten third-step cultivators. As for Great Desolation, although he sounded nice, how could Wang Lin easily believe him? They were only working together because it benefited them both. Old monsters that had cultivated for tens of thousands of years were all cunning and couldn't be underestimated. If he could break his vow to Miao Yin, then he could naturally break his promise to Wang Lin. Wang Lin understood this very well. This was why he had purposely knocked down Master Miao Yin far away when Esteemed Ling Dong attacked. He also didn't push the 3 needles in completely, giving Miao Yin a chance to delay Great Desolation. Great Desolation's soul quickly chased after Dao Master Miao Yin. His soul turned into black gas and became a cruel possession. If Wang Lin had pushed the 3 needles in completely, Miao Yin wouldn't have had much power to resist. However, it was different now. The two of them began fighting each other with their divine senses inside Miao Yin's body. As a result, there was enough time for Wang Lin to take away the ocean that was poisoned. He didn't hesitate to form a seal with his, and with a roar, he captured the entire ocean in the Emperor Furnace. There were countless realms inside the Emperor Furnace, but with Wang Lin's cultivation level, he could only open 2. With a wave of his hand, one realm stored the poison ocean and the other realm stored the ancient slave. At this moment, as Dao Master Miao Yin and Great Desolation fought for control over the body, the rift that led to the Joss Flame realm began to quickly close. It was about to disappear completely. How could Wang Lin let this Joss Flame realm dissipate? He had joined forces with Great Desolation to get Miao Yin's Joss Flames. He couldn't use the Joss Flames, but Ancient Slave Ling Dong was half a foot into the third step. As long as he got enough Joss Flames, Ancient Slave Ling Dong could become a true third-step cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of madness as he rushed toward the Joss Flame realm. There was still a vast, purple ocean inside that hadn't been poisoned. There were countless Joss Flame souls inside. These were all collected and stolen by Miao Yin over the years. This was his foundation as one of the 5 masters. The surrounding fog had already been pushed far away and was giving off muffled rumbles. The sealed land had already collapsed and all the cultivator inside had died. The fog sea below was pushed down, revealing a vast, empty area. However, just as this moment, a shocking change occurred. The fog surged as if it was a fountain spitting out a large amount of fog. It was too fast, and the fog rushed upwards. What was shocking was that a giant arm hundreds of thousands of feet thick charged out. The moment the arm appeared, a powerful aura filled the entire fog sea. The arm was too fast, and it instantly closed in while opening its palm. It was targeting Wang Lin and Miao Yin, who was being possessed. This was the second time Wang Lin had seen the arm, and his expression changed greatly. An unimaginably powerful force closed in and was about to tear his body apart. The arm was so fast, it instantly touched Dao Master Miao Yin, and he coughed out blood. Great Desolation took this chance to suppress Miao Yin's soul. However, this caused his body to be stuck on the palm by a suction force, and he was unable to break free. In a flash, the giant palm shot toward Wang Lin. The 5 fingers were like 5 pillars that supported the world. They suddenly fell down toward Wang Lin. They hit Wang Lin with a powerful impact that caused him to cough out blood, but he was unwilling. What caused him to be unwilling was not just the palm catching him, but that fact that the rift to the Joss Flame realm was less than 1,000 feet away. The rift was now less than 10,000 feet long and was going to dissipate completely soon. Once it disappeared, his reward for teaming up with Great Desolation to seriously injure Miao Yin would be gone. Wang Lin had just used the life-saving spell inside the ancient god gauntlet, so he couldn't use it for a while. Also, Every time it was used, it would damage the gauntlet until it collapsed. Seeing the palm close in, Wang Lin didn't have much time to think. He clenched his teeth and let out a roar at the sky. His eyes were filled with determination as his body grew. In a flash, he was thousands of feet tall. His ancient god body appeared. His sudden growth created 2,000 feet of distance between him and the giant palm. This completely erased the 1,000 feet distance between him and the Joss Flame realm. Seal! Wang Lin roared, and with a wave of his hand, the two ancient leaves flew out, sealing the edge of the rift. This caused the shrinking rift to pause for a moment. During the moment of pause, Wang Lin's right hand moved like a meteor into the realm and mercilessly grabbed countless Joss Flame souls. At the same time, the hand that had come out of the fog grabbed Wang Lin's chest. Pain filled his body. The power from the hand felt like it was going to crush him. The moment the arm grabbed Wang Lin, it suddenly sank. It was going to pull Wang Lin and Great Desolation, who had just succeeded in the possession, down into the fog sea. The arm was too powerful. Wang Lin had nothing to grab onto, and his arm was about to pull out from the Joss Flame realm. He was about to be pulled down by the giant arm when his right hand suddenly grabbed onto the right side of the rift sealed by the ancient leaves. Then his left hand reached out, grabbing the left edge of the rift. His ancient god power surged like crazy as he held onto the sides of the rift. This scene was extremely shocking. If one looked from the distance, it would be enough to shock anyone who saw it. An ancient god thousands of feet tall holding on to a spatial rift like it was a fragment. Below his chest there was a giant palm holding his body and violently pulling him down. As he was being pulled, intense pain filled his body as if he was going to be ripped in half. There was a tearing sound as the rift was ripped open further as Wang Lin was pulled down. The endless purple ocean and the countless Joss Flame souls were revealed when the rift was ripped open wider. There was madness in Wang Lin's eyes as he opened his mouth and inhaled. He couldn't care too much right now. He had to take away as much Joss Flames as he could. As he inhaled, countless Joss Flame souls flew toward him. Wang Lin's body was like a bottomless pit as he inhaled those Joss Flame souls. He inhaled 10% of the Joss Flame souls in one go. His body had sunk tens of thousands of feet from being pulled by the arm. However, his hand was clinging on to the edge of the rift, so it wasn't able to dissipate. It was ripped open tens of thousands of feet as Wang Lin was pulled down. Emperor Furnace. The moment the rift was opened wider, Wang Lin let out a roar and a majority of the Emperor Furnace entered the Joss Flame realm. A realm inside the furnace opened up and absorbed like crazy. Large amounts of purple ocean rushed into the Emperor Furnace along with countless Joss Flame souls. The Emperor Furnace absorbed another 20% of Dao Master Miao Yin's Joss Flame realm. The 20% of the purple ocean had filled up the Emperor Furnace, so it was no longer able to absorb more. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin endured the pain in his body and finally loosened his hand. Then the Emperor Furnace turned into a ray of light and disappeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Even the two ancient leaves were taken back by Wang Lin. His body was rapidly pulled down by the huge arm to the bottom of the fog sea. The rolling fog quickly gathered from all directions and filled the vortex that was created by the movement of the arm. Shortly after, everything was filled with fog. Then it gradually calmed down. Several hours later, a group of more than 20 cultivators flew by. They didn't notice a thing. Strange. According to the map, there should be a sealed land here. We looked for a long time and still didn't find it. Could the map be wrong? The crowd gradually flew away. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 1. A change from Gunuzi to Ancient Slave. The reason I didn't translate it before was because it was being used like a name. So I thought it was a name that meant Ancient Slave, but just using Ancient Slave was weird because what if more appears? However, in this chapter it's clearly shown to be used as a title instead, so I'll change it now to the translated version. Chapter 1456, 3 Chances to Kill. Wang Lin's body below his chest was grabbed by the palm, and intense pain filled his body. However, the hand didn't use more power, it merely wanted to hold on to Wang Lin. Great Desolation had occupied Dao Master Miao Yin's avatar and suppressed the soul inside. He was sitting on the palm with a gloomy expression. 3 platforms had been pulled in by the arm as well. They were clearly the 3 platforms that belonged to Wang Lin, Great Desolation, and Miao Yin. There was same damage on the platforms, but it was obvious that the arm didn't want to crush them. There was a flash of coldness in Great Desolation's eyes. Then he raised his right hand and formed a seal. Black gas that contained extreme poison gathered. He then let out a cold snort and was about to press down on the huge palm when Wang Lin suddenly spoke. "Senior, please wait." Great Desolation frowned. He struggled to raise his head as the palm descended. Wang Lin said, Senior has just succeeded in possessing Dao Master Miao Yin's avatar and hasn't completely adapted to the body. Your mind is clouded. This bizarre arm isn't sinking straight down. As Wang Lin spoke, popping sounds came from his body, and he quickly shrank back to the size of a normal person. When his body shrank, he suddenly fell. He allowed the 5 fingers to close, creating a thunderous rumble. Wang Lin landed in the palm, and his eyes revealed a mysterious light. He seemed to casually rub between his eyebrows with his right hand and spoke slowly. Great Desolation was no ordinary cultivator. After being awakened by Wang Lin, he had noticed the difference. This arm wasn't going straight down, it was tilted to the side. If Senior stimulated this strange arm, it would immediately close its hand. At that point, I fear it would be difficult for us to escape. Wang Lin casually took a few steps back. His right hand that was rubbing between his eyebrows dropped down, and during that process, he retreated some more. What do you mean? Great Desolation's face distorted, and his original body's hideous face began to appear on Dao Master Miao Yin's avatar's body. The large hand didn't close completely, leaving a large piece of land open. Wang Lin retreated back to 10,000 feet away from Great Desolation and put away his and Miao Yin's platforms. Although his face was pale, his eyes were shining brightly. Wang Lin slowly said, Junior has observed the trajectory of this giant hand and made a guess. If my guess is wrong, we can work together to find a way to break free and it won't be too late. However, if I'm correct, the appearance of this hand might not be a bad thing for us. Wang Lin raised his hand and said, if it was really meant to capture the two of us, this arm should be going straight down. However, it is obvious it is tilted right now. That means it can only be. Wang Lin's right hand moved down while tilted until it reached a certain degree. Then his right hand jerked forward and bloodlight came from his body. Like this, Great Desolation's eyes narrowed. He hadn't prevented Wang Lin from taking Miao Yin's platform. He waved his right hand and put away his own platform. He contemplated for a bit, and then there was a hint of enlightenment in his eyes. He glanced at Wang Lin. You're smarter than the old bird. Nothing to do with being smart, it is just a guess. Wang Lin shook his head. As the two talked, the giant arm that had been tilted for a while suddenly trembled as if it stopped. The howling sound also stopped, and the surrounding became silent. Wang Lin's expression was serious, and he was completely focused. He was like a drawn bow, waiting to see if his guess was correct. Great Desolation was clearly convinced by Wang Lin's speculation. He focused himself for the moment. Just at this moment, a shrill roar echoed like crazy. The giant arm stopped for a moment, and then a roar came from the depths of the fog sea. As the roar echoed, the arm began to move. It looked just like a giant was holding a stone, and after tilting the hand, it would throw the rock forward. A powerful force came from the hand, and threw Wang Lin and Great Desolation forward. It was impossible to describe the strength of this throw. It was so fast, it made the broken fog feel like sharp blades that landed on Wang Lin and Great Desolation's bodies. The arm formed an arc, and when it reached its limit, the 5 fingers opened. Wang Lin and Great Desolation were thrown like stones by this giant into the depth of the ancient tomb. The powerful force from the arm pushed the two of them forward. They moved forward at a speed surpassing third-step cultivators. This speed was too fast. If Wang Lin didn't have the body of an ancient god, his body would have been crushed by the fog ahead. Although the fog had no shape, once your speed reached a certain limit, this formless fog would become the hardest thing in the world. Popping sounds came from his body and blood spewed out. However, his body broke through the fog in a flash, and he was thrown into the depths of the ancient tomb. However, Wang Lin had already prepared for this. The moment the arm threw him, he was like an arrow that shot out from the bow. His origin energy formed layers of defense around him, and the light and shadow shield appeared around him. When he was thrown out, he mercilessly stepped off the palm. He had borrowed the force of the throw and used his own force to move faster than Great Desolation. He passed by Great Desolation and disappeared into the fog first. If it wasn't for Wang Lin having learned the Black Tortoise's law of strength, he would not have dared to do this. If he couldn't control the rebound force, it would have destroyed his body. Although Great Desolation was injured, Wang Lin was as well. Also, Wang Lin couldn't see through this person, so he had taken this opportunity to leave. This was the best choice. In truth, if it wasn't for the fact that Great Desolation was cunning and was about to attack the arm, Wang Lin wouldn't have stated his guess. Wang Lin had even guessed that Great Desolation had already seen through it and had purposely pretended to attack. Wang Lin didn't have time to analyze it in detail, so he simply left. Great Desolation was also extremely fast. He flew like a meteor after being thrown by the arm. When he saw Wang Lin flying back even faster than him, his eyes lit up. His right hand that had already formed a seal slowly loosened. This person is extremely cautious and extremely cunning. I wanted to kill him 3 times earlier, but he defused them all. I intended to borrow the moment when we were thrown to poison him, but he saw through me and borrowed the force to escape. Great Desolation was gloomy as he disappeared into the fog. Wang Lin was moving extremely fast as the fog rushed into his face. The light and shadow shield around him was collapsing and reforming constantly. The layers of restrictions he had placed disintegrated one by one. The force pushing his body lasted for more than half an hour before it began to dissipate. After his speed slowed down and the fog could no longer injure him, Wang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked back, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin turned around and took out his platform. After sitting down, he took out Miao Yin's platform. Then his right hand slammed down, and Miao Yin's platform rumbled. The runes all flew out, and with a wave of his hand, those runes landed on his platform. When the runes entered his platform, Wang Lin's platform flashed violently. It began to groan from 30,000 feet until it was 40,000 feet. Its color was now completely black. It seemed as if it was going to fuse with this fog. Rank 4 platform. Wang Lin didn't stop and his right hand reached out, making hundreds more runes appear. These belonged to the cultivators that died in the sealed land. Wang Lin had managed to take them away while no one noticed. After taking them out, he fused them with the rank 4 platform. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and it grew once more. In the blink of an eye, it was 50,000 feet. From a distance, this 50,000-foot platform was extremely large and shocking. Miao Yin's platform was already really close to rank 4, and adding on the rune from Wang Lin and those near 100 cultivators, it had reached rank 5. Sitting on the platform, Wang Lin felt that divine sense-like thing that came from the platform enter his mind. He had already experienced this, so he wasn't surprised. After observing carefully, 2 more areas were opened in the map in his mind. The 5 maps connected together and lifted the veil off almost half of the tomb. After Wang Lin found where he was, his eyes narrowed. I have actually reached here. In a short half hour of being thrown by the arm, Wang Lin had crossed 3 maps. He had even gone through the 4th map and arrived close to the edge of the 5th map. This place was the inner part of the ancient tomb. Not far away from Wang Lin was the shape of a leaf on the 5th map that marked out a forest. Wang Lin was familiar with this forest. It was where Greed got the ancient leaf. It was also where Greed saw the statue that caused the woman in silver to scream in horror. The 7-colored statue. Chapter 1457, Missing 1. Wang Lin had completed his rank 5 platform. In the 6th map, the fog wasn't dense, but there were countless spatial rifts here. If one was a bit careless, they would be torn apart. There was a 60,000-foot platform here with countless skulls scattered around. Although they looked messy, they created a skull formation. There was an old man sitting in the center of this platform, soaked in the smell of blood. The old man was wearing black and half of his hair was white. His face was rapidly changing between young and old. Between his eyebrows was a moon-like mark, but this wasn't the mark of the Moon Clan. Instead, it almost looked like a devil seal. If Dao Master Miao Yin's avatar was here, he would be shocked and extremely cautious. This person was one of the 5 masters that was seriously injured in the Fallen Land before, Devil Master 9 Heavens. Devil Master 9 Heavens suddenly opened his eyes. There were flashes of black and white from his eyes. The 6th one. Devil Master 9 Heavens' voice was hoarse. It sounded like 2 flying swords rubbing against each other. In the 4th map, the fog surged, sounding like countless ghosts were howling inside. This howl could shake one's mind, and it filled the area. There weren't many cultivators here, and as the fog rumbled, a 50,000-foot platform was rapidly flying forward. There was a burly man standing on this platform. His upper body gave off a feeling of power. There seemed to be a giant wolf shadow roaring behind him. The platform was covered in dried blood, and there were several wounds on his body. He was the 3rd-step cultivator from the Heavenly Wolf clan that had come here while chasing Wang Lin. As the platform moved forward rapidly, his expression was serious. However, his eyes lit up and his right hand formed a seal. As his right hand pressed down on the platform, rumbles echoed inside his mind. A moment later, his expression became extremely gloomy. Another rank 5 platform has appeared. I wonder which 3rd-step cultivator it is. Deep within the fog sea, there floated countless sealed platforms. Above them was a 50,000-foot platform rapidly flying through the fog. There was a woman sitting on the platform. She wore white and her long, black hair fluttered in the wind. Her expression was indifferent. While moving forward, she suddenly frowned and her expression turned cold for a second. Who is it? Maybe it is that Miao Yin. The woman pondered for a moment before continuing to move forward with the platform. Even deeper in the ancient tomb than all of them was an area without fog. There was only endless airflow that could tear up everything. A roar echoed as a figure hundreds of feet tall walked forward like crazy. He wasn't fast, and the endless airflow constantly crashed into his body, constantly creating wounds and causing the figure to roar even more angrily. Behind this figure was a platform more than 10,000 feet large. There was a woman in pink sitting on the platform. She was so charming that she could charm the hearts and minds of many people. Big Brother Tuasun has to be fast. Whether this little sister can enter the depths of the tomb all depends on Big Brother. The woman in pink covered her mouth and smiled. Her beautiful eyes were filled with charm, and her voice was flirtatious. When her voice entered your ears, it would create an itching feeling in your heart. Shut up for this god. Which, you're too annoying. If you continue to be noisy, this god. Before Tuasun finished speaking, her laughter echoed once more. Even her body began to tremble while she laughed as if she was a flower. I just like your rough ways. How about we stop, and you let me give you a bit of sweetness to vent your anger? Okay. The veins on Tuasun's face swelled. He let out a roar and no longer paid attention to the woman as he walked forward. The two of them gradually disappeared into the distance. Only the flirtatious laughter continued to echo and linger. In the fifth map, Wang Lin was pondering. He was about to withdraw his divine sense from that platform when an ancient voice began to echo inside his mind. Obtaining the rank 5 tomb means you can open the reincarnation door and become someone who can obtain my inheritance. Rank 9 is the final rank. If one is from my clan, they can enter the reincarnation door and seek my inheritance. If not my clan, they can go to my hell. This lord, Yemo. This voice echoed inside Wang Lin's mind. The moment he vanished, Wang Lin's mind seemed to become one with the ancient tomb. Beside him, he could clearly feel 4 faint auras. Ancient Order Yemo. Wang Lin's mind was shaken. This was the second time he had heard this name. The first time was from the first-generation Vermillion bird. He clearly remembered the words of the first-generation Vermillion bird. This old man doesn't know much about ancient god cultivation, but during my time, the ancient god's power was heaven-shaking. Back then, although the ancient order's Yemo wasn't as strong as the ancient celestial sovereign, the ancient celestial sovereign still dreaded him. Wang Lin pondered for a long time, and then his eyes shined brightly. With Wang Lin's cunning, he naturally figured out that these 4 auras were all rank 5 or above platforms like his. I can sense their presence after obtaining a rank 5 platform, so they have obviously felt my presence too. This ancient order tomb is extremely strange. Where is the hell the voice mentioned? After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he suppressed the fluctuations caused by the voice. He looked down at the platform below him. He was certain now that in the ancient order tomb, the platforms were the key. According to the voice, I must make the platform reach rank 9 before everyone else. Wang Lin looked into the depths of the fog. According to the map, that was where the mysterious forest was located. Greed found the ancient leaf and statue there. He also said that after touching the statue, a vortex appeared. After he entered the vortex, he left the tomb and appeared in the outer realm. I wonder if that vortex is still there. No matter what happens, I must go visit that forest. After making up his mind, Wang Lin controlled the platform to move forward rapidly. He cultivated to make sure he recovered as quickly as possible. He also spread out his aura and attracted a large amount of humanoid beasts from the fog. The moment they got close, a bloodlight would flash and they would die miserably. The life force entered Wang Lin's body, causing his injuries to rapidly recover. He continued to kill as he moved forward. After several hours, Wang Lin left countless corpses that were then devoured by the fog. After a long time, the platform slowly stopped. There was no fog before the platform, but a withering, yellow light that created a distortion. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the distortion before him. His divine sense spread out toward it. But the moment his divine sense touched the distortion, it was knocked back by a powerful force. His eyes lit up and the distorted, yellow light flickered like crazy. Soon, a phantom leaf imprint appeared. The imprint looked exactly like an ancient leaf. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and an ancient leaf appeared. He threw the leaf, and it flew toward the distorted, yellow light. Soon, it landed inside the imprint. Thunderous rumbles echoed and countless cracks appeared as if it was collapsing. A gap was created in an instant. Wang Lin put away the platform without hesitation and entered the gap. After he disappeared, the gap closed and became a yellow distortion again. A withered aura rushed at Wang Lin. It contained the taste of death. Wang Lin appeared in an endless forest full of withered trees. It was a shocking scene. This is the place. Wang Lin's gaze swept the area. This place was exactly the same as what Greed described. Wang Lin rushed forward toward the center of the forest. This forest was too big. Even with Wang Lin's speed, it took him a while to reach the center, where there were no withered trees. There was a vortex floating above this empty area. It looked like it led to another realm. Wang Lin landed 1,000 feet from the vortex. He looked at the ground below the vortex and saw that it was concave. It was as if there was a statue here a long time ago, and a large stump that hadn't withered. The ancient leaf is a powerful treasure. Since it was born here, there must be another way to obtain more. Wang Lin retreated and arrived next to a withered tree. He placed his right hand on the tree and his divine sense went into the tree to observe. However, just as his divine sense entered the tree, Wang Lin exclaimed. He clearly felt his divine sense go into the tree and enter the earth below. This caused him to see something shocking. Wang Lin rapidly withdrew his right hand and jumped into the air. He looked down while floating in the air. The shape of this extremely large forest was the shape of a skull. So it's like this. His gaze pierced through the withered forest and looked at what was below. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he waved his hand, and the blood sword appeared. It shot toward the earth below. The sword energy howled as it charged down. At this moment, at the end of the 4th map, the Heavenly Wolf clan's burly man followed the map and entered the 5th map. His expression was hideous, and there was a hint of greed in his eyes. After entering the 5th map, he waved his hand, and an ancient leaf appeared in his hand. I spent a lot of effort to steal one of 2 leaves, but the other was taken by Ling Dong. He disappeared without a trace. This leaf looks very ordinary, and if I had not seen that it had power similar to the Ceiling Extermination clan when I was chasing that damn little cultivator, I wouldn't have known of its importance. There is a leaf mark at the end of the 5th map. Perhaps there is more of this. The burly man licked his lips and controlled his platform to move forward. Chapter 1458, Assumption. A large amount of fine cracks appeared on the earth, and purple light came out of the cracks. From afar, it looked like the earth was hiding a purple sun. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the earth quickly collapsed, creating a huge concave. The concave continued to enlarge, and the purple light flashed intensely. The surface was broken, revealing what was beneath. As the purple light flashed, a purple python thousands of feet long came out from underground. This beast had no head at the front of its body, only a crack that shot purple poison toward the blood sword. There was a thunderous bang, and the blood sword pierced through the purple poison and went directly into the crack on the beast. It then pierced through the entire beast. Miserable screams came from the earth. The blood sword rumbled as it flashed through the ground. Wang Lin formed a seal and waved his hand. A giant palm print appeared and rushed at the ground below. All of this happened in a flash. The moment the palm appeared, it absorbed endless origin energy. It created a powerful gust of wind and landed on the earth. The earth trembled and large amounts of dried trees shattered into pieces that scattered in all directions. When the palm print landed on the ground, it created a powerful shockwave that echoed across the earth. Still not coming out. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. As the palm print landed, the earth began to collapse. The dirt dissipated into dust, and as the layers disintegrated, a huge sinkhole appeared. A portion of a gray-white skull was revealed under the earth. It was part of the right eye. This skull was beyond large, and it occupied the entire area under the forest. There were 4 python-like beasts roaring and rushing out from the right eye socket. Wang Lin floated up into the air, where he could clearly see through the 4 beasts. He saw a giant tumor inside. These 4 beasts were tentacles of that tumor. It was similar to the Moongazer serpent, but it was definitely not a Moongazer serpent. When Wang Lin checked the withered tree, he learned that there was a huge skull buried below. This entire forest was growing on this skull. Wang Lin had felt a violent life force below and had caused it to attack. That's why he had flown into the air and attacked first without hesitation. With Wang Lin's cultivation level now, he even had the power to battle the Moongazer serpent from all heaven, much less this beast that was similar to a Moongazer serpent but far weaker. Even Ling Dong, who was almost at the 3rd step, had become his slave. This shows how much Wang Lin has grown and how strong he is. At this moment, Wang Lin was calm and moved downward like lightning. In an instant, he arrived next to the tentacle beasts. Just as they howled, 9-colored fire burned in Wang Lin's left eye. With a wave of his hand, a firestorm rushed out and surrounded the 4 tentacle beasts. As the fire raged, popping sounds echoed. Miserable screams echoed as the fire spread deep into the skull toward its main body. Bloodlight flashed as the blood sword continued to cause large amounts of damage. Miserable screams were echoing when a violent, purple suddenly flashed. The tumor hidden inside shrank more and more until it turned into a ray of light. It was about to escape into the sky. When the tumor appeared, its body was revealed. It was a giant tumor with a large amount of tentacles around it, and it gave off a foul stench. It looked too similar to a moongazer serpent. If it wasn't for the fact that it gave off no ancient god power, Wang Lin would have thought it was a mutated moongazer serpent. Wang Lin's gaze was cold as the thunder tattoo flashed in his right eye and appeared. In the blink of an eye, the sky was covered by a giant thunder vortex. The thunder tattoo replaced the sky and descended upon the tumor. As it descended, countless thunderbolts struck down on the tumor. After 3 breaths, the thunder tattoo surrounded the tumor. The miserable screams became an echo after the tumor collapsed, and not a bit of it remained. After killing this strange tumor, Wang Lin looked at the skull under the earth. He gradually descended and landed on the skull. He waved his hand, and the soli dissipated. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the forest disappeared. The earth was peeled off layer by layer, revealing a giant head that had been buried there for an unknown amount of time. This head was extremely big, and what was revealed was merely half of it. There were 9 star marks on the skull, but the 9th and 2nd stars were blurry. 9-star ancient god. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he took a deep breath. This was the first time he had seen the corpse of a 9-star ancient god. He looked at the skull and began to ponder. He immediately saw that the position of the statue suppressed the entire skull. The purpose of the 7-colored statue was to seal the 9-star ancient god's head. There was sadness in Wang Lin's eyes. He was an ancient god, and when he entered the tomb, he saw countless dead ancient gods. The complicated emotions of seeing this 9-star ancient god's head caused sorrow to flood his heart. Even 9-star ancient gods are dead. Wang Lin slowly arrived between the eyebrows of the ancient god, crouched down, and touched the stars. There wasn't much ancient god power left. Most of it had been lost with the passage of time. Touching the skull, it wasn't difficult for Wang Lin to speculate what had happened before. A giant ancient god was killed by the 7-colored cultivator and had his head cut off. A 7-colored statue was placed to seal the head. As time passed, dust gathered and formed soil around the head. For some unknown reason, trees began to grow, and this place gradually became a forest. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the skull below and frowned. The power of a 9-star ancient god was unimaginable, and their body extremely large. Unless the ancient god suppressed their size, there was no way it would only be this large. Maybe. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his body flickered. He flew through the eye socket and entered the skull. This place was very large, and after a while, Wang Lin walked out with a bone fragment the size of his hand. The ancient god's 3 trials, 7 calamities. He was killed while going through his 2nd trial. Wang Lin sat there while looking at the bone fragment in his hand and pondered. What kind of place is the ancient order tomb? Who made it, and what is its purpose? Wang Lin pondered and recalled everything that had happened after he entered. The ancient god was extremely mysterious, and even now he still couldn't grasp it. However, he remembered the shocking scene he saw from the Tao spirit. Raising the heavenly Tao with a Tao pill is not a good method. I have to find another way to make the heavenly Tao I stole grow faster. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was still pondering this. From this, it was apparent that the 7-colored Taoist had stolen the heaven's Tao. But where and who did he steal it from? There was no way for Wang Lin to know this. What he focused on was to find another method to raise the heavenly Tao. Another method. Wang Lin looked at the skull below him, and a bold guess entered his mind. Suppose that the 7-colored Taoist was the ancient celestial emperor. Before he obtained the heaven-defying bead, he stole the heavenly Tao, and for some reason he needed to raise it. He felt it was too difficult to raise it with Tao spirits, and so he set up a trap. Wang Lin's eyes became even brighter, and he continued to analyze. He clearly remembered that the first-generation Vermillion bird had said that there were ancient gods in his hometown. Although they weren't the overlords, the ancient god dared to resist against the overlord of the world. The first-generation Vermillion bird mentioned one name, Ancient Order Yemo. Why not Ancient God Yemo? Ancient Devil Yemo? Or Ancient Demon Yemo but Ancient Order? Could it be that with this name one can determine that Yemo wasn't a god, devil, or demon, but an ancient order? When I reached the ascendant stage in the demon spirit land, ancient demon Tajia said that the ancient order was the first generation of heaven-defying beings, and they gave birth to the 2nd generation of heaven-defying beings. There was also the messenger of the heavens that appeared when Wan Air's lifespan reached its end. It was clearly a sealed ancient god. There was also the messenger of the heavens that appeared in the Scatter Thunder clan. When I broke his arm, he noticed I was an ancient god, and he called me traitor of the void extinction Tao. Wang Lin's breathing became rough, and he vaguely guessed something. Traitor of the void extinction Tao, the heavenly Tao is dead. The messenger of the heavens called me the clan that killed the void Tao. But who is the void? Could it be the seven-colored Taoist, who is the ancient celestial emperor, who is also the first-generation Vermillion bird's master? However, if this is the truth, there are a lot of things that don't make sense. Why is an ancient god the messenger of the heavens? The heavenly Tao is dead, but what exactly is it? Not its actual body, but what kind of existence is it, and how does it relate to this world? Cultivation, could we all be cultivating this heavenly Tao that may or may not be dead? There was confusion in Wang Lin's eyes. Chapter 1459, Granting Tao. It is very likely that the other method the ancient celestial emperor thought of was related to the ancient order. The ancient celestial emperor lured the ancient order here. He schemed around the ancient order and even the three clans. He wanted to use them to raise the heavenly Tao. Someone like the ancient celestial emperor would only act when he felt 100% sure, so he should have succeeded. However, how did the heavenly Tao get killed in the end? Also, back in the Alliance star system, when I was going through divine retribution, I inadvertently opened a spatial rift that led to a strange world. There were many ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil statues there. Is that place related to the ancient order tomb? And is it related to the seven-colored Taoist? Also, almost every generation of Vermillion bird has been sealed. Everything points toward the sovereign's teacher. Who is the sovereign's teacher? There is also the woman in silver who screamed and went berserk after seeing the statue of the seven-colored Taoist. She kept saying that she didn't open the door. What exactly was the door, and why was the seven-colored Taoist so angry that he began a slaughter? This door, could this door be the one that leads to the heavenly Tao? Or a door that sealed his enemy? Or a door to another world? Or everything I've guessed is wrong? Wang Lin frowned. He could only analyze to this point given the clues he found. He wasn't certain of much himself. When the Rank 5 platform was formed, the voice that called himself Yemo said that the people of his clan could pass the reincarnation gate to obtain his inheritance. People not of his clan can go to his Earth Palace. What is this Earth Palace? Wang Lin rubbed his temples, and his eyes lit up. No matter what, the existence of the ancient order tomb is bound to be related to the seven-colored Taoist. Was this place created to raise the heavenly Tao? Or a place Yemo created to pass down his inheritance after he died? This is called the Ancient Order Tomb. Could this be the tomb of Ancient Order Yemo? The more he pondered, the more confused he became. After a long time, he let out a sigh and no longer thought about these irritating things. His eyes lit up, and he looked at the withered trees around him. If I'm not wrong, these trees were planted by someone. After the statue sealed the skull, the trees absorbed the ancient god aura inside the head. The reason they all withered and died is because all the ancient god power in the skull has dissipated over time. Without ancient god power, they withered. When Greed came here, he only saw one tree left. If he hadn't come, it is likely that the last tree would have withered too. It can be said that aside from Greed, it has been a very long time since someone came here, including the person who planted these trees. It is likely that he planted them and never came back. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering a bit, he revealed a decisive gaze. He sat down between the eyebrows of the skull and took a deep breath. Then his hand formed seals, and a large amount of restrictions filled the sky, forming a protective barrier. He also summoned the thunder tattoo and hid it in the sky. The nine-colored fire also appeared, and even the blood sword was hidden in the sky by Wang Lin. All of his preparations were stacked together to form a powerful killing formation. If anyone dared to recklessly charge in, they would be trapped in this killing formation. After setting up the defenses, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to pour all his ancient god power into the skull below. The skull was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much ancient god power Wang Lin poured in, there was no change. Time slowly passed, but Wang Lin didn't stop pouring ancient god power into the skull. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows started shining. As the 6 stars rotated, even more ancient god power rushed out. After several hours of Wang Lin nourishing the skull with his ancient god power, he noticed something about the skull change. The withered trees seemed to gain nourishment and began to show signs of life. However, if he wanted to revive all the trees here, it would not only take too much time, but Wang Lin didn't have enough ancient god power. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin gave up reviving them all and focused his ancient god power on 19 of the trees. Time passed. The 19 trees gradually changed from the withered state as more and more vitality returned. Their trunks were restored to their original color, and the restoration gradually spread upwards. This process was extremely boring. As Wang Lin maintained the injection of ancient god power, his right hand pointed to between his eyebrows, and the Emperor Furnace appeared before him. The Emperor Furnace could be big or small. Right now it was only 100 feet large. It was chaotic inside it, and faint screams could be heard. Wang Lin split his mind in two. Then he formed a seal and pointed at the furnace. The chaos inside the furnace dissipated, and a black ocean appeared before Wang Lin. This ocean was dead, and there were no waves. A large amount of poisoned Joss flame souls was inside. Refine. Wang Lin pointed forward, and the poison ocean seemed to burn. Muffled roars could be heard, and large waves formed whirlpools that raged violently. This ocean is made of great Desolation's poison along with Dao Master Miao Yin's Joss flame souls. After I refine it, it will become a powerful poison treasure. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he began to refine. The ocean inside the Emperor Furnace roared even more violently. The countless Joss flame souls let out shrill screams. These voices were extremely harsh. Fortunately, they were blocked by the Emperor Furnace, so by the time they reached outside, they had weakened a lot. Thunderous rumbles went on non-stop, and large amounts of black fog floated above the ocean. This black fog was the ocean that was refined into gas, and it soon filled the entire Emperor Furnace. However, the black fog didn't dissipate, it continued to gather. After it gathered to a certain point, it turned into black clouds. Then drops of black rain fell back into the ocean. This became a cycle, but when the ocean water turned into rain, there was a lot less of it. It wasn't that there was less poison, but the poison was now more condensed. Shortly after, more and more black clouds appeared in the Emperor Furnace, and the rain continued to fall. Waves roared, and as Wang Lin continued to refine, the ocean level decreased. After 3 days of non-stop rain, only half of the ocean remained. The color of the ocean was now dark black, and not even divine sense could penetrate it. The poison inside became even more terrifying. Seeing that nothing abnormal had happened, and the poison ocean was still being refined, Wang Lin relaxed. He waved his hand, and the poison ocean disappeared, and another realm appeared. This realm was also filled with an endless ocean, but this ocean was purple and was filled with rare Joss flame souls. Esteemed Ling Dong was sitting at the bottom of the ocean. His hands formed a seal as he refined these Joss flame souls like crazy. He was trying to make them dedicate their Joss flames to him. There was a giant statue behind Esteemed Ling Dong. This was the devil god statue from Ling Dong's clan. This statue gave off a light, and all the Joss flame souls that were shrouded in this light revealed confusion and struggle. Some Joss flame souls had already been converted, giving their Joss flames to Ling Dong to be absorbed. Esteemed Ling Dong's face was rosy and filled with excitement. When Wang Lin saw this, he frowned slightly. These Joss flame souls belonged to Dao Master Miao Yin, and even for Esteemed Ling Dong, it would take a long time to convert them. Although Wang Lin was in no rush, the Ancient Order tomb was dangerous. If he could speed up Ling Dong's absorption and help him enter the third step, it would help Wang Lin greatly. While pondering, Wang Lin split off a part of his divine sense into the Emperor Furnace. Then his figure appeared in the sky above the purple ocean. Ancient slave. A majestic voice echoed inside the Emperor Furnace. Esteemed Ling Dong opened his eyes and revealed fervor and respect. He then rushed above the ocean. He stopped 100 feet from Wang Lin and knelt down in the air. Ancient slave Ling Dong greets Master. I wonder if Master has anything that he wants this ancient slave to do. Wang Lin's phantom coldly looked at Esteemed Ling Dong. After a long time he slowly said, I'll give you a spell. I believe that with your cultivation level, you should be able to learn it quickly. With this spell, you can absorb the Joss flames here and enter the real third step. Esteemed Ling Dong suddenly raised his head and fervor filled his eyes. He had cultivated for his entire life to become a third step cultivator, but due to the lack of Joss flames, he was stopped. Forget the fact that he was under the effect of Wang Lin's dream Dao and the Emperor Furnace. If Wang Lin could give him such a great fortune, even if he wasn't under any influence, he would still be willing to follow Wang Lin. As long as he could complete his Dao, he was willing to do whatever it took. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed forward. A seal shot toward Ling Dong. Ling Dong didn't stop it, allowing it to penetrate his forehead and land on his origin soul. Dao spell fuse. Quickly comprehend his spell. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He was extremely satisfied with taking an Esteemed Ling Dong. With the Emperor Furnace and many other methods, he wasn't afraid of Ling Dong betraying him. If I can meet another early-stage third-step cultivator, it won't be difficult to battle them with Ling Dong here. If I can capture that person and refine another ancient slave, Wang Lin's divine sense disappeared from the sky above the sea and returned to his body. At the same time outside, the burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan was rushing through on his rank 5 platform. He was getting closer and closer to this location. Not far away. Only 3 more days for me to get there. If I can obtain 9 of these leaves, I can use my Heavenly Wolf Dao and seal it so it can stay with me forever. Even though I'll still be at the early stage of Nirvana Void, but I'll be the strongest early stage Nirvana Void cultivator. The burly man's eyes were filled with excitement as he controlled the platform to fly faster and faster. Chapter 1460, For Joy. Esteemed Ling Dong had completely understood the Dao spell after several hours. Although his understanding wasn't as deep as Wang Lin's, it was enough to deal with these Joss flame souls that were without a master. The ocean inside the Emperor Furnace churned violently until it formed a giant vortex. At the center was Esteemed Ling Dong. His eyes gave off a mysterious light as he used the Dao spell Wang Ling had given him to fuse with the Joss flame souls. Wang Lin was still sitting outside the Emperor Furnace as he continued to use his ancient god power to nourish those 19 trees. Right now the trees no longer looked withered. Giving off powerful vitality, the trees showed signs of growing leaves. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a rift to his storage space opened. He reached in and pulled out the sealed girl from the Sealing Extermination clan. Although the girl's appearance wasn't superb, she was still very beautiful. Her black hair was covering part of her pale face, and her eyes were closed. Her timid expression would make people want to care for her. What is your name? After taking her out, Wang Lin eased the seal a bit to allow her to awaken, but her eyes were still closed. After hearing Wang Lin's question, her eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were very beautiful, with distinct black and white, but right now they were filled with panic. She bit her lower lip and didn't dare to look at Wang Lin. Looking at her, Wang Lin couldn't help remember another face filled with the same panic and timidness. The only difference was that that pair of eyes also contained stubbornness and hatred. Very similar to Yao Shishua. Wang Lin's eyes gradually grew cold, and he slowly said, "What is your name?" The girl from the Sealing Extermination clan's voice trembled, and she whispered, "Jimon. Feng Jimon. Jimon. It is a good name. You have died twice. How did you survive?" Wang Lin's voice was calm, but a pressure spread out and shrouded this girl. "I'm the maid of Dao Master Miaoyin. You've captured me, so he will definitely kill you." The girl bit her lower lip and looked at Wang Lin. Her timidness was still there, but she suppressed it by force. Wang Lin slowly said, "He can't enter the ancient order tomb." After the girl heard this, her face became even more pale. She was a smart person, so she immediately understood Wang Lin's meaning. Impossible. The Dao Master's avatar couldn't have been killed. The girl was terrified, and even her voice became sharp. Wang Lin coldly looked at the girl and didn't explain. He waved his hand, and a jade flew out. The jade touched her forehead, and the scene of Dao Master Miao Yin's avatar dying appeared in her mind. This girl was someone close to Dao Master Miao Yin, so she knew a lot about his spells. She had her own method of determining if the information inside the jade was true or false. The girl's face became more and more pale. It wasn't difficult for her to see that this was true. Under the attack from Wang Lin and Great Desolation, there was no chance for Miao Yin's avatar, who had his cultivation suppressed, to survive. In particular, seeing Great Desolation possessing Miao Yin's avatar made her last sliver of hope disappear, and she trembled. "My patience is limited. If you don't answer my question, I'll crush your soul." Wang Lin's voice gradually grew colder. He knew that there was something strange about the Sealing Extermination clan, so he didn't use Soul Search directly, but first crushed her resistance. The panic in the girl's eyes became even stronger. She knew that she had no chance of escaping. Her master had already died, sealing her path of retreat. Wang Lin slowly said, "There was no deep hatred between us before. Even if you did hunt me, I have killed you once, so that can be offset. If you cooperate, I won't kill you, and I can even let you go." The girl pondered for a bit and whispered, "My Sealing Extermination clan members have 3 lives." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "From what spell?" The girl bit her lower lip and softly said, "It's not a spell. When the people of my Sealing Extermination clan are born, the elder of the clan takes us to worship the Ancestor. After worshipping the Ancestor, we have 3 lives. You are courting death. You still dare to hide things from me? Since you're asking for your death, don't blame me." There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes as he raised his right hand and slammed down on the girl's forehead. The girl's eyes were filled with endless fear. She screamed, "I'm not hiding anything. When members of my clan are born, they have no clan mark. Only after worshipping the Ancestor does the clan mark appear, and then we would have 3 lives. Wang Lin's right hand stopped 3 inches from the girl's forehead, and he coldly stared at her. How is the sealing spell from the Sealing Extermination clan used? We offer our life and open the clan mark. The power of the Ancestor comes out from the mark and carries out the seal. The girl quickly answered in fear. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Lin's right hand suddenly landed on her forehead, and he began to soul search. Her mind collapsed and put up no resistance as Wang Lin swept through it. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he could easily search her memory without injuring her soul. After learning all her memories, her eyes lit up and his right hand swept across her forehead. He pulled out her clan mark from her forehead. With a wave of his hand, seals filled her body and he put her away inside his storage space. He then pondered as he looked at the flickering clan mark in his hand. The Sealing Extermination clan was an extremely strange clan. They weren't related by blood but captured babies, and if they could survive worshipping the Ancestor, they would become part of their clan. The chance of death was very high, and a long time ago, the Sealing Extermination clan's altar disappeared. At the present day, there were very few Sealing Extermination clan members remaining, and because the clan mark was branded on them, they wouldn't die when they lost their clan mark, and even their cultivation level wouldn't fall. They would just no longer belong to the Sealing Extermination clan. What was noteworthy about the Sealing Extermination clan, aside from their bizarre sealing spell, was their amazing 3 lives spell. This spell could be taken and used on someone else. After looking at the Sealing Extermination clan mark, Wang Lin silently put it away. As for the girl, he didn't intend to kill her. There wasn't any hate between them, and he had taken her clan mark. After leaving the Ancient Order tomb, he would just release her. Just as he put away the clan mark, Wang Lin suddenly looked up at the 19 trees he was nourishing. These trees were filled with life, and were very green. Countless leaves appeared on the trees. However, none of these leaves were ancient leaves, so he continued to inject ancient god power into them. One of the trees looked like an autumn tree, and its leaves gradually fell. Only 1 leaf remained and didn't fall. As a result, all the ancient god power that entered the tree rushed into that leaf. Wang Lin calmly stared at it, and after the leaf absorbed a large amount of ancient god power, it flashed. However, it was still a normal leaf without any aura of an ancient leaf. In an instant, the root of the leaf loosened as if it was going to fall. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and the leaf fell from the tree. It slowly landed on the ground and became an ordinary leaf. The tree no longer absorbed ancient god power and slowly withered until it turned to dust. Wang Lin began to frown. At this moment, the leaves on the remaining 18 trees began to fall. From the looks of it, it was going to be the same as before. If this continued, then the large amount of time and ancient god power Wang Lin had spent would be for nothing. Why is it like this? Could it be that I misjudged it? Ancient leaf. Ancient leaf. Ancient leaf. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as if he had noticed something. He suddenly stood up and stared at the 18 trees before him. He then took a deep breath and blew. A gust of wind filled with his breath howled toward the 18 trees. As the wind swept by, the leaves on the 18 trees all fell, leaving behind only 18 leaves. They were blown by Wang Lin's breath and seemed to absorb the aura within. Then they began to emit a radiant light. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with joy and his right hand reached out at the void. The 18 leaves detached from the trees and flew toward Wang Lin. Ancient leaves. The first joy didn't end when the second one arrived. The poison ocean inside the Emperor Furnace had dissipated and turned into 9 drops of poison that would shock even great Desolation. Every single drop of poison was filled with countless Joss flame souls and heavenly poison. The third joy came. In the other realm of the Emperor Furnace, Esteemed Ling Dong had absorbed all the Joss flame souls from the Purple Sea, and he had finally taken the crucial half-step. He had become a true third-step cultivator. The vortex rotated rapidly, and Esteemed Ling Dong charged out. His eyes were filled with excitement, and a powerful aura erupted from him. Countless Joss flames appeared around Ling Dong like illusory ribbons. This was a distinctive characteristic of third-step cultivators. After the third joy came the fourth. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the sky above the forest. A platform 50,000 feet large came through the distortion in the sky. There was a burly man standing on the platform. He was startled as he didn't expect to see Wang Lin here. Chapter 1461, Making Enemies. The moment the burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan was startled, Wang Lin waved his right hand. The thunder tattoo that was hidden in the sky suddenly appeared. All of this happened in an instant, and the thunder tattoo descended. The burly man reacted very fast. With a wave of his hand, the ancient leaf appeared. He placed the ancient leaf on his chest to seal his emotions so they couldn't be used by Wang Lin's ethereal fire. There was a hint of mockery on his face as his hand formed a seal and a 10,000-foot heavenly wolf appeared. It roared and pounced toward the thunder tattoo. However, just at this moment, the 9-colored fire burned menacingly behind the thunder tattoo and surrounded the heavenly wolf. There was a flash of blood light as the blood sword pierced the heavenly wolf, then it charged at the burly man. Since we have met here, it is time for you to die. I didn't think you would be the 5th person to obtain a rank 5 platform. After killing you, my tomb can become rank 6. If you want to blame anyone, you have to blame your luck for being bad enough to meet me here. The burly man smiled as he waved his right hand. Joss flames appeared and formed another 10,000-foot wolf that pounced at the blood sword. The burly man stepped forward and moved like lightning. He charged through Wang Lin's restriction and shot toward Wang Lin. His eyes were locked onto the 18 ancient leaves before Wang Lin, and greed appeared in his eyes. I'll kill you and obtain the leaves. 1 stone to kill 2 birds. This is a wonderful thing. The burly man smiled, and his right hand formed a claw as he reached toward Wang Lin. You sure say a lot of crap. Wang Lin was calm, and as the burly man approached, he waved his hand. The Emperor Furnace appeared and smashed toward the burly man. You will die today for sure. All resistance is futile. The burly man shook his head and waved his right hand. His hand collided with the Emperor Furnace, causing it to shake violently. However, just at this moment, a powerful rebound force came from where the burly man's hand landed. This force entered his body and caused his expression to change. He coughed out blood and was about to retreat. A laugh came out from the Emperor Furnace. Esteemed Ling Dong had blood stains on the corners of his mouth as he rushed out from the purple ocean inside the Emperor Furnace. He stood at the tip of the wave from the purple ocean, and killing intent filled his eyes as he shot toward the burly man. The endless Joss flames surrounded his body and created murmuring echoes. Ling Dong. The burly man's pupils shrank, and he felt that something was wrong. The appearance of Ling Dong had thrown off his calculations against Wang Lin. He was shocked by the Joss flames around Ling Dong, and he didn't know why Ling Dong was helping Wang Lin. Zhou Jin. Esteemed Ling Dong rushed forward and closed in on the burly man in a flash. The purple ocean raged and turned into a giant statue with folded arms. A powerful destructive force shot out at the burly man. The burly man quickly retreated, and as he retreated, he ripped open a rift. A fishy smell came from inside the rift, and a pair of dark red eyes appeared. The pair of eyes was ruthless, and a wolf howl echoed. A huge, red shadow rushed out, revealing itself to be a red wolf tens of thousands of feet large. It pounced at Esteemed Ling Dong's statue. The burly man's heart pounded, and he felt like something was wrong. Wang Lin was already not weak and extremely cunning. Now Ling Dong had taken that final half step into the 3rd step as well. The burly man didn't hesitate to give up his dignity as a 3rd step cultivator. The moment the red wolf rushed out, he anxiously retreated. I can't let this battle continue. This can't continue. This Esteemed Ling Dong was considered a junior when he was still at the 5th Heaven's Blight. If it wasn't for the fact that he was unwise and couldn't obtain enough Joss flames, he would have become a 3rd step cultivator long ago. Wang Lin was still standing on top of the ancient god skull. He hadn't moved a step, and not even his expression had changed much. He had watched from when the burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan arrived arrogantly until he retreated in shock. Wang Lin revealed a hint of ridicule and slowly opened his mouth. You were happy after seeing me, but you didn't know that I was even more happy. Wang Lin waved his hand, and 2 out of the 18 leaves before him immediately flew out. Their speed was unimaginable. The moment the rift appeared behind the burly man and the red wolf howled, the leaves pierced through space and landed on the rift. Retreat. Wang Lin pointed forward, and 2 more ancient leaves flew out. They were extremely fast and could seal anything in the world. They instantly passed the burly man and formed a barrier behind him. The burly knew how strange the ancient leaves were. At this moment, he changed his trajectory and moved to the left. To the left? Wang Lin pointed at 2 of the ancient leaves, and they sealed the sky to the left. The moment the burly man stopped and turned to the right, Wang Lin sneered. He waved his hand, and 2 more ancient leaves sealed the sky to the right. To the right. Not even up and down will work. Then 4 ancient leaves flew out and sealed the sky above and below, leaving only the front open. However, Esteemed Ling Dong had summoned the statue and was battling the red wolf, resulting in thunderous rumbles. Wang Lin took a step forward and waved his right hand. The remaining ancient leaves all flew out toward the burly man from the Heavenly Wolf clan. Esteemed Ling Dong flew out from the impact and charged at the burly man. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, all of the burly man's retreat paths were sealed. At this moment of crisis, his hand formed a seal, and a large amount of Joss flame souls appeared. The space distorted and countless thorns drilled out from the burly man's arm. These thorns looked like wolf fangs. Wolf heard, worship the moon. The burly man roared. Then he waved his arm, and the wolf teeth fell off his arm. The teeth all turned into fierce wolves. There were simply too many of them. They filled the world instantly, and there were tens of thousands of them. Just as they were about to howl, the sky became cloudy and a blood moon appeared. A pressure spread out. However, he didn't have a chance to completely use this third step spell. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the sky, and the Emperor Furnace expanded, surrounding the world and covering the red moon sky. It trapped the tens of thousands of fierce wolves. The expression of the burly man, Zhou Jin, who was being held down by Ling Dong, changed. He was about to give it his all to use his spells to resist when his right hand suddenly stopped. He wasn't able to finish the seals. 9 drops of black water had appeared around him. They gave off an aura that caused his scalp to go numb. He didn't dare to move. Move, and you will die. Wang Lin's chilly voice slowly echoed. Chapter 1462, Breaking the Rules. He could clearly feel these drops of poison contained an unimaginable toxin. Just one drop would be enough to cause his flesh and origin soul to decay until there was nothing left. What caused his scalp to turn numb was that there were simply too many Joss flame souls inside them. These souls had been turned into poison souls, and then had been refined. They emitted endless resentment and destructive force. He didn't dare to move. He didn't dare to move at all. The battle today was too fast and filled with twists and turns. He didn't expect Ling Dong to appear, and he didn't expect Ling Dong to have taken that half step. If this was all, it wouldn't be too much. After the ancient leaves had sealed all his paths, he still had other methods. However, these 9 drops were enough to break his mind. The terrifying aura from the 9 drops caused Zhou Jin's skin to crawl. Seeing that Zhou Jin was trapped, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he slowly said, Ling Dong. Esteemed Ling Dong stepped forward and stopped 100 feet from Wang Lin. He knelt down on one knee and, with fervor in his eyes, said, Does Master want to kill him or refine him? Master. This word entered Zhou Jin's ears and caused him to become startled. Disbelief filled his eyes. Third step cultivators were the strongest existences, and there were very few of them. Each of them was extremely famous. How could they recognize anyone as their master, much less someone who hadn't even reached the third step? Refine. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the Emperor Furnace suddenly changed. 18 ancient leaves landed on the Emperor Furnace, sealing it. Then the souls appeared and began refining. Esteemed Ling Dong entered the Poison Ocean realm with Wang Lin's help. He sat in the air and began the slave refining process. Zhou Jin was different from Ling Dong. He was a true third-step cultivator, so it was not easy to refine him into a slave. Even the Dream Dao would only increase the chance after Wang Lin had grinded down Zhou Jin's mental state. Right now Zhou Jin was suppressed in the Emperor Furnace with Ling Dong on guard and the 18 ancient leaves sealing the furnace. Most importantly, the 9 drops of poison were around him, so Wang Lin was confident Zhou Jin couldn't escape. There were only 9 drops of poison, so he didn't want to waste them. Right now they were able to trap Zhou Jin. Also, Wang Lin didn't want to kill Zhou Jin. If he could obtain 2 ancient slaves, then once Wang Lin returned to the inner realm, his great enemy Taoist water could only run in terror. Wang Lin's ancient god stars flashed, and he put away the Emperor Furnace. He then looked down at the earth below him. The interior of the forest was empty, leaving only some trees on the outer edges. At the center, where Greed had found the statue, the vortex was still floating there. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He intended to take the forest and the skull with him. However, he wasn't sure if the vortex would dissipate if he took them away. If it disappeared, it wouldn't be worth it. This vortex was very important to Wang Lin. He had scanned it with his divine sense, but he wasn't sure if this vortex would send him to the ancient star system. He was only sure that this vortex had the ability to teleport. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin didn't act recklessly. His hand formed seals, and a large amount of restrictions filled the sky, sealing this place up. Wang Lin used several days' time and completely sealed this place up. He then stepped forward and left the world the forest was in. When he reappeared, he was inside the fog in the ancient god. He began releasing restrictions to seal the area from the outside before he finally relaxed. Even if someone obtained an ancient leaf and came here, they would have to break the restrictions here first. It would be filled with danger. Wang Lin was very confident in his restrictions. His eyes lit up, and flowing time appeared to increase the age of the time restriction, making it even more powerful. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's gaze landed on the burly man's rank 5 platform. He waved his hand, and the platform rumbled. All the runes flew off and flew toward Wang Lin. As the runes approached, Wang Lin took out his rank 5 platform. After absorbing the runes, his platform suddenly expanded outward and became 60,000 feet wide in the blink of an eye. Standing on the platform, Wang Lin felt the familiar divine sense rush into his mind. More of the map appeared in his mind. At this instant, a majestic voice echoed in Wang Lin's heart. Rank 9 is the end. I have 3 palaces: heaven, earth, human. The human palace contains my Rinha sword. This sword has accompanied me for my entire life, experiencing countless slaughter. Due to all the killing, it turned into a demon and had 3 seals placed on it. The voice dissipated, and Wang Lin remained calm. A moment later, his eyes lit up and he controlled the 60,000-foot platform, disappearing into the fog. Along the way, Wang Lin moved quickly. He could vaguely feel the aura of other platforms ahead of him. These auras were of other rank 5 or higher platforms. They were far further ahead than Wang Lin. According to Wang Lin's calculations, the one furthest ahead had already reached the 8th map. There are 9 maps in total. According to Yimo's words, it's not whoever reaches the 9th map the fastest, but whoever obtains a rank 9 platform to meet the requirements. Going by my current speed, I can't move faster than those ahead of me. Wang Lin sat down on the platform and began to ponder. After a long time, he touched the spot between his brows and his eyes shined. Everyone in the Ancient Order tomb has a number, but I don't. If Tuasun came here, he also won't have the number mark. I'm an ancient god, so I don't need to be marked by a number. Then what exactly are the number marks? Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he vaguely noticed something. His hand hit the platform below him and one rune flew out, and he grabbed it. After entering the tomb, Wang Lin had been passive and had been pushed around by the force controlling this place. Even the giant hand seemed to be controlled by someone. This feeling made him uncomfortable. This was the first time Wang Lin had examined one of these very important number runes. Staring at it, Wang Lin gradually frowned. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin allowed the platform to carry him forward. The platform moved through the 5th map and entered the 6th map. The rune inside his hand had changed hundreds of times, and he had examined each change carefully. There is a very strange force inside this rune. The power of this rune seems to allow people to exist here for a short period of time. If it wasn't there, Wang Lin's right hand reached out at the void and the girl from the Ceiling Extermination clan appeared before him. Although he had taken the girl's clan mark, there was still a mark between her eyebrows. This was the number mark. Her eyes were closed as if she was sleeping. Wang Lin stared at her forehead, and after a long time, he raised his right hand. Ancient god power filled his hand, and he gently wiped across her forehead. The girl trembled, and after Wang Lin's right hand moved past it, the mark was still there. Wang Lin pondered for a bit, and took out the ancient soul bottle from his storage space. His right hand hit the bottle, and an ancient devil soul came out with a roar. The moment it appeared, Wang Lin caught it and crushed it. A mournful scream echoed and ancient devil power filled Wang Lin's right hand. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he fused his ancient god power with it. Time slowly passed. The fusion couldn't be complete, as if it was missing something. Ancient demon power. Wang Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter. He waved his hand, and a gourd flew out. This was given to him by a cultivator from the first area in order to save their life. At that moment, Wang Lin's divine sense swept by it, and he knew it was an ancient demon treasure, so it contained some ancient demon power. After he took it out, he knocked it, and ancient demon energy appeared. His left hand grabbed a portion of that energy and fused it with the ancient devil and ancient god power in his right hand. The 3 ancient order clans, their 3 auras instantly gathered and fused inside Wang Lin's hand, forming a unique force. It was far stronger than ancient god, ancient devil, or ancient demon power. Holding this force, Wang Lin felt like he was holding the world. Without hesitation, he wiped his hand across the girl's forehead. The girl opened her eyes and let out a miserable scream. The number mark between her eyebrows was wiped out by Wang Lin. Without the number mark, her body trembled violently. The fog around her seemed to boil and rushed at her from all directions. It was as if her existence was against the rules of the tomb, and it caused a series of upheavals. The tomb was going to erase this existence. This change was too sudden. Not even Wang Lin expected this. In an instant, the fog rushed in like crazy, and the girl disappeared before Wang Lin in an instant.